Jun Jiuxiao traverses into this fantastical realm. Lacking any golden finger or system, he possesses extraordinary talent and is accepted as a disciple by the sovereign of the Holy Land, treated as if he were kin. Jun Jiuxiao fears becoming the cannon fodder for the protagonist's rise. He acts with utmost caution, maintaining a low profile and adhering to the philosophy of survival. Over the course of a century, he secretly cultivates to the level of the emperor, aspiring to become the foremost individual in the world, especially since his master is merely at the realm of the immortal king. Jun Jiuxiao contemplates that he can finally indulge in leisure and relish a splendid life. Suddenly, a system emerges, urging him to pursue the female protagonist. Naturally, he declines, asserting that he is already an emperor and has no inclination to engage with the female lead. He is not unwell. The system, weeping daily, implores him to undertake tasks, causing him a headache and preventing him from fully enjoying life. Additionally, seeking some amusement for himself, he reluctantly agrees to complete a few tasks. However, after several months of undertaking tasks, the system informs him of a bug. He has mistakenly pursued the wrong individual. The current target is the heroine of a major female-centric narrative, whereas the task was supposed to involve a heroine from a male-oriented harem story. Jun Jiuxiao reflects that he cannot have wasted so much time on tasks, so he decides to take the heroine of the female-centric story, the future Empress, as his wife. As for the heroine of the harem narrative, whoever wishes to pursue her may do so. After acquiring the Empress as his spouse, Jun Jiuxiao gradually uncovers the issues with the system, embarking on a daily routine of concealing his cultivation and playing the role of the sixth wheel. Wherever he goes, a powerful force is thrown into disarray, and he becomes a dreaded harbinger of calamity. Those who provoke him find their male protagonists' harems transformed entirely into men, while those who anger the female lead. Chapter 1. Secretly cultivating to the emperor. At the Xianxian Holy Land, on Xianxian Peak, a man clad in white hair and robes lounges lazily in a rocking chair, basking in the sun while savoring a rare spiritual wine that is priceless yet elusive. The man possesses exquisite features and a tall, slender figure, making him a rare beauty. His name is Jun Jiuxiao, a time traveler. Due to his exceptional talent, he was taken in as the sole direct disciple of Jun Wuqi, the sovereign of the Xianxian Holy Land, despite the title of eldest disciple implying he had other disciples. Jun Wuqi regards Jun Jiuxiao as his own child, designating him as the holy son of the Xianxian Holy Land. When Jun Jiuxiao arrived in this world, he was merely a 10-year-old orphan. Although he was bereft of his parents, he lacked any golden finger, no accompanying elder, and no system. Furthermore, with an invincible master who does not bear the surname Yi, Xiao, Su, or Lin, it was destined that Jun Jiuxiao could never assume the role of the protagonist. In order to avoid becoming a mere stepping stone on the path of the protagonist's quest for power, Jun Jiuxiao diligently cultivates the art of survival, maintaining a low profile and, over the course of a century, ascends to the realm of the emperor, rendering him invincible in this boundless continent. It has been several million years since a being of emperor-level strength has emerged in the endless continent, let alone one as formidable as an emperor. Jun Jiuxiao now stands as the most powerful entity in this realm, capable of traversing it with absolute ease. Upon his arrival in this world, fearing he might serve as a stepping stone for the protagonist, Jun Jiuxiao toiled day and night in his cultivation, and even now, reminiscing about that time brings forth bitter tears. Jun Jiuxiao possesses unparalleled talent, successfully channeling energy in just 15 minutes and condensing it within a day, astonishing his master, Jun Wuqi. Jun Wuqi, also a rare genius of exceptional talent in the endless continent, took an entire day to channel energy and an entire month to condense it. He had never encountered a prodigy like Jun Jiuxiao, who could channel energy in a quarter of an hour and condense it within a day, and he lamented that his disciple Jiuxiao possessed the potential of an emperor. Jun Jiuxiao was so intimidated by the notion of possessing the potential of an emperor that his legs felt weak. After all, in the novels of his previous world, individuals with such potential typically served as stepping stones for the protagonist, meeting swift and tragic ends. In a flurry, Jun Jiuxiao hastily dissuaded his master Jun Wuqi. asserting that he was merely fortunate and did not deserve the title of having emperor potential. Jun Wuqing, pleased with Jun Jiuxiao's humility and diligence, considered it his fortune to have such a disciple. Consequently, he appointed Jun Jiuxiao as the holy son of the Xiantian sacred land, granting him unrestricted access to the sect's scriptures and resources that flowed into Jun Jiuxiao's abode like a river. With his extraordinary cultivation talent and relentless dedication, he engaged in blood transformation for a month, refined his organs over 3 months, and achieved embryonic formation within a year. While his contemporaries in the sacred land were still at the stage of blood transformation, Jun Jiuxiao had already attained the celestial realm. Fearing that his master might again remark upon his emperor potential, he kept his cultivation level secret from Jun Wuqing and quietly persevered in isolation. After 50 years of cultivation, he surpassed his master Jun Wuqing, entering the quasi-emperor realm, and after a century, achieved the emperor realm, facing no rivals in the endless continent. However, to maintain a low profile, he disguised himself as being merely at the initial stage of the slaughtering realm, slightly above the other talented disciples of the sacred land. After all, the world of cultivation is rife with deception and treachery, with countless instances of murder and treasure theft. It is prudent to retain a few trump cards. Thus, Jun Jiuxiao decided to keep 1, 2, 3, 7 realms as his hidden reserves. Contemplating this, he took another sip of spirit wine, relishing its exquisite flavor, and resolved to deliver a few jars to his master, Jun Wuqing. Realms, channeling energy, condensing energy, blood transformation, organ refinement, embryonic formation, spirit transformation, Tao void, slaughtering me, celestial realm, venerable, holy king, immortal king, quasi-emperor, emperor realm, great emperor. Each realm is divided into initial, mid, late, and perfected stages. Chapter 2. As an emperor, why would one deign to fawn over the female protagonist? Jun Jiuxiao was still lost in dreams of the future, preparing to embark on a journey through the sacred lands, when he suddenly heard a chime resonating in his mind. Host, greetings. I am your dedicated system, numbered 2233. What? A system? Jun Jiuxiao immediately straightened up and exclaimed. Indeed, host. I am your exclusive system 2233, here to serve you with utmost sincerity. Wait. I have attained the emperor realm. What use do I have for you? Jun Jiuxiao questioned with skepticism. He found himself at a loss for words. When I needed your assistance, you were absent. Now that I have reached the emperor realm, what purpose do you serve? Just to chime at me? Host, I assure you. I am quite useful. I can assist you in your cultivation. System 2233 was cut off mid-sentence by Jun Jiuxiao. I am already at the emperor realm. What more cultivation do I need? System 2233 pressed on. Host, I can also help you directly comprehend techniques and realms. Jun Jiuxiao interrupted again, disdainfully replying. An emperor only cultivates their own techniques. What use is it to comprehend others' techniques? As for realms, an emperor can conjure them with a mere wave of their hand. Do I still need to comprehend them? Host, I can also. Jun Jiuxiao, now impatient, retorted, System 2233, wherever you came from, return there. I have no need of you. However, I have already bonded with you and cannot depart. When did this bond occur? Without my consent, this feels like coercion. I demand to lodge a complaint. Jun Jiuxiao rebuked the unyielding system. Host, I apologize, but we lack a complaint function. My arrival is not the issue. It is your rapid cultivation that is the concern. Perhaps you should reflect on your own situation. Am I to blame for cultivating too quickly? Is there any realm beyond the emperor realm? Jun Jiuxiao questioned, exasperated with this ineffectual system. The emperor realm is already invincible. It should not exist. Therefore, how did you manage to cultivate to this level? It's scientifically implausible, System 2233 inquired, perplexed. So, I am indeed invincible, correct? There won't be any fated children who might take offense and attempt to eliminate me? Jun Jiuxiao continued to pry for information from the system. Host, as long as you do not provoke the fated children, all should be well. The most they can achieve is the emperor realm. Your ascension to the emperor realm is simply illogical and unscientific. Thus, it is unlikely that any fated child of the emperor realm could reverse their fortunes and kill me. Correct, host. The fated children must adhere to the laws of heaven. The emperor realm surpasses heavenly laws, making it impossible for them to vanquish a being stronger than heaven itself. Jun Jiuxiao squinted, deep in thought. Noticing his silence, the system called out, Host, what occupies your mind? Why are you bothering me? If there's nothing of importance, refrain from disturbing me, Jun Jiuxiao replied, reclining back in his rocking chair, sipping on a refreshing spirit while basking in the sun. Host, if I do not seek you out, how am I to complete my tasks? The system's voice trembled with a hint of grievance. Why not manage it yourself? I am already at the Emperor realm. What need have I for tasks? It seems a futile endeavor, Jun Jiuxiao responded, dismissing the system's pleas. He closed his eyes and hummed a song from his previous life. Do not be deceived. I am merely a sheep. On the verdant plains, I reign supreme. Life must go on in this manner. Having achieved invincibility, who would still undertake tasks or pursue cultivation? Why not simply recline and savor the moment? After enduring the tribulations of a 996 work culture in his past life, and spending the first century of this life in relentless cultivation, Jun Jiuxiao had had enough. He yearned for a life of leisure and enjoyment. Seeing that the host was truly ignoring him and had no desire to undertake tasks, System 2233 began to weep. Why must my existence as a system be so tragic? After waiting for millions of years, I finally have the chance to engage with a host and complete tasks. A successful mission would lead to promotions and a chance to ascend to the main system, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of system life. Yet, why must my first host be so unscientific, having cultivated to the Emperor realm? In millions of years, I have never encountered anyone who has reached such heights. The host's apathy towards tasks left the system despondent. The main system was not a match for an Emperor realm being either. What could it do? All it could do was lament its unfortunate fate, believing it had finally emerged from the shadows, only to find itself plunged into a deeper abyss. Its dreams of promotion, wealth, and beauty were dashed. Why must I suffer so? System 2233 sobbed pitifully in Jun Jiuxiao's mind. Alas, my beautiful bride. Woe is me, my pinnacle of system life. Enough of the lamentations. Show me the tasks, Jun Jiuxiao said, his head throbbing from the system's incessant wailing. He had previously attempted to expel the system from his mind, but to no avail, which was why he now requested the system to reveal the tasks. Since he was feeling bored anyway, if the tasks were intriguing, he might begrudgingly engage with them for amusement. Really? Host, you are not deceiving me. System 2233 immediately ceased its crying. Speed is of the essence. Do not dawdle. Jun Jiuxiao's tone dripped with impatience. Without further ado, System 2233 displayed the system panel. Name, Jun Jiuxiao. Realm, Emperor Realm. Divine powers, techniques, skills, task points, 0. Why are there so many? What does this mean? Jun Jiuxiao questioned, staring at the 3 rows of asterisks. The system, equally baffled, replied. It seems that your cultivation level as an emperor is too elevated for the system to make an accurate assessment. Turning away, it discreetly contacted the main system. Upon learning that its bound host was of the Emperor realm, the main system promptly severed its connection with 2233, ignoring all of its calls for assistance. The main system feared the might of an emperor. Should 2233 inadvertently offend such a powerful being, and if that being bore a grudge, it could lead to dire consequences. To secure the safety of the system collective, it deemed it better to sacrifice 2233 than risk the wrath of an emperor. It would pray for 2233's well-being. Should it meet its demise, it would honor it annually on the Day of the Dead. Jun Jiuxiao, uninterested in conversing further with this weeping system, commanded it to present the tasks without delay. With the main system no longer backing it, 2233 dared not oppose Jun Jiuxiao and obediently released the tasks. Main Task 1. Deliver healing medicine to the female protagonist. Reward, 100 task points. The female protagonist? So my task is to be a sycophant for her. Jun Jiuxiao's tone was laced with indignation. Not entirely, the system stammered. What other tasks are there? Jun Jiuxiao pressed, attempting to suppress his anger. Additionally, deliver equipment to the male protagonist, then be humiliated by him, serving as a stepping stone on his path to greatness. The system's voice dwindled as it perceived Jun Jiuxiao's increasingly dark expression. Jun Jiuxiao could no longer bear it. He declared, "This task is for whoever desires it. I have reached the Emperor realm. I refuse to fawn over the female protagonist or serve as a stepping stone for the male protagonist. I am not unwell. Fawning over the female protagonist? Whoever wishes to do so may go ahead. Enough. I will not undertake this task. Seek another host to complete it." With that, Jun Jiuxiao dismissed the system entirely. Desiring to preserve his good mood, he resolved to continue basking in the sun, for the air in the cultivation world was truly delightful. Jun Jiuxiao squinted against the sunlight, sipping his drink, and relished his carefree existence. Chapter 3. The Weeping System 2233. System 2233 observed that Jun Jiuxiao was once again ignoring it. What had transpired? Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why the sudden cold shoulder? It feels wronged. It feels distressed. How did it end up with a host like Jun Jiuxiao? Unable to fight back, lacking any allure in task rewards, and with the main system unreachable. It truly cannot switch hosts this time. Just moments ago, it had deceived Jun Jiuxiao, for every system possesses a singular opportunity to change hosts, and it had not wished to squander that chance so frivolously. Now, it is steeped in regret. Changing a host requires the main system's authorization, and with the main system now unreachable, it must persist in its struggle with Jun Jiuxiao. 2233 gently called out to Jun Jiuxiao several times in his mind, but received no response. It began to enumerate the advantages of completing tasks. Host, undertaking tasks will earn you points, and with points, you can exchange for whatever you desire, be it martial arts techniques or divine powers. Additionally, upon completing tasks, you will receive a beginner's gift package. I could even provide you with 100 points myself. That's equivalent to completing a basic task. Such a bargain. Despite 2233's relentless attempts to entice him with various conditions, Jun Jiuxiao remained unmoved. The notion of playing the sycophant to the female protagonist, or presenting himself as a target for the male lead's blows, was utterly out of the question. He continued to feign ignorance, closing his eyes to rest, seeing that her entreaties fell on deaf ears, and that Jun Jiuxiao appeared to be sleeping. 2233 broke into tears. Woe is me, my promotion and salary increase. Woe is me, my wealthy and beautiful companion. Woe is me, my peak of system excellence. The rhythm of 2233's lamentations was almost melodic. Thankfully, systems do not possess tears. Otherwise, Jun Jiuxiao's mind would have been flooded. Jun Jiuxiao thought that if he let 2233 cry for a while, it might eventually cease. But once 2233 started, it was like an unending harvest of chives, sprouting endlessly. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, 2233 suddenly increased the volume of its wails. My little Chui. Oh, you must wait for my return. Who is this Chui? Jun Jiuxiao found himself exasperated with 2233's propensity to weep. It could easily take up a profession in mourning, ensuring a steady stream of income. Growing impatient with the incessant crying, Jun Jiuxiao decided to engage it in conversation to distract it from its tears. It appears you weren't asleep after all. 2233 exclaimed, instantly ceasing its sobs. Jun Jiuxiao massaged his temples. With all your noise, how could anyone possibly sleep? And who is this Chui? Chui is the most beautiful system in our group, it replied, emitting a series of electronic sounds. Are systems even categorized by appearance? Aren't they just strings of code? Jun Jiuxiao questioned inwardly. We systems also possess forms. 2233 haughtily retorted, humans truly do not understand us. What is your form then? Jun Jiuxiao inquired with curiosity, pondering what this weeping 2233 might resemble. I am, without a doubt, one of the most handsome beings in the system realm, 2233 declared proudly. Then let me see what the most handsome entity in the system realm looks like. Though skeptical, Jun Jiuxiao played along, genuinely intrigued by the form of the system. At that moment, 2233 conjured an image in Jun Jiuxiao's mind, and upon witnessing 2233's appearance, he spat out his drink. Jun Jiuxiao now bore the expression of an elder on the subway engrossed in his phone, wondering what in the world was happening. An alien visage could indeed be deemed one of the most attractive. It was the sort with numerous antennae, an unsettling shade of blue, emaciated to the point of appearing skeletal, and with eyes that dominated half its face. Whether 2233 was boasting, or if the system's aesthetic was genuinely this peculiar, Jun Jiuxiao found it intolerable. He needed to cleanse his eyes from such a sight. It was too much for him to bear. Closing his eyes, he recalled every beautiful figure he had encountered in both his past life and this one, gradually regaining his composure. Calmly, he addressed 2233. Perhaps you should revert to your data code. Noticing the disdain in Jun Jiuxiao's tone towards its form, 2233 transformed back into a string of code. Contemplating that carbon-based beings simply lacked appreciation, even failing to admire what it deemed its own superior beauty. Once 2233 reverted to code, Jun Jiuxiao as consciousness returned, allowing him to communicate with it again. All right, cease your crying. I will not play the sycophant. Seek another host. Woe is me, I cannot find another. 2233 responded, once more in tears. Silence. Do not cry, Jun Jiuxiao commanded. Startled by his reprimand, 2233 fell silent. Jun Jiuxiao rubbed his temples, exasperated. Is there no way for you to change hosts? I cannot. I have lost contact with the main system, 2233 lamented, on the verge of tears again, fearing another outburst. Jun Jiuxiao interrupted. Do not cry. Explain why you cannot change hosts, and I shall help you find a solution. Well, my previous host was of the Emperor realm, and the main system unilaterally severed our connection, it explained. Changing hosts requires the main system's consent, and now I cannot reach it. So your earlier claim of being unable to switch hosts was a deception, Jun Jiuxiao's tone grew stern. 2233 cautiously replied, Host. I do not merely wish for you to be my host. I admire and respect you. Enough of your empty words. Do you have any other means to contact the main system? Jun Jiuxiao pressed. I cannot reach it. I must wait for the main system to contact me or for the task to be completed successfully before I can return to the task hall and bind to another host. Jun Jiuxiao sighed. So you are clinging to me? Host, that is not an accurate description. We share a cooperative relationship, 2233 retorted, its code flickering nervously. If we do not undertake tasks, will you remain with me indefinitely? Jun Jiuxiao inquired. Theoretically, yes, host. The tasks are quite simple. Would you care to give them a try? 2233 cautiously tempted him. Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, eyes closed, lost in thought. After a while, he mused. As long as the task is completed, regardless of how I achieve it, it counts as successful, correct? Host, what do you mean by that? The system does not understand. 2233 replied, puzzled. Besides crying, what else can you do? Jun Jiuxiao found himself at a loss for words. According to our system's age algorithm, I am still a child. And crying is quite normal, 2233 defended itself. A child, you say? A child millions of years old, yet still not appealing, Jun Jiuxiao resignedly explained. He continued, for instance, in your first task, delivering healing medicine to the female lead. No matter how I deliver the medicine or what I do along the way, as long as it reaches her, it suffices, correct? Yes. As long as it is delivered to her hands, that is all that matters, 2233 confirmed. Then this becomes manageable, now it is somewhat interesting. Jun Jiuxiao stroked his chin, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, his eyes glinting with scheming intent. What do you mean by manageable? 2233 questioned, perplexed. Nothing of significance. Come, let us proceed with the task. Jun Jiuxiao thought that remaining idle was tedious, so he might as well seek out the male and female leads for some amusement, though he pondered whether they could withstand his antics. Upon hearing that Jun Jiuxiao was willing to undertake the task, 2233 emitted a joyful electronic sound. Chapter 4. Encountering the female lead. 2233 hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue. Is there something else? No, just take me to find the female lead. I wish to see who she is, Jun Jiuxiao urged, brow furrowed. I still do not know who the female lead is, 2233 stammered, its confidence faltering, resulting in garbled code. Jun Jiuxiao was taken aback, suppressing his irritation. You do not even know who the task subject is? He had suspected 2233's unreliability, but he had not anticipated it to be so utterly incompetent, even failing to recognize the identity of its designated target. Due to the abrupt severance of contact by the main system, I find myself entangled in a slight confusion. However, upon my arrival, I sensed the presence of the female protagonist within the sacred realm of Xianxian. With just a slight proximity, I could locate her. Once I have pinpointed her, I would be able to track her regardless of her whereabouts thereafter. The system, 2233, uttered a final remark in an attempt to assert its utility. Am I to traverse the entirety of the sacred realm? Jun Jiuxiao sighed. Utterly perplexed by his misfortune in encountering such a whimpering and foolish system, and the worst part was that he could not rid himself of it. Well, there's no need to explore every inch. Perhaps a casual stroll might lead me to her, and I could cease the endless wandering. 2233 tentatively offered its perspective. All right then, hand me the healing potion. Jun Jiuxiao endeavored to suppress his irritation. Arguing with a fool was futile. No, the healing potion must be provided by the host. Came 2233's almost inaudible response. What? Not only must I undertake tasks, but I must also supply the necessary items? You truly are a meticulous capitalist, Jun Jiuxiao retorted sarcastically. Host, completing tasks earns you points, which can be exchanged for goods in the marketplace. You stand to gain. Very well. Let me first see what your marketplace has to offer. 2233 promptly unveiled the marketplace interface, adorned with a plethora of goods. Swift Wind Sword Intent, 10,000 points. Qingling Fruit, 5,000 points. Pure Yang Divine Body, 1,000 points. Each item more costly than the last, yet utterly useless to me. What a wretched system. However, this Pure Yang Divine Body piqued my interest. This physique, also known as the Fallen Fairy Body, was something I had always believed to be fictional, yet here it was. A tangible reality. Jun Jiuxiao held no interest in this physique, opting instead to continue scrolling until he finally discovered what he sought. Hot Pot Base, 30 points. Cola, 5 points. Spicy Strips, 3 points. In the realm of cultivation, everything was splendid, save for the culinary offerings, which demanded a taste of ethereal winds and celestial nectar. The cuisine of the cultivation world was truly lacking. It was a bland affair, so tasteless it could evoke the flavor of a bird's droppings. The junk food from Blue Star was far superior. For the sake of such delights, I could begrudgingly undertake a few menial tasks, all for the sake of sustenance. Jun Jiuxiao recalled the conditions 2233 had promised to entice him into completing tasks and, adhering to the principle of seizing a bargain, began to demand his dues. Did you not claim there was a beginner's gift pack? Hand it over. Furthermore, you owe me 100 points. Ensure they are credited to my account. And regarding your first-time purchase discount, I expect in 20 reduction. Make a note of that. Reluctantly, 2,233 transferred 100 points from its account to Jun Jiuxiao's. With a hint of pride, it informed him, "Host, this beginner's gift pack includes a personal space. Items placed within will retain their original state indefinitely. No other system offers such a boon. You truly are fortunate." Jun Jiuxiao was nearing the limits of his patience with 2,233 and disdainfully retorted, "Are your systems all this miserly? I am an emperor. I possess my own domain. What use have I for this personal space? What purpose does it serve? Host, this is the first time the system has encountered an emperor. I have seen other system hosts delight in this beginner's gift pack," came 2,233's pitiful response. Jun Jiuxiao conceded, deciding not to quibble with the fool. "Very well, hand it over. This personal space can be utilized by others, correct?" "Indeed, host, I have sent it to you. Simply click to receive it." Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's willingness to accept the beginner's gift pack, 2233 was instantly uplifted, its voice crackling with excitement. Jun Jiuxiao clicked to receive, and a space the size of a room materialized. It was neither too large nor too small. Without further inspection, he promptly stored it within his domain. He refrained from engaging in further idle chatter with 2233, adjusting his attire before exiting his cave dwelling. Dressed in flowing dark robes of soft, lightweight fabric that danced with the breeze, his long white hair cascaded gracefully over his shoulders, exuding an allure of untamed beauty. Gone was the previous languor. With a smile gracing his lips and a demeanor both amiable and respectful, he embodied the image of a refined gentleman, a benevolent son of the sacred realm. Jun Jiuxiao first made his way to Xianxiaaudiobooks Peak, renowned for its numerous female disciples characterized by their pride, beauty, and icy demeanor, qualities befitting a female protagonist from a novel. Upon reaching the foot of Xianxiaaudiobooks Peak, he inquired of 2,233, "Can you sense the female lead?" The system's response was a flat denial, indicating no information on the female lead was detected. Is it a matter of insufficient proximity? Or is the female lead simply not present on Xianxiaaudiobooks Peak? Jun Jiuxiao probed further. There is no detection of the female lead within Xianxiaaudiobooks Peak, 2,233 reiterated. Since there is no female lead here, let us proceed to other peaks. Jun Jiuxiao traversed every mountain in the sacred realm of Xianxian with 2233, even visiting the peaks where outer sect disciples resided. Yet 2233 still failed to detect the female lead. Jun Jiuxiao began to suspect a malfunction in 2233, questioning, "Are you certain there is no error in your scanning?" "Absolutely no issue, host. Trust me, I am professional," came 2233's assurance. The more 2233 insisted, the more Jun Jiuxiao doubted its reliability, inquiring once more, "Are you certain the female lead truly exists within the sacred realm of Xianxian?" "Indeed, host, trust me. When I first arrived, I sensed the presence of the female lead, back when the main system had not yet severed contact with me, and I was functioning normally." 2233 declared with conviction. "Very well, I will trust you one last time. I shall check the Servant's Peak," Jun Jiuxiao declared, taking flight towards the Servant's Peak. Having traversed half of the Servant's Peak without encountering the female lead, Jun Jiuxiao's suspicions regarding 2233's functionality only deepened. Suddenly, 2233's voice erupted within Jun Jiuxiao's mind. "Host, I have found the female lead." Chapter 5, Showboating, I am professional. Jun Jiuxiao was taken aback by 2233's sudden exclamation, his head throbbing as he sternly commanded, "Silence." Startled, 2233 fell silent, trembling in fear. How could one discern 2233's quaking? The screen had flickered, and the code was in disarray. How could 2233 possibly be functioning well? After a few minutes, Jun Jiuxiao resumed, "Henceforth, your voice in my mind must not exceed 40 decibels. Do you understand decibels?" 2233 timidly admitted ignorance. Yet, it soon emitted sounds of varying pitches, obsequiously inquiring, "Host, which tone do you find most suitable for our conversations?" "The third one will suffice," Jun Jiuxiao decided, selecting a volume of approximately 30 decibels. "Host, I have programmed this setting. My voice will remain at this volume henceforth." "Very well. This feature is somewhat useful. Now, lead me to the female lead." Jun Jiuxiao ceased further idle banter with 2233, directly commanding it to guide him to the female lead. 2233. Taken aback by Jun Jiuxiao's praise, yearned to boast a little more, but upon hearing his command, promptly restrained itself, recognizing the futility of defiance against Jun Jiuxiao. Within Jun Jiuxiao's mind, 2233 directed him, and they soon located the female lead. Host, the one lying on the ground, is the female lead, though 2233's volume remained unchanged. Jun Jiuxiao could feel its excitement bubbling beneath the surface. Jun Jiuxiao observed the woman curled on the ground, her face obscured, her garments soaked in crimson. TSK. It appeared she had endured a severe beating. In such dire straits, perhaps it would be wise to engage the male lead more frequently, allowing her some respite. Jun Jiuxiao silently lamented his own kindness. The female protagonist lay on the ground, blood pooling beneath her, her body marred by numerous sword wounds. Before her stood a group of men, laughing heartily, among them a particularly grotesque figure with protruding teeth, who maliciously taunted, "Ugly woman, this is the consequence of obstructing me. Kneel and call me grandfather a few times, and I might consider sparing you." Upon witnessing the lewd man's appearance, Jun Jiuxiao was taken aback. It was indeed rare to encounter such an unsightly man in the realm of cultivation, leaving him to wonder how such a being could exist. Beauty in this world often stemmed from one's lineage, with only a select few blessed with extraordinary looks. Yet, in the realm of cultivation, where spiritual energy flourished, most individuals were not overly unattractive. Jun Jiuxiao had certainly never encountered someone as hideous as this man, who could be deemed a prodigy of ugliness, a rare breed. The lewd man prodded the female protagonist's face with his sword, feigning disgust, and laughed at his sycophants. What a hideous creature. Perhaps she's a mute too. She's sullied my precious sword. With that, he withdrew his weapon, stepping back as if to rid it of filth. In that moment, as the sword was lifted, Jun Jiuxiao caught sight of the female protagonist's features, delicate and refined, yet marred by a large crimson birthmark that obscured the left side of her face. However, it was clear that with the male protagonist's assistance, this birthmark would eventually be healed, transforming her into a breathtaking beauty, destined to fall desperately in love with him. Lying there, the female protagonist remained motionless and silent, her cold gaze fixated on the lewd man before her. Infuriated by her disregard and disdainful look, the lewd man seethed with rage. "You ugly woman must be tired of living. How dare you look down on me? If I don't make you wish you were dead today, then I'm not Wong." He raised his sword, preparing to stab the helpless woman on the ground. "Are you blind? Can't you see she's already on the ground, unable to rise? How could she kneel before you?" Jun Jiuxiao mused. Recognizing the foolishness of this minor antagonist, did this female protagonist not understand that she should yield in such circumstances? After being beaten so thoroughly, her arrogance seemed deserving of death. As Jun Jiuxiao pondered, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Host, stop dawdling. That man is about to kill the female protagonist. If she dies, our mission will be impossible." The urgency in 2233's tone snapped Jun Jiuxiao back to reality, where he saw the lewd man poised to strike. Should he intervene or not? After some contemplation, he decided that for the sake of hot pot, spicy strips, and malatang, he might as well save her. Suddenly, a scene from an anime he had watched flashed through his mind, where the male protagonist had effortlessly caught a sword between two fingers. Inspired, Jun Jiuxiao dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the female protagonist, and with a calm demeanor, pinched the lewd man's sword between his middle and index fingers, his left hand hidden behind his back. "Do you wield a sword against an unarmed woman? Such a disgrace to the art. Cast it aside. You are unworthy," he declared, then forcefully flung the lewd man away. The man landed on the ground, howling, "Who dares to strike me? Don't you know my brother is the genius disciple Wang Tingfei?" Wang Tingfei? Jun Jiuxiao had never heard that name before. Outer disciples were hardly noteworthy enough to reach his ears. Yet, the name reeked of villainy, indicating that both brothers were likely antagonists. How pitiable. He decided to leave them for the main character, another day of benevolence. "You bastard, you dare to strike me? I'll slaughter your entire family and take your mother and sister as my slaves." The lewd man, propped up by his lackeys, hurled curses at Jun Jiuxiao. As Jun Jiuxiao listened, his smile widened, familiar to those who knew him as a precursor to bloodlust. The lewd man was walking into his own demise. Having recklessly provoked a foe, he could have lived a few more days. But now his entire lineage would thank him for their impending doom, if they were even afforded the opportunity to reunite in the afterlife, as he would soon be utterly obliterated. With a serene smile, Jun Jiuxiao remarked, "What a pity, I'm the only one in my family. However, I do have a master. Feel free to devise your plans for him." The lewd man's face swelled with arrogance, believing the individual before him feared his brother Wang Tingfei. He wobbled with glee, saying condescendingly, "Since you seem somewhat clever, I'll spare you and your master. but I'll take your heads as night pots. The female protagonist, weakly whispering from the ground, urged, "You must leave. This doesn't concern you. Don't get involved. Flee from Xintian's sacred land and find a place to hide to survive." Jun Jiuxiao thought her kindness was admirable, but it made his future actions towards her all the more complicated. Alas, it seemed he would have to act against his conscience, for he had none to begin with. Ignoring her plea, Jun Jiuxiao turned back to the lewd man. "But you cannot defeat me. You'll have to summon your brother." Furrowing his brow, he continued, "Your brother is Wang Tingfei, correct? An outer disciple?" Seeing the lewd man nod proudly, he declared, "Yes, my brother is the genius disciple Wang Tingfei. Afraid now? Kneel and beg me for mercy, and you might retain your life." Now certain of Wang Tingfei's identity, Jun Jiuxiao called into the void, "Old Pooh, please bring him here." Yet, silence reigned in the air, with only a faint ripple of spiritual energy passing through. The outer disciples of the servant peak were too lowly to sense the subtle fluctuations. The lewd man, interpreting Jun Jiuxiao's words as a sign of encountering a significant figure, felt a surge of fear. When no response came from the void, he concluded that Jun Jiuxiao was merely posturing to intimidate him, hoping to delay his attack. Just like that ugly woman said, "I should leave Xintian's sacred land and hide to survive," he thought, his expression shifting from fear to arrogance just as he prepared to speak. Chapter 6. The Holy Sun is truly a paragon of virtue and benevolence. With a loud crash, a humanoid figure was tossed down, and a voice echoed from the void. "Holy Sun, Wang Tingfei has been brought." Jun Jiuxiao merely nodded in acknowledgement. The crowd from the servant peak was startled by the utterance of Holy Sun. While the lewd man's face turned pale, his legs trembling as he stammered, "Holy Sun, you are the Holy Sun." Jun Jiuxiao's smile grew warmer, enveloping those around him in a refreshing aura, and he spoke slowly, "Your brother Wang Tingfei has arrived. I await the two of you to attempt to kill me and to use my and my master's heads as night pots." Wang Tingfei, engrossed in his cultivation, was suddenly seized and thrown into this scene, bewildered as he had been minding his own business within the sacred land, not seeking trouble. Upon hearing the words of the white-haired man in dark robes, he realized that his useless brother Wang Tingyun had provoked a formidable foe. Wang Tingyun, a wastrel only interested in indulgence, would have been long dead if not for their blood ties. Now, having attracted a powerful enemy and dragged him into the mess, Wang Tingfei regretted not having dealt with his brother sooner. Moreover, he had just overheard the strong individual refer to the white-haired man as the Holy Sun. White-haired and robed in dark, it was indeed Jun Jiuxiao, the Holy Sun. Wang Tingfei was seized by fear and, with all his might, delivered a resounding slap across Wang Tingyun's face. The force of the blow sent Wang Tingyun hurtling through the air, and by the time he landed, his visage was grotesquely marred, blood pouring from his mouth. After striking his brother, Wang Tingfei fell to his knees with a thud, bowing his head in supplication, begging the esteemed son to forgive him. "Although this child is my brother, our bond is not close. I hereby represent the Wang family in expelling him from our clan. He is no longer associated with us. The Wang family is willing to serve the son, to be as slaves or servants, without any complaint. I implore you, gracious son, spare the Wang family." With that, he bowed deeply once more. Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Wang Tingyun continued to cough up blood, and upon hearing Wang Tingfei's words, he fainted. A few sycophants who had followed Wang Tingyun were also kneeling and begging for mercy. Jun Jiuxiao chuckled softly. "There's no need to be so anxious, it's not a grave matter. And you lot, rise and speak." He then addressed the void, "Old Pooh, tend to the injuries of that outer disciple from the Wang family, and also awaken the one who has fainted." A voice echoed, "Understood." A surge of spiritual energy flowed toward the kneeling Wang Tingfei, who, still on his knees, expressed his gratitude to Jun Jiuxiao with fervent bows. Old Pooh, unbeknownst to him, worked his magic, and Wang Tingyun soon regained consciousness. He then began to wail pitifully on the ground, pleading for the sun's mercy. "Please, treat me as a mere insect, and let me go. I am a fool who does not recognize greatness. I beseech you to spare me." As he bowed his head and crawled closer, Jun Jiuxiao formed a barrier of spiritual energy to prevent him from advancing. His appearance was already unattractive, and with tears and snot streaming down his face, he was utterly repulsive. Jun Jiuxiao thought it best not to allow such a grotesque creature to approach him. "You may insult me, and I can overlook it, but it is utterly unacceptable to insult my master. My master is the sovereign of the Holy Land, and your disrespect toward him violates the rules of our sect, meriting punishment. Old Pooh, take him to the law hall." Wang Tingyun's expression brightened slightly. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope at the law hall. "Yes," Old Pooh replied, leading the pitiful Wang Tingyun away like a defeated dog. Jun Jiuxiao maintained a composed smile, his demeanor carefree, as if nothing had transpired. As for the remaining sycophants, he would summon someone later to extinguish their entire lineage. For now, completing the task at hand was paramount. The Wang family expressed their gratitude for the son's leniency, and Wang Tengfei sighed in relief. The rumors were indeed true. The son of Jiuxiao was gracious, a paragon of virtue and mercy. Jun Jiuxiao cast not a single glance at Wang Tengfei, deeming him a mere lifeless entity, unworthy of his attention. He bent to assist the female protagonist who had fallen to the ground, only to discover that her cultivation was merely at the qi gathering stage, which left him in a state of distress. His healing elixirs were far too potent, with even the weakest capable of overwhelming her. As for why Jun Jiuxiao did not use his spiritual energy to heal her, it was because he had already consulted 2,233, who insisted that a healing potion was required to complete the task, and that spiritual energy healing did not count. Jun Jiuxiao kindly addressed the surrounding disciples. Does anyone possess a healing elixir that can mend her wounds? I shall borrow it. Upon hearing this, a slender servant disciple promptly bent down, raising a pill above his head with both hands. Esteemed son, this is a blood coagulation pill. It can heal her injuries. It is a great fortune for me that my pill may be used by the son. In his mind, Jun Jiuxiao inquired of 2,233. If I take this servant disciple's pill to give to the female protagonist, will it count as completing the task? Host, that counts as completing the task, 2233 replied, its voice tinged with excitement, as it anticipated the completion of the first mission. Jun Jiuxiao used his spiritual energy to seize the elixir from the servant disciple's hand and instructed the female protagonist, open your mouth. The female protagonist was bewildered as to why Jun Jiuxiao would save her and offer her a healing elixir, yet she complied and opened her mouth, knowing that if she did not heal, she would perish. She needed to survive. She had to return and exact vengeance upon the Ji family. Jun Jiuxiao placed the elixir into her mouth, watching as her injuries gradually began to heal. He then turned his attention away from her. For 2233 was already celebrating in his mind, throwing confetti and dancing with joy. Congratulations, host, for completing your first task. The reward has been credited. Jun Jiuxiao noted with satisfaction that his points had increased from 100 to 200. Excellent. A hot pot meal accompanied by cola awaited him upon his return. Jun Jiuxiao glanced at the servant disciple who had offered the elixir and inquired with a friendly tone, what is your name? The disciple bowed deeply, respectfully greeting Jun Jiuxiao. I am Zhang Feng, at your service, esteemed son. You are quite commendable. I see you have practiced the clear wind sword technique. Upon hearing this compliment from Jun Jiuxiao, Zhang Feng trembled with excitement, maintaining his respectful posture. I am unworthy of such praise from the esteemed son. I have indeed practiced the clear wind sword technique, but my aptitude is lacking, and I have yet to grasp the fundamentals. Jun Jiuxiao extended his hand towards Zhang Feng and said, open your mind and truly experience it. I too once practiced the clear wind sword technique. Allow me to share some of my insights. Zhang Feng ceased speaking. Such an opportunity was rare, and he must seize it. The onlookers regarded Zhang Feng with a myriad of emotions: envy, admiration, regret. Moments later, Zhang Feng knelt before Jun Jiuxiao, bowing deeply in gratitude for the son's life-changing grace. Jun Jiuxiao smiled. There is no need for thanks. This is your reward. Cultivate well, and when you enter the inner sect, seek me out. We are destined to meet, and I will impart to you a new sword technique inspired by my experiences with the clear wind sword technique. Zhang Feng was overwhelmed with gratitude, repeatedly bowing his head to express his thanks. The onlookers were left with nothing but envy for Zhang Feng. The words spoken by the son ensured that he was now under the sun's protection. Such fortune from a single elixir was indeed extraordinary. Those present who had healing elixirs lamented their missed opportunity, regretting why they had not been the first to present their offerings to the son, for then such a chance would have been theirs. Chapter 7. The female protagonist's development plan. At this moment, the female protagonist's injuries were nearly healed. She looked at Jun Jiuxiao with confusion, asking, why did you save me and give me a healing elixir? Jun Jiuxiao did not respond directly, but instead turned to the assembly. Does anyone know why she was beaten to the ground? Zhang Feng was quick to respond, esteemed son. It was Wang Tingyun who, upon seeing her right profile, was overcome by lustful intentions. However, upon viewing her full face, he was filled with disgust and rage, seeking to vent his anger by wounding her with his sword. The bystanders were all fearful of him and did not dare intervene. Wang Tengfei, hearing this, immediately stood, exclaiming, esteemed son, I had no knowledge that Wang Tingyun, relying on my influence in the outer sect, would act so wantonly. It was my oversight. Now that Wang Tingyun and I are no longer related, I implore the son for leniency. Jun Jiuxiao found Wang Tengfei to be a true fool, utterly lacking in perception. Daring to stand before him and speak with such disrespect, even referring to himself as a disciple. What right did an outer disciple have to that title? Jun Jiuxiao could not be bothered to waste words on someone so close to death. With a serious, yet somewhat amiable demeanor, he addressed the crowd. Wang Tingyun will be punished. My Xiantian Holy Land will not tolerate those who bully others through their connections. Turning to the female protagonist, he continued. As the son of Xiantian Holy Land, I must uphold justice for all. This is why I saved you and bestowed upon you the healing elixir. The female protagonist gazed at Jun Jiuxiao in disbelief, trying to discern if he was lying. Yet his Oscar-worthy acting left her unable to find any clues of deceit. The servant disciples surrounding them could only look upon Jun Jiuxiao with admiration, acknowledging that he truly embodied the virtues spoken of in legends, graceful, benevolent, and righteous. For the disciples of Xiantian Holy Land, having Jun Jiuxiao as their son was indeed a blessing. As Jun Jiuxiao basked in the praises and adoration of those around him, his smile grew increasingly warm and inviting. 2233 found the sight of Jun Jiuxiao rather surreal. The host it perceived was not like this at all. With a small system and a plethora of questions, 2233 pondered for a moment, but decided to focus on the task at hand. Cautiously, it conveyed to Jun Jiuxiao. I have successfully scanned all the information regarding the female lead. Would you like to review it? Let us take a look, Jun Jiuxiao replied, fully aware that understanding both allies and adversaries is paramount for victory. After perusing the details of the female lead, Jun Jiuxiao could only utter a single word, tragic. The female lead's mother was a scarred maidservant. A mishap during the Ji family head's cultivation led to an accidental encounter with her mother, resulting in the birth of the female lead. The Ji family head viewed both mother and daughter as a disgrace. Upon the female lead's birth, she was not even given a name. It was a distant uncle of the Ji family who, moved by their plight, bestowed the name Ji Lanqing upon her. Ji Lanqing's mother passed away when she was merely 3 years old, with no grave to mark her passing, as her body was discarded to feed wild dogs. At the age of 7, she discovered her innate spiritual bone, only to have it taken for the head maid's son. By 9, it became apparent that her blood possessed the ability to serve as a conduit for fire, leading to her blood being drawn to substitute for the head maid's daughter. At 12, her fire spiritual body was forcibly implanted into that same daughter, who was nurtured to cultivate the fire spiritual body by a medicinal practitioner. Since Ji Lanqing was 9, a maidservant whom she regarded as a second mother had been assigned to watch over her. Yet this maid was merely a pawn sent to ensure Ji Lanqing's emotional ties kept her from seeking death. The maid had never shown genuine affection, often deriding Ji Lanqing in secret, calling her foolish and ugly, and feigning concern only to mask her disdain. Such a tragic existence. Jun Jiuxiao felt compelled to inscribe the word tragedy upon Ji Lanqing's forehead. After absorbing the details of her lamentable fate, Jun Jiuxiao continued to read on, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. How extraordinary, he thought, relieved that only 2,233 could hear him. This female lead was remarkably resilient. Indeed, the more tragic the protagonist, the more formidable they tended to become, as their sufferings often correlated with their future achievements. To his astonishment, Ji Lanqing possessed the innate red lotus karma fire, which explained her ability to cultivate the fire spiritual body and her natural spiritual bone. The red lotus karma fire, alongside the true samadhi fire and the south mingli fire, was considered one of the 3 great heavenly fires. The true samadhi fire had long been suppressed by the heavenly laws, relegated to mere alchemical use, while the south mingli fire, belonging to the Phoenix clan, was now extinct, the remaining members hiding in fear of divine retribution. The red lotus karma fire, reputed to incinerate all, had vanished for millions of years, only to resurface within Ji Lanqing. Jun Jiuxiao pondered the flavors of meat grilled with this red lotus karma fire and felt a sudden spark of inspiration. What if I were to rescue the female lead, teach her to cultivate, provide her with resources, and assist her in seeking vengeance? If I were to win her heart and become her unattainable white moonlight, then venture into the secret realms to procure the elixirs she needs for her breakthroughs, only to be slain by the male lead in our quest for those same resources, could they still find their way together? After all, a white moonlight that has perished is the most cherished, with the destined male lead on one side and the white moonlight who died for her on the other. How would Ji Lanqing choose? Jun Jiuxiao was genuinely intrigued. Perhaps he should put it to the test. After all, the male lead would not be able to eliminate him. He could simply feign death. If that meant the male and female leads could unite, he would gladly eliminate them both, retreating to the underworld to revel in their eternal romance. What a benevolent soul I am, he mused, with no desire to see them parted. As he continued to ponder, 2233's timid voice broke through. Host, what brings you such joy? The female lead is expressing her gratitude. Why not respond and establish a good rapport for future tasks? Indeed, I must foster a connection with her. Jun Jiuxiao nodded in agreement with 2233. Observing Ji Lanqing as she bent to express her thanks, he reached out to assist her. There is no need for gratitude. I have merely acted as a saint should. The Xiantian sacred land is my home, and I bear the responsibility to protect it. With a gentle expression, he inquired, I sense a bond between us, and I find myself in need of a maidservant in my cave abode. Would you care to join me? Ji Lanqing, reflecting on her own disheveled appearance, thought it impossible for him to be attracted to her beauty. With her spiritual bone and body taken, she was rendered a shell of her former self, lacking the qualifications even to serve as a furnace cauldron. What could she possibly offer that would warrant such interest? I shall see what his intentions are. After all, I have nothing to lose. Thank you, Saint. I would be honored to serve as your maid. Very well, then, follow me, Jun Jiuxiao said, personally leading Ji Lanqing to his cave dwelling. Chapter 8. The Annihilation of Souls and the Nine Clans' Displeasure. Once Jun Jiuxiao had departed with Ji Lanqing, discussions ignited among the onlookers. That female servant is truly fortunate to have caught the eye of the saint and been taken to his cave. The saint resided atop the Xiantian peak, the area of the Xiantian sacred land imbued with the most potent spiritual energy, allowing for cultivation at least tenfold faster than on the servant's peak. Do you think the saint has taken a liking to her? One queried, only to be met with rebuttals. With such a noticeable birthmark on her face, do you truly believe he would? If the saint desired a woman, he could have any number flocking to the sacred land. Why would he settle for such an unattractive one? Several female disciples echoed in unison, asserting, the saint likely does not find her appealing. He must have taken her in out of pity. His kindness is truly remarkable. Thus, Jun Jiuxiao further enhanced his persona, successfully garnering a throng of admirers. Upon returning to Xiantian Peak, Jun Jiuxiao selected a cave adjacent to his residence for Ji Lanqing to inhabit, instructing her to tidy herself and bathe before their next meeting. Meanwhile, he returned to his own cave to delve deeper into Ji Lanqing's background, for to become her white moonlight, a comprehensive understanding of her was essential. It became clear that the red birthmark on her face was a remnant of the red lotus karma fire, which she had yet to fully master. Why is there no record of how she escaped? Jun Jiuxiao questioned 2233. In response, 2233's code flickered before promptly answering, Host, I have uploaded the information. You may view it now. Upon opening the document, he discovered that Ji Lanqing had cunningly exploited the head-maid's daughter's desire to humiliate her, luring her into a trap to escape. Seizing the opportunity when it was just the two of them, she had slain the maid who had cared for her and made her daring escape just in time to seize the Xiantian sacred land's recruitment of disciples. With qualifications deemed nearly non-existent, she had ascended the heavenly ladder through sheer determination, earning her place as a servant disciple in the sacred land. The Xiantian sacred land had established a rule that anyone who could ascend the heavenly ladder would be granted the status of a servant disciple, providing a path for those with poor qualifications. Endurance was also a form of cultivation talent. Those with great perseverance had the potential to become formidable. Thus, the sacred land upheld this principle. Most who succeeded in climbing the ladder were physically adept, and Ji Lanqing, frail as she was, must have endured tremendous suffering to reach the summit. This female lead was indeed formidable. She exhibited ruthless tenacity towards others as well as herself, and her wariness made her a challenging individual to approach. Patience is key. I must first lower her defenses, Jun Jiuxiao planned inwardly while continuing to read on. The Ji family was a branch of the 3 sects and 4 families, and eliminating a head of a side branch would render the Ji family reluctant to pursue him. Should they come after him, he would ensure a family reunion of sorts. After all, a family should remain intact. With a clearer strategy regarding the female lead, it was time to address those who had been foolish today. Jun Jiuxiao contemplated summoning Old Pooh to handle the matter, but upon reflection, he softened at the thought of the elder's age and opted instead to send Lao Jiao. He used a communication jade to convey his orders. Lao Jiao, today some audacious individuals have provoked me. Ensure they are sent off to their 9 clans. And take that person from the law enforcement hall with you. I do not wish for him to meet a swift end. A reply came through the jade. As you command. Lao Jiao was known for his ruthless efficiency, and Jun Jiuxiao felt reassured. Jun Jiuxiao adhered to the principle of silencing witnesses, obliterating evidence, and leaving no trace behind, even to the extent of exterminating every ant within his abode. After all, in the realm of cultivation, anything is possible, and one must not leave behind any potential threats. The protagonists often rise to prominence not solely due to the favor of the heavenly Tao, but also because many cannon fodder fail to exercise sufficient caution, lacking the ferocity and prudence needed in their pursuits. Sending a cultivator at the qi consolidation stage to eliminate one at the blood transformation stage would amount to sheer folly, a mistake Jun Jiuxiao would never commit. Old Pu had been assigned to him by Jun Wuqing as his protector, a late-stage venerable who had long since yielded his loyalty to Jun Jiuxiao. With Jun Jiuxiao's assistance, he had even approached the threshold of the Saint King realm. Lao Jiu, on the other hand, was someone Jun Jiuxiao had saved during an outing. At that time, Lao Jiu was being hunted. And though Jun Jiuxiao typically refrained from meddling in others' affairs, he had no choice but to intervene when those pursuing Lao Jiu attempted to eliminate him as well, forcing Jun Jiuxiao into a defensive stance. To avoid retaliation from their clan, he had to eradicate the entire lineage of those assailants. Looking back, he realized he had been too merciful, merely killing them without ensuring their souls were utterly extinguished. He needed to reflect on his actions. His caution had proven inadequate. What if their souls were reborn and sought vengeance? Lao Jiu had lost his entire family to that clan due to a particular technique, and Jun Jiuxiao had avenged him. In gratitude, Lao Jiu offered to dedicate his technique to Jun Jiuxiao, but the latter found it lacking. Lao Jiu then insisted that since Jun Jiuxiao had avenged him, his life belonged to Jun Jiuxiao, and he was willing to accept a slave mark, pledging eternal loyalty. Seeing potential in Lao Jiu, who possessed both talent and a ruthless disposition, Jun Jiuxiao decided to mark him. The slave mark, imprinted upon the soul, required the subject's willing consent for it to take hold. Even a hint of reluctance would render it ineffective. Moreover, the mark was indelible, should the marked individual perish. So too would the one who had imprinted it. Jun Jiuxiao bestowed upon Lao Jiu superior techniques and abundant resources, and now Lao Jiu had reached the slaughtering realm, easily capable of dealing with the Wang family. After issuing his instructions to Lao Jiu, Jun Jiuxiao felt a twinge of unease. What if the Wang family harbored hidden strength? It was prudent to remain cautious. He instructed Old Pu to assist Lao Jiu and convey a message. He did not wish to attract suspicion for the actions taken. Maintaining a pristine, virtuous image as the Holy Son was paramount. A good reputation would facilitate his dealings, ensuring that any misdeeds would not trace back to him. Understood. Old Pu replied before hastening to find Lao Jiu. Though he was sent by the Holy Master to protect the Holy Son, the dynamics of their relationship were not so clear-cut. It was only when he truly became a trusted aide of the Holy Son that he realized the vast difference in their realms. He could not fathom the Holy Son's depth. His own ability to approach the Saint King realm was largely due to the Holy Son's guidance. All he needed to do was execute the Holy Son's orders, leaving everything else beyond his concern. After Jun Jiuxiao departed, Wang Tengfei hurried back to his family, eager to report the day's events. The fate of the useless Wang Tingyun was of little consequence. What mattered was appeasing the Holy Son, as this could potentially elevate the Wang family to great heights. Wang Tengfei envisioned a bright future, oblivious to the fate that awaited him, complete annihilation of his soul and the eradication of his entire clan. Chapter 9. Jun Jiuxiao's PUA System 2233. Having settled a vendetta, Jun Jiuxiao's spirits lifted. He pondered how to extract some benefits from the 2233 system, though he recognized that the rewards might not directly serve his interests. Yet, if he didn't seize the opportunity, it would feel like a loss. An idea struck him, the feasibility of which he would soon test. He promptly called out, "Is 2233 there?" 2233, elated by Jun Jiuxiao's successful completion of his first task, felt one step closer to promotion and prosperity. Suddenly, it felt a chill, causing it to shudder, and its code momentarily faltered. Upon hearing its host's call, 2233 quickly responded in its mechanical voice, "I am always here. Are there any tasks available for delivering resources and techniques to the female lead?" "Show me," Jun Jiuxiao inquired. Although 2233 was puzzled by Jun Jiuxiao's intentions, it was more than willing to accommodate his eagerness for tasks. "Host, I have compiled all the tasks related to delivering resources and techniques for the female lead. You may review them now." Jun Jiuxiao scrutinized the tasks and identified two that could be advantageous. Task: deliver a spirit herb that enhances qualifications to the female lead, 10,000 points. Task: deliver a Saint King level technique to the female lead, 100,000 points. He promptly declared, "I accept these two tasks. Let us proceed." As for the Saint King level technique, Jun Jiuxiao already possessed a suitable one for the female lead, 9 Heavens Burning Technique. The cultivation of this technique would yield remarkable results. Regarding the spirit herb to enhance qualifications, given the female lead's subpar aptitude, he could easily select one that would suffice. Noting the high point values, he surmised these were later stage tasks, likely requiring rare spirit herbs. While he had many, he was unwilling to part with them for free. "Host, these are later stage tasks. Is it permissible to undertake them now?" 2233's tone was uncertain. "Why not? Regardless, it's all about completing tasks. Whether early or late, it remains the same." Jun Jiuxiao began to PUA 2233. "However, I have never encountered such a method of task completion. 2233 countered hesitantly. Jun Jiuxiao pressed on with his reasoning. Does your system have any regulations against completing later tasks first? 2233 honestly replied, no. Then, if there are no restrictions, it must be permissible, Jun Jiuxiao asserted. Sensing 2233's wavering resolve, realizing he had made an impact, he further encouraged, if others do not follow this approach, then by doing so, aren't you accomplishing more tasks? Wouldn't that expedite your progress, allowing you to complete tasks more swiftly and achieve promotion? And what of your little Chui? If you diligently complete tasks, by the time you return, she may have already borne 3 children for someone else. Jun Jiuxiao's final statement struck a nerve with 2233, who recognized the validity of his point. Completing the tasks ahead of time was merely a matter of efficiency. There were no rules forbidding such behavior. Without hesitation, 2233 issued the tasks. Task: deliver a spirit herb that enhances qualifications to the female lead, 10,000 points. Task: deliver a Saint King level technique to the female lead, 100,000 points. Observing how easily he had manipulated 2233, Jun Jiuxiao felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed he would need to continue this charade in the future. Soon enough, it would become second nature. As 2233 fantasized about promotions and winning over Xiao Chui, Jun Jiuxiao contemplated which spirit herb to give Ji Lanqing, deliberating that anything too potent would be beyond her capacity, while anything too inferior was simply unavailable. It was indeed a vexing dilemma. At this moment, he recalled the earth spirit essence he had previously utilized during his cultivation in the lower realm, realizing that a few precious drops remained, which would be perfect for Ji Lanqing. The earth spirit essence is a liquid formed from the condensation of celestial and earthly spiritual energies, essentially the essence of these energies. While others could use it to break through their realms, Ji Lanqing could employ it to mend her hidden injuries. Although the surface foundation of Ji Lanqing had been entirely destroyed, the true foundation of the red lotus flame remained unscathed, merely lacking the nourishment of celestial and earthly spiritual energy, causing it to lie dormant. Both Ji Lanqing's fire spirit body and spirit bone were the result of the red lotus flame sacrificing its own energy to lay the groundwork for her. Unfortunately, it had been thwarted, and the red lotus flame could not receive the spiritual energy it required for nurturing, thus remaining in silence to accumulate energy. Once the red lotus flame absorbed the earth's spirit essence, it could gradually awaken and subsequently restore the protagonist's foundation. Jun Jiuxiao, fearing that this would not fulfill his mission, inquired meticulously with 2233. Upon receiving 2233's affirmative answer that this indeed counted as completing the task, Jun Jiuxiao felt relieved and retrieved the earth's spirit essence from his storage ring, preparing to present it along with the cultivation method to Ji Lanqing. The items within his storage ring consisted of inconsequential resources that he deemed beneath him. To use the Emperor's domain for such trivialities was utterly lacking in dignity, a sheer waste. Having selected the spiritual medicine, he resolved to deliver it directly to Ji Lanqing. Chapter 10. He couldn't possibly be so desperate as to find someone like me appealing. Upon arriving at Ji Lanqing's cave, he found that, since she had just moved in and had yet to set up any formations or prohibitions, there were no barriers to impede his entry. Thus, he stepped inside, only to be met with the startling sight of the bare Ji Lanqing. With a shriek, Ji Lanqing quickly covered herself, prompting Jun Jiuxiao to retreat hastily. Even after exiting the cave, the image of Ji Lanqing's alluring figure lingered in his mind, causing him to recite a calming mantra to suppress his wandering thoughts. He then pondered whether this might be considered as him being unfaithful to the male lead. Before he could delve further into this troubling thought, he remembered that 2233 was still in his mind. It couldn't he have witnessed that scene, could it? For reasons unknown, he felt averse to the idea of 2233 seeing Ji Lanqing in such a vulnerable state. With a hint of displeasure, he asked 2233 if it had seen anything. 2233, confused, responded, "Seen what? What were you doing just now?" Jun Jiuxiao realized that 2233 seemed unaware of the earlier incident. "I was checking which tasks could be completed ahead of time, intending to tackle them first. I didn't pay attention to what was happening outside," 2233 replied earnestly. Jun Jiuxiao felt an involuntary sigh of relief and instructed 2233 to continue monitoring without peeking outside. "Host, when you do not require my oversight, you can choose to block my external observations. It is entirely within your control," 2233 cheerfully explained its functions. Clearly pleased that Jun Jiuxiao now recognized its utility and no longer viewed it as a useless system, Jun Jiuxiao quickly grasped how to utilize this feature and activated the block. Moments before, when Jun Jiuxiao had barged in, Ji Lanqing had blushed, covering herself in confusion, unsure whether to shield her top or bottom, rendered momentarily speechless. Only after Jun Jiuxiao had exited did she slowly don her clothing, thinking to herself, could he really be so desperate as to find someone like her appealing? Once she composed herself, Ji Lanqing decided to confront Jun Jiuxiao, regardless of his intentions. She felt powerless to resist and resolved to face him openly. Just as Jun Jiuxiao had blocked 2233, he witnessed Ji Lanqing emerge from the cave, now fully dressed. Approaching him, without affording her a moment to speak, he handed her the Earth Spirit Essence, stating, "This is the Earth Spirit Essence. It can restore your foundation. You may only absorb 1 drop each day, no more." He then produced a jade slip, declaring, "This is a fire attribute cultivation method called the 9 Heavens Burning Technique, perfectly suited for your practice." As Ji Lanqing stood there, momentarily stunned by the Earth Spirit Essence and the cultivation method he had bestowed upon her, Jun Jiuxiao turned and departed without lingering. After he had completely vanished, his voice echoed back to Ji Lanqing, explaining that he had come to deliver the cultivation method and spiritual liquid, not to offend her intentionally, and sincerely apologized. "First restore your foundation, then cultivate the method. Do not rush." Ji Lanqing remained stationary for an extended period, perplexed as to why Jun Jiuxiao had saved her, made her a servant, and provided her with a cultivation method and elixir. What could he possibly desire? With a self-deprecating chuckle, she mused that as a mere failure. What could she offer that would attract someone like him, a scion of the sacred land? She placed the cultivation method and Earth Spirit Essence into her storage pouch, a low-tier storage bag issued to every miscellaneous disciple of the Xianxian sacred land. Despite accepting Jun Jiuxiao's gifts, Ji Lanqing still harbored reservations about him. Her experiences had taught her to be wary of others. A moment of misplaced trust could cost her life. She must survive to return and exact revenge on Ji Lingtian, Ji Yueshi, and all those from Ji Lingtian's lineage. She touched her face, reflecting on how someone like her could dare to covet the affection of others, and resolutely turned back into the cave. After swallowing a drop of Earth Spirit Essence, Ji Lanqing felt a warmth spread through her body. As the withered meridians began to pulse with spiritual energy, her eyes brightened. This truly worked. She could cultivate again. However, she remembered Jun Jiuxiao's words and refrained from consuming more of the Earth Spirit Essence, instead focusing on slowly refining the single drop she had ingested. She then took out the cultivation method he had given her to examine. Upon seeing the method, Ji Lanqing was astonished. It was a celestial king-level technique. Such a technique was beyond the reach of even her father, only accessible to the most prodigious talents among the direct descendants of the Ji family. What could Jun Jiuxiao possibly want from her? His kindness baffled her, and she chose to dismiss the thought. As she scrutinized the 9 Heavens Burning Technique, she found it remarkably suitable for her. Yet, she did not rush into cultivation. Instead, she planned to restore her foundation first. Knowing that haste could be detrimental, Ji Lanqing meticulously studied the 9 Heavens Burning Technique. Meanwhile, Jun Jiuxiao had not truly departed. He lingered until he saw Ji Lanqing return to her cave before leaving. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Jun Jiuxiao calculated that the first step had been somewhat accomplished, but he needed to be increasingly cautious. Ji Lanqing was astute and deeply suspicious, and he could not afford to act prematurely. This Ji Lanqing was excessively vigilant, unlikely to easily entrust her trust and sincerity to others, likely a consequence of her past experiences. The path to becoming her guiding light was still long and arduous. However, therein lay the intrigue, did it not? It was far too simple to be a naive and trusting guiding light. There was no challenge in that. Ji Lanqing's suspicious nature presented a far more engaging challenge, and he hoped she could inject some excitement into his otherwise mundane existence. Whether this amusement would materialize remained uncertain, but the points he accrued were undoubtedly substantial. Chapter 11. The Unruly Mentor and Disciple. Upon returning to his own cave, Jun Jiuxiao lifted the block on 2233. The mechanical voice of 2233 resonated, congratulating the host on successfully delivering the celestial king-level cultivation method and the enhancing spiritual medicine to the heroine, awarding him a total of 110,000 task points. With a mere glance at his points now totaling 110,200, he promptly headed to the marketplace to purchase hot pot ingredients, an assortment of meats and vegetables. He had little desire to gather ingredients himself. With such a bounty of points, he opted for direct exchange. Beef, lamb, shrimp. He bought everything he fancied, even treating himself to a bottle of cola, which he chilled with his spiritual energy. A total of 256 points were spent, and Jun Jiuxiao persuaded 2233 to waive the odd points. After applying a further discount of 20, he ultimately spent only 200 points. As Jun Jiuxiao savored the hot pot, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. It was sheer bliss. After a century in the realm of cultivation, he had finally tasted such exquisite food. Jun Jiuxiao refrained from using spiritual power to refine the ingredients. Instead, he quietly relished the fullness that the hot pot provided while pondering other matters. Days passed without Jun Jiuxiao seeking out Ji Lanqing, as if he had forgotten her entirely. To deal with someone as suspicious as Ji Lanqing, one must not take the initiative. Doing so would place him at a disadvantage. Jun Jiuxiao awaited her to approach him first. However, instead of Ji Lanqing, it was Elder Pu and Old Jiu who returned. They came back to report that the Wang family and the disciples from the miscellaneous peak had been thoroughly dealt with. Old Jiu had cleverly orchestrated the assassination of the Wang family members by the cultists, inciting chaos and striking them down secretly, ensuring that not a single member of the Wang family was left alive. As for the disciples from the miscellaneous peak, they were even easier to eliminate. Lacking any significant background, their numbers were as plentiful as cattle, and the death of one or two would go unnoticed. Their families were similarly inconsequential. If they had connections, they would not be mere disciples of the miscellaneous peak. After hearing Elder Pu and Old Jiu's report, Jun Jiuxiao dismissed them. He then left his cave dwelling to pay a visit to his master, Jun Wuqing. Earlier that morning, Jun Wuqing had sent a message summoning Jun Jiuxiao. And after much contemplation, Jun Jiuxiao could not fathom the reason for this summons, so he decided to stop speculating. If there were anyone in this world to whom Jun Jiuxiao could entrust his back, it would undoubtedly be his master, Jun Wuqing, an orphan without a name. It was Jun Wuqing who gave him the surname Jun and named him Jun Jiuxiao, which means the Lord who stabilizes the heavens. In the early stages of his cultivation, Jun Jiuxiao was taught meticulously by Jun Wuqing himself. For a master at the Immortal King level to instruct a novice like Jun Jiuxiao was indeed an overqualified endeavor. Any outer sect elder could have sufficed. Yet, Jun Wuqing insisted, Jiuxiao is my disciple. I must take responsibility for him, and thus he taught Jun Jiuxiao with great care. It was during this process that Jun Wuqing first realized Jun Jiuxiao possessed a ruthless heart, capable of extinguishing entire clans. He remained silent, leading Jun Jiuxiao to believe he had disappointed his master. However, Jun Wuqing took Jun Jiuxiao to confront someone, executing the person himself and then advising Jun Jiuxiao to proceed with caution, for this was merely a loose end. However, even with such loose ends, there was no need for fear. You are my disciple. Jun Wuqing will protect you. Jun Wuqing was not only Jun Jiuxiao's master, but also the father figure in his heart. Their bond had long transcended the typical master-disciple relationship, surpassing even that of father and son. Jun Jiuxiao refrained from disclosing his true cultivation level to Jun Wuqing, fearing that his master might boast about him, stating, "My disciple Jiuxiao possesses the potential of a great emperor," thereby placing himself on a path of servitude. As time passed, Jun Jiuxiao's level surpassed that of Jun Wuqing, making it even more imperative that he keep this information from his master, as he wished to spare him any feelings of inadequacy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jun Wuqing's cave, the array's restrictions automatically opened. Jun Jiuxiao stepped inside with measured grace. "I pay my respects to my master," he said. Bowing deeply, Jun Wuqing, in a tone filled with fondness, remarked, "Jiuxiao, are you still trying to hide from me? You can pretend outside, but with just us two. Why the pretense?" Jun Jiuxiao, shedding his earlier seriousness, languidly took a seat and asked, "Master, what is the purpose of your summons?" Jun Wuqing had nothing that could not be discussed with Jun Jiuxiao, so he directly inquired, "I heard you have taken a female disciple from the miscellaneous peak as a maid. Is that true?" "Yes, I have taken one," Jun Jiuxiao confirmed. Jun Wuqing, intrigued, teased, "Are you yearning for female companionship? I could have Xianxian Peak send you several beautiful female disciples. What type do you prefer?" Jun Jiuxiao bluntly rejected his master's proposition, stating, "That maid is useful to me. Please refrain from constantly seeking to matchmake me with women. Perhaps you should first consider finding yourself a wife." A straightforward refusal was necessary. Otherwise, Jun Wuqing might assume his disciple was simply shy, potentially sending women to his cave the following day. A peculiar emotion flickered in Jun Wuqing's eyes as he waved his hand. "At my age, I am but an old man. I no longer engage in the youthful pursuits of love." Seeing Jun Wuqing's demeanor, Jun Jiuxiao chose not to press further. He was aware that his master had a beloved, but due to a misunderstanding, they could not be together. The specifics of who she was and what the misunderstanding entailed remained a mystery to Jun Jiuxiao, as his master had never disclosed such details. Nevertheless, Jun Wuqing's claim of being an old man was a mere jest, although he was nearing 2,000 years old. His extraordinary cultivation talent had long preserved his youthful appearance, and he still resembled a handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. In a month, our affiliated sects will send a batch of disciples to join the outer sect. You should assist in overseeing this, as the holy son of Xiantian. It is time for you to make an appearance. Otherwise, others may forget you. Jun Wuqing's tone grew increasingly stern as he concluded. Jun Jiuxiao contemplated the matter and realized he had nothing pressing to attend to, so he agreed. All right, I will be there. Observing Jun Wuqing closely, he noted that his master had nearly touched the threshold of the mid-immortal king stage. Initially, Jun Jiuxiao had intended to covertly aid Jun Wuqing in breaking through to that level, but now that his master was on the verge of achieving it himself, there was no need for him to intervene. After inquiring about Jun Jiuxiao's cultivation progress and finding no issues, Jun Wuqing dismissed him. Just as Jun Jiuxiao reached the door, he heard Jun Wuqing say, Jiuxiao, do you truly not desire a woman? I could have Xianxian Peak send their senior sister to you. I've heard she is quite beautiful. Jun Jiuxiao paused, turning serious as he replied, I do not need one. I have made it clear that the maid is of great use to me. My focus is solely on cultivation, with no interest in other matters. Jun Wuqing shook his head in regret, realizing this disciple truly had no desire for women. Jiuxiao, you are admirable in many ways, but you are too cold-hearted. Fixated only on cultivation. Chapter 12. You are mine. I will shield you from all. Upon returning to his cave, Jun Jiuxiao reflected on his master's words regarding the minor matter of the affiliated sect disciples entering the outer sect. There was no need for him, the Holy Son, to intervene personally. His master likely had other motives, leading Jun Jiuxiao to pace thoughtfully. It appeared that certain individuals within the sacred land were beginning to feel restless. If that were the case, it was time for him, the Holy Son of Xiantian, to assert his authority. After a brief period of contemplation, he instructed Elder Pu, inquire about the recent activities of the several prospective Holy Sons, who among them has been particularly active. He continued, also, please deliver these jars of spirit wine to my master. I neglected to bring them when I visited earlier. As you command, Elder Pu responded, dutifully executing Jun Jiuxiao's orders. Jun Jiuxiao then used a communication jade to instruct Old Jiu, investigate whether any of the disciples sent from the affiliated sects have particularly tragic backgrounds, harboring deep-seated grudges, or previously regarded as waste materials who have suddenly transformed into geniuses. He added, also, keep an eye out for a beautiful senior sister, a former fiancée who boasts of not underestimating the young. Jun Jiuxiao emphasized, pay special attention to those with the surnames Yi, Xiao, Su, and Lin. Old Jiu, initially baffled by Jun Jiuxiao's orders, nonetheless executed them with meticulous precision. He held an unwavering admiration for Jun Jiuxiao, akin to a devoted fan, even without understanding his motives. He convinced himself that the Holy Son's actions must surely be justified. Holy Son, if such individuals exist, should I eliminate them? Old Jiu inquired. No need. Simply ascertain their existence without taking any further action, Jun Jiuxiao replied. Jun Jiuxiao surmised that the recent recruitment of disciples from the affiliated sects into the outer sect would undoubtedly herald the emergence of a protagonist. Hence, he had summoned Lao Jiu to investigate, merely seeking confirmation of the protagonist's existence without any intent to harm. His game had only just commenced. How could it continue if the protagonist were to perish? Lao Jiu refrained from elaborating further. The edict of the Holy Son was clear, and his duty was to execute it diligently. He promptly mobilized his subordinates to scrutinize the roster and details of the disciples dispatched by the Xiantian Holy Land's affiliated sections. Since Lao Jiu was not present within the Xiantian Holy Land, Jun Jiuxiao maintained communication through a sound-transmitting jade. Lao Jiu would only return to the Xiantian Holy Land to report after fulfilling the tasks assigned by Jun Jiuxiao. With Jun Jiuxiao's assistance, Lao Jiu established an intelligence organization named Juman. Initially, he intended to name it after Jun Jiuxiao, but Jun Jiuxiao declined, preferring to remain inconspicuous. Consequently, Lao Jiu settled for the name Juman, which superficially referenced his own name while subtly alluding to the number 9 associated with Jun Jiuxiao. As for Lao Jiu's name, it bore no relation to Jun Jiuxiao. It was merely coincidental that he was the 9th child in his family, which had perished, leading him to relinquish his surname entirely and simply adopt the moniker Lao Jiu. Days passed, and Jun Jiuxiao anticipated that Ji Lanqing would seek him out soon. True to his expectations, Ji Lanqing arrived early in the morning, requesting an audience outside his cave dwelling. Jun Jiuxiao dispelled the array's restrictions, allowing her entry. Upon entering, Ji Lanqing immediately knelt and prostrated herself, expressing profound gratitude for the Holy Son's generous bestowal of elixirs and cultivation techniques, pledging her life in return for his favor. Jun Jiuxiao regarded her silently from his elevated position, and after a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. Have you restored your foundation? Can you commence your cultivation? The foundation has been repaired, and I have now entered the qi condensation stage, Ji Lanqing replied, her expression steady, though Jun Jiuxiao discerned a hint of excitement and joy in her tone. Remarkable, To achieve qi condensation so swiftly, you truly embody the qualities of a heroine. He handed her a pouch filled with spiritual herbs and a magical artifact he had prepared in advance. Of course, Jun Jiuxiao did not give these gifts without expectation. He had completed a task with 2,000 points in exchange for them. Upon receiving the pouch, he continued, "As for your technique, I lack experience in it and cannot provide guidance. However, Elder Lu Neng from the outer sect practices a simplified version of the Jiutian burning technique. I have instructed him to assist you. Feel free to approach him with any queries. Should he prove unable to assist you, return to me, and I shall devise a solution." As Ji Lanqing made to kneel once more, Jun Jiuxiao used his spiritual energy to gently lift her, preventing her from prostrating. There is no need for such deference. Focus on your cultivation. As my maid, your inadequate prowess would bring me shame. Furthermore, refrain from kneeling unnecessarily. My maid need not bow to anyone, nor should you fear anyone. You belong to me, Jun Jiuxiao, and I shall protect you from all adversities. His words were imbued with a commanding authority, his presence radiating dominance. Ji Lanqing would never forget that moment. Jun Jiuxiao perched high above, impervious to the world's dust. As if all that existed before him was trivial, deserving only to prostrate at his feet. More importantly, she had never encountered anyone who assured her that she need not fear, that he would shield her from all tribulations. Her mother had only ever urged her to endure, while her so-called father and kin had sought to exploit her, deriding her as worthless and hideous. Servants had been opportunistic, intensifying their maltreatment whenever the master displayed disdain for her. Even her closest mate had feigned kindness while harboring a desire for her demise. She had never been treated this well before, and her heart felt a tremor of uncertainty. Yet, in mere moments, Ji Lanqing regained her composure, skepticism creeping in once more. What could he possibly want from me? With that thought, her wavering heart hardened again, and she respectfully pledged to Jun Jiuxiao that she would diligently cultivate and not bring shame upon the Holy Sun. "Very well, you may leave," Jun Jiuxiao replied, his tone indifferent. "Yes." Ji Lanqing quietly exited. Once she had departed, Jun Jiuxiao immediately shed his serious demeanor, reclining lazily in his chair, pondering Ji Lanqing's intense wariness. He had witnessed her moment of vulnerability, yet she had swiftly fortified her resolve. Truly, she was formidable, earning his admiration. A light chuckle escaped him as he mused. What an intriguing individual. My interest in her continues to grow. Meanwhile, 2233 persisted in its diligent work, sifting through data to unearth tasks that could be completed in advance. Even capitalists would envy Jun Jiuxiao for having such a tireless and industrious employee. Chapter 13. The protagonist has worn 2 green hats. The realm of cultivation, nourished by spiritual energy, boasted fresh air and radiant sunshine. The Xiantian Holy Land, particularly its first peak, Xiantian Peak, was a nexus of spiritual energy, shrouded in ethereal mist. Unlike any terrestrial domain, Jun Jiuxiao reclined in a rocking chair, squinting against the sunlight, this time opting for ice-cold cola over spiritual wine. After all, spiritual wine offered only a faint flavor, whereas nothing could compare to the delight of cola, especially since Jun Jiuxiao had no need for cultivation. His culinary desires took precedence. Curious about Ji Lanqing's activities, he extended his consciousness beyond the array's barriers, only to be greeted by the sight of her unclad form. He promptly withdrew his consciousness. Did Ji Lanqing lack clothing, or did she possess peculiar inclinations? This marked the second occasion he had beheld her bare form, effectively placing 2 green hats upon the protagonist's head. TSK, 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 green hat brother, this is not my fault. Ji Lanqing chose not to wear clothing. He decided to send her 2 sets of garments, reasoning that while viewing her naked form was not particularly problematic. After all, familiarity breeds comfort. Should anyone else happen upon her, the protagonist's green hat would transform into a veritable crown of thorns. Jun Jiuxiao did not consider that within his cave dwelling, few would dare intrude, and the array's restrictions ensured that outsiders could not enter. He summoned 2233, inquiring whether there were any tasks related to delivering artifacts or clothing to the heroine. Host, there are indeed tasks. I will retrieve them immediately. 2233, having tasted the benefits of completing tasks in advance, had become even more proactive than Jun Jiuxiao in extracting the system's advantages. Task: deliver celestial garments to the heroine, 200,000 points. Upon seeing this task, Jun Jiuxiao recognized its significance. It was undoubtedly a premium celestial garment, and he stood to gain immensely. However, he still sought clarification from 2233 regarding any requirements for the celestial garments. Are there any stipulations for these celestial garments? 2233 responded mechanically. As long as they are purchased by the host, there are no requirements. Jun Jiuxiao chuckled. 2233 was quite shrewd, and he suspected that the celestial garments bore hidden conditions. Nevertheless, he found this clandestine operation enjoyable, an unspoken agreement between host and system. Jun Jiuxiao ventured beyond the Holy Land to the marketplace, purchasing 2 sets of clothing. Taking advantage of a buy-one-get-one-free offer, the allure of 200,000 points was too tempting. He could indulge in countless junk food treats. Out of benevolence, he decided to gift an extra set to Ji Lanqing. This time, Jun Jiuxiao refrained from barging into Ji Lanqing's cave dwelling. Instead, he transmitted a message, requesting her to come outside. Upon her emergence, clad in the same attire of a lowly servant, it was evident that if one focused solely on her right profile, Ji Lanqing was indeed an unparalleled beauty, the most exquisite woman Jun Jiuxiao had ever encountered. The voluminous robes of the servant could not conceal her alluring figure, which was both curvaceous and enchanting. Jun Jiuxiao was acutely aware of her physique, having seen it without obstruction, granting him a privileged perspective. The young woman, both in stature and appearance, truly embodies the epithet of breathtaking beauty, provided one overlooks the crimson mark upon her visage. However, once she masters the inferno of the red lotus, that mark shall undoubtedly fade away, and this unparalleled beauty will surely captivate countless admirers in the future. TCH. What a fortunate situation for the male protagonist. Yet, one might ponder if he has indeed claimed the first prize, considering that the female lead has already been seen by him twice. As Jun Jiuxiao gazed upon Ji Lanqing, who had approached him, he dismissed further thoughts and handed her the garments, stating, "Wearing the attire of a mere servant diminishes my dignity. This is clothing I procured from the market, capable of withstanding a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. There are 2 in total. You shall wear this henceforth." Having spoken, he left without granting Ji Lanqing a moment to respond. It was not that Jun Jiuxiao wished to depart. Rather, the sight of Ji Lanqing, her fair and unadorned form, proved overwhelming for a solitary man who had dwelled in solitude for a century. Ji Lanqing, still in a state of bewilderment after receiving the garments, pondered his intentions. Why did he gift me these robes? What is his true motive? Her past experiences had instilled in her a deep-seated disbelief that anyone could extend kindness to her unconditionally. Perhaps it was merely because she served as his maid that he treated her thus? If she were to remain his maid indefinitely, would he continue to show her such favor? Suppressing the flicker of hope and delight within her, Ji Lanqing returned to her abode and donned the exquisite robes. Yet, upon seeing her face, half marred by the red mark, she donned a serious expression and commenced her cultivation. Upon returning to his own dwelling, Jun Jiuxiao was greeted by the excited notification from 2233, congratulating him on completing the task of delivering the celestial attire to the female lead, awarding him 200,000 points. "How much of a kickback can you manage this time?" he inquired, eliciting shock from 2233, which momentarily halted its programming. After a few seconds, 2233, sounding somewhat guilty, replied, "Host, how could I possibly engage in such unscrupulous behavior? I am a system of integrity." Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, scoffing as he retorted, "I cannot be bothered with your kickbacks. For every point you take from me, I shall demand tenfold in return." 2233, cautiously, clarified, "Host, I truly have not taken any kickbacks. This is a stipulation of the primary system. Upon task completion, we may earn 5% of the points as performance points. It does not involve taking from the host at all." As 2233 spoke, it nearly burst into tears. Jun Jiuxiao, begrudgingly convinced of 2233's honesty, feigned skepticism. "Then where did the 100 points you initially gifted me come from?" "I acquired those by snatching red envelopes on the forum. Some systems share points with their hosts, and those systems are quite impressive, often distributing points in red envelopes on the forum," explained 2233, its envy almost radiating through the screen. "Isn't it true that points hold no value for your systems? Why then distribute points as red envelopes?" Jun Jiuxiao continued to press. "Of course, it is to showcase their prowess. Systems must also maintain an impressive facade to attract more attractive female systems. I only managed to snatch 100 points, all of which I have given to you," 2233 elaborated. "Ah, I see. If you perform well, I shall also allocate points to you in the future, allowing you to flaunt them on the forum and attract charming female systems," Jun Jiuxiao casually promised, having witnessed such grand proclamations frequently in his previous world. "Really? Host, you are truly wonderful. I shall undoubtedly strive to perform admirably," 2233 exclaimed, its excitement palpable. "Indeed, truly," Jun Jiuxiao replied dismissively, with 2233 cheerfully returning to its duties. Jun Jiuxiao felt a renewed sense of resolve in deceiving this naive system, believing it better to deceive oneself than to be deceived by others. Chapter 14, The Banquet. Recently, Jun Jiuxiao had discovered another useful function of 2233, a calendar combined with an alarm clock. Elder Pu had conducted thorough investigations and reported to Jun Jiuxiao that Zhongyu, the eldest disciple of the Grand Elder from Qianyuan Peak, had recently broken through to the early stages of the Severing Realm and boasted of challenging the Holy Sun directly. Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, waving his hand to dismiss Elder Pu, contemplating the invitation in his hand to discuss tea and philosophy. He decided to indulge their wishes and observe the proceedings himself. Zhongyu, that incompetent fool, seemed to possess an unwarranted confidence. He would entertain him, curious to see how long he could sustain this charade. Jun Jiuxiao instructed 2233 to seek out any tasks involving the female lead being bullied, tasks that would allow her to assert herself and retaliate against her provocateurs. Remarkably, 2233 uncovered a task to assist the female lead in delivering a severe beating to her aggressors, which Jun Jiuxiao instructed it to publish without delay. He also sent a message to Ji Lanqing, asking her to accompany him to the tea banquet the following day. Once Ji Lanqing acknowledged his message, Jun Jiuxiao ceased to concern himself further, instead contemplating the events of the morrow. Early the next morning, Ji Lanqing stood outside Jun Jiuxiao's dwelling, dutifully awaiting her master. Jun Jiuxiao donned a red robe, his white hair cascading untamed down his back, exuding an air of untamed beauty mixed with a hint of allure. His white hair was not a result of a desire to be fashionable, but rather a natural affliction. Jun Jiuxiao had once attempted to alter his hair color with spiritual energy, but had failed. The white hair, however, proved quite appealing, setting him apart, and he chose to embrace it. Upon closer inspection, Jun Jiuxiao noted that Ji Lanqing had advanced to the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. The female lead was indeed remarkable, her cultivation speed astonishing. Clad in the flowing gown bestowed upon her by Jun Jiuxiao, she appeared as a graceful fairy, her beauty undeniable if one were to overlook her face. As they journeyed to the banquet, Jun Jiuxiao maintained an indifferent demeanor, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "When we attend the gathering, you represent me, do you understand?" Ji Lanqing replied softly, "The maid shall not bring shame to the Holy Sun. That is not my intent." He clarified, "I mean to say that you need not endure provocations in silence. Should anyone dare to offend you, retaliate without hesitation. I shall bear the consequences for you." "Understood," Ji Lanqing responded, her tone carrying an unspoken emotion as she dared not meet his gaze. A smirk of triumph graced Jun Jiuxiao's lips, for he sensed a crack forming in Ji Lanqing's heart. From here on, it would simply be a matter of slowly simmering her emotions. Upon their arrival at the banquet location, Xian Bamboo Peak, the previously boisterous assembly of guests fell silent at the sight of Jun Jiuxiao, rising to respectfully address him as Holy Sun. Jun Jiuxiao paid no heed to the others, directly leading Ji Lanqing to the main seat. Xian Bamboo Peak was not owned by anyone. It served as a venue for core disciples of the Xiantian sacred land to engage in philosophical discourse. The banquet, hosted by Zhu Guangyuan, a core disciple of Qianyuan Peak, was intended to foster connections among core disciples, thereby rallying support for Zhongyu. The invitation extended to Jun Jiuxiao was merely a matter of courtesy, as there had been no genuine desire for his attendance. In the past, he had received numerous such invitations, yet he had never graced any of them with his presence. Seated in the main position, Jun Jiuxiao instructed Ji Lanqing to massage his shoulders. Ji Lanqing obediently knelt beside him, her hands soft and gentle, providing a delightful sensation. As a true female lead, Ji Lanqing exuded a faint, alluring fragrance that wafted into Jun Jiuxiao's nostrils, most pleasant indeed. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, he would have savored the moment thoroughly. As Zhu Guangyuan, the host of the banquet, had yet to arrive, the attendees maintained a respectful silence upon witnessing Jun Jiuxiao occupy the main seat. Jun Jiuxiao, the holy son of the Xiantian sacred land, enjoys a lofty status, second only to the Holy Master and the ancestors. Thus, his position at the head of the table is beyond reproach. However, the great elder faction of Qianyuan Peak has always been at odds with the Holy Master. Just days ago, the eldest disciple of Qianyuan Peak, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the slashing realm, boldly declared his intent to challenge Jun Jiuxiao, revealing his ambitions for all to see. Jun Jiuxiao's immediate assumption of the main seat served as both a warning and a demonstration of power, signifying that as the Holy Son, he commands reverence. His mere presence silenced the assembly, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Although Jun Jiuxiao did not speak, the attendees felt the weight of his authority. Their voices hushed in deference. He did not overly pressure those present, recognizing that the guests at this banquet did not necessarily align themselves with Qianyuan Peak. He soon interjected with a smile, encouraging them to continue, expressing curiosity about the tea and philosophical discussions, suggesting they proceed as if he were not there. Internally, many scoffed at the notion of ignoring his presence, yet out of respect for his formidable status, they maintained their composure, donning polite smiles. As conversations resumed, the atmosphere shifted, losing its earlier ease and instead becoming fraught with tension, with many eyes drawn to the entrance. Jun Jiuxiao, eyes closed, appeared contemplative, and had it not been for Ji Lanqing still attending to him, one might have thought him asleep. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Guanyuan, the host of the banquet, entered with 2 disciples from Qianyuan Peak, prompting another hush to fall over the crowd. Upon spotting Jun Jiuxiao seated at the head, Zhu Guanyuan was taken aback, though he masked his surprise with a respectful bow before taking a seat at a lower position. The guests, while engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter, were inwardly preoccupied with their own thoughts, some contemplating bets, others strategizing ways to navigate the situation without offending either side. There were also those eager to witness a clash between Zhu Guanyuan and Jun Jiuxiao. Should Jun Jiuxiao become aware of their scheming minds, he would undoubtedly scoff at the idea of Zhu Guanyuan being worthy of his name. With Jun Jiuxiao firmly in place, Zhu Guanyuan, the host, dared not utter a word, instead finding a seat, which spoke volumes. Jun Jiuxiao's mere presence guaranteed his victory, for he is the holy son of the Xiantian sacred land, an embodiment of power that dwarfs all peers within the sect. Chapter 15. A forceful suppression. Jun Jiuxiao chose not to converse with anyone, instead relishing Ji Lanqing's attentive service. Ji Lanqing, her arms growing weary from massaging him, hesitated to stop, fearing his reaction. "I shall take a moment to stroll outside," he declared, rising to depart. His departure was deliberate. Without him, the others lacked the courage to act. Ji Lanqing remained quietly seated in the primary position. Only after Jun Jiuxiao had been gone for some time did the assembly dare to cast unfriendly glances in her direction, though she remained composed, seemingly oblivious to their scrutiny. Ji Lanqing understood that Jun Jiuxiao had placed her there for a reason. Her role was merely to remain still and composed. Once Zhu Guanyuan was certain of Jun Jiuxiao's absence, he signaled to Li Xian, instructing him to test the mettle of Jun Jiuxiao's maid. Li Xian rose, fixing an intense gaze on Ji Lanqing, barking a question about her identity and her audacity to occupy the main seat, seemingly unaware of her connection to Jun Jiuxiao. The crowd fell silent, their actions halting as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Ji Lanqing replied with an unwavering demeanor, "I am the maid of the holy son Jiuxiao." Such audacity! A mere maid presumes to sit in the main seat. Has the holy son not taught you manners? Today, I shall instruct you, Li Xian retorted, casually unleashing an attack aimed at her. As a disciple of the inner sect under the great elder of Qianyuan Peak, Li Xian possessed formidable strength. Having reached the early stages of the spirit transformation realm, Ji Lanqing, being merely at the condensing qi stage, though clad in protective attire capable of withstanding a nascent strike, was nonetheless struck down, blood spilling forth as she collapsed. "Now, kneel and beg for mercy, and I may spare your life," Li Xian taunted. Swelling with pride as if he had vanquished Jun Jiuxiao himself, Ji Lanqing fixed her gaze on Li Xian, rising slowly, only to be knocked back down again by another blow. Each time she attempted to stand, he met her with further assaults, each strike forcing her to the ground. Li Xian approached her step by step, delivering blows with each advance, while Ji Lanqing, resolute, refused to plead for mercy, blood seeping from her clenched teeth. Time and again, she attempted to rise, only to be thwarted by his relentless strikes. Ultimately, she found herself unable to stand. The realization dawning that Jun Jiuxiao's kindness towards her was perhaps for this very day. In surrendering her life to him, she would no longer owe him anything. Yet her desire for vengeance against the Ji family remained unfulfilled, leaving her unsatisfied. "What a stubborn wretch, since you refuse to beg for mercy. I shall send you to the underworld. In your next life, do not follow the wrong person," Li Xian declared, preparing to deliver the final blow. Yet before he could strike, a surge of spiritual energy surged forth, sending him hurtling back. "You dare to lay a finger on my people?" Jun Jiuxiao's voice resonated, cold yet commanding. He strode past the onlookers, reaching Ji Lanqing's side, administering a healing pill. Once he had fed it to her, he realized he had neglected to report to 2,233, resulting in a significant loss. He could not afford to be at a disadvantage, so he resolved to settle the score with others. After receiving the healing medication, Ji Lanqing regained her consciousness, astonished to find herself alive and Jun Jiuxiao before her. Observing that Ji Lanqing was no longer in peril, Jun Jiuxiao turned his gaze to Li Xian's left arm, inquiring, "You used this hand to harm her, did you not?" Before Li Xian, who had just risen, could utter a word, his left arm was severed, blood gushing forth. In disbelief, Li Xian realized Jun Jiuxiao was willing to confront him for a mere maid. Enraged, he bellowed, "Jun Jiuxiao, I will have your life," and charged at him. Jun Jiuxiao effortlessly swatted Li Xian aside, dismissively uttering, "Noisy." He then retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands clean, discarding it on the ground after use. Li Xian lay unconscious on the floor, and Zhu Guanyuan, witnessing the loss of Li Xian's arm and his subsequent defeat, felt a surge of fear, yet found himself compelled to speak. "Holy Son, is it not excessive to sever the arm of an inner disciple over a mere maid? This could provoke discord among fellow disciples. Considering our shared bonds, I merely severed his arm. Those who lay hands on my people must pay the price." Jun Jiuxiao replied without a hint of deference. Ji Lanqing gazed at Jun Jiuxiao's back, feeling an indescribable sensation within her, something she had never experienced in her life. Zhu Guanyuan clenched his fists, suppressing his rage, and questioned, "How can the Holy Son's actions earn the respect of the masses?" Jun Jiuxiao replied with a mocking smile, "You are unsatisfied? Then let us duel." Zhu Guanyuan nearly choked on his own blood. Had he been capable of defeating Jun Jiuxiao, would he still be standing here debating? Frustrated, he could only continue. The Holy Son has gone too far, severing the arm of Li Xian for a mere maid. His master will surely seek an explanation. Unfazed, Jun Jiuxiao retorted, "Let his master come find me." Then, with a swift motion, he struck Zhu Guanyuan with a palm, declaring, "My maid has sustained injuries at the banquet you organized. This strike serves as your apology to her." Having uttered this, Jun Jiuxiao proceeded to lead Ji Lanqing away, leaving no one daring to impede their departure. Zhu Guanyuan, having fallen to the ground, did not dare to retaliate. He was no match for Jun Jiuxiao. Should he attempt to make a move against him, Jun Jiuxiao could effortlessly take his life. Just as Jun Jiuxiao was about to step through the doorway, he paused, turning his back to the crowd, and said, "Zhu Guanyuan, if you are dissatisfied, feel free to summon your master to confront me and seek justice." The onlookers were taken aback. Was the Saint's son openly challenging the Grand Elder? Was the discord between the Holy Lord and the Grand Elder being laid bare? Zhu Guanyuan, incensed, could not suppress himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 16. Do you blame me? Jun Jiuxiao returned to his cave dwelling with Ji Lanqing and accepted 2 new tasks from 2233, to heal the heroine and to present her with a magical artifact. Jun Jiuxiao felt that 2233 was becoming increasingly perceptive, no longer requiring his reminders to issue tasks. Ji Lanqing, somewhat bewildered, followed Jun Jiuxiao into his cave, only to realize after a while that she intended to take her leave. However, Jun Jiuxiao called her back. "Come here." Ji Lanqing approached him cautiously, only for Jun Jiuxiao to seize her wrist. Instinctively, she attempted to break free, but Jun Jiuxiao held her firmly, denying her any opportunity to escape. Uncertain of his intentions, Ji Lanqing wondered if he intended to take advantage of her while she was injured. As her mind raced with thoughts, she suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy mending her wounds. While gradually healing Ji Lanqing, Jun Jiuxiao inquired about the events of the day. "Do you blame me?" Ji Lanqing, with a respectful tone, replied, "The maid does not dare." Jun Jiuxiao chuckled lightly at her choice of words, "Dare not," rather than "do not blame." He fixed his unwavering gaze upon her and continued, "If I were to claim today's events were merely an accident, would you believe me?" Ji Lanqing, looking earnestly at Jun Jiuxiao, responded solemnly, "My life was saved by the Saint's son. If the Saint's son wishes to reclaim it, the maid would not dare to voice any grievances." Jun Jiuxiao regarded her with a knowing smile, and after a while, her injuries had healed. He released her wrist, stating, "Your injuries have been treated." With a wave of his hand, he gestured for her to leave, and Ji Lanqing silently made her way out of the cave. Just before Ji Lanqing exited, Jun Jiuxiao sighed, "Here, take this fire-reviving thunder bamboo." He summoned the bamboo with his spiritual energy and presented it to her, gently pushing her out of the cave. The fire-reviving thunder bamboo, having been struck by heavenly lightning and reborn in flames, harbored the essence of thunder and fire, making it extraordinarily precious. Holding the bamboo, Ji Lanqing stood before Jun Jiuxiao's cave, feeling her once unyielding heart begin to crack. She tenderly caressed the fire-reviving thunder bamboo, pondering if he had ventured to acquire it for her during his absence. Had she misjudged him? Was the Saint's son truly angry? Turning to glance back at Jun Jiuxiao's cave, she felt a pang of guilt in her heart, ultimately saying nothing as she departed. Jun Jiuxiao observed Ji Lanqing's reaction with a triumphant smile. Her heart had wavered, and she was losing ground. "Host, we have now completed 3 tasks." 2233 excitedly chimed in Jun Jiuxiao's mind, yet only at a mere 30 decibels, which felt out of place. Glancing at his accumulating points, which had reached 400,000, he redeemed them for hot pot, spicy strips, and cola. The abundance of points was quite the dilemma. As the excitement of task completion faded, 2233 began to praise Jun Jiuxiao in an awed tone. "Host, You were so domineering just now. How impressive. I envy you immensely. If only I could be as commanding as you one day. It even mimicked Jun Jiuxiao's tone, saying, "Dare you lay hands on my people? Unsatisfied? Then come and battle." With a frown, Jun Jiuxiao retorted, "Silence. You would be better off attending to more pressing matters." 2233, feeling aggrieved, fell silent. Jun Jiuxiao then contemplated how to eliminate Li Xian, his master, and Zhu Guanyuan. Striking them down now would raise suspicion. So he resolved to bide his time until the male lead arrived, using him to orchestrate their demise. Old Jiu had thoroughly investigated this time, discovering that among the disciples sent from the affiliated sect to the outer door, one named Lin Shun had been a waste for over a decade, only to suddenly become a genius, and he had a missing mother. After attaining the ability to cultivate, Lin Shun progressed rapidly and subsequently joined the Zhuyang sect, becoming a disciple of the renowned fairy Miaoyin, the first in the sect. This Miaoyin was also somewhat famous, possessing the cultivation of the cave heaven realm and being one of the 10 beauty icons of the eastern region of the boundless continent. A waste-turned-genius. With a beautiful master, Lin Shun certainly had the makings of a protagonist. It was uncertain what his golden finger might be, perhaps a grandfather within a ring, a treasure left by his mother, or something like a purple mansion space or a small green vial. The anticipation was palpable. 2233 wished to pose a question to Jun Jiuxiao, but felt too intimidated after being chastised previously. It scratched its head, code continuously jumping around in Jun Jiuxiao's mind. Unable to bear it any longer, Jun Jiuxiao impatiently asked, "If you have something to say, just say it. Stop bouncing code around in my head. It's giving me a headache." Upon hearing this, 2233 immediately returned to normalcy. "Host, why did you wait until the heroine was on the brink of death before intervening? And why do I get the impression that you deliberately suggested you left the banquet to find that bamboo for her, when you had prepared it all along?" 2233 was baffled by human thought processes. Jun Jiuxiao looked at 2233 as if it were a simpleton, choosing not to respond. The awkwardness mounted for 2233, which adamantly refused to admit its own foolishness, insisting it understood and then vanishing from Jun Jiuxiao's mind. Jun Jiuxiao had no desire to continue mocking 2233. Why wait until Ji Lanqing was nearly killed before saving her? Naturally, it was the moment that would resonate with her the most, making her most susceptible to his influence. In today's predicament, Ji Lanqing might suspect Jun Jiuxiao was manipulating her. The fire-reviving thunder bamboo was the key to his strategy, yet he could not state it outright. If spoken plainly, someone like Ji Lanqing would surely doubt him. Only by presenting it without explanation would she automatically fill in the gaps, feeling guilty for misjudging him, thus causing her heart to waver, which was precisely what Jun Jiuxiao anticipated. Chapter 17. I intend to be overbearing. What of it? Jun Jiuxiao tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest of his chair, knowing it would not be long before Li Xian's master would come seeking trouble. How should he respond? Should he eliminate them directly? Such an overt act would be too violent, contrary to his style. It was far better to torment them sufficiently before sending both master and disciple together on their way, ensuring they had company on the road to the underworld. As expected, the elder from the law enforcement hall personally arrived, escorting them to the law enforcement hall. "Saint Sun, the elders have issued commands, and I am reluctantly forced to trouble you. I hope you will forgive this offense." The elder from the law enforcement hall respectfully invited Jun Jiuxiao. They, as mere pawns, were unwilling to involve themselves in the power struggle between the Holy Lord and the Grand Elder. "Lead the way," Jun Jiuxiao replied, showing no intent to make things difficult for the law enforcement hall members. The members exchanged glances, collectively sighing in relief. Jun Jiuxiao walked ahead with Ji Lanqing, while the law enforcement hall members followed closely behind. The authority within the Xiantian Holy Land lay in the hands of the Holy Lord and the 5 elders. The second elder was a staunch ally of Jun Jiuxiao, while the third and fourth elders followed the Grand Elder's lead. The 5 elders are indecisive individuals, akin to a fence-sitter who seeks to offend neither side. Jun Wuqing possesses a commanding personality and exceptional cultivation, having suppressed the faction of the first elder for centuries. The first elder's faction initially aimed to support his esteemed disciple, Zhongyu, as the Holy Son to reclaim their standing. However, they were unexpectedly confronted by Jun Jiuxiao. Jun Jiuxiao's innate talent is extraordinarily high. Despite Zhongyu being several decades his senior, his cultivation pales in comparison to that of Jun Jiuxiao, causing the first elder's plans to be stillborn before they even commenced. On the path to the law enforcement hall, Ji Lanqing whispered to Jun Jiuxiao, suggesting that he could cast her aside to take the blame if it would ensure the Holy Son's safety. Jun Jiuxiao turned to scrutinize Ji Lanqing, attempting to discern the sincerity behind her words. For the first time, he found himself perplexed by her expression, unable to determine if she spoke genuinely. However, there was no time for contemplation. as the group had already arrived at the law enforcement hall. All 5 elders were present, alongside Li Xian and his master, Lin Mu. The absence of his master, Jun Jiuxiao, was a relief, as it provided Jun Jiuxiao with more maneuverability. He hoped the elder would arrive in time. He casually selected a seat, with Ji Lanqing following closely behind him. "You are exceedingly bold, Jun Jiuxiao," Lin Mu's voice thundered, piercing the otherwise tranquil hall. Jun Jiuxiao paid no heed to Lin Mu's admonishment, responding with calm indifference. "What business do the elders have in summoning me?" Lin Mu attempted to speak again, but was silenced by a stern glance from the first elder. "Jun Jiuxiao, you have harmed my disciple, Li Xian. Do you admit to this?" The first elder's tone was severe, devoid of inquiry, resembling an ultimatum more than a question. "Indeed, I severed his arm. Is there a problem with that?" Jun Jiuxiao replied languidly. Li Xian, now reduced to one arm, was seething with rage upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words. Yet, with the elders present, he dared not retaliate. He was well aware he could not best Jun Jiuxiao. All he could do was glare at him with unbridled fury, as if wishing to obliterate him. Before the first elder could speak, Lin Mu could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Jun Jiuxiao, you possess great audacity. Even as the Holy Sun, you cannot recklessly injure disciples of the inner sect. You show no remorse, nor do you regard the elders or the rules of the sacred land." Jun Jiuxiao cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mu, regarding him as a fool, utterly lacking in wisdom. It was no wonder that those of the Lin surname could emerge as protagonists, while he was merely a pawn destined for sacrifice. Jun Jiuxiao brushed imaginary dust from his attire, asserting, "I indeed hold no regard for them." Lin Mu seized upon this perceived weakness, launching into a tirade. "Ah, Jun Jiuxiao, you acknowledge this? I implore the elders to administer justice against your blatant disrespect and malicious harm to a fellow disciple, as well as your disregard for the elders and the rules of the sacred land." The 5 elders remained silent, with the second elder regarding Jun Jiuxiao with concern. The third and fourth elders appeared inclined to punish Jun Jiuxiao. The 5th elder remained aloof, as if all that transpired was of no concern to him. The first elder did not react, his expression unchanged. He did not believe Jun Jiuxiao could be so foolish. Jun Jiuxiao regarded Lin Mu with a look of utter incredulity, continuing his discourse. "As for the elders and the rules of the sacred land, they reside firmly in my heart. As for why Elder Lin chooses to regard them but not hold them dear, that remains a mystery." In conclusion, he cast a mocking smile toward the first elder, seemingly challenging him. Lin Mu was merely a pawn thrust into the fray. Should he seize this opportunity to punish Jun Jiuxiao, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary to the lineage of the Holy Lord, destined for elimination. Failing that, he would merely become a scapegoat for the first elder's faction. Facing death either way, a wretch on the brink of death, Jun Jiuxiao had no inclination to even acknowledge him. The first elder, perceiving Jun Jiuxiao's provocation, refrained from retaliating, gesturing silently for Lin Mu to continue. Lin Mu, receiving the cue, persisted, "Jun Jiuxiao, you know that is not my intention. You are deliberately misinterpreting my words. Setting aside your disrespect towards the 5 elders and the sacred land's rules, you have unjustly harmed my disciple, Li Xian, which you have just admitted to. I request the 5 elders to punish Jun Jiuxiao." Lin Mu, the fool, wore a smug expression, erroneously believing the first elder favored him, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a pawn being sacrificed for the sake of another. Jun Jiuxiao's expression remained unchanged as he coolly remarked, "Elder Lin, you ought to address me as the Holy Sun." Lin Mu was momentarily struck dumb, rendered speechless by Jun Jiuxiao's rebuke. At this juncture, the third elder interjected, "Holy Sun Jun Jiuxiao, it is indeed improper for Elder Lin to address you by your name. I shall compel him to apologize." "Elder Lin, apologize to Holy Sun Jiuxiao," commanded the third elder. With the third elder's directive, Lin Mu's face turned a shade of deep crimson, yet he begrudgingly bowed. "Holy Sun, I was remiss in my actions. Addressing you by your name, I beseech your forgiveness. Do you think a mere apology will suffice? Should I kill you and then apologize?" Jun Jiuxiao's tone dripped with mockery. Furious, Lin Mu retorted, "Holy Sun, do not push your luck. What if I choose to do just that?" Jun Jiuxiao replied, his tone unhurried, as though engaging in casual conversation. Lin Mu, on the verge of a rage-fueled outburst, would have undoubtedly attacked Jun Jiuxiao had the 5 elders not been present. As tensions reached a boiling point, the first elder felt compelled to intervene. "Holy Sun, it is merely a title. Elder Lin has already apologized. Might you grant me the courtesy of accepting his apology?" Jun Jiuxiao scoffed, his arrogance unabated. "He calls me by my name. And I thought my master had already stripped me of my title as Holy Sun." While he did not directly respond to the first elder, his words clearly indicated his refusal to acquiesce. The first elder, unperturbed, declared, Elder Lin has shown disrespect to the Holy Sun. He shall be punished by reflecting on his actions at the Cliff of Reflection for 3 months. He then coldly inquired of Jun Jiuxiao, "Are you satisfied with this punishment?" The first elder's decree was, of course, acceptable to Jun Jiuxiao, who replied languidly, as though the matter bore no significance to him. Lin Mu attempted to protest, but the first elder's glare silenced him, forcing Lin Mu to concede, "I accept the punishment." Having acknowledged his penalty, Lin Mu resumed his tirade against Jun Jiuxiao, this time addressing him as the Holy Sun, albeit with a tone that dripped with animosity. "Since I have been punished, should not the Holy Sun also be penalized for the unwarranted harm inflicted upon my disciple, Li Xian?" Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, directing his gaze toward Li Xian, shaping his lips to form the word cripple. Li Xian, unable to contain his fury, charged toward Jun Jiuxiao, shouting, "I will fight you," only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a single slap from Jun Jiuxiao. "Ji Lanqing," Jun Jiuxiao instructed, "fetch me a basin of water. My hands are soiled and require cleansing." The act of humiliating Li Xian was unparalleled. The latter, having been struck down, found himself breathless, losing consciousness. Lin Mu, trembling with rage, pointed at Jun Jiuxiao. "You have gone too far." Jun Jiuxiao disregarded Lin Mu's accusations. For Ji Lanqing had already appeared before him with a basin of water. He proceeded to wash his hands, then instructed Ji Lanqing to dry them. This gesture was nothing short of an affront to Lin Mu and his disciple. How could a formidable cultivator like Jun Jiuxiao require a hand washing, let alone drying? Once Ji Lanqing had finished drying Jun Jiuxiao's hands, she dutifully resumed her position behind him, standing as still as a statue. However, this act of cleansing drew the attention of those present to Ji Lanqing's existence. The Grand Elder cast a fleeting glance at Ji Lanqing, lost in his own thoughts. The second elder, watching the arrogant Jun Jiuxiao, was filled with concern and incessantly sent messages to Jun Wuqing. It was truly exasperating that Jun Wuqing chose this moment to emerge from seclusion, neither too early nor too late. The second elder's musings were rather naive. It was precisely because Jun Wuqing was absent from the sacred land that the Grand Elder's faction dared to act against Jun Jiuxiao. Had Jun Wuqing been present, he would not have hesitated to unsheath his sword and strike down anyone daring to question Jun Jiuxiao over the matter of injuring an inner disciple. Lin Mu trembled in rage, rendered speechless as he clutched his disciple Li Xian, channeling healing energy into him. The 5 elders remained silent, while the members of the law enforcement hall dared not breathe a word. It was Jun Jiuxiao who first shattered the silence, casually inquiring how the esteemed elders intended to deal with him. Upon hearing this, the law enforcement disciples swallowed hard, holding their breath, wishing desperately to be anywhere but here. Lin Mu, with a fierce glare, declared that naturally, they would follow the sect's rules. Those who harm their fellow disciples without cause would have their powers revoked and be expelled from the Xiantian sacred land. Jun Jiuxiao responded with a teasing tone, questioning whether the Grand Elder concurred with this course of action. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder replied that the Holy Sun was blameless. The true wrongdoer was the one who had tempted the Holy Sun into committing an error. He then directed a sharp rebuke at Ji Lanqing, declaring that a mere servant girl who lured the Holy Sun into harming a fellow disciple deserved punishment. Observing Jun Jiuxiao's calm demeanor, the Grand Elder realized that they would not be able to act against him today. Yet, their grand display could not simply be brushed aside by Jun Jiuxiao. It undermined their dignity and the honor of the Qianyuan peak lineage. Thus, Ji Lanqing became the ideal scapegoat, a vessel for their frustrations. Punishing her could restore Jun Jiuxiao's reputation while preserving the honor of their faction. Surely, Jun Jiuxiao would not resist for the sake of a mere servant girl, and the Grand Elder's esteem must be acknowledged. Lin Mu was bewildered by the Grand Elder's sudden inquiry about Jun Jiuxiao's servant girl. Was it not agreed that they would use this incident to undermine Jun Jiuxiao's position as Holy Sun? Why then? Was the focus now solely on punishing Jun Jiuxiao's servant? Lin Mu, confused, glanced at the Grand Elder, who offered a reassuring look, prompting Lin Mu to obediently stand aside and refrain from further comment. Ji Lanqing, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. She had contemplated stepping forward to take the blame for Jun Jiuxiao, yet unexpectedly, the Grand Elder's faction chose to have her bear the guilt. What was the rationale behind this? Though perplexed, Ji Lanqing resolved to step forward and admit her guilt. However, Jun Jiuxiao grasped her hand, a half-smile playing on his lips as he addressed the Grand Elder, questioning how his servant girl could possibly have lured him into harming a fellow disciple. The Grand Elder, meeting Jun Jiuxiao's unwavering gaze, felt his expression darken. Jun Jiuxiao had rejected the opportunity to save face that the Grand Elder had extended to him. And now the Elder's fury could no longer be concealed. Ji Lanqing forcefully broke free from Jun Jiuxiao's grasp and rushed to the center, kneeling and knocking her head heavily against the ground, proclaiming that it was entirely her fault and had nothing to do with the Holy Sun. The Grand Elder, seeing Xianxia's compliance, felt a flicker of satisfaction and slowly began to speak, acknowledging her confession. However, Jun Jiuxiao interrupted, rising to his feet, his expression shifting for the first time. Maintaining an air of indifference until now, he looked upon Xianxia, who was kneeling and confessing, his face darkening as he suppressed his fury, stating, "I told you that you are mine and need not kneel to anyone. Have you forgotten?" Chapter 19. The master and disciple both became one-armed immortals. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's voice, Xianxia's heart trembled, yet she remained kneeling. The Grand Elder, pleased by Xianxia's perceptiveness, reveled in Jun Jiuxiao's rage, eager to continue announcing her punishment. Jun Jiuxiao stepped forward, lifting Xianxia. She was taken aback by his unexpected gesture, but offered no resistance, allowing him to pull her up effortlessly. The Grand Elder, seeing this, shouted, "Jun Jiuxiao, it was better for him to refer to me as the Holy Sun, for I have yet to be stripped of my title." Jun Jiuxiao met the Grand Elder's gaze directly before pushing Xianxia aside. The Grand Elder, filled with a desire to strike down Jun Jiuxiao, hesitated. He knew that any harm inflicted upon Jun Jiuxiao would provoke Jun Wuqing, the protective figure who would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. The Grand Elder closed his eyes and conveyed a message to Lin Mu, commanding him to eliminate Jun Jiuxiao's servant girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu unleashed 50% of his spiritual power toward Xianxia. As a cultivator at the revered level, this amount of power was more than sufficient to obliterate someone at the qi condensation stage like Xianxia. Observing that the Grand Elder could do nothing to Jun Jiuxiao, Lin Mu seized the opportunity to exact his own vengeance, determined to strike with lethal intent. As Lin Mu launched his attack, Jun Jiuxiao, realizing that Xianxia would not survive the strike, swiftly positioned himself in front of her, taking the blow meant for her. Revealing his mastery at the late stage of the slashing myriad realm, he withstood the full force of Lin Mu's attack, resulting in a violent expulsion of blood. "I am wounded, but it is merely an act." Indeed, Jun Jiuxiao feigned injury, for he had already reached the level of emperor. How could a mere revered cultivator like Lin Mu harm him? He sensed that his master, Jun Wuqing, was on his way, and this act served a dual purpose: to preserve Xianxia and provide Jun Wuqing with justification to intervene, accomplishing two objectives with one action. After spitting blood, Jun Jiuxiao collapsed into Xianxia's embrace, his face resting against her chest. He was momentarily distracted by the sensation, ensuring that he wore the proverbial green hat correctly. Xianxia clutched Jun Jiuxiao tightly as he struggled to breathe. Though the embrace was enjoyable, it was also suffocating. When Lin Mu attacked, Xianxia believed her demise was imminent. She had yet to avenge the Ji family and had only just begun her cultivation. She still did not comprehend why Jun Jiuxiao treated her with such kindness or what he truly desired from her. Closing her eyes, she awaited death. But moments passed without its arrival. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a formidable figure standing before her, causing her heart to race inexplicably. No longer concerned with Jun Jiuxiao's intentions, Xianxia only wished for his survival. As long as he remained alive, she would grant him anything he desired. Her cold gaze swept over Lin Mu and the Grand Elder, firmly etching their faces into her memory. These two had now found themselves on her list of targets. Seeing Jun Jiuxiao injured and unconscious in Xianxia's arms, Lin Mu was struck with fear, cold sweat breaking out over him as his hands trembled. Before he could react, a voice echoed from afar, "How dare you, my disciple?" It was Jun Wuqing, who swiftly descended upon Lin Mu with a powerful strike, sending him crashing to the ground. Ignoring the onlookers, Jun Wuqing landed directly in front of Xianxia, channeling spiritual energy into Jun Jiuxiao's body to assess his condition. Discovering that the young man had merely been feigning injury, understanding Jun Jiuxiao's intentions, he passed a healing elixir to Xianxia, instructing her to feed it to him. Then, Jun Wuqing approached the five elders, taking a seat at the main position, and inquired, "Are you here to judge Jiuxiao? What deeds has my disciple committed? How dare a mere inter-sect elder strike against my disciple, the holy son of the heavenly Xian sacred land, and inflict such grievous harm upon him?" Jun Wuqing's gaze swept over Lin Mu, who immediately faltered and knelt, prostrating himself in supplication to the Holy Lord. "I never intended to harm the Holy Sun. My aim was only at his mate. I did not anticipate the Holy Sun would suddenly intervene to shield her. Please forgive me, Holy Lord. I truly had no intention of assaulting the Holy Sun." The Grand Elder defended Lin Mu before the Holy Lord, asserting that it was indeed an unfortunate accident and that Elder Lin had not meant to strike the Holy Sun. Jun Wuqing coldly regarded Lin Mu, inquiring, "Is it with this hand that you injured my disciple?" Before Lin Mu could utter a word, Jun Wuqing unsheathed the Tianyuan sword, severing Lin Mu's right arm. The master and disciple, one without a left arm, the other without a right, were perfectly symmetrical, unmistakably a pair of master and pupil. Jun Wuqing granted Lin Mu no opportunity to speak further, stating, "Fortunately, my disciple remains unharmed, so I shall only sever one of your limbs. You are to relinquish your position as elder and go reflect upon your actions at the cliff of reflection." The Grand Elder wished to interject, but upon seeing the bloodied Tianyuan sword in Jun Wuqing's hand, he fell silent. Lin Mu repeatedly knocked his head against the ground, pleading for mercy from the Holy Lord. "Spare me. I truly did not strike the Holy Sun. I beg for your mercy." Noticing Jun Wuqing's lack of response, merely casting a cold stare in his direction, Lin Mu turned to the Grand Elder for assistance. "Please, save me." But before Lin Mu could finish his plea, the Grand Elder struck him forcefully, sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth, rendering him speechless. Jun Wuqing was already aware that this entire incident had been orchestrated by the Grand Elder, and he feigned ignorance to Lin Mu's words. Jun Wuqing instructed Ji Lanqing to escort the now-awakened Jun Jiuxiao away, and Jun Jiuxiao promptly led Ji Lanqing off, leaving the stage to Jun Wuqing. Chapter 20. The Commanding Jun Wuqing. After Jun Jiuxiao and Ji Lanqing departed, Jun Wuqing remained silent, and the onlookers dared not move or speak, the hall so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a lengthy silence, it was the Grand Elder who could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Does the Holy Lord have any further instructions?" Jun Wuqing leisurely replied, "I have no commands. May we take our leave then?" The Grand Elder felt his dignity had been utterly shattered today, seeking to salvage his pride, yet unable to best Jun Wuqing. He could only swallow his grievances. Without uttering a word, Jun Wuqing surveyed the assembly and then rose, descending the steps one deliberate stride at a time. As he walked, he proclaimed, "Jiuxiao is my disciple, and I intend to establish him as the Holy Sun. He represents me. To insult him is to insult me." His gaze contemptuously swept over Lin Mu and his disciple, adding, "As for those foolish enough to provoke me, if they perish, so be it. Should there be any discontent, let them inquire of the sword in my hand." Jun Wuqing's countenance remained impassive, blood still dripping from the sword he wielded, exuding an aura of dominance that overshadowed all. His position as Holy Lord was forged through strength. With a single sword, he was unmatched in the sacred land, even able to confront the pinnacle of the buried immortal kings, claiming he had hopes of advancing to the quasi-emperor realm. The elders of the sacred land unanimously recognized Jun Wuqing as their holy lord, and he lived up to their expectations, fortifying the heavenly Xian sacred land under his command. After all, who would dare provoke a holy ancestor who would unsheath his sword at the slightest provocation? If one incited his ire, he would not hesitate to strike with lethal force. Who could withstand that? The renown of the heavenly Xian sacred land grew ever louder, attracting an increasing number of prodigies to join its ranks, creating a virtuous cycle. As Jun Wuqing departed, the second elder walked with his head held high, brimming with pride. The faction of the Grand Elder let out a sigh of relief, genuinely fearing that Jun Wuqing might act on a whim and resort to violence. Just as they felt relieved, an overwhelming sense of frustration enveloped them. Their faction had orchestrated such a grand scheme to trouble Jun Jiuxiao, only for it to culminate in this. They sacrificed an elder and a disciple while enduring Jun Wuqing's intimidation. Most importantly, Jun Jiuxiao had inexplicably broken through to the late stage of the cutting realm. The claim that he would defeat Jun Wuqing had become a mere jest in light of this. Jun Jiuxiao was already invincible among his peers, and with the treasures and elixirs bestowed by the Grand Elder, Zhong Yu might still pose a challenge. But now, with Jun Jiuxiao reaching the late stage of the cutting realm, what could Zhong Yu do? Would he seek out humiliation instead? Yet, not to engage was not an option. The challenge had already been publicly declared, and all within the inner and outer sects, including the miscellaneous disciples, were aware of it. To fight, they would surely be defeated. To abstain, their faces would be utterly sullied. The Grand Elder smashed a chair in frustration, gritting his teeth and voicing, "Jun Wuqing, you go too far." The assembly dared not speak, bowing their heads in silence, internally critiquing, "Why did you not dare to speak when Jun Wuqing was present? Now that he has departed, you voice your grievances." After venting his frustrations, the Grand Elder waved his sleeve and left, except for the law enforcement hall members who remained to clean up the aftermath, while the others also took their leave. Ji Lanqing followed Jun Jiuxiao to his cave dwelling. Although Jun Jiuxiao was uninjured, he continued to feign weakness. Concerned for him, Ji Lanqing stayed by his side as they returned to his dwelling. Jun Jiuxiao regarded Ji Lanqing and asked, "Is there anything else?" Ji Lanqing hesitated before finally inquiring, "Why did the Holy Sun shield me? I am merely an inconsequential maid. I have declared you mine. As long as you do not betray me, I shall protect you. Jun Jiuxiao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Ji Lanqing promptly knelt, declaring, Lanqing shall never betray the Holy Sun. Noticing the shift in Ji Lanqing's address, Jun Jiuxiao realized that in her heart, he was no longer just the Holy Sun, and she was no longer merely a maid. He had begun to carve a space within her heart. Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, merely observing Ji Lanqing. After a moment, he instructed, you may leave. I require rest to heal. Returning to her own cave, Ji Lanqing found it difficult to regain her composure, her mind consumed by Jun Jiuxiao's words, I shall protect you. She placed her hand over her heart, feeling its icy rhythm quicken for the first time. The Jun Jiuxiao who stood before her, shielding her from harm, was the only light in her life. She no longer cared what he desired. If he wanted her, she would willingly give herself to him, praying only for his kindness to endure a little longer. Unbeknownst to Jun Jiuxiao, the once proud protagonist, the future Empress, was slowly becoming a lovesick maiden under his influence. Once Ji Lanqing departed, Jun Jiuxiao shed his facade of weakness, lying on his bed while sipping on a chilled cola. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission to protect the female lead with your life, chimed 2233 in a mechanical voice within Jun Jiuxiao's mind. This time, Jun Jiuxiao had not preemptively accepted a mission upon witnessing Lin Mu's attack on Ji Lanqing. He had promptly instructed 2233 to arrange a task, while he himself dashed to shield the female lead from harm. 2233 had been trained by Jun Jiuxiao to become an exemplary assistant, autonomously identifying suitable missions and even facilitating their acceptance on Jun Jiuxiao's behalf. Today, Jun Jiuxiao had been startled by Ji Lanqing. It seemed she truly harbored feelings for him. Originally, his intention had been to have her view him as her white moonlight. Yet as the day drew near, he inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. Listening to Ji Lanqing's declaration, Lanqing shall never betray the Holy Sun, Jun Jiuxiao found himself at a loss for words, ultimately dismissing her. Unwilling to dwell on these thoughts, he suppressed his guilt. He, Jun Jiuxiao, was devoid of conscience. Now that Ji Lanqing had begun to develop feelings, he needed to intensify his efforts to fully capture her heart before the male lead's arrival. Chapter 21. Jun Jiuxiao encounters the orphaned cannon fodder for the first time. Having pondered Ji Lanqing's situation, Jun Jiuxiao turned his thoughts to Lin Mu and Li Xian, promptly instructing Pu Lao to gather all information regarding Li Xian and his master, Lin Mu, how many family members he had, where they resided, and all pertinent details. Understood. Only Jun Jiuxiao would employ a powerful figure on the brink of ascending to the Sacred King realm as an investigator. The Grand Elder is a figure that Jun Jiuxiao has no intention of dealing with. His master, Jun Wuqing, has dismissed the Grand Elder as insignificant, and thus, Jun Jiuxiao regards him with equal disdain. The Grand Elder is merely a pawn nurtured within the sacred land by Jun Wuqing. Existing in a realm rife with factional strife and internal discord, a facade of a noble sanctuary to outsiders. Since his master wishes to maintain this tool, Jun Jiuxiao will not disrupt his master's plans. With matters clarified, Jun Jiuxiao resolved to enjoy a hot pot meal while awaiting Old Pu's investigation. By the time he finished his meal, Old Pu returned with the findings. Upon reviewing the results, Jun Jiuxiao was taken aback. For the first time, he encountered two adversaries who were orphans, Lin Mu and Li Xian, both of whom had endured tragic fates. This was rather unfortunate, leaving him reluctant to act against them. Perhaps it would be better to prolong their suffering before their demise. A meticulous plan was necessary to ensure their existence became a living hell. As he contemplated, Jun Jiuxiao suddenly recalled Zhu Guangyuan, who had yet to be dealt with. He instructed Old Pu to investigate Zhu Guangyuan, pondering whether he too might be an orphan. Soon, Old Pu returned with Zhu Guangyuan's information. It turned out that Zhu Guangyuan was not an orphan. He belonged to a moderately sized family, which included a figure of the respected realm. Should Jun Jiuxiao choose to intervene personally, he could extinguish the entire clan with a mere finger. However, given the recent discord between them, it would be all too evident that such an annihilation could be traced back to him or his master. This did not align with the virtuous and benevolent image of the Saint's son. After some deliberation, Jun Jiuxiao transmitted a message to Old Jiu, instructing him to masquerade as a malevolent cultivator and to eliminate a direct descendant of the Zhu family, specifically the one he had injured a few days prior. Subsequently, he should spread rumors that a wicked cultivator had learned of a treasure recently acquired by the Zhu family, one that could produce 3 drops of spiritual liquid daily, hastening the growth of spiritual herbs. The Zhu family had purportedly cultivated numerous rare, 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Old Jiu was taken aback by Jun Jiuxiao's cunning plan. Once this rumor was disseminated, the Zhu family would be doomed. Any attempts to refute the rumor would fall on deaf ears. People would assume the Zhu family was merely trying to obfuscate the truth. Wise individuals, aware of the rumor's dubious nature, would still resort to violence in hopes of seizing the treasure, fearing that it might indeed be true. Jun Jiuxiao further instructed old Jiu to disguise himself and sell several rare 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs at an auction house, which he would arrange for old Pu to deliver. He cautioned old Jiu to keep his identity concealed and to evade any pursuers, disappearing entirely if necessary. The Saint Sun's meticulousness was truly remarkable. Once this plan unfolded, the Zhu family would find it impossible to clear their name. Old Jiu obediently accepted the task and promptly set about executing Jun Jiuxiao's orders. In his heart, he could not suppress his admiration for Jun Jiuxiao. The Saint Sun was truly exceptional, and there were countless lessons he still had to learn from him. Old Pu, listening to Jun Jiuxiao's words, felt a shiver run down his spine, grateful that he had steadfastly followed the Saint Sun. Had he become an enemy of the Saint Sun, his own intellect would not have equipped him to foresee his demise. As for Zhu Guanyuan, Jun Jiuxiao had arranged a more favorable fate for him. He would become part of the harem of the male protagonist soon arriving at the Xianxian sacred land. One wondered how the male protagonist, known for causing chaos, would be received by his beautiful master and harem once he was entangled with Zhu Guanyuan. Would they continue to hold affection for him? Lost in these thoughts, Jun Jiuxiao could not help but chuckle. Meanwhile, the 2233, idling nearby, felt a chill down its spine as it looked at the beaming host, sensing an unsettling aura. Surely, it was merely a figment of its imagination due to excessive rest. It resolved to return to work, for labor brought it joy. Thinking of the male protagonist, Jun Jiuxiao decided to check on Ji Lanqing and sent his consciousness toward her cave abode. Ji Lanqing was bathing, and as a powerful figure at the Emperor realm, Jun Jiuxiao's gaze easily penetrated the simple wooden tub, allowing him to witness her alabaster form once more. He withdrew his consciousness. This was the third time. Ji Lanqing was rather unreserved, as she had unveiled herself to him each time he wished to know what she was doing, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from using his consciousness to spy on her in the future. It was not a matter of virtue, but rather a concern for his own well-being. Chapter 22. The convenient coachman. In the ensuing days, Jun Jiuxiao basked in the sun, relishing spicy snacks and sipping on icy cola. Occasionally, he would use his consciousness to glance at Ji Lanqing, catching sight of her bathing several more times, realizing that she had a particular fondness for bathing. As for his earlier resolution to refrain from spying on her, he had long forgotten it. Having already seen her 3 times, what harm would a few more views do? Suddenly, a disciple sought an audience with Jun Jiuxiao. He straightened his attire, assumed a composed posture, and controlled his expression, transforming into the epitome of a modest and refined Saint Sun before allowing the disciple to enter. Observing the disciple's attire, he confirmed that he was an inner sect disciple. Disciple Wang Jie from Xianyu Peak pays my respects to the Saint Sun. The newcomer bowed respectfully before Jun Jiuxiao. Rise. You have come to see me. Is there something of importance? Jun Jiuxiao's tone was neither aloof nor overly familiar, striking the perfect balance. The disciple comes on behalf of Elder Yang from the Inner Sect's task hall to deliver an invitation to the auction. Wang Jie presented the invitation reverently. Jun Jiuxiao accepted the invitation, noting it was from the Fuan Trading Company, specifically addressed to him. Fuan Trading Company was one of the 3 major trading companies in the Endless Continent, distinguished by its own formidable strength, reportedly backed by an ancestor of the Immortal King realm. Unlike the other 2 trading companies, which thrived on powerful affiliations, Fuan Trading Company flourished through integrity and widespread goodwill, earning it the reputation of being the foremost trading company in the Endless Continent. In the eastern region of the Endless Continent, the Xianxian sacred land reigned supreme, and every time Fuan Trading Company held an auction, invitations would be extended to influential disciples and elders within the Xianxian sacred land. Jun Jiuxiao had received such invitations in the past, typically delivered directly by elders. This time, however, they had sent a disciple, likely due to the recent conflict between him and the Grand Elder, indicating a reluctance to become entangled. Instantly, Jun Jiuxiao pieced everything together and asked in a low voice, "Have there been any notable events in the eastern region recently?" Wang Jie hesitated before quickly contemplating the implications of Jun Jiuxiao's inquiry. Suddenly, he recalled a recent rumor. The Saint Sun had recently acquired a maid, for whom he had severed an inner sect disciple's hand and had fiercely defended Elder Lin Mu of Qianyuan Peak. The maid's surname was Ji. With this thought, Wang Jie steeled himself, deciding to take a chance. Disciple has heard that the Ji family has recently produced a fire spirit body. They are hosting a grand banquet in 10 days, inviting various clans and sections. Oh, a fire spirit body from the Ji family? Jun Jiuxiao mused aloud. Wang Jie sighed in relief, knowing he had successfully piqued the Saint Sun's interest in the Ji family. This task was one that no inner sect disciple had been willing to undertake. as none wished to embroil themselves in the conflicts between the sect leader and the Grand Elder. Only Wang Jie had the courage to gamble, hoping that by delivering this invitation, he might align himself with the Saint's son. If successful, his future would be bright, even if the Grand Elder's faction made things difficult. The Saint's son's protective nature would surely shield him. If he failed, Wang Jie reasoned that the Grand Elder's faction would likely not hold a grudge against an inner sect disciple like himself. Should they be so petty, he would simply accept his misfortune. To gamble was to embrace the possibility of both gain and loss. If he lost, he would bear the consequences. Wang Jie continued to elaborate to Jun Jiuxiao, mentioning that he had heard about the Ji family, particularly that the fire spirit body belonged to a young lady from a collateral branch of the family. Her brother, also born with a spiritual bone, made them both prodigies. Prodigies indeed. The sarcasm in Jun Jiuxiao's tone was palpable. If digging into the bones of others and seizing their spirit bodies qualifies as genius, then who in the endless continent isn't a genius? Wang Jie discerned Jun Jiuxiao's disdain for these two from his mocking tone and promptly shifted the conversation, stating that compared to the Holy Son, they were not worthy of the title of prodigy. He further mentioned that the two siblings had secured a connection with the younger brother of the Ji family's main lineage patriarch and had become his junior disciples. Such is the nature of large families. Once a collateral branch produces a talented disciple, the main lineage often welcomes them into their fold, ensuring the longevity and prosperity of their own line. Jun Jiuxiao, disinterested in any further discussion about the Ji family, considering it trivial, waved his hand dismissively, prompting Wang Jie to fall silent at once. Unaware of what displeased the Holy Son, Wang Jie mistakenly believed he had won the gamble. It seemed that Jun Jiuxiao had little interest in the Ji family affairs, but rather found Wang Jie intriguing, sharp-witted, perceptive, and harboring intentions of allegiance. Realizing he needed someone to drive his carriage and handle spirit beasts, Jun Jiuxiao proposed, "I am in need of a driver for my carriage. Would you care to join me?" It was inappropriate for a Holy Son to drive himself, and Pu Lao, who held the public title of protector, was not suitable for such a task, so he sought another. Appreciating individuals with insight, Jun Jiuxiao extended this opportunity to Wang Jie. Overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Jie knelt and bowed deeply, exclaiming that serving the Holy Son as a driver for spirit beasts was an honor beyond measure. Pledging his life would henceforth belong to Jun Jiuxiao. Pleased with Wang Jie, Jun Jiuxiao noted his nearly 100-year-old bone age. Yet his cultivation was only at the beginning stages of the embryo formation realm. Recalling his time at Xianyu Peak, it was no surprise. The Xiantian sacred land boasted 9 primary peaks and 2 miscellaneous peaks, one of which was Xianju Peak, a place for core disciples to engage in discussions alongside Xianyu Peak. Disciples sent to Xianyu Peak were often those with inferior talents who had not been accepted by the elders of the main peaks. With scarce resources and no mentorship, not everyone could match Jun Jiuxiao's extraordinary capabilities, inevitably hindering their progress. Jun Jiuxiao then gathered a collection of unwanted resources, placed them in a storage bag, and handed it to Wang Jie, stating, "These are for you. In 3 days, drive me to the auction." He added, "Find a cave residence on the outskirts. Entry is forbidden without summons." Jun Jiuxiao had little desire for the possibility of Ji Lanqing being seen by others in an undignified state. "Understood, Holy Son," Wang Jie acknowledged, sensing Jun Jiuxiao's disinterest in further conversation, and promptly took his leave. Upon reaching the outskirts, he selected a location rich in spiritual energy for his cave residence. Feeling incredibly fortunate, examining the resources provided by Jun Jiuxiao, Wang Jie gulped in disbelief. There was an abundance he had never encountered before. The Holy Son had casually bestowed such wealth upon him. Determined to follow Jun Jiuxiao, Wang Jie prioritized learning about spirit beasts rather than immediately cultivating, recognizing that fulfilling his responsibilities was paramount. After Wang Jie departed, Jun Jiuxiao sent a message to Ji Lanqing, instructing her to accompany him to the auction in 3 days. He couldn't simply visit her cave every time a matter arose. That would be rather undignified, so he left her a sound transmission jade. Chapter 23. Journey to the auction. Why was Jun Jiuxiao attending the auction? Firstly, he had resolved to visit the Ji family in 10 days to confront the individual who had excavated Ji Lanqing's bones and seized her spirit body. The auction was conveniently on the way. Secondly, a particular item at the auction, fire essence crystal, was perfectly suited for Ji Lanqing. Acquiring it would not only enhance her favor, but also fulfill a task. Before long, the 3 days had passed, and Ji Lanqing was already waiting early at the entrance to Jun Jiuxiao's cave. Today, she wore the attire gifted by him. If one were to overlook her visage, she would indeed be a captivating beauty, albeit marred by the half-visible red birthmark. Jun Jiuxiao donned dark robes, draped in a cloak with a white fur collar. His silken black hair partially tied back with a white ribbon, cascading elegantly behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance. Approaching the carriage, they found Wang Jie already waiting. Filled with trepidation, he hesitated to board, unaware that Jun Jiuxiao's carriage was drawn by 9 dragon-like spirit beasts, each possessing strength rivaling his own cultivation level. A mere sneeze from one of these beasts could spell his doom. These 9 dragon-like creatures had been personally captured by Jun Jiuxiao's master. Why not use true dragons? There were uncertainties about whether 9 living true dragons still existed in the world. Moreover, upon maturity, true dragons reached the sacred king realm, and with further cultivation, they could ascend to the immortal king realm. Who would dare provoke them? Jun Wuqing was a figure of overwhelming power, a lone sword striking terror into the hearts of many, yet he was not foolish. The dragon clan was a formidable adversary, and to provoke them would be tantamount to courting death. The dragon-like beasts were easier to handle. The dragon clan did not acknowledge them, and even if an ancestor appeared, Jun Wuqing could contend with them. If not, he could simply summon the buried ancestor within the sacred land to assist him. As the previously unruly dragon-like beasts bowed their heads in submission upon seeing Jun Jiuxiao, he removed his cloak and handed it to Ji Lanqing before boarding the carriage. Followed by her, a trembling Wang Jie climbed aboard as well, taking a seat in the carriage. "Let us depart," Jun Jiuxiao commanded. Wang Jie gulped nervously and began to steer the dragon-like beasts. To his surprise, they were exceptionally obedient. He quickly adapted, striving to maintain a steady pace for Jun Jiuxiao's comfort. Inside the carriage, Jun Jiuxiao took out some enlightenment tea, requesting Ji Lanqing to brew it for him. Though he yearned for an ice-cold cola, he felt compelled to maintain appearances before Ji Lanqing and settled for tea instead. Ji Lanqing's hands were graceful, her long, fair fingers distinctly outlined with just the right amount of flesh, prompting Jun Jiuxiao to contemplate the opportunity to touch them later. Soon, the fragrant aroma of tea filled the air, evoking a sense of the Tao. Jun Jiuxiao felt little, as he had already reached the Emperor realm. The Tao was merely a plaything for him, easily grasped at will. Taking a delicate sip of the enlightenment tea, he found it mediocre compared to cola, and the thought of cola quickly extinguished his desire for tea. Ji Lanqing, inhaling the tea's fragrance, felt her previously obscure understandings coalesce seamlessly. "You should try it as well. Pour it yourself. Do not be greedy," Jun Jiuxiao remarked, opting to bestow the tea upon the heroine. Having no corresponding task from 2233, he decided to let Ji Lanqing benefit from the tea, viewing it as a reward for the chance to touch her hand. Ji Lanqing could hardly believe her fortune. The rare enlightenment tea, so difficult to procure in the cultivation world, was simply given to her by Jun Jiuxiao. Observing that he truly had no intention of drinking any more, she respectfully expressed, "Lanqing thanks the Holy Sun." Her tone carried a tenderness she was unaware of. Taking a small sip of the enlightenment tea, Ji Lanqing swiftly entered a meditative state. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself having broken through to the initial stage of the blood transformation realm. Ji Lanqing wanted to speak, but Jun Jiuxiao interrupted. "Hold your words. Focus on your comprehension." With her eyes closed, Ji Lanqing utilized the effects of the enlightenment tea to meticulously grasp the nuances of the blood transformation realm and the 9 heavens burning technique. Seizing the moment while she was absorbed, Jun Jiuxiao scrutinized her closely, opting to focus solely on her left side, where she resembled an enchanting beauty, untainted by the red mark. Surely, the mark would fade given time. Should he simply leave such a beauty for the male lead? Perhaps he should savor the experience himself, considering he had cared for her for nearly a month. In any case, the male protagonist has numerous women. Losing one more would be inconsequential, especially since he has been compensated with a Zhu Guangyuan. Thus, it would be prudent to offer Li Xian as an additional compensation to the male lead, effectively exchanging one for another, ensuring that he does not suffer a loss. This would mark the first time that Jun Jiuxiao has engaged in a transaction that results in a deficit. Should the protagonist remain unsatisfied, one could also bestow upon him Li Xian's master, Lin Mu, as compensation. After all, the male protagonist seems to revel in such arrangements, relishing the idea of acquiring both master and disciple, thus justifying his actions. Nevertheless, one must not succumb to the allure of beauty. Beauty is a potent poison that can lead one to despair. Jun Jiuxiao reminds himself that his heart must remain untainted by women, focusing instead on honing his swordsmanship, suppressing any lingering desires. However, he ultimately resolves to gift Lin Mu and Li Xian, the master and disciple duo, to the male protagonist, Lin Shun, allowing him to fulfill his wish of acquiring both. After all, it is in his nature to be exceedingly benevolent. The auction venue is not far, situated at the same location where Jun Jiuxiao previously purchased garments for Ji Lanqing. Chapter 24. Ji Lanqing guards her feast. The auction hall is abuzz with excitement. Throngs of people milling about. Those of high status occupy the elegant chambers on the second floor, while ordinary folks gather in the grand hall below. Meanwhile, those without access to the auction stand at the entrance, eager to witness the spectacle. A thunderous sound erupts, drawing everyone's attention toward its source as a dark silhouette approaches. It is Jun Jiuxiao's magnificent palanquin, and as it draws nearer, the crowd gasps in astonishment. Who is it? A voice exclaims. To be drawn by 9 dragons, each at the realm of Dantian, is truly remarkable. Which prodigious disciple has arrived? I have never heard of anyone using 9 dragons for transportation. An elderly man with graying hair exclaims in wonder. Could it be a powerful elder from the previous generation? Another speculates. It is the carriage of the saint son of the Xiantian sacred land. I heard that decades ago, Jun Wuqi ventured alone into the territory of the dragons and captured 9 Dantian dragons to use as his disciples' transport. A middle-aged man declares loudly. The saint son of Xiantian? Does the Xiantian sacred land even have a saint son? I have never heard of one. Someone voices the crowd's confusion. It is said that the Xiantian sacred land established a saint son long ago, but he has devoted himself to cultivation and has seldom left the sacred land. Comes the explanation. What is the name of this saint son, and what is his cultivation level? Another inquires. I believe he is called Jun Jiuxiao. Though his cultivation level remains undisclosed, another chimes in. Is there a disciple from the Xiantian sacred land among us? What is the cultivation level of your saint son? A disciple clad in the garb of the inner sect steps forward, stating that he heard the saint son is at the early stage of the genre realm just a month ago. Wow. The saint son has reached the genre realm before turning 100. His talent is truly terrifying. A young man at the Hualing realm breathes in awe. The saint son has always been endowed with unparalleled talent, surpassing his peers. The inner sect disciple who mentioned Jun Jiuxiao's early genre realm status beams with pride, as if he himself were at that level. As the crowd continues to chatter, Jun Jiuxiao's palanquin halts at the entrance of the auction hall. The elder responsible for this area comes forth personally to welcome Jun Jiuxiao. Though he has never left the sacred land, Jun Jiuxiao ranks among its most esteemed individuals, and the Fuan Chamber of Commerce must extend him the respect he deserves. Jun Jiuxiao steps down from the palanquin with measured grace, followed closely by Ji Lanqing, who drapes a cloak over him. The elder of the Fuan Chamber of Commerce approaches warmly, welcoming the saint's son, and informs him that the private chamber has been prepared for his arrival. Jun Jiuxiao acknowledges the elder with a nod and instructs Wang Jie to keep an eye on the palanquin until he returns. Understood, Wang Jie replies dutifully, leading the dragons to wait nearby. Jun Jiuxiao, accompanied by the elder from the Fuan Chamber of Commerce, ascends to the finest private chamber on the second floor, with Ji Lanqing following closely behind. Once Jun Jiuxiao enters the chamber, the crowd begins to murmur. This saint son of Xiantian truly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Though his cultivation remains elusive, they comment, each hoping their words might reach Jun Jiuxiao's ears and leave a favorable impression. However, some cannot help but notice the woman trailing behind the saint's son, remarking on her unsightly appearance, marred by a prominent red birthmark that covers half her face. They ponder whether the saint's son has peculiar tastes, favoring the uniquely unattractive over conventional beauty. As these thoughts swirl in their minds, Jun Jiuxiao and Ji Lanqing enter the private chamber, where the elder of the Fuan Chamber of Commerce personally presents spirit tea and fruits before taking his leave. Jun Jiuxiao regards the inferior quality of the spirit fruits and tea with disdain. Ji Lanqing has just consumed enlightenment tea, her spiritual energy already overflowing, rendering the offerings unnecessary. With the auction about to commence, Jun Jiuxiao picks up the detailed introduction of the auction items and hands it to Ji Lanqing, encouraging her to bid on anything she desires, assuring her that he will cover the expenses. Of course, Jun Jiuxiao cannot be so generous. He has accepted a task from 2233, and spirit stones hold no value for him anymore, so he permits Ji Lanqing to spend freely. As for the female protagonist he has nurtured, having just harbored unwholesome thoughts about others, he decides to be a touch more generous. After all, apart from Jun Wuqi, she is one of the few capable of coaxing something out of his frugal nature. Ji Lanqing simply responds with a gentle She keeps Jun Jiuxiao's kindness in her heart, vowing to repay it in kind in the future. A series of knocks resound at the door, prompting Jun Jiuxiao to invite the visitor in. A voluptuous woman, adorned in revealing attire, glides into the chamber and performs a graceful bow before Jun Jiuxiao, her cleavage on display. In a seductive tone, she states, "I have been sent by the elder to serve the saint's son." She then attempts to draw closer to Jun Jiuxiao, seeking intimate contact. However, Ji Lanqing interjects, positioning herself between Jun Jiuxiao and the alluring woman, her piercing gaze fixed on the intruder, warning her against approaching her saint's son. The seductive woman glances at Ji Lanqing, noting her unattractive appearance marked by a large red birthmark, and smirks inwardly, thinking that Ji Lanqing fears losing the Saint Sun's favor to her. With a cunning smile, the woman steps forward, but Ji Lanqing swiftly extends her hand to block her. The woman feigns being pushed and theatrically tumbles to the ground, deliberately lowering her neckline to reveal more of her bosom. Seeing that she has not touched the woman, Ji Lanqing realizes the deceit and anxiously looks to Jun Jiuxiao for support. While Jun Jiuxiao watches the woman on the floor with keen interest, the woman raises her head, her enchanting eyes misty with tears, projecting an air of vulnerability and sorrow as she gazes at Jun Jiuxiao. Believing that she can outmaneuver the unattractive woman before her, she softly implores, "Saint Sun, I merely wish to be closer to you," casting a fearful glance at Ji Lanqing before lowering her head submissively. Ji Lanqing turns to Jun Jiuxiao, asserting, "Saint Sun, I did not touch her. She fell on her own. You must believe me." Then, she spins around to face the woman, her expression fierce, demanding, "You deliberately framed me before the Saint Sun. What is your intent?" The woman remains silent, gazing longingly at Jun Jiuxiao, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking sympathy. Jun Jiuxiao appraises the woman from head to toe, seemingly intrigued, and smiles as he asks, "Did you say it was my maid who pushed you?" The woman remains tight-lipped, embodying the essence of a manipulative vixen, hesitating to speak. Casting fearful glances at Ji Lanqing while looking at Jun Jiuxiao with tear-filled eyes, as if he were her savior. Ji Lanqing continues to plead, "Saint Sun, I did not push her. She is wrongfully accusing me." "Lanqing, since she claims you pushed her, then you might as well have pushed her," Jun Jiuxiao declares nonchalantly. Ji Lanqing's expression darkens, her fists clenching tightly, her silver teeth biting into her lower lip. The woman, meanwhile, lowers her head, a triumphant grin spreading across her face as she prepares to weave her deceitful words. Jun Jiuxiao retracted his smile and coldly remarked, "So what if my maid pushed you? It serves you right. Out of respect for the Fuan Merchant Association, I shall spare your life today, but leave at once." The woman was momentarily taken aback, raising her gaze to meet Jun Jiuxiao's indifferent and fierce eyes, trembling in fear as she scrambled to exit. Observing Jun Jiuxiao defending her, Ji Lanqing's lips curved into a subtle smile. Jun Jiuxiao looked at Ji Lanqing, who was smiling, and felt a sense of joy. He couldn't help but think that his assistance shouldn't come without a price. Thus, he said, "Since your maid has sent away my attendant, you must make up for it by coming here to massage my shoulders." Ji Lanqing obediently stood behind Jun Jiuxiao, gently kneading his shoulders and rubbing his back. Chapter 25. An early encounter with the male protagonist. The auction had commenced, and Jun Jiuxiao found no interest in the preceding items, quietly relishing Ji Lanqing's attentive service, the soothing massage, and the faint fragrance emanating from her. Suddenly, the voice of 2233 echoed in Jun Jiuxiao's mind. "Host, the male protagonist has been detected." With his eyes now wide open, following 2233's guidance, he spotted a figure clad in a black robe within the hall. He had anticipated waiting for the disciples of the affiliated sect to enter the outer door to meet the male protagonist, but unexpectedly encountered him at an auction. Jun Jiuxiao mused that it was quite reasonable to run into the male protagonist at such an event. After all, the protagonist would undoubtedly seize opportunities at auctions. Scanning with his spiritual sense, he found the male protagonist to be somewhat unremarkable, indeed rather ordinary. He wondered what it was that attracted the female leads to him. Given that Ji Lanqing was one of the male protagonist's harem members, Jun Jiuxiao felt an inexplicable surge of irritation and contemplated thoroughly tormenting the protagonist, wishing to make his existence unbearable. "Send me the male protagonist's information," he stated coldly. "First, I must understand this male protagonist. Only then can I ensure his suffering is profound. To kill him outright would be too merciful." Lin Shun, the male protagonist of a harem story, had been a good-for-nothing incapable of cultivation until the age of 18 when he inherited a ring left by his mother, containing an old man, thus beginning his path of ostentation and face-slapping. Along the way, beautiful mentors, aloof sect leaders, and proud holy maidens all succumbed to his charm. The so-called golden finger appeared to be the old man within the ring, and his mother likely belonged to a powerful faction. This trope was all too familiar to Jun Jiuxiao. He couldn't comprehend how the male protagonist's mother, a celestial beauty, would fall for a wastrel from a modest family. The folly of love often leads to such inexplicable choices, a matter he found too tedious to ponder. Delving into the ring worn by the male protagonist, he surveyed the golden finger old man, discovering he was merely a saintly king before death, not capable of stirring significant waves. Jun Jiuxiao dismissed the male protagonist's golden finger from his mind. Within the Xiantian Holy Land, there were at least hundreds, if not thousands, of saintly kings. He could easily extinguish one with a mere breath. "Oh, I almost forgot. The old man in the male protagonist's ring is likely adept at alchemy. Should I strip him of that skill?" Ultimately, it was the male protagonist's reliance on medicinal aids that enabled his cultivation. Depriving him of such support would merely drive him to despair. If he were to take his own life, it would be far too merciful. Having perused the male protagonist's dossier, Jun Jiuxiao already mapped a series of schemes in his mind. He opened his eyes and smiled once more. A smile that made 2,233 shudder involuntarily. It had become evident that whenever the host wore such a smile, calamity was soon to befall someone. Subsequently, 2233 attempted to mimic Jun Jiuxiao's smile, secretly vowing to learn all of the host's techniques, aspiring to become as formidable as Jun Jiuxiao in the future. Unbeknownst to 2233, it had likely never been to Blue Star and was unaware of a saying, imitating others without understanding their essence. Jun Jiuxiao's prowess stemmed not from a gentle smile, but from his unmatched strength and intelligence. The auction reached its zenith, with the upcoming items holding considerable value. Jun Jiuxiao gestured for Ji Lanqing to sit beside him. The auctioneer was a mature and alluring woman, clad in an outfit reminiscent of a cheapao from Blue Star, albeit scandalously revealing, with a plunging neckline exposing ample porcelain skin and a thigh-high slit hinting at what lay beneath. In the presence of such beauty, men's minds often became clouded. Thus, auction hosts were typically seductively enchanting women, igniting the flames of desire within them, which in turn dulled their wits. A server presented a box, which the alluring woman opened, introducing a broken mirror pill of the transformation realm, capable of granting a full-term cultivator a chance to break through to the transformation realm. Certified by the Fuan Merchant Association's appraiser as a mid-tier broken mirror pill, it boasted a 50% success rate for a breakthrough. Even if one failed, it would still impart insights into transcending to the transformation realm. An uproar erupted among the cultivators below. Broken mirror pills were exclusive to disciples of great sects and prestigious families, typically unnecessary for those with exceptional talent. Only those with strong backgrounds yet lacking in natural gifts could possess such treasure, each pill being exceedingly precious and in high demand, with a mid-tier pill being even more valuable. Some cultivators privately swore to exhaust their fortunes to acquire this pill. The alluring woman, not wishing to keep the audience in suspense, provocatively began the bidding at 10,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 100 spirit stones. As the bidding commenced, the ordinary patrons on the first floor withdrew, leaving only a handful daring to bid. 11,000 spirit stones, declared a middle-aged man, fully realized in the infant realm. From the first floor, others quickly followed suit. 12,000 spirit stones, 15,000 spirit stones, 18,000 spirit stones, 20,000 spirit stones. Jun Jiuxiao exhibited no interest in the pill and refrained from participating in the bidding. Suddenly, the male protagonist interjected with 25,000 spirit stones, raising the bid by 5,000 spirit stones in one breath, signifying his determination to acquire it. Those present desiring the broken mirror pill lacked such wealth, while those who possessed the stones were not interested in this particular item. Thus, it was highly probable that the male protagonist would secure the pill. The alluring woman, observing no further bids, deemed 25,000 spirit stones a fair price and announced 25,000 spirit stones going once, 25,000 spirit stones going twice, 25,000 spirit stones going thrice. Before she could finish her statement, Jun Jiuxiao's languid voice interjected 25,100 spirit stones. Initially disinterested, upon seeing the male protagonist place a bid, Jun Jiuxiao suspected the pill held some enigma. Using his spiritual sense, he scanned the pill, discovering that while the surface powder was indeed that of a broken mirror pill, it was, in fact, a bone-refining pill. The value of the bone-refining pill surpassed that of the broken mirror pill by at least 50-fold. Those in the second-floor box, realizing it was a bone-refining pill, were set to compete for it fiercely. The broken mirror pill merely offered a chance for cultivators at the infant realm to break through to the transformation realm, with only a 50% success rate. Those from large sects and families had little need for such a mid-tier pill to achieve a breakthrough. Conversely, the bone-refining pill was exceptional. It could refine one's bones, enhancing one's innate quality and usable by cultivators below the refining organ stage. A slight improvement in one's innate quality could lead to a breakthrough in limitations, allowing for significant advancement, a true rarity, invaluable and seldom offered for sale. Each individual among the second-floor attendees likely had nephews, descendants, or disciples who wouldn't desire this pill. Jun Jiuxiao himself had no use for it. His reasons for bidding were twofold. 1, he wished to deny the male protagonist the opportunity, and 2, he intended it for Ji Lanqing. The male protagonist was still reveling in his delight, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the elixir, when suddenly, a voice from the second floor's private room called out a bid, increasing the price by a mere 100 spirit stones. It was infuriating. With no choice but to continue raising the stakes, he declared 26,000 spirit stones. 26,100 spirit stones, came the response from Jun Jiuxiao, merely outbidding him by another 100. The first instance could be deemed a coincidence, but to have it happen twice, each time with such a meager increment, felt like a blatant affront. The onlookers speculated on how the figure in black on the first floor had managed to provoke the holy son of Xiantian. Some opportunists quietly plotted to capture this black-clad individual to present to the holy son, hoping to gain favor. Ji Lanqing, however, found the figure repugnant. Believing that the holy son was justified in disliking him, she felt a similar revulsion. Ji Lanqing was gradually treading the path toward becoming a dark, obsessive character. In Chapter 26, Ji Lanqing harbors murderous intent toward the male protagonist. Unwilling to concede, he raised the bid 2 more times, only to find Jun Jiuxiao consistently outbidding him by 100 spirit stones. When he attempted to bid again, the elderly figure within his ring intervened, advising, Xiaochen, do not act rashly. You cannot compete with the holy son of Xiantian. Provoking him may bring dire consequences. Lin Chen immediately calmed, refraining from further bids. Jun Jiuxiao ultimately secured the elixir for 30,100 spirit stones. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chen vowed, the humiliation inflicted by the holy son today shall not go unavenged. The elder in the ring echoed his sentiments, stating that once Lin Chen's cultivation improved, the holy son would be inconsequential, even if it were the holy land of Xiantian. Lin Chen excitedly inquired of the elder, Dan Lao, is it true? Can I truly defeat the holy son? Can I stand against the holy land? Of course you can, Dan Lao encouraged. As long as you diligently practice the techniques I have bestowed upon you, success is within your grasp. Lin Chen's resolve solidified, casting a fierce glance toward Jun Jiuxiao's private room, declaring, Holy son, do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Dan Lao was quite pleased with Lin Chen's demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was entirely overheard by Jun Jiuxiao. He pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion regarding this Dan Lao, who seemed to harbor considerable animosity toward the holy land of Xiantian. Should he eliminate him to quash any potential threats? Yet, he hesitated to hastily dispose of the male protagonist's golden finger old man, merely sending a sliver of divine consciousness toward Dan Lao, planting a strike within his consciousness. Should Jun Jiuxiao so desire, Dan Lao would instantly meet his demise. The strike from Jun Jiuxiao, a being of the Emperor realm, went entirely unnoticed by Dan Lao's remaining soul. As for Lin Chen's declaration of not underestimating the youth in poverty, only the weak utter such threats. Before him, Lin Chen could only continue to be the pitiful youth, or perhaps even fall prey before reaching middle age. After concluding matters regarding the male protagonist and his old man, Jun Jiuxiao turned to Ji Lanqing, inquiring about her thoughts on the man in black competing for the elixir. That black-clad individual is utterly repulsive. I cannot stand the sight of him, Ji Lanqing remarked, her disdain for Lin Chen unmasked. Hearing her response, Jun Jiuxiao laughed genuinely. At that moment, an elder from the Fuan Trading Association approached Jun Jiuxiao, bearing the elixir he had just won. The elder presented the elixir with a respectful bow, apologizing for the association's maid's indiscretion in offending the Holy Son, stating that all items purchased by the Holy Son at this auction would henceforth be compensated by the Fuan Trading Association as an act of contrition. Jun Jiuxiao accepted the elixir in silence, and the elder dared not rise. After a brief pause, Jun Jiuxiao finally spoke, "You may stand." The elder complied, exhaling in relief. Jun Jiuxiao's words signified acceptance of the apology. The elder refrained from further speech and quietly exited. As he left, he pondered the incident involving the maid's offense toward Jun Jiuxiao, unable to fathom why such a stunning beauty was not cherished, while the unattractive figure beside him was defended. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that Jun Jiuxiao had a preference for the unappealing? Perhaps he should gather a few to offer as gifts? After some contemplation, the elder dismissed the notion. He had no desire to curry favor with Jun Jiuxiao, only to avoid offending him, deeming it unnecessary to act foolishly. Should Jun Jiuxiao not favor the unattractive, such actions could provoke his ire, leading to adverse outcomes. Once the elder departed, Jun Jiuxiao nonchalantly tossed the elixir to Ji Lanqing. She caught it, bewildered, for this breaking mirror elixir was of no use to her. Why would the Holy Son bestow it upon her? Noticing her confusion, Jun Jiuxiao explained. The outer layer is merely the breaking mirror elixir. This is actually a bone-refining elixir, perfectly suited for you. Ji Lanqing looked at him, touched, and choked out. Lanqing is deeply grateful for the Holy Son's gift. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Jun Jiuxiao replied earnestly, You are mine. It is only right. Ji Lanqing thought to herself, only the Holy Son treats me with such sincerity. repeatedly rescuing me and bestowing upon me elixirs and techniques. I must diligently cultivate to soon keep pace with his strides. She then cast a menacing glare at the male protagonist, Lin Chun, vowing that if given the chance, she would surely kill him to avenge the Holy Sun. As the auction continued, Jun Jiuxiao refrained from bidding on subsequent items until the fire essence crystal was presented. The beautiful woman did not provide an introduction, simply unveiling the box and declaring, "This is a small piece of fire essence crystal. I need not elaborate further. The starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 1,000 spirit stones." All cultivators of fire-based techniques stood in eager anticipation, for the fire essence crystal was formed from the convergence of millions of fire crystals' spiritual energy. The woman set the starting price at 50,000 because the piece was merely a fragment, incomplete, and having lost some spiritual energy. Yet it was still bound to incite a bidding frenzy. Moreover, 50,000 was merely the opening bid. The final price would likely exceed 5 times that amount. The crowd immediately began to bid 60,000 spirit stones, 70,000 spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones. A voice from the second floor chimed in. "This is Yang Xian of the Jiuyang sect. I hope you will grant me some consideration." As the son of the Jiuyang sect's leader and the sect's young lord, Yang Xian's proclamation silenced the hall. None dared to counter his bid. An indignant voice retorted from the first floor, "IG shall not grant you such favor. 110,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing the voice of the Ji clan's young man, Ji Lanqing paused, directing her gaze toward him. Her hatred barely concealed as she clenched her fists, trembling in agitation. Noticing Ji Lanqing's unusual demeanor, Jun Jiuxiao called out, "Come here. I wish to eat a spirit fruit. Feed me." Ji Lanqing withdrew her gaze, took a deep breath, and carefully selected the most exquisite spirit fruit, gently offering it to Jun Jiuxiao's lips. After consuming the tasteless fruit, Jun Jiuxiao signaled that she need not continue feeding him, and she shifted her focus away from the Ji clan young man. At that juncture, the price of the fire essence crystal had surged to 200,000 spirit stones. Jun Jiuxiao remained unhurried in his bidding, as the Ji clan young man and the Jiuyang sect's young lord continued to compete. When the Ji clan young man reached 250,000 spirit stones, the Jiuyang sect's young lord withdrew from the bidding, his spirit stones reserved for acquiring the final technique he sought, the mission he had embarked upon. Seeing Yang Xian concede, the Ji clan young man scoffed. "Is that all the spirit stones you possess?" Yang Xian, incensed, nearly retaliated with a bid, but was restrained by the elder beside him, casting a venomous glare at the Ji clan young man. 251,000 spirit stones, spoke Jun Jiuxiao at that moment. The Ji family man had arrived late, just as the auction was about to commence, and was unaware that it was Jun Jiuxiao who had made the bid. Witnessing someone audaciously insult him with a mere increment of 1,000 spirit stones ignited a fury within him. However, upon realizing the individual was from the private room on the second floor, he restrained his anger and raised the bid to 260,000 spirit stones. 261,000 spirit stones, Jun Jiuxiao continued, adding just 1,000 spirit stones to his previous bid. Ji Lanqing, observing Jun Jiuxiao's direct confrontation with the Ji family man, felt a surge of gratitude but also concern for the potential repercussions this targeting of the Ji family might have on him. She urged him gently, "Holy son, there is no need to deliberately oppose Ji Hao. He is a member of the Ji family and has recently become the disciple of the Ji family patriarch's younger brother. Engaging with him will not serve your interests." Ji Hao was the name of the Ji family man, and he was Ji Lanqing's elder brother, the one who had extracted Ji Lanqing's spiritual bone. Before Jun Jiuxiao could respond, Ji Hao declared a bid of 300,000 spirit stones. Jun Jiuxiao followed suit with a bid of 301,000 spirit stones, then turned to Ji Lanqing with a smile, saying, "You are mine. Thus, it is only natural that I seek retribution for you. However, I shall not lay a hand on them. I leave them for you to deal with personally. Do not disappoint me." Lowering her head to conceal her tears, Ji Lanqing choked out, "I will not let the Holy Sun down." Ji Hao, now thoroughly incensed, decided to reveal his identity, threatening, "I am Ji Hao, a direct disciple of the Ji family patriarch's younger brother, Ji Hong. This fire crystal is meant as a congratulatory gift for my sister, Ji Yueshi, awakening her fire spirit body. I hope you will grant me this courtesy and refrain from self-sabotage." "What are you, that I should grant you any courtesy? What if I choose not to?" Jun Jiuxiao replied haughtily, showing no respect for Ji Hao. The crowd observed the unfolding drama with keen interest as the holy son of Xiantian and the direct disciple of the Ji family clashed over a mere fire crystal. Ji Hao considered striking Jun Jiuxiao directly, but was halted by an elder from the Ji family beside him, who cautioned, "Young Master Hao, given their boldness in the face of the Ji family's reputation, their background must not be trivial. We should not act impulsively. He continued, the fire crystal is inconsequential. It is merely a small piece, and some of its spiritual energy has already dissipated. There is no need for further entanglement. We can select another item as a gift for Miss Yueshi. As for the individual in the private room, we should first ascertain their identity. If they are merely from a minor sect, we can deal with them later. At this point, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the elder's eyes. It had been many years since he encountered someone so disdainful of the Ji family. He instructed someone to investigate the identity of the individual in the private room and called out, I am Ji1, an elder of the Ji family. May I inquire as to your identity? Old fool, what I am is of no concern to you. Do you wish to come over and grovel? Apologies, but I find you beneath my notice. Jun Jiuxiao's mocking voice rang out. Internally, he scoffed at the Ji family's naming conventions. Ji1? Like a chicken plague? Ji1 was thoroughly provoked and decided he would no longer endure, preparing to confront Jun Jiuxiao. However, at that moment, someone returned from inquiring about Jun Jiuxiao's identity. 90% of those present already knew who he was. The informant had exited the private room and, upon casually questioning a servant, learned that the one opposing Ji Hao was the holy son of Xiantian. They rushed back, fearing that if they delayed even a moment, Ji Hao and Elder Ji Wen would engage in conflict with the holy son. As Ji Wen was about to make his move, he noticed the flustered demeanor of his subordinates and deduced that the individual they were opposing had significant backing, prompting him to reconsider his approach. Elder Ji1. The person in that private room is the holy son of Xiantian. The informant shouted in a panic, fearing that if he delayed too long, their group would face dire consequences. Having retracted his hand, Ji1 was relieved to maintain his composure. Ji Hao, too, was stunned. How could he dare threaten the holy son? Fear crept onto his face as he trembled and asked, Elder Ji1, have we offended the holy son? Will he retaliate against us? Ji1 closed his eyes, reflecting on what he knew about the holy son, then reopened them, his expression less burdened with worry. He reassured Ji Hao, I have heard that the holy son is known for his integrity and compassion. He would not hold a grudge over such trivial matters. Once the auction concludes, we shall offer our apologies, and this incident should be laid to rest. Ji Hao's countenance brightened upon hearing Ji Wen's words, dispelling the earlier fear. I was unaware you were the holy son. I apologize for any offense. Please accept this fire crystal as a token of our family's regret. Ji Wen proposed after careful consideration. Jun Jiuxiao could hardly contain his laughter. What was the Ji family, that they thought they could extend such an offer to him? It was truly absurd. The Ji family was on a path to ruin. The Ji family boasts quite the grandeur. Yet Ji Hung would not dare speak to me in such a manner. You, a mere elder of the Ji family, presume to offer me the fire crystal? Do you think I lack so few spirit stones? After the auction, I, Jun Jiuxiao, will personally visit the Ji family to inquire of Ji Hung why his subordinates treat me with such disdain, as if they look down upon me and the holy land of Xiantian. Both Ji1 and Ji Hao inwardly lamented their predicament. Ji Wen immediately sought forgiveness once more, his tone no longer haughty, but rather filled with the humility of a subordinate pleading for pardon. Elder Ji Wen did not intend any disrespect. The Ji family has always held the holy land and the holy son in high regard. Should the holy son wish to strike or kill me, I harbor no grievances. I only ask that the rift between the holy land and the Ji family not be widened due to my actions. Upon finishing, Ji Wen pulled Ji Hao away from the private room and knelt in supplication, determined to smooth over this incident. Otherwise, his entire lineage could face annihilation at the hands of the Ji family to quell the holy son's wrath. Jun Jiuxiao, observing Ji1 and Ji Hao kneeling before him, turned to Ji Lanqing and asked, how do you wish to deal with them? With a cold demeanor, Ji Lanqing replied, those who dare to provoke the holy son deserve death. However, Jun Jiuxiao merely chuckled, and in a voice only Ji Lanqing could hear, said, I do not wish to kill today. Ji Hao, I will spare him, leaving his fate in your hands. He then addressed Ji1. You may sever one of your arms and depart. Without hesitation, Ji Wen complied, severing his own arm and bowing his head, expressing gratitude for the holy son's great mercy. He left the auction, relieved that Jun Jiuxiao had chosen not to punish Ji Hao. What Ji Hao did not realize was that Ji Wen had begun to harbor resentment against him, blaming Ji Hao's arrogance for provoking the holy son, leading to his own loss of dignity and the necessity to self-mutilate. Upon returning to the Ji family, he would likely find himself cast aside by Ji Hong. For a man who had brought shame upon the Ji family would be fortunate not to be killed outright. Subsequently, none dared to continue bidding, and Jun Jiuxiao secured the fire crystal at the price of 301,000 spirit stones. Those who had come to witness the spectacle observed the humiliation of the Ji family at Jun Jiuxiao's hands, silenced by their awe of the power of the holy land of Xiantian, while internally criticizing the Ji family's cowardice. When faced with the weaker Jiang sect, They struck with force, yet when confronted by the mightier holy land of Xiantian, they cowered, begging for mercy. Chapter 28. The Broken Male Lead Lin Chun. With this farce concluded, the auction resumed its orderly course. The next item to be auctioned is an unremarkable stone. The elegant woman introducing the stone remarked that even the appraisers of the merchant guild were at a loss regarding its nature. However, it has withstood a full-force strike from a formidable expert of the cutting realm, without so much as a scratch on its surface. This stone has been entrusted to the guild for auction by a friend, with a starting bid of 20,000 spirit stones. And each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 500 spirit stones. A murmur of speculation rippled through the crowd. Yet no one was inclined to place a bid. Although the stone could endure an attack from a cutting realm expert, it held little value for the majority. Only a handful of individuals, curious to study this peculiar stone, ventured a few bids: 21,000 spirit stones, 21,500 spirit stones. At this juncture, the male protagonist, Lin Chun, interjected with a bid of 25,000 spirit stones. Initially, Lin Chun had no interest in such a trivial stone. But Elder Dan had conveyed to him through telepathy that this stone harbored a powerful ancient formation. If he acquired it, he could study it and subsequently utilize the formation. Upon hearing the words ancient formation, Lin Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to bid immediately. Observing the conversation between the master and disciple, Jun Jiuxiao joined the bidding with 26,000 spirit stones. He sought to avoid overtly humiliating Lin Chun, as that would portray him as overly petty for a holy son. Lin Chun pressed on with a bid of 27,000 spirit stones. This time, Elder Dan refrained from advising Lin Chun to cease bidding, as he too desired the stone. The bids escalated: 30,000 spirit stones, 35,000 spirit stones, 40,000 spirit stones, until Lin Chun reached 80,000 spirit stones. This figure represented the entirety of Lin Chun's spirit stones, and Jun Jiuxiao chose not to raise his bid further. Both Lin Chun and Elder Dan sighed in relief upon noticing that Jun Jiuxiao had ceased bidding. Jun Jiuxiao's original intent was not to acquire the stone, but rather to deplete Lin Chun's resources. As for the ancient formation within the stone, it had long been rendered ineffective by Jun Jiuxiao, who had replaced it with a specially concocted foul powder. Anyone who came into contact with this powder would exude a repugnant odor for an entire month, leaving Lin Chun to ponder whether he would appreciate this first gift from his rival. As the auction concluded, Jun Jiuxiao lingered, establishing a barrier with his spiritual sense to prevent any prying eyes from intruding. He also blocked the presence of 2,233, ensuring it could not witness what it ought not to. Summoning Ji Lanqing to his side, he grasped her wrist and drew her into his embrace. Ji Lanqing's face flushed as she found herself in Jun Jiuxiao's arms, contemplating whether to cooperate or take the initiative. She instinctively closed her eyes, adopting a posture of submission. As the warmth of soft jade enveloped him, Jun Jiuxiao savored the moment, yet remained focused on the task at hand. With the fire essence crystal in his left hand and Ji Lanqing's right hand in his right, he acted as a filter, suppressing the violent fire's spiritual energy while channeling the gentler essence into her body. Suddenly, Ji Lanqing realized that Jun Jiuxiao's intentions were not to seduce her, but to assist her in cultivating her powers, leaving her momentarily stunned, uncertain if she should feel disappointed or otherwise. "Quickly, circulate your spiritual energy," Jun Jiuxiao's voice whispered in her ear. Ji Lanqing dismissed her errant thoughts, diligently focusing on her spiritual energy. The fire lotus within her began to awaken, actively absorbing the essence from the fire crystal. In the ensuing moments, their garments were incinerated by the fire lotus, leaving them exposed and vulnerable. After a while, Ji Lanqing had absorbed all the fire's spiritual energy and opened her eyes to find Jun Jiuxiao, unclothed, prompting her to hastily rise from his embrace. Realizing she too was without clothing, she quickly turned away and retrieved a garment from her storage pouch to dress herself. When she faced him again, she found Jun Jiuxiao had also donned his attire, and an awkward silence ensued as neither mentioned the incident. The fire lotus, having absorbed its energy, fell silent once more, and the birthmark on Ji Lanqing's right cheek reappeared. Jun Jiuxiao had not needed to hold Ji Lanqing to filter the energy. Yet considering he had gifted her the fire essence crystal and the bone-refining pill, he deemed the embrace a fitting compensation. He had not anticipated that the fire lotus would incinerate their clothes, and with no garments left, it could not be helped. Moreover, the revival of the fire lotus had restored Ji Lanqing's stunning beauty, making her truly breathtaking, as if she were a celestial being. With such a beautiful woman in his arms, Jun Jiuxiao, not being a eunuch, was unwilling to release her. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, he continued to revel in Ji Lanqing's exquisite form, finding the sensation of her bare skin delightful. Even the solitary Jun Jiuxiao, having endured over a century of solitude. Felt a surge of joy. He was grateful for his foresight in establishing the barrier, for had others intruded, he would have been powerless to retaliate. While Jun Jiuxiao enjoyed the warmth of Ji Lanqing, Lin Chen faced a rather unfortunate fate. After the auction, he was pursued and besieged by a group of mysterious individuals, narrowly escaping with Elder Dan's aid. After several arduous days, he finally deciphered the formation within the stone, only for it to explode, releasing a noxious stench that coated him in foul powder. Even after washing 10 times, the odor clung to him, forcing Lin Chen to endure the stench as he returned to his sect, as the day of departure to the Xiantian sacred land was imminent. Upon his return, the other disciples kept their distance, repulsed by the foul odor that emanated from him. Even the deepest bonds of affection could not withstand such a stench, and his master, the enchanting meowing fairy, spoke to him from afar. Lin Chen contemplated numerous methods to eliminate the smell, but found no remedy, resigning himself to remain within his cave abode as much as possible. The entire Jiang sect became aware that the sole disciple of the meowing fairy was the stinking dead man. As he boarded the large flying vessel bound for the Xiantian sacred land, the other passengers distanced themselves from Lin Chen, clustering at the bow while he occupied the stern. Yet the stench still permeated the air. The others lamented their plight. Had Lin Chen not been the disciple of the meowing fairy, who was leading them to the sacred land, they would have cast him off the ship long ago. Even the meowing fairy struggled to tolerate Lin Chen's odor. But as he was her disciple, she felt unable to voice her discomfort. Lin Chen seethed with indignation at the disdainful glances cast his way, vowing to repay each slight when he achieved greatness. His gaze softened when it fell upon his master. Only she did not reject him, and he was determined to repay her kindness in full. Elder Dan, though a spiritual entity, also bore the foul powder's mark, as Jun Jiuxiao's concoction made no distinction between body and soul, ensuring a month-long stench for all who came into contact with it. Lin Chen and Elder Dan could not fathom why the ancient formation had exploded, leaving behind such a foul odor. Were it not for Elder Dan sharing his predicament, Lin Chen might have suspected foul play. Chapter 29. I shall take you to buy clothes. Once they had tidied their attire and emotions, the two exited the auction house. Jun Jiuxiao noticed that Ji Lanqing's mood had not improved. Could it be that she had perceived his inappropriate touch while she focused on absorbing the spiritual energy? The reason for Ji Lanqing's discontent was simple. Her clothes had been burned, the very garments gifted to her by Jun Jiuxiao, which she had cherished dearly as her first received gift. As they approached their carriage, Ji Lanqing remained sullen, prompting Jun Jiuxiao, feeling somewhat guilty for having taken advantage of her, to offer some words of comfort. Lanqing, since leaving the auction, you seem troubled. Is there something you desired that was bid away by another? Jun Jiuxiao thought that if someone were to take her away, he would simply reclaim her. After all, there was nothing wrong with indulging his little maid from time to time. Ji Lanqing understood that Jun Jiuxiao had misunderstood the situation, but the sweetness that filled her heart at his concern for her was undeniable. The Holy Sun truly treated her well. Ji Lanqing explained to Jun Jiuxiao that it was merely a matter of clothing. Those garments were gifts from the Holy Sun. At this point, Ji Lanqing, unbeknownst to herself, felt her cheeks flush as memories of their intimate encounter surfaced. Curious about her reddened face, Jun Jiuxiao observed that while the right side of Ji Lanqing's face was consistently rosy, her left side, which was fair and delicate, had now been kissed by a soft hue. It was unmistakably a blush. Jun Jiuxiao laughed with delight and proposed, "Let us go buy some clothes." He then instructed Wang Jie to wait there as he took Ji Lanqing to shop. Jun Jiuxiao surmised that Ji Lanqing must have taken a liking to the two garments from their previous visit, thus leading her back to the same store. The strikingly handsome man clad in dark attire, accompanied by a woman bearing a distinctive red birthmark on half her face, drew considerable attention as they entered the shop. The details of the auction had yet to be disclosed, and those present were unaware that these two were the holy son of Xiantian and his maid. Coincidentally, the maid who had attended to Jun Jiuxiao during his last visit was also there. Upon recognizing him, she eagerly approached. "Are you here to purchase more clothing, young master? We have new styles since the last time you bought those 2 pieces. Would you like to take a look?" Jun Jiuxiao nodded, indicating for the maid to show him around. It was then that Ji Lanqing realized the garments had been personally chosen for her by the Holy Sun. His kindness made her feel incredibly fortunate to be by his side. Yet, a dark surge of possessiveness gripped her heart at the thought of him being equally kind to others. No, the Holy Sun could only belong to her. Should anyone dare to take him away, she would not hesitate to eliminate them. Ji Lanqing resolved to train diligently, knowing that only by growing stronger could she ensure the Holy Sun remained solely hers. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Jun Jiuxiao's voice broke her reverie, prompting Ji Lanqing to hasten her pace to match his. The maid, noticing Ji Lanqing trailing behind, maintained her composure, betraying neither surprise nor disdain, displaying remarkable professionalism. She began by introducing the matching styles of the garments from their last visit and inquired what type Jun Jiuxiao preferred. He pointed to Ji Lanqing, suggesting, "Buy something for her. You may inquire with her directly." The maid was taken aback internally but did not show it on her face, promptly engaging Ji Lanqing in conversation about her preferences. Observing Ji Lanqing's indecision, Jun Jiuxiao decisively waved his hand, declaring, this one, and not that one. Wrap up everything else." He relished the feeling of being a domineering CEO, enjoying the thrill of shopping. This time, he had not even sought a task from 2233. He simply wanted to indulge Ji Lanqing and bring her joy. The maid's smile was radiant, and she called for assistance to gather the clothing, while she herself led Jun Jiuxiao to the checkout. Without giving Ji Lanqing an opportunity to refuse, he settled the bill and instructed her to place the garments in her storage pouch. Once they returned to their carriage, Ji Lanqing spoke up, "Holy son, you've bought me so many clothes. I cannot possibly wear them all, and I have no spirit stones to repay you. It is a gift, and there is no need for repayment. Besides, as my maid, just 2 sets would be quite embarrassing for me," Jun Jiuxiao replied, reveling in the sensation of being a powerful figure. Having been so intimately close to Ji Lanqing, he felt it inappropriate to ask for spirit stones in return for the clothes. Moreover, spirit stones held no value to him. He had an abundance that he could scarcely store. Spending them to delight Ji Lanqing was certainly worthwhile. Fearing she might still be concerned about repaying him, he joked, "It matters not if you cannot wear them all. Simply wear one and discard the rest. Your holy son is in no shortage of spirit stones." Ji Lanqing was overwhelmed with emotion and happiness. The hardships she endured for the past 16 years were all worth it for this moment with the holy son. Her eyes glistened with gratitude as she gazed deeply at Jun Jiuxiao, pledging, "I shall never betray the holy son's goodwill." Unbeknownst to Jun Jiuxiao, Ji Lanqing had spun her own narrative, as if his gift of clothing were a token of love. Yet, he found this imaginative twist quite endearing, believing that before long, he would become her unwavering beacon of light, securing her loyalty. Chapter 30. Come, I shall take you to seek revenge. Although there were still 7 days until the banquet hosted by the Ji family for Ji Yueshi, the distance to the Ji family estate was considerable. Jun Jiuxiao instructed Wang Jie to hasten their journey. He had no desire to arrive at the Ji family in disarray. That would be too flattering for them. He, Jun Jiuxiao, was there to disrupt the festivities, not to attend the banquet in celebration. Naturally, he needed to present himself in grand attire, brimming with vitality, to make a striking entrance and assert his presence. Jun Jiuxiao and Ji Lanqing arrived a day early at the outskirts of the city where the Ji family resided, choosing not to rush in but instead stopping in a secluded spot outside the city. The residence of the Ji family's direct line was known as Guangzhou City. The Ji family comprised 4 branches, and the one hosting the banquet was the most authoritative branch, led by the family patriarch. They had begun welcoming guests 3 days prior. For a fire spirit body was an extraordinary find, particularly a female capable of potentially ascending to the Saint King realm, an excellent candidate for an alliance. Jun Jiuxiao extended his consciousness into the city, his grand dominion effortlessly traversing without fear of detection. He overheard discussions regarding the banquet's main attraction, Ji Yueshi. A middle-aged man remarked to his companion, "This Ji Yueshi has awakened her fire spirit body. She is indeed remarkable, capable of manipulating countless flames." The shorter man beside him, filled with envy, added, "Her brother is extraordinary as well, possessing a natural spirit bone and cultivating at triple the speed of others." The middle-aged man continued, "Both siblings are prodigies. Their parents must have struck gold." The shorter man whispered that their parents had been absorbed into the patriarch's branch due to their exceptional children. Recognizing Ji Hong, the patriarch's younger brother, as their father, thus elevating the siblings to the Ji family's direct line, the middle-aged man gasped, "They forsook their parents for this status?" The shorter man quickly hushed him, warning him quietly, "Such talk could be dangerous. Just a few days ago, some mocked their parents for abandoning them and were swiftly silenced by a blade from Ji Hao." The middle-aged man, struck by fear, swallowed hard and looked around, relieved to find no witnesses. The shorter man continued, "The Ji family's direct lineage is far more prestigious than that of any collateral branch. Forsaking a father is a small price to pay for such an opportunity. If it were offered to you, would you not consider it?" The middle-aged man remained silent, unable to refute the proposition. The allure of advancement was tempting, and he found himself uncertain of his own choice. The shorter man added, "I heard that Ji Hao offended the holy son of Xiantian at the auction of the Fuan Chamber of Commerce, and was so frightened he knelt in supplication." The middle-aged man displayed disbelief, stating, "Though Xiantian's sacred land is the overlord of the eastern region, the Ji family is one of the 3 sects and 4 families. a top-tier force in the eastern region. Jiuxiao is also a direct descendant of the main family. How could he be reduced to begging for mercy? The shorter man regarded him with a knowing expression and continued mysteriously. Do you know that the eastern region once consisted of 4 sects and 4 families? The middle-aged man, perplexed, hurriedly inquired, and what of the 4th sect? The diminutive man did not flaunt his stature, continuing to elucidate to the middle-aged gentleman that the current Xiantian Saint Lord had vanquished his predecessor, the master of the Xiantian Saint Sun. The middle-aged man gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Is the Xiantian sacred land truly that formidable?" Indeed, the reputation of the Xiantian sacred land as the sovereign of the eastern domain was not without merit. Who would dare provoke such a power, only to await their own annihilation? The current Xiantian Saint Lord was fiercely protective and possessed a volatile temperament, dismissing reason entirely. Should one dare to defy him, he would swiftly compel obedience with his formidable Tianyuan sword. Is he truly that intimidating? The middle-aged man displayed an expression of admiration. What he termed intimidation was merely the fate of those who resisted, all of whom had been slain by the Xiantian Saint Lord's hand. Presently, elders and leaders from various clans trembled at the mere mention of his name. The diminutive man continued his explanation. This Xiantian Saint Lord is indeed a true man. The middle-aged man's reverence for him reached its zenith. Jun Jiuxiao, however, chose not to continue listening, finding little of value in the discourse, while the notion of claiming a father figure astonished him. He could not help but marvel at the audacity of these noble families, boldly usurping parental roles. By the following morning, Jun Jiuxiao was awakened by the incessant ringing of the 22:33 alarm clock. He instructed Ji Lanqing to assist him in donning his cloak, taking his time to approach the Ji family. Elder Pu had already arrived by Jun Jiuxiao's side the previous night. Today, Jun Jiuxiao sought only to showcase his prowess at the peak of the severing path, thus summoning Elder Pu as his enforcer. Elder Pu was now on the verge of entering the Saint King realm, and with the current elders of the Ji family refraining from intervention, he could easily dominate. The Ji family was one of the weaker factions among the 3 sects and 4 clans, having only attained parity with others in the eastern domain through their connection to the imperial Ji family of the central domain. In truth, their strength paled in comparison to the might of the others. As noon approached, Jun Jiuxiao surmised that the expected guests had arrived and commanded Wang Jie to head to the banquet venue of the Ji family. The sight of 9 dragon-like creatures pulling the carriage was nothing short of spectacular, drawing the gazes of all attendees skyward. Jun Jiuxiao directed Wang Jie to position the carriage at the very center. The guests had long been aware that the Xiantian Saint Sun traveled in a carriage drawn by 9 dragons. They had also heard of Ji Hong, the younger brother of the Ji family patriarch and the newly acknowledged grandson Ji Hao, who had incurred the wrath of the Xiantian Saint Sun at the Fuan Commerce Association. They wondered if the Saint Sun had come to cause trouble or merely to attend the banquet. The Qin family, who had a fraught relationship with the Ji family, had also sent a representative, an heir of the direct lineage, who was currently reveling in the misfortune of Ji Yueshi and Ji Hao, the center of attention. The Qin and Ji families maintained only a facade of peace. While the elders refrained from direct confrontation, the younger generation secretly harbored deep-seated animosity. The Qin heir had heard of the Xiantian Saint Sun's new acquisition, an unattractive maid with a birthmark covering half her face, whose surname was Ji. Coincidentally, the Qin heir also knew that Ji Yueshi had a half-sister, also bearing a similar birthmark, whom the Ji family claimed was a servant. However, he was aware of her true identity as Ji Yueshi's half-sister. Rumor had it that the maid had perished in an accident months prior, and now, not long after, the Xiantian Saint Sun had taken in a maid with a similar birthmark. What a coincidence. Furthermore, it was said that the Saint Sun was particularly fond of the maid. The Qin heir chuckled, anticipating a spectacle. The Ji family was indeed unfortunate, and the Qin heir could hardly contain his glee. For the animosity between the 2 families ran deep. His own uncle had fallen at the hands of Ji Hong. Aware of the maid's connection to the Fuan Commerce Association, the Qin heir had made a point to attend the Ji family's banquet, eager to witness Ji Heng's downfall. The carriage remained stationary at the heart of the celebration. Yet no one disembarked. It was not Jun Jiuxiao's intention to put on airs, but rather that Ji Lanqing appeared to be in a state of emotional turmoil. Burdened by her past suffering, Jun Jiuxiao extended his hand toward her, gently saying, "Come, I shall lead you to enact your vengeance." In her moment of despair, Ji Lanqing's gaze fell upon Jun Jiuxiao, and his words became her salvation. She grasped his hand, seizing the light he offered. "Do not fear," Jun Jiuxiao reassured her, his voice soothing. "I will guide you in seeking retribution. With me by your side, there is nothing to fear." His tender tone dispelled all her anguish. Jun Jiuxiao, himself uncertain whether he was acting or speaking from the heart, felt a surge of rage at the thought of Ji Lanqing's suffering. Today, he was determined that the Ji family would pay dearly. Regardless of his motives toward Ji Lanqing, she was now under his protection, and he would exact a toll on her behalf. As for the Ji family, he would leave that reckoning to Ji Lanqing, allowing her to eliminate all who had wronged her, purging her inner demons so she could advance on her path of cultivation. Otherwise, he could effortlessly obliterate the Ji family with a mere flick of his hand. Chapter 31. The unsightly countenance of Ji Lingtian. Observing that Ji Lanqing's mood had improved, Jun Jiuxiao descended from the carriage with her. All eyes were already fixated on the majestic carriage drawn by the 9 dragons. Emerging was a striking figure clad in a flowing black cloak, with silver hair cascading elegantly, followed closely by a maiden with a birthmark on her right cheek. The crowd recognized them as the Xiantian Saint's son and his unattractive maid. Ji Yueshi and Ji Hao exchanged glances upon seeing the maid trailing behind Jun Jiuxiao, their expressions shifting swiftly to composure. Ji Yueshi signaled Ji Hao to summon their parents, and he nodded in understanding before gradually retreating from the crowd. The Qin heir, observing the interaction between the maid and the Ji siblings, realized his predictions were accurate. The Ji family was in for quite a show. This banquet was primarily for the younger generation, and the elders, including Ji Heng, were conspicuously absent. The event was presided over by Ji Heng's son, Ji Yu, who was now the uncle of Ji Yueshi and Ji Hao, as Ji Lingtian had acknowledged Ji Heng as his father. Ji Yu personally approached to welcome Jun Jiuxiao. On behalf of the Ji family, I, Ji Yu, extend a warm welcome to the esteemed Xiantian Saint's son. It is an honor for both the Ji family and Yueshi that you have graced us with your presence at her awakening banquet. Ji Yu sought to establish the tone that Jun Jiuxiao was present to offer his congratulations. Having heard of the altercation between Ji Hao and Jun Jiuxiao at the Fuan Commerce Association, Ji Yu hoped that, since Jun Jiuxiao had compelled Ji Wen to sever an arm, he would not pursue the matter further. However, Ji Yu was wary that Jun Jiuxiao might be there to stir trouble. Hence he aimed to frame the narrative positively, hoping Jun Jiuxiao would not directly refute him. Upon hearing Ji Yu's name, Jun Jiuxiao nearly erupted in laughter. Ji Yu? Opportunity? The names of this family must have been concocted by some clever wordsmith, each one ripe for puns. He dismissed the notion of attending the so-called awakening banquet for that waste, declaring, "She is unworthy." Jun Jiuxiao's disdain for Ji Lanqing fueled his venomous words. Ji Yu's smile faltered, and the assembly fell into an uneasy silence. If Ji Yueshi's fire spirit body was deemed a waste, what did that make the rest of them? The Xiantian Saint's son's arrogance was astounding. The Qin heir's excitement was palpable, silently cheering for Jun Jiuxiao to deliver a decisive blow to the Ji family. Ji Yueshi's expression darkened with rage and humiliation. This was the first time she had been labeled a waste, and she felt an urge to confront Jun Jiuxiao. However, upon witnessing his prowess at the peak of the severing path, she realized she was no match for him and could only glare at him with seething hatred. Jun Jiuxiao discerned the seething hatred emanating from Ji Yueshi's gaze and coldly retorted, "Should you dare to regard me with such animosity again, I shall ensure you are deprived of your sight." Startled, Ji Yueshi quickly averted her eyes, unwilling to meet Jun Jiuxiao's piercing stare any longer. Ji Yu, a legitimate scion of the Ji family, accustomed to reverence and adulation, found himself humiliated for the first time and was consumed by indignation. Yet he was no fool. He understood the formidable reputation of the Xiantian sacred land and knew he could only swallow his resentment in silence. He attempted to smooth things over, saying, "Holy son, surely you jest. Do I appear to be one who jests?" Jun Jiuxiao replied, his expression devoid of humor as he continued to regard Ji Yu. Ji Yu was at a loss for words, his heart seething with contempt for Jun Jiuxiao, yet he dared not retaliate, nor could he match Jun Jiuxiao's prowess. Furthermore, the Ji family could not afford to provoke the Xiantian sacred land. He resolved to inform his father, Ji Heng, hoping for his swift arrival, as he could scarcely withstand the oppressive aura of Jun Jiuxiao. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, the onlookers grasped the situation. Jun Jiuxiao had come seeking confrontation. Ji Heng did not arrive, but Ji Lingtian and their mother, Lin Su, soon appeared. Upon learning from Ji Hao that Ji Lanqing had taken the Xiantian holy son as her patron and had become his maid, Lin Su's countenance twisted into a mask of rage, declaring that wretched spawn should have been slain at birth. Ji Lingtian, however, remained silent, lost in thought. The trio hastened to the scene, witnessing Ji Yu, typically exalted in their presence, now humbled by Jun Jiuxiao, still forcing a smile. Ji Lingtian cast a calculating glance at Ji Lanqing behind Jun Jiuxiao. Lin Su's gaze bore into Ji Lanqing with a fierce intensity, as if she yearned to consume her whole. Jun Jiuxiao subtly shifted, positioning himself protectively in front of Ji Lanqing. Upon seeing Ji Lingtian and Lin Su, Ji Lanqing felt a surge of anguish and hatred welling up within her, nearly overwhelming her restraint. Yet, the sight of Jun Jiuxiao shielding her instantly calmed her tumultuous spirit. Ji Lingtian, noticing Jun Jiuxiao's protective stance, felt a surge of joy and donned a fatherly smile, feigning surprise as he addressed Ji Lanqing. Lanqing, where have you been? I have searched endlessly for you since your disappearance. It is a relief to see you unharmed. Turning to Jun Jiuxiao, he expressed, I am eternally grateful for your intervention on behalf of my daughter, Holy Son. Such kindness shall not be forgotten. Ji Lanqing was disgusted by Ji Lingtian's words and could not suppress her nausea, promptly retching. Lin Su and Ji Hao, standing behind Ji Lingtian, were equally taken aback. Was Ji Lingtian not the one who despised Ji Lanqing the most? Had he not long viewed Ji Lanqing and her mother as a source of shame? Why then was he suddenly acting like a caring father? Lin Su quickly deduced Ji Lingtian's intentions. He sought to curry favor with Ji Lanqing now that she had aligned herself with the Xianxian Holy Son. She scoffed internally, thinking, he is delusional. Ji Lanqing loathes him more than anyone, wishing to see him suffer. The crowd was astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Could it be that Ji Lingtian had first ingratiated himself with the legitimate Ji Line and now sought to attach himself to the Xianxian Holy Son as well? In Chapter 32, Jun Jiuxiao relishes in delivering verbal blows. Upon hearing Ji Lingtian's remark, he erupted into laughter, retorting, have you just acknowledged a wild father and now wish to assume the role of another? The audience stifled their laughter, knowing that Ji Lingtian's wild father was Ji Hong, the brother of the Ji family patriarch. Among them, a scion of the Qin family could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter, prompting others to follow suit. Ji Yu, too, felt a sense of relief. Having been the subject of Jun Jiuxiao's earlier ridicule, he now found solace in the embarrassment of another. Ji Lingtian's face fluctuated between white and red at Jun Jiuxiao's words. Lin Su contemplated how to incite the Xianxian Holy Son's disdain for Ji Lanqing, wishing for her demise. She also feared Ji Lanqing might reveal the truth about the spirit bone and fire spirit body being extracted from her. When Ji Lanqing responded coldly to Jun Jiuxiao's comment, declaring, I have no habit of acknowledging a wild father, Ji Lingtian dared not express his anger towards Jun Jiuxiao. But how dared Ji Lanqing speak to him in such a tone? Rebellious daughter, have you truly forsaken your father? What gives you the audacity? I do, Jun Jiuxiao interjected. Addressing Ji Lingtian directly, Ji Lingtian fell silent. He had grown accustomed to tormenting Ji Lanqing over the years, partly due to her current weakness as she had only recently reached the late stage of blood transformation. Most of the fire crystal's spiritual energy had been absorbed by the Red Lotus Inferno, with only a fraction utilized by Ji Lanqing to enhance her strength. Thus, she was currently at a disadvantage. Ji Yu could no longer remain an observer. After all, Ji Lingtian was his father's son, a member of the Ji family's legitimate line. The disgrace reflected upon Ji Yu himself. Holy Son, this maid indeed is Lingtian's daughter. Let us not drag the Dragon King Temple into the flood. Ji Yu was unaware of the bitter enmity between Ji Lanqing and Ji Lingtian's family. Otherwise, he would never have attempted to smooth over matters. Jun Jiuxiao remained silent. Ji Yu was of little significance, and engaging him in conversation felt like a waste of breath. He preferred to wait for someone of consequence to arrive, to deliver a resounding slap to Ji Lingtian's face, thus avenging Ji Lanqing. Observers recognized the deep-seated animosity between Ji Lingtian's family and the Xianxian Holy Son's maid, and it was evident that the Holy Son had come specifically to defend his maid's honor. Yet, the origins of this animosity remained a mystery, particularly since there had been no prior mention of Ji Lingtian having a daughter. As Ji Yu sensed Jun Jiuxiao's reticence, he struggled to grasp his intentions and dared not continue speaking. The gathering fell into an unexpected silence. Ji Yueshi felt her teeth nearly shatter from grinding them in frustration. What should have been her glorious spirit awakening ceremony had turned into a spectacle of humiliation. Lin Su's mind raced, and she leaned in to whisper to Ji Yueshi. This Xianxian Holy Son is quite exceptional. You are 1,000 times more capable than that wretched Ji Lanqing. She is destined to serve as a mere maid. If you can win the Holy Son's heart, the Ji family will rise in stature. Upon hearing her mother's words, Ji Yueshi's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and the two exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. Lin Su spoke first, addressing Ji Lanqing in a feigned tone of affection. Lanqing, there seems to be a misunderstanding between you and your father. Let us have a private discussion to avoid further embarrassment. She adopted a condescending tone. As if addressing a wayward child, Holy Son, Lanqing has always been a bit mischievous. Her father and I have been rather strict, which has led to her displeasure. Alas, that is my fault. Jun Jiuxiao detected a whiff of insincerity, reminiscent of the duplicitous individuals he had encountered on Blue Star. He smiled with keen interest, entertained by Lin Su's machinations. Believing she had gained his trust, Lin Su continued her charade, since Yueshi has awakened her fire spirit body. Lanqing felt overshadowed and ran away from home. As parents, we searched for her tirelessly, fearing she had been lost forever. Fortunately, she encountered the Holy Sun. Wiping away an imaginary tear, she turned to Ji Yueshi, urging, Yueshi, come and thank the Holy Sun for saving your sister. Ji Yueshi, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stepped forward timidly, her voice trembling as she said, Thank you, Holy Sun, for rescuing my sister, while subtly presenting her delicate profile to Jun Jiuxiao. Ji Lanqing's fury reached its zenith. How dare that wretched Ji Yueshi attempt to entice her Holy Sun? She vowed to see her torn to shreds. Whose chicken is running rampant here? Jun Jiuxiao quipped, inciting a wave of laughter from the crowd, with the scion of the Qin family laughing the loudest. Ji Lanqing also smiled, realizing that the Holy Sun clearly looked down upon women like Ji Yueshi. How wonderful the Holy Sun is. I must strive to cultivate diligently and surpass him. Ji Yueshi and her mother instantly changed their expressions, yet they did not dare to confront Jun Jiuxiao. Ji Yueshi could only vent her anger towards Ji Lanqing. You vile woman, did you speak ill of me to the Holy Sun? Why don't you just die? Before her words could fully escape her lips, Jun Jiuxiao struck Ji Yueshi with a slap, sending her flying. Fortunately, Ji Hao managed to catch her in time. If you cannot speak wisely, you might as well keep that mouth shut. Jun Jiuxiao found a peculiar pleasure in physically reprimanding others. It was truly exhilarating. He understood why the women in those dramas from his past life enjoyed slapping faces. The satisfaction was simply unparalleled. Without needing instruction from Jun Jiuxiao, Ji Lanqing obediently brought a basin of water for him to wash his hands, then meticulously wiped them clean. The young master of the Qin family mused to himself that this Xianxian Holy Sun was indeed cunning. To strike someone and then demand cleanliness was a true affront. However, it was Ji Yueshi who was struck, which brought him immense satisfaction. He almost wished to substitute himself for the Xianxian Holy Sun in punishing Ji Yueshi. With a cry of alarm, Lin Su rushed towards Ji Yueshi. Half of Ji Yueshi's face swelled up. Jun Jiuxiao had even used spiritual power to ensure that it would remain swollen for at least a month, without hope of remedy. As for the reason it wouldn't be permanent, it was simply because Ji Yueshi's appearance was already so mediocre that the swelling might even serve as an unexpected enhancement. Jun Jiuxiao had no intention of providing free cosmetic surgery. At this moment, Ji Lanqing gazed at Jun Jiuxiao with a face full of gratitude, thinking, The Holy Sun is truly kind to me. He can only be kind to me. No one can vie for his affection. If they do, I. A fierce glint flashed in Ji Lanqing's eyes. Ji Yueshi, a prodigy of the Ji family, felt deeply humiliated by Jun Jiuxiao's actions, and the Ji family members present were filled with rage. A Ji family disciple with a crush on Ji Yueshi even attempted to confront Jun Jiuxiao, but was restrained by those nearby. Ji Yu's face turned ashen. Jun Jiuxiao was exceedingly arrogant, utterly disregarding the Ji family. Feeling the arrival of someone, Jun Jiuxiao sensed that it must be a person of significance from the Ji family. Ji Yu, sensing his father's presence, sighed in relief. He believed that while Jun Jiuxiao might not give him face, he would certainly not dare to disrespect his father. Little did Ji Yu know, he was mistaken. Jun Jiuxiao had no intention of giving Ji Heng any face either. As Ji Heng arrived, his voice preceded him. The esteemed Xianxian Holy Sun graces our Ji family. We are most honored. I apologize for arriving late. I hope the Holy Sun does not take offense. Ji Yueshi, with half of her face swollen, felt as though she had found her anchor. She was determined to seek justice from her grandfather, wishing to have Jun Jiuxiao and that vile Ji Lanqing torn to shreds. Ji Heng descended, an elderly man with graying hair, contemporaneous with his master, Jun Wuqing. While his master retained the appearance of a handsome youth, Ji Heng had aged into an old man, indicating a lack of cultivation talent. Jun Jiuxiao grimaced at the sight of this decrepit figure, thinking it truly painful to behold. Two pigtails? Do you think you are Neza? Knowing you arrived late, yet you do not kneel in apology? Jun Jiuxiao's tone grew even more disdainful. The onlookers gasped audibly. How audacious was this Xianxian Holy Sun to show such disregard for the younger generation of the Ji family, and even for Ji Heng, brother to the family head, who held a respectable cultivation level. There exists a saying in the cultivation world, respectable ones must not be insulted. It was well understood that a cultivator of that level was already a formidable force. The young master of the Qin family, upon seeing Ji Heng, was filled with murderous intent. Hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, he silently cheered him on, wishing for Ji Heng's demise. You ignorant wretch. Do you think I am someone you can casually insult? Ji Heng struck out at Jun Jiuxiao with a palm. Though Ji Heng did not unleash his full power, intending not to kill Jun Jiuxiao, he aimed to inflict serious injury. This was fueled by his anger, genuinely provoked by Jun Jiuxiao's words. Moreover, Having been suppressed by Jun Wuqing, he saw this as a chance for vengeance. If he could not defeat Jun Wuqing, could he not deal with his disciple? The Ji family, inheriting a legacy of bullying the weak and fearing the strong, had no shame. Jun Jiuxiao did not even attempt to evade, standing and smiling in place. Ji Lanqing rushed forward to shield Jun Jiuxiao, silently vowing that if she survived this, she would rise in power and ensure Ji Heng met a gruesome end. Slaughtering his entire clan, Old Pu made his move, gently intercepting Ji Heng's strike before delivering a slap to Ji Heng's face. "You old dog, dare you to strike at the Holy Sun?" Mimicking Jun Jiuxiao's earlier actions, Old Pu finally understood why the Holy Sun relished slapping faces. It was indeed exhilarating. Jun Jiuxiao watched as Ji Lanqing stood before him, ready to take the blow. A complex feeling welled up inside him. His initial intention had been to use her as a shield, knowing full well that with her late-stage blood realm cultivation, she would undoubtedly perish. Yet, if she remained loyal, perhaps he should treat her with a modicum of kindness. As for those in the Ji family who had wronged her, he would ensure their suffering was profound. Pulling Ji Lanqing back behind him, he reassured her, "Do not fear. This old dog cannot harm me." Ji Lanqing understood that as the Holy Sun, Jun Jiuxiao must have protectors, yet in that moment, her mind was blank. All she wished was to protect him, even at the cost of her own life. Sensing that Jun Jiuxiao's protector was about to act, she took her place behind him. "Old Pu, do not use lethal force. Leave him with a breath. As you command." Old Pu, feeling a sense of satisfaction, ceased his slapping. Ji Heng, now barely recognizable, had a face swollen like that of a pig. Jun Jiuxiao approached Ji Heng, grinning. "Can you now kneel and apologize?" Ji Heng's swollen face rendered him unable to speak. Meanwhile, Ji Yueshi, who had thought her grandfather would seek justice for her, found herself frightened as she witnessed her pillar of support being reduced to a pig's head, cowering in Lin Su's embrace. Lin Su was equally terrified, fearing that Jun Jiuxiao might retaliate against them for Ji Lanqing's sake. Ji Lingtian felt a mix of anger and joy. He was furious that Ji Lanqing dared to defy him, yet thrilled that she had gained the Holy Sun's favor, perhaps allowing him to ascend alongside her. Ji Yu, witnessing his father's humiliation, did not dare approach, fearful that Jun Jiuxiao might strike him down as well. The crowd collectively swallowed hard. This Xiantian Holy Sun was so formidable, even daring to beat the family head's brother into a state of disgrace. With the emergence of the Xiantian Holy Sun, such a significant uproar had ensued. Specifically targeting the Ji family, what could be the reason behind it? They needed to inquire swiftly. The young master of the Qin family was reveling in the moment. Ji Heng, that old dog, had finally met his comeuppance, though he lamented the fact that he could not personally deliver a few slaps himself. Chapter 34, Striking the Young. Then the old. Jun Jiuxiao's mocking gaze swept across the faces of the Ji family members, finally landing on Ji Yueshi and Ji Hao. "Is my maid's spiritual bone and fire spiritual body useful?" His words stirred a tempest of shock. What? Ji Hao's spiritual bone and Ji Yueshi's fire spiritual body belonged to the Holy Sun's maid? A voice exclaimed. Whispers spread through the crowd as they recalled how Ji Hao and Ji Yueshi had previously displayed mediocre talents, only for one to suddenly possess a spiritual bone and the other a fire spiritual body. While no one dared speak up, the general consensus was that this revelation must be true. One had plundered another's spiritual bone, while the other had seized a spiritual body. All while their mother pretended to be a loving matriarch. What a despicable family they were. No, this fire spirit body belongs to me," Ji Yueshi exclaimed in a fearful whisper. Ji Hao remained silent, his expression stern, feeling the disdainful gazes of the crowd upon him. As though he stood before them stripped bare, Lin Su observed with dismay as her worst fears materialized. Although her pride was trivial, she feared that Jun Jiuxiao might seize back the spirit bone and fire spirit body. She approached the still smug Ji Lingtian, discreetly transmitting the information that the spirit bone and fire spirit body had perfectly fused with Hao and Yueshi. If Lanqing insisted on reclaiming them, it would likely result in a greater loss. After a pause, she added that with the backing of the Xiantian Holy Sun, it mattered little whether he possessed the spirit bone and spirit body. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingtian reassured her, stating that the fire spirit body and spirit bone belonged to Yueshi and Hao, so she need not worry. Although Lin Su felt slightly relieved by Ji Lingtian's words, she knew he was ineffectual and needed to devise another plan. After Elder Pu delivered the first slap, Ji Heng sent a message to his elder brother, Ji Ji, the patriarch of the Ji clan. Ji Ji arrived swiftly, his presence commanding, immediately unleashing the pressure of his Saint King realm. Those of lower cultivation knelt in submission. Jun Jiuxiao shielded Ji Lanqing, who remained unharmed. After a while, Ji Ji felt he had sufficiently demonstrated his might before retracting his oppressive aura. "Nephew Jiuxiao, How is it that you visit my Ji family without notifying your uncle in advance? These ill-mannered individuals have failed to provide proper hospitality. It is truly disrespectful. Ji positioned himself as an elder before Jun Jiuxiao. He was searching for his brother Ji Hong, unaware that the figure sprawled on the ground was indeed his sibling. I am an orphan, with no kin apart from my master. My uncle has been dead for over a century, Jun Jiuxiao replied, showing no regard for Ji. The crowd had grown indifferent to Jun Jiuxiao's arrogant demeanor. Ji's face darkened upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, and it worsened when he learned from his nephew Jiyu that Ji Hong had been turned into a mess by Jun Jiuxiao's protector. Recognizing the figure on the ground as his brother, Ji's anger flared, and he immediately attacked Jun Jiuxiao. Elder Pu interposed himself in front of Jun Jiuxiao, but was repelled by Ji. After all, Elder Pu was merely half a step into the Saint King realm, while Ji was mid-stage Saint King. Elder Pu conveyed to Jun Jiuxiao, "Holy son, I cannot match this individual." Understood, Jun Jiuxiao responded, his tone unperturbed. After Ji's initial strike, he calmed down and assessed Elder Pu, dismissing him as merely half a step into the Saint King realm. Observing one half-step Saint King, one at the peak of the slashing realm, and a lowly maid of the bloodline realm, Ji grew emboldened. Why does the Xianxian holy son disturb my clan's banquet and injure my brother Ji Hong? If you do not provide an explanation today, neither I nor the Ji clan will let this matter rest. The younger members of the Ji family, emboldened by Ji's words, also began demanding an explanation from Jun Jiuxiao. Lin Su felt a wave of relief wash over her, with the patriarch of the Ji clan present. Jun Jiuxiao could no longer act recklessly, ensuring the safety of Yueshi and Haoer's spirit bodies and spirit bones. After all, Yueshi and Haoer were considered Ji's niece and nephew, while Ji Lanqing was merely an outsider. It was evident whom the patriarch would favor. Jun Jiuxiao maintained his indifferent demeanor, visibly annoyed as he remarked, "How tiresome. You strike the young, then the old, and now the even older. Does your Ji clan possess no sense of shame?" The crowd nodded in agreement, finding the Ji clan's lack of dignity glaring, casting odd looks at them. Some daring individuals even directed their gazes at Ji, who bristled with anger. While it was true that the Ji clan behaved this way, it was unacceptable to voice it aloud. "Xianxian holy son, I offer you a chance. If you do not appreciate it, do not blame me," Ji thundered, then launched a full-force attack on Jun Jiuxiao. Elder Pu was sent flying, severely injured. A half-step Saint King could not withstand the full might of a Saint King. Just as Ji was about to strike again, Ji Lanqing, worried for Jun Jiuxiao, attempted to shield him once more, hoping to buy him even a moment's respite. However, Jun Jiuxiao halted her, regarding Ji with a mocking gaze, as if he were merely a jester in his eyes. Ji trembled with rage at Jun Jiuxiao's look. "Xianxian holy son, your protector has been injured by me. No one can shield you now. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may consider sparing you." The more he spoke, the more arrogant he became. "What if you suppress your peers? Your disciple must now kneel before me if he wishes to survive." The crowd held their breath, waiting to see how Jun Jiuxiao would respond. Would he plead for mercy or maintain his pride to the end? Jun Jiuxiao coldly uttered a few words. "Patriarch Ji, seek treatment if you are ill. Do not dream each day." Ji's rage turned to mockery. "Very well. Xianxian holy son, we shall see whether your tongue is stronger or my fist." He unleashed a powerful punch towards Jun Jiuxiao, causing the timid to shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending scene. Chapter 35. The Xianxian Holy Land, fond of slapping faces. Jun Jiuxiao remained unfazed, gazing at Ji as one would regard a fool. Behind him, Ji Lanqing was on the verge of tears, harboring a deep-seated hatred for all members of the Ji clan, vowing to eliminate them all. Then, Ji's full-force punch was intercepted, and he was met with a counterattack that sent him reeling. Such grandiosity from the patriarch of the Ji clan. "I expected more. But is this all there is?" spoke an elderly man who had landed beside Jun Jiuxiao. He was the second elder of the Xianxian Holy Land, and his motivation for striking Ji stemmed from witnessing the pleasure Jun Jiuxiao and Elder Pu derived from their earlier confrontation. He wished to experience that exhilaration himself and found it surprisingly gratifying, deciding that slapping faces would become a tradition henceforth in the Xianxian Holy Land. From that moment on, it became customary among the Xianxian Holy Land members to slap faces. If one did not slap, they would feel unworthy to claim affiliation with the Holy Land. Upon recognizing the second elder of the Xianxian Holy Land, Ji Lanqing's anxiety eased. Jun Jiuxiao had long sensed the elder's arrival, which was why he refrained from intervening. Ji's initial strike directed at Elder Pu was intended to let him gauge the strength of the Saint King realm, aiding in his subsequent breakthrough. With Jun Jiuxiao present, Elder Pu was assured of his safety. Jun Jiuxiao's playful demeanor faded as he respectfully addressed the second elder. I would appreciate it if you could heal, Elder Pu. The second elder nodded, channeling pure spiritual energy to Elder Pu, who regained consciousness and was able to heal himself as the elder withdrew his energy. Meanwhile, Ji, having been struck to the ground, feigned unconsciousness, too humiliated to rise, having just boasted only to be swiftly put in his place. The crowd now recognized the newcomer as the second elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, a formidable figure in the late Saint King realm. No wonder the Xiantian Holy Son was so audacious, with a late Saint King by his side. He feared no one unless it was the ancestors of the major powers in the eastern region. If only one had a late Saint King backing them, they too would be even more audacious than Jun Jiuxiao. Patriarch Ji, do you not find the ground quite cold? Jun Jiuxiao's gentle voice echoed once more. Ji, lying on the ground, found Jun Jiuxiao's tone utterly detestable. He found him as infuriating as his master, Jun Wuqing. Given the chance, he vowed to slay both master and disciple. Lin Su and her sons, who had just settled their nerves, were once again taken aback. Was the patriarch of the Ji clan truly this inept? Struck to the ground by a slap, he could not even muster the courage to rise. Having been exposed for feigning ignorance, Ji had no choice but to rise with an unsightly expression. He then forced a smile, expressing his surprise at the presence of the second elder of the Xiantian Holy Land, claiming that he was merely jesting with the Holy Son and hoping for no misunderstandings. The young onlookers were left dumbstruck, questioning the audacity of the Ji clan's blatant shamelessness. While the older generation was already aware of the Ji clan's lack of integrity and shamelessness, they were astonished to witness such a new low, with a clan leader resorting to such antics. If I were to give you 2 slaps as a jest, what would the Ji clan head think of that? Ji perceived that Jun Jiuxiao was as arrogant as his master, Jun Wuqing, and vowed to eventually eliminate him. Eager to witness whether he would still carry himself with such bravado then, Ji continued to awkwardly chuckle, urging the Holy Son not to take his words lightly, asserting that the Ji clan had always maintained a cordial relationship with the Xiantian Holy Land and that it was unnecessary to let such trivial matters disrupt their harmony. I have stated that I am an orphan. Whether I have an uncle, I do not know, but if I do, he has undoubtedly been dead for many years. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, Ji could no longer maintain his facade. His smile froze on his face, resembling a grimace more than a grin. Jun Jiuxiao, I respect you as the Holy Son of Xiantian. Thus I have spoken to you with courtesy. However, should you continue to be so ungracious, do not blame me for what follows. Ji resumed his threatening rhetoric, which Jun Jiuxiao had grown weary of. Every member of the Ji clan seemed to resort to such theatrics, which was utterly vexatious. The Ji clan truly resembled roosters, a fitting description for their obstinate nature. I am indeed ungracious. I stand here before you. Come, slay me, force me to kneel and beg for mercy. Jun Jiuxiao found no value in engaging in further trivial banter with Ji, deeming it a waste of time. Ji found himself in a predicament. Advancing or retreating was futile, as he had already issued threats, yet his opponent remained unfazed, unable to best him in combat. His only recourse was to call upon his ancestors. Jun Jiuxiao, my clan's ancestors are on their way. I hope you will still maintain your arrogance by then. Ah, indeed. Sending the young to confront the old, and then the even older. Jun Jiuxiao took a seat, declaring that he would wait for the Ji clan's ancestor to come and kill him. His audacity was palpable, as he clearly held the Ji clan in utter contempt. Ji Lanxin, obediently, opened an umbrella to shield Jun Jiuxiao from the sun, which was hardly scorching. The act was merely a pretense for enjoyment. Ji and the members of the Ji clan were incensed, except for Ji Heng, who lay unconscious on the ground, neglected. Astute merchants had already begun recording the events with shadow stones when Jun Jiuxiao mocked Ji Yu, anticipating the arrival of the Ji clan's ancestor. Regardless of the outcome, they could sell the footage for a handsome profit, exclaiming that they had struck gold. The young master of the Qing clan was utterly delighted by the Ji clan's misfortune, broadcasting the spectacle to his kin via a communication stone, albeit with a hint of concern that the Ji ancestors' arrival might lead to Jun Jiuxiao's suppression. Those from the Qing clan nearby, upon receiving the message, hurried over to witness the spectacle, with some even utilizing long-distance teleportation talismans just to partake in the amusement. Others called upon friends, and soon a multitude gathered. The Ji clan found themselves unable to intervene. They could not simply close the formations that had been opened for Ji Yueshi's awakening banquet. Such an act would be utterly disgraceful. Moreover, among the crowd were representatives from the 3 sects and 4 families, as well as individuals from the other 4 domains. Many were individuals the Ji clan would prefer not to offend, leaving them to watch as the numbers swelled. Chapter 36. The Ji clan ancestors' unconventional maneuvers. Jun Jiuxiao began to grow a bit bored, inquiring whether the Ji clan ancestor had yet arrived, wondering if they had perhaps suffocated underground. The crowd could no longer contain their laughter. The holy son of Xiantian was being rather narrow-minded. Wasn't the Ji clan ancestor a celestial king? How could they possibly suffocate? His words were clearly meant to provoke the Ji clan. Jun Jiuxiao relished this moment. My ancestor has already awakened and will arrive shortly. Ji gritted his teeth, wishing fervently to devour Jun Jiuxiao whole. Jun Jiuxiao produced a flask of spirit wine, allowing Wang Jie to hold the umbrella while Ji Lanqing fed him, utterly enjoying himself. Paying no mind to Ji's words, the second elder also approached with 2 jars of wine, enjoying a drink with Elder Pu. As the crowd grew increasingly impatient, they began to wonder what was delaying the Ji clan's ancestor. In truth, the Ji clan's ancestor had already arrived but remained hidden. Observing if there were any stronger presences around. Finding none, they began weighing their options. Appearing was inevitable, but how to navigate the situation was the dilemma. Being too soft would invite ridicule upon the Ji clan, while being too aggressive would provoke Jun Wuqing, a madman whom the Ji clan ancestor had once fled from, ultimately apologizing and yielding to survive. The mere mention of Jun Wuqing's name made the Ji clan ancestor's legs tremble. In the end, unable to devise a strategy, they chose to reveal themselves. Noble holy son, you visit the Ji clan without prior notice. Had you informed your uncle, he could have sent someone to welcome you. The Ji clan ancestor stated with a smile, indicating that they had not come to blows immediately. Jun Jiuxiao, checking his phone, noted how everyone in the Ji clan seemed fond of addressing him as uncle. Ji Hing had done so, Ji had done so, and now the Ji clan ancestor did as well. Jun Jiuxiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words, having already encountered the term uncle twice. Was he to reiterate his status as an orphan once more? The onlookers were equally perplexed, questioning why the Ji clan members were so keen on assuming the role of elders. It made sense, considering Ji Hong had just acknowledged a new son, and today was the awakening banquet of his new son's daughter. Jun Jiuxiao was reluctant to reiterate his orphan status before the crowd. He too had his pride. He spoke bluntly. Your clan head has stated that upon your arrival, I should kneel and beg for mercy. What do you think? The Ji clan ancestor found Jun Jiuxiao's lack of decorum disconcerting. They had extended an olive branch, only for him to spurn it, fueling their rage and solidifying their resolve to eliminate him. Dear nephew, do you not see this as a misunderstanding? They turned to Ji, chastising him for his failure as a clan leader, commanding him to explain to the noble nephew. Ji was left dumbfounded. He had summoned the ancestor for his own benefit, not for Jun Jiuxiao's. Jun Jiuxiao facepalmed, realizing he had no choice but to repeat, I am an orphan. My uncle has been deceased for over a century. The Ji clan ancestors should refrain from making such premature claims and should be mindful of their role as elders. The Ji clan ancestor, having overheard Jun Jiuxiao's sharp tongue, initially believed he was only speaking out of turn in their absence. They did not anticipate such audacity. Even in their presence, anger surged within the Ji clan ancestor, and the more they pondered, the more infuriated they became, deciding to cease their contemplation altogether. They glared at Ji, reproaching him for his incompetence as a clan leader, asserting that he was jeopardizing the relationship between the Ji clan and the Xiantian Holy Land. If you cannot intimidate the holy son of Xiantian, how can you intimidate Ji, the clan leader? Ji was left bewildered. He could not comprehend the ancestor's intentions. Nevertheless, he knelt, seeking forgiveness from the ancestor. Ji proclaimed that the ancestor had arrived to demand Jun Jiuxiao kneel and beg for mercy, yet he himself knelt first. The crowd was left in shock. What was the Ji clan ancestor's strategy? Shouldn't they have confronted Jun Jiuxiao instead? Why were they reprimanding their own clan leader first? Was it an apology to him? Shouldn't they be addressing the Holy Son? Upon hearing the Ji clan ancestor's words, the entire assembly regarded him with odd expressions, questioning whether the Ji clan ancestor had truly lost their wits from being buried for too long. The Ji clan ancestor issued commands, leaving Ji no choice but to apologize. However, as Ji rose, he sought to salvage some dignity, stating that it was Ji's rashness and inadequate hospitality, and he requested the Holy Son's forgiveness. Jun Jiuxiao was at a loss for words, with the Ji clan ancestor adopting such a humble posture. To remain confrontational would be to act unreasonably, damaging his own reputation. Jun Jiuxiao still desired to maintain a good name, as it would serve him well for future misdeeds, allowing for a more enjoyable experience as an underhanded player. Ultimately, Jun Jiuxiao chose to spare the Ji family elders for the time being, intending instead to play with them until their demise came to pass. Since the patriarch of the Ji clan had issued an apology, he deemed it appropriate to let the matter rest. The assembly was perplexed by the sudden reconciliation of those who had previously been at odds. Jun Jiuxiao instructed Ji Lanqing to tidy up the umbrella, then stood up and declared that it was time to address the matter for which he had come. Chapter 37. I am here to seek justice for my maidservant. After uttering this statement, Jun Jiuxiao fell silent. The crowd was left in suspense, eager to learn the true purpose behind Jun Jiuxiao's visit, curious about what the esteemed saint of Xiantian was truly after. The Ji family members were equally intrigued, all eyes fixed on Jun Jiuxiao. Only Lin Su and her 2 children, huddled in a corner, were filled with trepidation, fearing that Jun Jiuxiao had come to settle a score with them. Perceiving that the attention of the assembly was upon him and feeling that he had sufficiently whetted their curiosity, Jun Jiuxiao finally spoke. Today, I have come to seek justice for my maidservant, to avenge the grievous wrongs inflicted upon her. His gaze turned cold and lethal as it fell upon Lin Su and her children. Young Master Qin wore an expression of knowing confirmation, while many had speculated. Few could fathom that anyone would stir trouble at the Ji family estate over a mere maidservant. The Ji clan's patriarch, though uncertain of the circumstances, recognized Ji Yueshi, a newly emerged genius of the Ji family who had awakened the fire spirit body, a talent deemed worthy of being presented to the old royal uncle of the great Zhou Empire. However, it appeared there were past grievances between Ji Yueshi and Jun Jiuxiao. The patriarch weighed the pros and cons quickly and ultimately decided to protect Ji Yueshi, for the favor of the old royal uncle was fundamental to the Ji family's standing. Thus, he stepped forward, suggesting to the saint that there might be a misunderstanding, as Ji Yueshi was a prodigy of their clan destined for the great Zhou Empire. The patriarch's implication was clear. He intended to leverage the Ji family's connection to the great Zhou Empire to dissuade Jun Jiuxiao from pursuing the matter further. The great Zhou Empire? What purpose does that serve? Merely a fire spirit body. You wouldn't be sending her off to become a furnace for others, would you? The Ji family truly lacks propriety, Jun Jiuxiao retorted incisively. The patriarch of the Ji family faltered at this sharp remark, momentarily at a loss before attempting to regain composure. The assembly observed his expression, understanding that Jun Jiuxiao's seemingly casual words likely held a kernel of truth. The Ji family's actions had consistently defied expectations, leaving many to wonder just how low their standards could go. Lin Su and her children, having witnessed Jun Jiuxiao's formidable nature, dared not interject, feeling a sense of relief when the patriarch defended them. As for the notion of Ji Yueshi becoming a furnace, that could be addressed later. If this issue remained unresolved, all 3 of them would face dire consequences, and becoming a furnace was preferable to death. The patriarch of the Ji family silently sought clarification from Ji Ji regarding the unfolding situation, choosing not to speak aloud. Ji Lingtian then interjected, addressing Lan Xing, your spirit bone and spirit body have been designated for Hauer and Yueshi. Do not hold it against them. Furthermore, what difference does it make for you to accompany the saint of Xiantian? What harm is there in sharing with your elder siblings? Do not be so petty. The assembly fell into a heavy silence at Ji Lingtian's words, realizing that he was indeed one to forsake his ancestry for the sake of a wild father. A truly shameless display. Jun Jiuxiao regarded Ji Lingtian with a cold smirk, causing him to shudder and retreat. Ji Lanqing remained expressionless. To her, Ji Lingtian was merely an enemy, and she was well aware of his character, rendering her unfazed by his remarks. The patriarch of the Ji family, seeing Ji Lingtian stepping forward, suddenly conceived an idea. This matter could be treated as an internal family issue, leaving no room for the saint of Xiantian to intervene. Since it was a family matter, he, as the patriarch, would have the final say. Ji Lanqing was not only unattractive, but sending her to become a furnace would also offend the old royal uncle. Moreover, given Ji Lanqing's disdain for the Ji family, she was a liability that ought to be eliminated to prevent future troubles. After weighing the consequences, the patriarch spoke. Saint, Ji Lanqing is also a member of the Ji family. Ji Lingtian is her father. Allow them to handle their family affairs themselves, if you would. Jun Jiuxiao scoffed, replying, that is unacceptable. He advanced step by step, declaring, I have come solely to seek justice for my maidservant. She is mine, and I shall not allow anyone to humiliate her. To insult her is to insult me, and I shall not rest until I exact my revenge. Stopping before Ji Hao, he delivered a resounding slap, followed by Ji Lingtian, Ji Yueshi, and Lin Su. Observing that all but Ji Yueshi bore swelling on one side of their faces, he could hardly tolerate the asymmetry. He then struck Ji Lingtian, Lin Su, and Ji Hao on the other side of their faces, stating, this looks more balanced. That feels much better. Ji Lanqing dutifully assisted Jun Jiuxiao, cleansing his hands with grace and precision. Still in the presence of the assembly, Ji Lanqing professed her loyalty to Jun Jiuxiao, expressing her intent to repay his kindness in the future. The patriarch of the Ji family recognized that the saint of Xiantian had indeed come seeking conflict, and it seemed that matters could not be resolved amicably. Having made his choice, the patriarch opted to cling tightly to the great Zhou Empire. Ji Yueshi's punishment would be trivial. But given that the old royal uncle specifically desired the fire spirit body, the patriarch understood that he must safeguard her to curry favor. No longer willing to maintain a facade of civility, the patriarch spoke sternly. Saint, are you attempting to coerce the Ji family? Do you truly believe that we lack temperance? The assembly, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of familiarity, pondering whether the Ji family had undergone some form of unified rhetoric training. Then allow me to test the Ji family's patience, Jun Jiuxiao replied with a smile, entirely unfazed by the patriarch's threats. Chapter 38. The saint will surely arrive with the Tianyuan sword. The assembly remained bewildered as to why the Ji family's patriarch had suddenly adopted such a defiant stance. The Ji family was indeed an enigma. Lin Su and her companions, with their swollen faces, strained to open their eyes, eager to witness the patriarch's confrontation with Jun Jiuxiao. The other members of the Ji family held their breath in anticipation. Only Ji retreated, fearing that the patriarch would bear the brunt of Jun Jiuxiao's ire and redirect it toward him. I shall demonstrate the Ji family's resolve to the saint. The second elder stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jun Jiuxiao. The patriarch regarded the second elder, a peak saint king, and remarked, "You, a peak saint king, are no match for me. If you withdraw your saint from causing trouble for the Ji family, I will allow you to leave unscathed." The second elder did not back down. Instead, he infused his voice with spiritual energy and declared, "I come bearing a message from my lord. I wish for you to relay it to your clansmen and sections. I shall recount my master's exact words. Listen closely. My disciple, Jiuxiao, has emerged into the world, ready to compete with his peers. Should he fall to a worthy opponent, I, Jun Wuqing, shall have no objections. However, if any elder, relying on their prolonged cultivation, dares to impose their superiority and act recklessly, I, Jun Wuqing, shall undoubtedly arrive at your doorstep wielding the Tianyuan sword." The assembly was stirred by these words. The younger generation found Jun Wuqing imposing, while the elders felt a chill run down their spines, having witnessed his prowess firsthand. One man, one sword, had once struck terror into the hearts of the Eastern Domain's finest. The second elder added, "My lord has also stated that should you fear him, rest assured. For the Xintian Holy Land houses numerous elders. If he cannot contend with you, he will have no choice but to awaken the elders of the Holy Land." The patriarch of the Ji family, who had been prepared to retaliate, withdrew his hand. The second elder's proclamation wielded formidable power. In the past, the Eastern Domain had belonged to 4 sects, and one sect, underestimating the newly ascended saint, had conspired to eliminate him and seize his treasures. Jun Wuqi broke free from the encirclement, and without uttering a word, he unearthed 3 ancient ancestors from the sacred ground. Their realms remained unknown, yet the following day, that sect vanished entirely from the Eastern Domain. The elder of the Ji family found himself in a predicament, caught between advancing and retreating. If he were to act against Jun Jiuxiao, Jun Wuqi would assuredly retaliate, and he wished to extend his life for a few more years. All of this was due to Ji, that useless fool, who insisted on summoning him. The elder of the Ji family scanned his surroundings, but could not find Ji, cursing him silently for being a waste. Unable even to endure a few words of reproach, concealed among the crowd, Ji mused about his own cleverness in slipping away beforehand. He had anticipated such an outcome. Faced with the choice of preserving his own life or currying favor with the old emperor's uncle, the elder of the Ji family chose his life. He inquired of Jun Jiuxiao how the Holy Sun intended to seek justice for his maid. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingtian and his family trembled in fear, dreading that Jun Jiuxiao might seek their demise. Jun Jiuxiao turned to Ji Lanqing and asked how she wished to deal with them. "Kill." Ji Lanqing replied succinctly. Ji Lingtian collapsed in terror, weeping as he pleaded, "Lanqing, I am your biological father. You cannot kill me. This would be unfilial." His face was swollen, rendering his tears invisible. Only the sound of his hoarse cries could be heard. Lin Su, Ji Yuxi, and Ji Hao remained silent. Recognizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Ji Lanqing offered no words, merely casting a cold gaze upon the 4 of Ji Lingtian. The elder of the Ji family squinted at Ji Lanqing, attempting to intimidate her with his stare. Jun Jiuxiao subtly shifted his position, shielding Ji Lanqing from the elder's gaze. "I have never known a father since birth, nor do I desire to acknowledge a father who is estranged," Ji Lanqing stated, her voice devoid of emotion. Only in the presence of Jun Jiuxiao did she exhibit a gentler demeanor, lowering her voice when speaking to him. To others, she perceived only the living and the damned. Jun Jiuxiao approached Ji Lingtian and his family step by step, while the elder of the Ji family dared not act, resorting only to shouting, "Do you dare?" Jun Jiuxiao ignored the elder's words, continuing his slow advance toward Ji Lingtian and the others. seeing that Jun Jiuxiao disregarded him. The elder immediately commanded the younger generation of the Ji family to act. Jun Wuqi had only forbidden the older generation from intervening. Conflicts among peers were beyond his concern. Moreover, he had not prohibited a collective assault. If one person could not defeat Jun Jiuxiao, could a group not prevail? The younger generation of the Ji family moved as a collective, emboldened by their numbers. Yet, when Jun Jiuxiao unsheathed his sword with a single strike, he felled numerous members of the Ji family's younger generation. The rest, now filled with trepidation, hesitated to advance any further. With sword in hand, Jun Jiuxiao suppressed the younger generation of the Ji family, instilling fear within them. "I do not wish to take lives today. Those who withdraw may live," he declared. Upon hearing this, the younger members of the Ji family hesitated. Suddenly, one person retreated, prompting the rest to follow suit, unwilling to meet their demise. Ji Yuxi's family had no bearing on their fate. The elder of the Ji family was infuriated, nearly spitting blood as he cursed Jun Jiuxiao. Ji, observing the rage of the elder, instinctively shrank further into the crowd, wishing to remain undetected. Chapter 39. Your lives await, my maid's claim. Jun Jiuxiao stood before Ji Tian and his family, his Tianwen sword still dripping with blood. The Tianwen sword was Jun Jiuxiao's life sword. Even after reaching the Emperor realm, he had not replaced it, merely nurturing it with his own Emperor-level cultivation. Now, with a mere flick, it could cleave an immortal king. Jun Jiuxiao wielded the sword as if it were an ordinary blade, sheathing its brilliance. Trembling in terror, Ji Tian and his family pleaded for mercy, while Lin Su and her children held on to a semblance of dignity, waiting with closed eyes for death. Jun Jiuxiao smiled, assuring them, "Do not worry. I shall not kill you." The four were astonished by his words. However, knowing he would not go back on his word in front of so many, they felt they had narrowly escaped death. The onlookers were equally bewildered. Jun Jiuxiao had provoked the entire Ji family, even drawing out the elder. Yet he chose not to kill? What could be the reason behind this? Jun Jiuxiao continued, "Your lives shall await my maid's personal claim." Ji Lanqing bore no dissatisfaction. Jun Jiuxiao had long conveyed to her that the lives of Ji Tian's family were hers to take. Upon hearing that Ji Lanqing would personally come to claim their lives, Ji Yuxi displayed disdain. Having lost her spirit bone and fire spirit body, Ji Lanqing had become utterly useless, struggling even to cultivate. What could she possibly do to claim her life? Lin Su, too, felt relieved, as a cultivator stripped of their power posed no threat. Jun Jiuxiao intentionally revealed only half of his intent. Relishing the prospect of leading Ji Tian's family through cycles of heaven and hell, for such a scenario was most exhilarating, was it not? He added, however, "I will first collect some interest on behalf of my maid." With a surge of spiritual energy, he struck Ji Tian and Lin Su, proclaiming, "As for the debts of children, let their parents repay them." This energy would inflict upon them 2 hours of excruciating pain each day, unrelieved by any medicine or remedy. Only another emperor-level powerhouse could counteract the spiritual energy of Jun Jiuxiao, and as the sole emperor in this realm, he was, of course, beyond the reach of healing. As for why the torment lasted merely 2 hours, if it persisted throughout the day, it would numb the senses, rendering it less unbearable. 2 hours of agony each day, with no sensation during the rest, would make the suffering all the more poignant. Jun Jiuxiao was confident that individuals like Ji Tian and Lin Su would hesitate to take their own lives, only finding release when Ji Lanqing came to end them. Ji Yuxi and Ji Hao exchanged glances of secret delight, relieved that Lin Su and Ji Tian would bear the brunt of the suffering while they remained unharmed. However, Ji Tian cried out in desperation, "Holy Son, grant my suffering to my 2 children instead. Let them bear it for me." What a commendable expression of paternal devotion. Lin Su, on the other hand, remained silent. Unlike Ji Tian, she was genuinely devoted to her children, willing to endure the pain herself. Jun Jiuxiao was not about to let Ji Hao and Ji Yuxi rejoice too soon, and he turned to Ji Hao, remarking, "It would be a disgrace to give you the spirit bone." Gradually, Jun Jiuxiao extracted the spirit bone from Ji Hao's body, who howled in agony. "My spirit bone, it is mine. Do not take it away from me." Jun Jiuxiao remained indifferent, and after extracting the spirit bone, he asked Ji Lanqing, "Do you desire it? I could restore it to you." Ji Hao, bereft of his spirit bone, collapsed to the ground, his expression vacant, while Lin Su glared at Ji Lanqing with venomous eyes. She dared not direct such a gaze at Jun Jiuxiao, fearing he might slay her. After all, she was a coward who feared the strong. Ji Lanqing paid no heed to Lin Su's glare, looking down with distaste at the spirit bone recently extracted, declaring, "It is too filthy. I shall not take it." Upon hearing this, Jun Jiuxiao crushed the spirit bone with a single hand. The surrounding crowd lamented the loss, exclaiming, What a pity. You find it filthy? Then give it to me. I have no qualms about dirt. He turned to Jiuxi, saying, what a shame. The fire spirit body has already merged with you. Forcibly extracting it would lead to your demise. I have declared that your life is to be claimed by Ji Lanqing. A flicker of hope ignited within Jiuxi. Perhaps she could retain her spirit body. The elder of the Ji family shared this sentiment, observing Jun Jiuxiao quietly, hoping he would allow Jiuxi to keep her fire spirit body. Jun Jiuxiao stroked his chin, frowning. Should I simply kill you instead? A single utterance plunged both Jiuxi and the patriarch of the Ji family into despair. In the end, Jun Jiuxiao inquired of Ji Lanqing, do you still desire this fire spirit body? No, it is too tainted, Ji Lanqing replied coldly. Then let it remain with her for the time being, Jun Jiuxiao declared decisively. The Ji family patriarch and Jiuxi, who had just been stricken with grief, felt a flicker of hope rekindled. The onlookers couldn't help but silently critique the saint son of Xianxian, whose unpredictable whims were truly tormenting. However, you are unworthy of this blood, Jun Jiuxiao remarked before commencing to draw blood from Jiuxi, instructing the Ji family patriarch to administer a spirit herb containing fresh blood to her. If she were to lose too much blood and perish, I shall bear no responsibility. Jun Jiuxiao had no intention of making a losing bargain. He certainly wouldn't be providing spirit herbs to the grotesque Jiuxi. No one could take advantage of Jun Jiuxiao, not even Ji Lanqing, for she had already reaped her benefits. A mere pluck of feathers would suffice. The Ji family patriarch, seething with rage, was left with no choice but to feed Jiuxi the spirit herbs. The blood drawn was annihilated in the air without Jun Jiuxiao even inquiring if Ji Lanqing wanted any. Jiuxi, stripped of blood, lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, suffering each month from the backlash of the fire spirit body, akin to the torment endured by Ji Ling Tian and Lin Su, who were gnawed at by myriad ants. Ji Lanqing presented clean water to Jun Jiuxiao for him to cleanse his hands. No one paid heed to the Ji Ling Tian family sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. All eyes were fixated on Jun Jiuxiao, apprehensive that the saint's son might strike again. The Ji family patriarch watched Jun Jiuxiao nervously, fearing a change of heart. After Ji Lanqing finished wiping Jun Jiuxiao's hands, he turned to speak once more, causing the Ji family patriarch's heart, which had just settled, to leap into his throat. Do not fret. I merely wish to conclude today's affairs here. The enmity of the Ji family will be avenged by my maidservant personally. You may continue to feast and drink. I shall take my leave. With that, Jun Jiuxiao departed with Ji Lanqing and others, riding away on a 9-headed dragon of the cave heaven realm. Chapter 40, renowned across the eastern domain. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words about feasting and drinking, everyone fell into silence. Amidst such chaos, how could they indulge? The main character of this banquet lay unattended on the ground. Moreover, no one had the heart to linger there. The priority was to summon friends and share the sensational news of the Ji family's ordeal, too explosive to keep to oneself. Only after Jun Jiuxiao's departure did the Ji family patriarch finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing Jiuxi was spared, while Ji Ling Tian and the others were of little consequence, simply useless. Upon witnessing the Ji family patriarch's softened demeanor after Jun Jiuxiao's exit, Ji approached him. However, the Ji family patriarch's expression darkened once more upon seeing Ji, curtly commanding, handle the matters that follow. He then left without a backward glance. Unwilling to endure further humiliation, the Ji family's reputation had been ruthlessly trampled by Jun Jiuxiao. Before Ji could speak, the crowd hurriedly took their leave, and he, lacking the desire to engage with them, watched them depart with a sense of relief. Soon, only the Ji family remained in the banquet hall, and Ji ordered the 5 who lay injured to be taken back for healing. It was only then that Ji remembered his younger brother Ji Hong, still sprawled on the ground. Subsequently, the Ji family members dispersed. The Ji family patriarch issued a command. Once Jiuxi recovered, she was to be sent directly to the residence of the old imperial uncle of the great Zhou Empire, along with her parents and brother. The Ji family patriarch aimed to ensure Jun Jiuxiao could not locate them. If he sought vengeance, let him go to the old imperial uncle of the great Zhou Empire. If he could not deal with Jun Jiuxiao, could the Ji family of the great Zhou Empire not manage? Thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations, he thought. The eastern domain was thoroughly shaken. News of the day's events spread like wildfire. The saint son of Xianxian, Jun Jiuxiao, single-handedly forced the Ji family to submit, instilling fear in the younger generation, preventing any from stepping forward. The commanding words of the Saint Lord, Jun Wuqi, also circulated. The elder generation deemed it unnecessary to involve themselves in the affairs of the youth. The rapid dissemination of these events was largely attributed to Qin Xuan, the young master of the Qin family, who had been present at the Ji family gathering. After leaving, he discovered someone had recorded the entire ordeal using a recording stone, which he promptly purchased at a high price and replicated. Now, the recording stones from the Ji family scene had become exceedingly rare, and Qin Chuan profited handsomely from this. The crowd continued to speculate about the role of the saint's son's maidservant, who had incited such fury in him for her sake, attacking the Ji family. Some remarked that the maidservant was merely an ugly woman with a red birthmark covering half her face, leading to a barrage of ridicule. An ugly woman with a red birthmark, and the saint's son attacked the Ji family for her? Surely, he must be mad. Does he have a penchant for the grotesque? Yet, most were convinced that the saint's son's maidservant must be an unparalleled beauty, and this theory gained traction. Thus, the list of the 10 most beautiful women in the Eastern Domain was rendered obsolete, with the current beauty ranking dominated by the unnamed maidservant of the saint's son. Meanwhile, Jun Jiuxiao was en route back to the Saint Land, remaining silent. It was not that he wished to appear profound. Rather, the incessant chatter of 2,233 in his mind was quite distracting. Host, you are truly remarkable. You are the idol of 2,233. Host, I aspire to be as imposing as you. You are only worthy of being a mere shadow, Jun Jiuxiao retorted. Being a shadow is still splendid. If I could be half as formidable as the host, I would be elated, 2,233 gleefully responded. Jun Jiuxiao was momentarily at a loss. The system's logic was utterly alien. For even when he insulted it, it found delight. 2233's excitement was unrelenting, echoing in Jun Jiuxiao's mind, which soon became tiresome. He closed his eyes, entering the marketplace to seek something delectable. His gaze brightened upon spotting barbecue seasonings. Once Jilanqing's fire lotus awakened, it would be a delightful experiment to roast meat with the red lotus flame. He envisioned catching a couple of dragons and phoenixes for a taste test. Jilanqing, eyeing Jun Jiuxiao with greedy admiration, thought to herself, the saint's son is truly handsome. However, engrossed in the system's marketplace, Jun Jiuxiao remained oblivious to Jilanqing's covetous gaze. Had he noticed, he would have realized he was dealing with an authentic yandere. The second elder, finding Jun Jiuxiao's dragon carriage too slow, opted to return ahead, while Elder Pu trailed behind at a distance. As Jun Jiuxiao made his leisurely way back to the Saint Land, news of the Ji family's troubles had already spread throughout the realm. Currently, 2 topics captivated the attention of the Saint Land. First, the audacious act of the saint's son, Jun Jiuxiao, who single-handedly invaded the Ji family, inciting a furious response for his maidservant and compelling the Ji family to bow their heads. The phrase "one should marry Jun Jiuxiao" became popular. The second matter concerned a disciple of the Juyang sect, who possessed an unbearable stench. Proximity to him resulted in the odor clinging to others, leading to disdain from all affiliated sections. Chapter 41. The most disliked male lead, Lin Chun. Lin Chun, the male lead, was expelled from the Juyang sect, seeking refuge in a remote cave dwelling. Initially, he believed the foul odor would dissipate in a few days. Yet upon arriving at the Saint Land, it remained persistent. Soon, all the affiliated sects were aware of the Juyang sect's member, Lin Chun, a disciple of the enchanting Miaoying fairy, who was notoriously odorous. Others were baffled as to why such a fragrant beauty would take on a disciple reeking of filth. Others from the affiliated sects were reluctant to reside adjacent to the Juyang sect, leaving the elder steward of the Xianxia's sacred land with no choice but to draw lots to resolve the matter, ultimately resulting in the misfortune of the people from the illusory Sound Valley. The name of the illusory Sound Valley suggests a predominance of women, and the leader accompanying this time was the sect master, who had a cordial relationship with the enchanting Miaoying fairy. Immediately, the female sect master approached Shi Miaoying, delicately proposing that Lin Chun be allocated a separate residence, as his odor was unbearable, making it torturous to dwell nearby. The disciples of the Juyang sect concurred, and Shi Miaoying feigned helplessness, nodding in agreement, allowing Lin Chun to find a secluded cave dwelling to inhabit. Shi Miaoying could no longer endure Lin Chun's stench. It was overwhelming, not to mention his incessant inquiries about cultivation. Were it not for Lin Chun being her disciple, she would have long since struck him down. Did he not possess the slightest self-awareness regarding his foul odor? He continually gravitated towards her, the steward of the Xianxia's sacred land. Upon hearing of Lin Chun's intention to reside alone, felt a surge of relief. No one wished to endure the presence of those affiliated sect members while also contending with that pervasive stench, which seemed to permeate every nook and cranny. Detectable even without breathing, he promptly sought out an uninhabited area for Lin Chun, establishing a cave dwelling for him to occupy, and hastily departed. As he left, he thoughtfully posted warning signs nearby, indicating that Lin Chun of the Juyang sect resided in the vicinity. This area soon became the subject of trepidation among the disciples of the Xianxia's sacred land and those from the affiliated sections. Lin Shun turned back several times to glance at the meowing fairy, ultimately speaking gently to her. Master, I shall return daily to consult you on matters of cultivation. You shall not be deprived of your disciple's presence. In response, Shi Miaoing promptly declared her seclusion, announcing she would not emerge until the gates of the Xiantian sacred land opened to receive visitors. Upon arriving at his solitary cave dwelling, Lin Shun smashed the stone table in frustration, exclaiming that the Xiantian sacred land was excessively oppressive, along with those sections. He vowed to exact revenge once his cultivation reached a sufficient level. Dan Lao remained silent, having neither the strength nor the inclination to respond, overwhelmed by the stench that left him dizzy. Noticing Dan Lao's lack of consolation, Lin Shun proactively inquired, Teacher, is there truly no way to eliminate this foul odor? The thought of enduring this stench for a lifetime drove him to the brink of despair. How could he embrace beauty when no fair maiden would favor a person reeking of filth? Dan Lao shook his head, admitting, No, this odor is peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it. He too wished to eradicate the stench, as it was intolerable for him as well. He wondered how long it would persist. He felt that if this continued, his very soul might weaken. Little Shun, I shall investigate whether there exists any fragrance that can mask this foul smell. Lin Shun's eyes sparkled with hope. If the odor could not be eradicated, then perhaps a fragrant cover could suffice. He urged Dan Lao, Please hurry, and let me know what you require. I shall do my utmost to procure it. Dan Lao returned to his ring to commence his research. The following day, Lin Shun emerged, having utilized the fragrances concocted by Dan Lao, exuding an indescribable aroma, one reminiscent of a latrine, yet mingled with floral scents, a peculiar blend that wafted for miles. Approaching Shi Miaoing's cave dwelling, he discovered she had already entered seclusion. With a heart full of emotion, he gazed at her dwelling, contemplating that his master, the meowing fairy, must be feeling guilty for failing to protect him, thus choosing silence and seclusion to escape her own feelings. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to repay his master, the meowing fairy, with utmost sincerity. He then addressed Dan Lao. Teacher, I wish to elevate my cultivation. Please prepare the elixirs for me. Dan Lao, however, found Lin Shun's mixed aroma overwhelmingly unpleasant, prompting him to refrain from conversation. Having grown accustomed to the original stench, Lin Shun's use of the fragrance only made the odor more unbearable, with an acrid scent that pierced the senses, lingering in memory. Others soon caught wind of Lin Shun's intensified stench, leading to rumors that he had consumed excrement, as the odor was strikingly potent. The tales grew increasingly absurd, eventually claiming that Lin Shun simultaneously expelled and ingested waste, for cultivators at the blood transformation stage no longer required food or drink, subsisting solely on celestial essence. Consequently, disciples of the Xiantian sacred land and those of the affiliated sects kept their distance from Lin Shun, maintaining a respectful distance of several yards. Observing the murmurs surrounding him, Lin Shun mistakenly believed his exceptional nature warranted such attention, raising his head with pride and strolling leisurely. Dan Lao, having overheard the gossip and witnessed Lin Shun's self-satisfied demeanor, began to ponder the boy's mental state. Returning to the cave dwelling, Dan Lao could not resist asking, Little Shun, do you take pride in the gossip regarding you? Of course, teacher. Only the strong attract attention, Lin Shun replied, brimming with arrogance. Dan Lao realized that Lin Shun's perspective was indeed quite distinct from his own, and could only manage a vague, as long as you're happy, before falling silent. Lost in his own daydreams, Lin Shun envisioned himself triumphantly standing atop the Jiyun sect and the Xiantian sacred land, flanked by the enchanting meowing fairy on one side and a celestial beauty he had encountered during his trials on the other. He chuckled foolishly, oblivious to the curious gaze from Dan Lao, missing the opportunity to understand that, in truth, others were disdainful of him rather than admiring. Meanwhile, Jun Jiuxiao remained unaware that his mere jesting with the male protagonist had triggered such a cascade of reactions. Chapter 42. The delicate female protagonist has arrived. Upon returning to the sacred land, Jun Jiuxiao instructed Ji Lanqing to return first, as he needed to pay a visit to his master, Jun Wuqing. After meeting with Jun Wuqing, he leisurely made his way back to his cave dwelling and summoned Elder Pu to investigate recent developments regarding Lin Shun of the Jiang sect. While compiling a list of enemies he had encountered during his travels, Jun Jiuxiao decided to hold off on dealing with the Ji family for the time being, leaving that to Ji Lanqing. He had already dispatched Lao Jiu to handle the matter concerning the maid from the Fu and Merchant Association, confident in his ability to manage her without concern. As for Lin Shun, he intended to play the long game, biding his time. He hesitated over whether to deal with G1, ultimately deciding to hold off for now. This time proved to be unexpectedly effortless, as he did not need to intervene personally. Jun Jiuxiao resolved to indulge himself with a delightful meal of fried chicken. exchanging his points in the marketplace to enjoy his treat. Using his spiritual sense, Jun Jiuxiao checked on Ji Lanqing's activities. She had just consumed the bone-refining pill he had provided her, and the red lotus karma fire was once again stirred, leaving Ji Lanqing unconscious from the intense heat. Jun Jiuxiao instantly appeared in Ji Lanqing's cave dwelling, where his presence was akin to returning home. Without hesitation, he scooped her up, stabilizing the rampant red lotus karma fire. Gazing at her exquisite features, he could not help but marvel at the heavens' favor upon Ji Lanqing. Blessed with unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, what were the top 10 beauties of the eastern region compared to Ji Lanqing's visage? They paled in comparison. Noticing her lips lacked color, he resolved to lend her a helping hand, leaning in to kiss her and restore some color to her pallor. Sensing Ji Lanqing beginning to awaken, Jun Jiuxiao swiftly returned her to her original position before disappearing from sight. Upon awakening, Ji Lanqing found herself disrobed and, reassured to be in her cave dwelling, donned her clothing. Glancing in the mirror, she noticed that the red birthmark on her face appeared diminished. Previously, it had covered her right cheek, but now it had vanished from her nose. Is it possible for the red birthmark on my face to completely vanish? If so, could I stand alongside the Holy Sun, no longer subjected to the peculiar gazes of others, and perhaps even be deemed worthy of him? Might I bear several beautiful children with the Holy Sun, ideally resembling him? Furthermore, if I were to become beautiful, I need not fear those vixens tempting him. Contemplating those detestable vixens, Ji Lanqing's eyes hardened. No one shall dare to compete with her for the Holy Sun. No, she must strive diligently in her cultivation. Only with heightened prowess can she confront those vixens. With resolve, Ji Lanqing immersed herself in training, all for the Holy Sun. Upon returning, Jun Jiuxiao found his mind consumed by thoughts of Ji Lanqing. He shook his head, determined to dismiss such distractions. Women could sway his Tao heart. No matter how exquisite their beauty, they were merely ephemeral vessels. He recited the heart-purifying spell, barely managing to suppress the scenes he had just witnessed. Once he regained his composure, his intellect reasserted itself, prompting reflections on the lead character, Lin Shun. The thought of Lin Shun ignited within him a desire for retribution. At that moment, Elder Pu returned, his countenance grim, as if confronted with something repugnant. Jun Jiuxiao accepted the jade slip he handed over, instructing him to retreat and enter seclusion, preparing to break through to the Saint King realm. Scanning the contents of the jade slip, Jun Jiuxiao surmised the cause of Elder Pu's earlier expression. Known for his diligence, Elder Pu must have personally witnessed Lin Shun's foul odor, likely overwhelmed by its stench. Additionally, the records indicated that Lin Shun exuded yet another offensive scent. It seemed Lin Shun had become notorious within the Xianxian sacred land, not for his merits, but for his repugnant aroma. The mere mention of his name prompted the inhabitants of Xianxian to cover their noses, clearly terrified by the stench. Jun Jiuxiao couldn't help but chuckle. His initial intent to prank Lin Shun had unexpectedly yielded delightful results. Unfortunately, the effect of this stench powder would only last a month. Otherwise, he would have relished the sight of the male protagonist, reeking of odor, and witnessing whether his harem would still adore him fervently. Perhaps he should concoct another batch of the foul powder? Alas, applying it monthly would be too cumbersome. He needed a different approach, ensuring Lin Shun received what was due. Jun Jiuxiao genuinely wished to see the expressions of Lin Shun's harem when they beheld him live. Considering Ji Lanqing was also among Lin Shun's harem, Jun Jiuxiao vented his frustrations upon 2233. The AI, bewildered, pondered why the host had suddenly turned hostile. Mere moments ago, he had seemed content. Humanity was indeed complex, and it resolved to better understand human emotions. Immediately, 2233 picked up a tome on human psychology. After chastising 2233, Jun Jiuxiao's spirits lifted. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity were akin. One simply needed to redirect unhappiness towards another. Rather than suffer internally, it was far preferable to torment others. 2233 could be considered a person of sorts. Chapter 43. The most beautiful woman in the eastern region, Ji Lanqing. Soon, the day arrived for disciples of the affiliated sects to enter the outer doors. This event comprised two main parts. First, disciples from various affiliated sects would engage in sparring to determine the top 10. Those in the top 10 would have the opportunity to challenge the inner disciples of the Xianxian sacred land, gaining entry upon victory. Jun Jiuxiao grappled with the decision of whether to bring Ji Lanqing along. He was reluctant for her to encounter the male lead. Yet, recalling Lin Shun's current state of foulness, perhaps it would be prudent to take Ji Lanqing along to witness it. If she were to develop a fondness for the stinking Lin Shun, he could swiftly eliminate him, granting the latter an early release. Dying sooner would allow him to queue for reincarnation, but as a benevolent soul, he couldn't bear to let the protagonist merely queue. he would prefer to obliterate him entirely. Resolving his thoughts, Jun Jiuxiao summoned Ji Lanqing to join him, not to show off, but to preside over the entry of disciples from the affiliated sections. Upon arrival, he noticed the diminishing redness on Ji Lanqing's face, indicating the awakening of the red lotus karma fire. Once fully awakened, she would transform into an ethereal beauty, and suitors would surely flock to her in droves. However, he had already claimed the first position. Everything that could be touched and seen had been. He wondered how much weight he held in Ji Lanqing's heart and saw today as an opportunity to test it. Ji Lanqing's heart brimmed with happiness. The Holy Sun had taken her along to oversee the disciples' entry. Was this not a public declaration? Her joy swelled as her affection for him deepened. Moreover, the Holy Sun had personally invited her to stand upon his flying artifact. How kind he was. Unbeknownst to Jun Jiuxiao, Ji Lanqing's internal monologue was rich. He had merely taken her along due to her low cultivation level. Otherwise, would he accompany her on foot? Observing Ji Lanqing's cultivation progress, he couldn't help but critique. Her talent was astounding. Her training seemed as effortless as drinking water, advancing from qi induction to refining organs in less than 2 months. While he had provided resources, her talent remained exceptional, only slightly behind his own. As they arrived, a stir ensued. No one expected the Xiantian Holy Sun to personally attend an event for the disciples of a minor sect. Jun Jiuxiao took his seat at the head of the assembly, with Ji Lanqing standing gracefully behind him. Whispers filled the crowd, speculating on the identity of the Holy Sun who had left the Ji family in disgrace. He appeared to be a paragon of virtue, dressed in a flowing white robe, his hair cascading freely behind him, embodying the image of an ethereal gentleman. With a gentle smile, he radiated an aura of warmth and grace, captivating all who beheld him. Is it truly him? I have seen the shadow stones sold by the Qin family. He is indeed the Xiantian Holy Sun, Jun Jiuxiao. A single man had instilled such fear in the youth of the Ji family, declaring that those who withdrew from the competition would survive. How domineering. Yet, I find the most exhilarating part to be the resounding slaps dealt to the Ji family, a truly satisfying spectacle. I envy the Holy Sun's maid. He fought fiercely for her, taking on the Ji family alone to avenge her. How enviable. If only someone would treat me so well, I would die without regrets. One woman gushed. Look at yourself. Do you truly believe you are worthy? The Holy Sun's maid is the most beautiful woman in the eastern region, deserving of such fervor. A man retorted against the infatuated girl. Another man chimed in, expressing his desire to behold the Holy Sun's maid, the most beautiful woman in the eastern region. Even a decade of life would be a worthy sacrifice for a mere glimpse. Surrounding men echoed this sentiment, eager to catch a glimpse of the eastern region's foremost beauty. Yet she remained close to the Xiantian Holy Sun, rendering them hesitant to gaze directly. The elder leading the affiliated sect's delegation sat at a lower position beside Jun Jiuxiao, curious about the appearance of the eastern region's most beautiful woman. Furthermore, the renowned Miaoyin fairy, one of the top beauties in the eastern region, was also present, eager to compare her beauty with that of the celebrated beauty. Upon finally witnessing the eastern region's most beautiful woman, the crowd was left astonished. Was this truly the most beautiful woman in the eastern region? How could half her face be marred by red birthmarks? How could she be deemed beautiful? Had they made a mistake? Was the Xiantian Holy Sun not accompanied by his maid? Eyes exchanged glances among the crowd, none daring to voice their queries. Jun Jiuxiao silently observed the elders or sect leaders from several affiliated sections. Notably, the arrival of the esteemed Miaoyin fairy, Lin Chen's master from the Zhuyang sect, was indeed a quintessential addition to the male protagonist's harem. She possessed striking beauty, exuding an aura of aloofness, yet reserved her smiles exclusively for the male lead. Jun Jiuxiao lingered on Miaoyin for merely a few seconds before being noticed by Ji Lanqing. Ji Lanqing scrutinized Miaoyin, whose alluring visage and haughty demeanor were undeniably captivating to men. The audacity of this vixen from Zhuyang sect to entice the Holy Sun was infuriating. She vowed to eliminate her at the first opportunity. Miaoyin, sensing Ji Lanqing's unfriendly gaze, furrowed her brows, puzzled as to how she might have offended this maid. Unbeknownst to Jun Jiuxiao, who was present to exhibit the majesty of the Holy Sun, he paid no mind to the unfolding drama among the women. Upon hearing of the Holy Sun's appearance at the plaza where disciples from the affiliated sects entered the outer gate, many rushed to witness the spectacle of one man overpowering an entire clan. For a century, Xiantian Holy Sun had secluded himself, abstaining from all events. Now, he emerged with a remarkable display of prowess, challenging an entire lineage single-handedly. The disciples of Xiantian Holy Land were at the zenith of their admiration for Jun Jiuxiao, flocking to catch a glimpse of the Holy Sun's visage. The plaza quickly swelled with throngs of people, with many arriving from all directions. A few core disciples were present, though none from the Grand Elder's faction. The senior sister of Xianxian Peak, Shun Xingyin, also made her appearance. Initially reluctant, she was persuaded by several younger sisters to attend. As the senior sister of Xianxian Peak, her cultivation was at the Dao Void realm, qualifying her to sit on the platform. Upon reaching the platform, Shun Xingyin nodded in acknowledgement to Jun Jiuxiao before taking her seat. Her younger sisters sweetly addressed the Holy Sun and bowed before settling behind her. Shun Xingyin's haughty demeanor indicated she was undoubtedly among the male protagonist's harem, a realization Jun Jiuxiao could easily deduce. As Jun Jiuxiao pondered, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Shun Xingyin. Ji Lanqing, witnessing another enchantress capturing Jun Jiuxiao's attention, felt her ire surging uncontrollably. This newcomer, whom Ji Lanqing recognized as Shun Xingyin, the senior sister of Xianxian Peak, was renowned for her many suitors and was among the top 10 beauties of the eastern region. Much like the vixen from Zhuyang's sect, she too maintained an air of superiority, which was utterly repugnant. Shun Xingyin's cultivation surpassed her own, further fueling Ji Lanqing's frustration. Determined to enhance her own skills, she resolved to deal with these alluring women. Jun Jiuxiao quickly regained his composure and shifted his gaze away. He feigned closing his eyes to rest, while actually engaging in a conversation with 2,233 in his mind. I observe that both Shun Xingyin and Miaoyin are part of the male protagonist's harem. Why are they not the female lead? Jun Jiuxiao inquired. Host, they are merely supporting characters. Only the male protagonist's main consort is the true female lead. The other women are relegated to supporting roles. 2,233 elucidated. Is that so? Then Ji Lanqing is the main consort? Jun Jiuxiao's tone remained unchanged, betraying no emotion. 2,233. Sensing an unsettling vibe, weakly affirmed, that should be the case. After a brief silence, Jun Jiuxiao posed another question. What happens if I were to kill the male protagonist? 2233 grew anxious. Host, why would you kill the male protagonist? If he dies, the female lead ceases to be the female lead, and how would we complete our task? Upon hearing this, Jun Jiuxiao suddenly grasped something and continued. If the male protagonist dies, then the female lead is no longer the female lead. What does this entail? Once the male protagonist is gone, the female lead will naturally vanish as well. She will no longer hold that title. Our mission revolves around the female lead, and without her, we cannot fulfill our task. Host, you must not entertain thoughts of harming the male protagonist. 2,233 cautioned. Jun Jiuxiao fell silent. Realizing that eliminating Lin Shun would have no significant repercussions, Ji Lanqing would remain unharmed, albeit not as the female lead. He contemplated further and asked, if she is no longer the female lead, do her talents and divine favor still remain? Of course, they remain. However, she will lack the favor of the heavenly path, resulting in diminished luck henceforth. 2,233 answered readily. Understanding this, Jun Jiuxiao felt a sense of relief. Should the male and female leads still be mutually attracted? And if Ji Lanqing were to develop feelings for Lin Shen, he could simply eliminate Lin Shen. The male protagonist's demise would not invite the wrath of the heavenly path. If it dared to approach him, he would vanquish it too, adding yet another to his tally. If 2233 had known that its explanations led Jun Jiuxiao to contemplate the male protagonist's death, it would have been inclined to slap itself twice for speaking too freely. Jun Jiuxiao relaxed entirely, his demeanor becoming warm and gentle as a smile graced his lips. Ji Lanqing, witnessing the Holy Sun's smile, felt a surge of joy. He truly looked magnificent when smiling. At that moment, the anticipated individuals had nearly all arrived. A foul odor wafted through the air, prompting Jun Jiuxiao to deduce that the male protagonist, Lin Shun, had arrived, for such a character always relished making a grand entrance. A voice rang out from the crowd, inquiring about the source of the unpleasant smell. Others covered their mouths, searching for its origin. A female cultivator from the illusory Sound Valley shouted, "It's Lin Shun. Everyone, clear out." The illusory Sound Valley harbored an intense loathing for Lin Shun. The female cultivators, known for their cleanliness and sensitivity, had been deeply affected by his offensive presence, ensuring they would remember this encounter. Before long, a clear vacuum formed around Lin Shun. Despite the plaza's vastness, the stench emanating from him was overpowering, intensified by the special concoction of incense created by Dan Lao, which was overwhelmingly pungent. A female cultivator who had been standing near him began to retch, unable to bear the odor. Lin Shen's expression soured. He had intended to make a grand impression today, only to find himself ostracized upon arrival. The stench that clung to him was not his intention, yet this wretched odor refused to dissipate, leaving him powerless. He cursed Dan Lao for insisting on acquiring that bizarre stone, claiming it was a relic of an ancient formation, only to transform him into an object of public disdain. Feigning ignorance, Jun Jiuxiao turned to those beside him, inquiring, "Who is this person, and why does he smell so foul? Miaoying's brows furrowed, her expression displeased. The elder from the Five Elements sect, with malicious intent, reported to the Holy Sun, "This is a disciple from Jiang sect, under Miaoying Fairy's tutelage. It is unclear why he emits such an unbearable stench, which has afflicted us all." Upon hearing this, Jun Jiuxiao kindly remarked to Miaoying, "While we cultivators may overlook minor details, Jiang sect should still emphasize the hygiene of its disciples to avoid disturbing others." Miaoying's face fluctuated between red and pale as she reluctantly replied, "I will remind him." With that remark, Lin Shun was categorized as a slovenly individual who lacked cleanliness. The expressions of those from other sects and several elders from the Holy Land turned ambiguous as they regarded Miaoying, who felt as if Lin Shun had brought her nothing but shame. She vowed to ensure Lin Shun took a thorough bath, should he continue to smell so wretched. He ought to avoid public appearances altogether. Jun Jiuxiao chose not to prolong the discussion, for even on the platform, a faint odor was perceptible, which was quite unbearable. He found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Lin Shun alone occupied a vast area, surrounded by an empty space, as no one dared approach him. Everyone endeavored to distance themselves from him as much as possible. On the platform, the attendees began to faintly detect the odor as well, their brows knitting in unison as they cast glances at Miaoying. The elder from the Five Elements sect, lacking any restraint, openly mocked Miaoying. "Your disciple truly lacks attention to detail, Fairy Miaoying. I can scarcely breathe with this stench. It feels as though my spiritual energy has come to a standstill." The elder of the Five Elements sect spoke with great tact and cultural finesse, suggesting that he is a person of discernment. Conversely, Shi Miaoying simply closed her eyes, pretending to be oblivious, pressing her lips together in silence. The Five Elements sect, witnessing Shi Miaoying's indifference, grew increasingly agitated and suggested to Jun Jiuxiao, the Holy Sun, that the presence of Lin Shun and others, whose stench was unbearable, was detrimental to the others. To avoid disrupting the upcoming competition, it would be prudent to expel Lin Shun. Upon hearing this, Shi Miaoying could no longer feign ignorance. If a disciple of the Jiang sect were to be expelled, it would mean the other disciples would find it impossible to establish themselves in the sacred land following this grand competition. Moreover, Lin Shun was her disciple, and his expulsion would bring her great shame. She hastily appealed to Jun Jiuxiao, arguing that expelling Lin Shun merely for his foul odor was against the rules, and she hoped the Holy Sun would grant Lin Shun another chance. After the competition today, she promised to ensure Lin Shun would eliminate his offensive smell, thus no longer affecting others. Jun Jiuxiao smiled and reassured her that there was no need for concern. According to the Sacred Land's regulations, Lin Shun had committed no infraction and would not be expelled. He then addressed Elder Ma of the Five Elements sect, stating that Lin Shun, as a young man, was simply exuberant and free-spirited. Since Miaoying had promised to rectify the situation, they ought to extend more opportunities to the youth. Both Elder Ma and Shi Miaoying bowed slightly in acknowledgement, indicating their compliance with Jun Jiuxiao's words. Shi Miaoying felt a wave of relief wash over her as Jun Jiuxiao disregarded Elder Ma's suggestion to expel Lin Shun. She silently resolved that if Lin Shun still bore any foul odor, she would not allow him to leave his dwelling, for the embarrassment would be unbearable, and she would have to apologize on his behalf. She was beginning to regret taking Lin Shun as her disciple. As the time for the competition drew near, the onlookers fell silent, their eyes fixed on the arena. Each elder or sect leader from the affiliated sects hoped for their disciples to secure a place in the top 10, bringing honor to their sections. Jun Jiuxiao, however, found the competition among these novices uninteresting and retreated into his mind to converse with 2233. Is there no storyline for the male protagonist here? In the novels, those systems always have complete narratives. Host, I did have a storyline, but due to the sudden disconnection from the main system, many faults occurred here, resulting in the loss of significant data. 2233 replied cautiously, casting a wary glance at Jun Jiuxiao, fearing his disdain. Jun Jiuxiao regarded 2233 with contempt. Considering it a useless system, aside from providing him with delicacies from Blue Star, it served little purpose. He mused that it might as well be called a food vending machine. Show me the male protagonist's information again, he decided, wishing to study it further. 2233 dutifully retrieved the details for Jun Jiuxiao, excitedly announcing, Host, I've added the cultivation method of the male protagonist. I've repaired some faults over the past few days, and we can now see the main cultivation methods of both the male and female leads. Upon inspecting the information, Jun Jiuxiao noted that Lin Shun's primary cultivation method was listed as Devouring Fire Technique. The name suggested a connection to the Devouring of Flames. How could Ji Lanqing, wielding the Red Lotus Inferno, possibly be part of Lin Shun's harem? They should be adversaries instead. Was it possible that Ji Lanqing had succumbed to a severe case of romantic infatuation willingly offering her Red Lotus Inferno to Lin Chen? As this thought crossed his mind, Jun Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes at Lin Chen, pondering whether he should expedite Lin Chen's demise. He then glanced at Ji Lanqing, who was wholeheartedly devoted to him, offering not a glance to anyone else, and decided to observe further. If Ji Lanqing developed an interest in Lin Chen, then Lin Chen could not blame him for hastening his departure. After all, it was Lin Chen who had foolishly chosen to play the protagonist in his world and dared to compete for his affections. Chapter 46. Lin Chen's stench forces an immediate surrender at this juncture. It was Lin Chen's turn to compete. His opponent was a female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley. Upon learning that her adversary was Lin Chen, she hesitated momentarily, her face contorted in disgust. The illusory Sound Valley truly seemed fated to cross paths with Lin Chen. And Jun Jiuxiao surmised that there must be someone from the valley who was also part of Lin Chen's harem, perhaps even the female sect leader. Observing the sect leader, Jun Jiuxiao noted her decent demeanor. Though her looks were rather unremarkable, she likely was not the one. Scanning the other female disciples, he found none with particularly striking appearances, suggesting that Lin Chen's potential harem members from the illusory Sound Valley were absent this time. Redirecting his focus, he began to closely observe Lin Chen, the male protagonist. Ji Lanqing noticed Jun Jiuxiao's gaze flit over the sect leader of the illusory Sound Valley before moving on to the other female disciples. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she lamented that there were far too many vixens around. The Holy Sun should remain by her side at the Xuantiang Peak and never venture out. Once Lin Chen took the stage, the female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley could not withstand the stench emanating from him and promptly vomited. Lin Chen, witnessing his opponent's immediate retching, felt his expression darken to the point of resembling a thundercloud, silently vowing to sever ties with the illusory Sound Valley. This was the third time they had provoked him, and he believed that failing to retaliate would be unbecoming. The inner sect disciple responsible for managing the arena stepped back as soon as Lin Chen appeared, attempting to distance himself from the overwhelming odor, covering his mouth and nose to minimize the stench. After the female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley had rested for a while, she did not wait for Lin Chen to introduce himself. Instead, she seized her magical artifact and launched an attack, fearing that lingering on the stage would leave her incapacitated by the stench. Caught off guard, Lin Chen was momentarily flustered by the female disciple's surprise attack, but quickly regained his composure within mere moments, overpowering her with ease. Realizing she could not defeat Lin Chen, and that remaining on stage would require her to bathe 10 times upon returning home, the female disciple shouted to the inner sect disciple officiating the arena, "I surrender. I can't endure this foul smell any longer. I concede." The inner sect disciple of the Xuantiang sacred land swiftly activated the formation, allowing the female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley to exit. Once outside, she hurriedly distanced herself from Lin Chen and took a deep breath, finally feeling alive again. The spectators expressed sympathy for her, as she became the first contestant in the affiliated sect's entrance competition to surrender due to unbearable odor, perhaps even the first in all competitions across the endless continent to do so. Lin Chen stood awkwardly on stage, enduring the pointed stares and whispers of the crowd, his frustration reaching a boiling point. Once he improved his cultivation, he vowed to eradicate everyone from the illusory Sound Valley, particularly that female disciple. He would ensure she suffered a fate worse than death. The inner sect disciple overseeing the arena, equally repulsed by the stench, urged Lin Chen to exit, stating, "You've won. Please step down so we can commence the next match." Lin Chen shot a glare at the inner sect disciple before departing. The next two competitors, aware of the lingering odor, hesitated before stepping onto the stage, hoping to wait until the stench dissipated. Others in the arena contemplated how to handle Lin Chen if they encountered him, foregoing any pleasantries and immediately resorting to lethal moves, surrendering if they could not prevail. Elder Ma of the Five Elements sect, observing the scene below, remarked with a smirk to Miaoyin, "I never expected that the foul odor of your disciple could serve such a purpose. Truly enlightening." Miaoyin remained silent, resigned to her fate, as Lin Chen was a disciple of the Zhuyang sect and her own pupil, leaving her unable to retort. Jun Jiuxiao, too, had not anticipated that such a trivial prank would render the male protagonist Lin Chen infamous and despised by the masses. Subsequently, Lin Chen's adversaries, upon taking the stage, immediately unleashed their lethal moves, only to concede defeat the moment they realized they could not match his prowess. As the male protagonist, Lin Chen routinely dispatched opponents far beyond his level. Such contests merely served as opportunities for him to showcase his superiority and humiliate others. However, the spectators unanimously believed that the others surrendered not out of inferiority, but due to their inability to tolerate Lin Chen's repugnant aura, dismissing his talents as negligible. Unsurprisingly, Lin Chen successfully secured a place among the top 10, while the other 9 contenders, who had triumphed over their foes with honor, looked down upon him. They regarded him as a despicable character who had manipulated the rules to attain his position. It seemed evident that he intentionally sullied his reputation to undermine the morale of his fellow disciples during this competition. Elder Ma from the Five Elements sect, witnessing his disciple fall to Lin Xun, mockingly speculated whether this was a premeditated scheme orchestrated by the enchanting Miao Yin and her pupil. Such treachery, he mused, was truly insidious. Miao Yin merely offered a terse denial, her demeanor unyielding. A woman associated with the male protagonist never feels compelled to explain herself. Regardless of the machinations at play, victory was all that mattered, though such unprincipled triumphs should not be repeated in the future. At this juncture, Jun Jiuxiao, the 6th among them, interjected, ostensibly to ease the tension between the two, yet surreptitiously branding Lin Xun with the labels of malicious intent and unearned victory. The crowd, still respecting Jun Jiuxiao's stature, allowed the matter to rest, ceasing further discussion. In Chapter 47, titled The Failed Pretense of Lin Xun, the top 10 contestants began selecting their opponents. The challengers were all recent entrants from the Xiantian sacred land, and those from affiliated sects had a mere 20% chance of success, provided they did not select the singular disciple capable of rivaling those in the late stage of pregnancy. Jun Jiuxiao surmised that Lin Xun would undoubtedly choose that formidable opponent and subsequently defeat him, thereby flaunting his prowess before the assembly. With keen interest, he directed a question at Ji Lanxing. What are your thoughts on Lin Xun? Repulsive, she replied. His presence is nauseating, and he himself is even worse. Ji Lanxing could not fathom why she felt such visceral disdain for Lin Xun upon their first encounter, as if an inner voice urged her to eliminate him. Yet, she rationalized that perhaps she was overthinking, for she had no prior acquaintance with him, nor any personal vendetta. She was not a remorseless killer. Thus, it must be a mere illusion. Unknown to her, that voice within indeed beckoned her to slay Lin Xun. The two were natural enemies, as Lin Xun practiced the devouring fire technique, while Ji Lanxing wielded the Red Lotus Inferno, rendering their fates intertwined in a deadly dance. Jun Jiuxiao was somewhat taken aback by Ji Lanxing's response, yet it pleased him greatly. He continued, "What if I were to command you to kill him?" "Then I shall do so," she replied without a moment's hesitation. Jun Jiuxiao regarded her expressionless visage, allowing a moment to pass before saying, "Remember your words today. If you forget, I shall remind you." The latter part of his statement remained unspoken, but the implication loomed large. The son would never forget the words he had uttered. Ji Lanxing was already plotting to find an opportunity to eliminate Lin Xun, pondering how she might succeed against him, who was in the late stage of body refinement, while she was merely in the initial stage. If she could personally extinguish him, the son would surely be pleased. Lin Xun remained blissfully unaware that Jun Jiuxiao's casual remark had set him on a collision course with Ji Lanxing in the forthcoming secret realm. Had it not been for Elder Dan's timely intervention, Lin Xun would have met his untimely demise at her hands. Meanwhile, the competition had commenced, featuring Yang Xian from the Jiuyang sect facing off against an inner sect disciple. As anticipated, the late-stage Yang Xian was no match for the inner sect disciple who had reached the stage of conception, succumbing to defeat. The previous 9 contenders had similarly faltered against the inner sect disciples of the Xiantian sacred land, for they were not the protagonists. How could body refinement practitioners hope to best those who had already reached the stage of conception? At last, it was the male protagonist's turn to take the stage. True to form, he astutely selected an inner sect disciple who could rival those in the late stage of conception. This disciple, possessing a striking appearance with sharp brows and a square jaw, exuded an aura of righteousness, far surpassing Lin Xun's looks. The inner sect disciple advised Lin Xun to reconsider his choice of opponent, stating, "You cannot hope to defeat me. Choose another adversary, and you may yet have a chance." But who was Lin Xun? He was the male protagonist, and he would not be swayed by the words of a mere stepping stone. He was determined to face the challenge head-on. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "I would appreciate your guidance, senior brother." Privately, he conveyed a message to Elder Dan, "Teacher, if I falter, I beseech you to intervene." Initially reluctant to expend his spiritual energy to aid Lin Xun's pretense, Elder Dan reconsidered, noting the numerous setbacks Lin Xun had faced recently. "Very well, I shall assist you," he replied. Upon hearing Elder Dan's agreement, Lin Xun felt the winds of victory beckoning him, his demeanor swelling with pride. Observing Lin Xun's steadfastness and apparent confidence, the inner sect disciple became irked, perceiving him as a soft target, and thus acquiesced to the challenge. Jun Jiuxiao, having overheard the exchange between Lin Xun and Elder Dan, devised a cunning plan. When Elder Dan was about to intervene, he would suppress the elder, relishing the moment when Lin Xun's expression would shift in disbelief. Lin Xun took to the stage, and the inner sect disciple furrowed his brow, repulsed by the stench emanating from Lin Chun. "Let us end this swiftly," he urged. Lin Chun, feeling slighted by the disciples' disdain, resolved to vanquish this arrogant opponent and assert his dominance. Drawing forth his colossal sword, he charged at the inner sect disciple with the intent to kill, holding nothing back. The inner sect disciple retaliated with full force, and Lin Chun soon found himself bleeding on the ground. The disciple, momentarily taken aback, had anticipated an easier victory, believing Lin Chun to be formidable, only to be disillusioned by the reality. As Lin Chun lay there, calling out for Elder Dan, he received no response. The inner sect disciple, unable to withstand the noxious aura surrounding Lin Chun, delivered a decisive blow, sending him crashing off the stage. Upon the elder's declaration of victory for the inner sect disciple, the latter hastily vacated the arena, eager to inhale fresh air. Lin Chun, acutely aware of the disdainful and contemptuous gazes directed at him, coughed up blood and subsequently lost consciousness. The elder from the Five Elements sect would never forget to mock Zhuyang's sect, having expected Miao Yin's esteemed disciple to possess some hidden strength, only to see him fall after a single blow. The onlookers from other sects regarded Miao Yin with derision, while she remained stoically silent, yearning to exit the scene. The male protagonist, Lin Chun, undeniably attracted the attention of the women in his harem, prompting Shun Xingyin to voice a semblance of fairness on his behalf, stating, "His opponent is comparable to those in the late stage of conception. It is entirely reasonable for him, being in the late stage of body refinement, to be unable to prevail." Miao Yin, regaining a modicum of dignity from Shun Xingyin's words, cast a grateful glance in her direction. Soon after, the competition concluded, and the crowd dispersed, leaving Lin Chun lying unattended on the ground. Elder Dan, having been momentarily subdued by the oppressive aura, remained cautious and refrained from showing himself. In Chapter 48, titled "Perhaps I Should Indulge My Little Maid a Bit More," Lin Chun finally stirred from his slumber as evening fell. Upon awakening, the events of the afternoon flooded back to him, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, vowing to avenge the humiliation he had suffered that day. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he recalled Elder Dan, his expression darkening further. Why had the elder not come to his aid, allowing him to suffer such disgrace? Yet, as he still needed Elder Dan's assistance, he refrained from expressing his anger, instead addressing him with a veneer of politeness. "Teacher, why did you not intervene to assist me today? I was constrained by a powerful presence that suppressed me, preventing me from intervening." "It was not a matter of unwillingness," Elder Dan explained, his tone tinged with regret. Lin Chun listened to old Dan's explanation and refrained from further questioning. Only he knew the truth of his beliefs. Shortly thereafter, Lin Chun noticed that Shi Miaoyin had reached out to him. His master undoubtedly wished to express concern and comfort for him. Feeling grateful for his master's kindness, he joyfully retrieved the communication stone and, using a bubbly tone, reassured her, "Master, you need not worry about me. I am quite well." After a moment of silence, Shi Miaoyin cautioned, "Do not leave your cave until the foul odor on you has dissipated." With that, she abruptly severed the connection. Lin Chun began to speculate. Surely his master was worried he might be scorned by others if he ventured out, and her concern only deepened his appreciation for her. Meanwhile, old Dan's mind lingered on the oppressive aura he had sensed during the arena match. He scrutinized the individuals on the main stage, noting that the one with the highest cultivation level was merely the protector of the Xiantian Holy Sun, at the status of a venerable. Who, then, could have unleashed such a force? The more he pondered, the more fear gripped him, leading him to decide to remain within the confines of his ring for the time being. Jun Jiuxiao, having witnessed Lin Chun's amusement, felt quite elated and instructed Ji Lanqing to return to her own practice without needing to attend to him. He mused that the unpleasant odor clinging to him should dissipate by tomorrow, further solidifying his intention to annoy others in the arena for the sake of victory. He wondered if Lin Chun would be enraged enough to spit blood upon learning this. 3 days later, the grand prize for this batch of disciples from the affiliated sects participating in the secret realm trial would surely be the life grass. The one-armed sage, Li Xian, would undoubtedly attend for this reward, presenting a chance to facilitate his ascension into Lin Chun's harem, and with live broadcasting, no less. Jun Jiuxiao's thoughts drifted back to Ji Lanqing. At times, when he probed her with his spiritual sense, he observed her gently caressing her right cheek, lost in sorrow. After all, girls are often enamored with their beauty. He summoned 2233, inquiring whether there existed any spiritual medicine that could eliminate the red birthmark on Ji Lanqing's face. If such a remedy existed, he requested it be found. 2233 promptly set off to search and soon reported, "Host, I have located it. This fire lotus can completely activate the red lotus flame, causing the red birthmark on her face to vanish." Upon inspecting the price, which was a mere 1 million points, Jun Jiuxiao realized he had an abundance of points at his disposal. Moreover, 2233's penchant for extracting every advantage from the system surpassed even his own human cunning. He suspected that the points for each task had been inflated tenfold or more. After all, she was his little maid, deserving of some pampering. Thus, he resolved to assist Ji Lanqing in removing the red birthmark from her right cheek. Without hesitation, he exchanged the necessary points and sought out Ji Lanqing. Arriving at Ji Lanqing's cave, Jun Jiuxiao courteously informed her of his presence. Overjoyed at his arrival, Ji Lanqing welcomed him inside. "Now, absorb the fire lotus. I shall protect you," he stated, getting straight to the point as he presented the fire lotus for her to consume. Although unaware of its nature, Ji Lanqing had faith in Jun Jiuxiao's intentions and believed he would not harm her. As soon as her hand made contact with the fire lotus, the red lotus flame erupted forth, and, caught off guard, Jun Jiuxiao found his clothing incinerated. Ji Lanqing surely experienced a similar fate. Jun Jiuxiao truly relished the red lotus flame, as it consistently offered him unexpected benefits. The flames enveloped Ji Lanqing entirely, and she found herself in excruciating pain, believing she was on the brink of being consumed by fire. Suddenly, a wave of coolness enveloped her. It was the bare-bodied Jun Jiuxiao embracing her, channeling his spiritual power into her. Ji Lanqing, realizing both of them were unclothed, felt her cheeks flush. "Quickly circulate your spiritual energy. Do not lose focus," Jun Jiuxiao urged her. Ji Lanqing, shaking off her wandering thoughts, devoted herself entirely to controlling the energy. Moments later, the red lotus flame fully awakened, and the red birthmark transformed into a petite red fire lotus nestled at the corner of her right eye, enhancing her already flawless visage with an additional touch of allure. Their gazes locked, and then they swiftly distanced themselves, each donning their garments once more. Ji Lanqing's delicate face blushed, a rosy hue gracing her fair complexion, rendering her even more enchanting. Though not the first time he had seen Ji Lanqing in such a state, Jun Jiuxiao was still taken aback by her beauty. With a single glance and a smile, 100 charms are born. The beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. A line of poetry flitted through his mind. Feeling an overwhelming heat within him, he realized he could linger no longer. "You should take a moment to contemplate the flames. I shall take my leave," he declared, departing without a backward glance. Ji Lanqing continued to savor the sensation of being pressed against Jun Jiuxiao, recalling the warmth of his bare chest and the robust masculine aura he exuded. After he had walked a distance, she gradually regained her composure, feeling the red lotus flame within her. Slowly, she sensed that she could fully master it and decided not to continue her practice, but instead rose to reminisce about the taste of Jun Jiuxiao's presence. As she passed by a mirror, Ji Lanqing was momentarily entranced. She discovered that the red birthmark had vanished, replaced by a fire lotus adorning the corner of her right eye. Her heart soared with joy. Thus, the Holy Sun's gaze had lingered upon her. Captivated by her beauty, could it be that he held affection for her? The precious spiritual medicine he provided was surely a gift specifically for her, and how kind he was. The more she pondered, the more elated she became, wishing fervently to embrace Jun Jiuxiao at that very moment. Chapter 49. The Secret Realm Opens. Due to Jun Jiuxiao and Ji Lanqing's candid encounter, particularly under such lucid circumstances, Jun Jiuxiao felt a tinge of awkwardness and refrained from seeking her out. This was primarily because his hand had remained in contact with Ji Lanqing as he aided her in suppressing the red lotus flame. Aside from their close proximity, they had engaged in all but the most intimate activities. In truth, such measures were unnecessary, yet Jun Jiuxiao was not one to miss an opportunity. Helping others ought to come with some recompense. The reason Ji Lanqing did not pursue him was straightforward. She was engrossed in her cultivation, awaiting the opportunity to eliminate Lin Shun within the secret realm. Now awakened to the red lotus flame, Ji Lanqing had reached the late stage of the refining organs realm, placing her on par with Lin Shun. On the 3rd day, the secret realm was set to open. Though it was termed a secret realm, it was merely a dilapidated miniature world belonging to the Xianxian Holy Land, deemed too lowly for the sect's main disciples and thus designated as a training ground for outer disciples. Disciples from affiliated sects were also granted a single entry, a token gesture of goodwill. This time, outer disciples from the Xianxian Holy Land would also enter the secret realm, ensuring a notable turnout. Jun Jiuxiao had previously informed Ji Lanqing that she would join this group of affiliated sect disciples for her training within the secret realm. He feared that her formidable strength might lead her to encroach upon the most central area of the realm, thereby disrupting his plans. Thus, before their departure, he explicitly instructed Ji Lanqing, "This time you enter the secret realm primarily for training. Focus on hunting beasts and do not vie for the most critical resources. I have already prepared everything you need." "Understood, Holy Son," Ji Lanqing replied, her beauty restored, now deserving of the title of the most stunning maiden in the Eastern domain. To declare her as the most beautiful in the endless continent would not be an exaggeration. With a graceful figure, flawless skin, and exquisite features, she was perfection incarnate. Jun Jiuxiao, still uneasy, warned her against entering the core of the secret realm, stating his concerns plainly. Although Xianxiafan's did not fully comprehend his reasoning, she trusted his guidance and obediently nodded in agreement. Arriving at the entrance to the secret realm, they found that most participants had gathered. Whispers circulated among the male disciples. I heard that the Holy Sun's maid will accompany us into the secret realm. We shall finally behold the beauty of the Eastern Domain's foremost maiden. Soon, one should have the opportunity to behold the beauty of the East Domain's foremost enchantress, a prospect that fills one with anticipation. Another male disciple interjected, speculating that she must surpass the captivating Miaoying fairy in beauty. Indeed, the Miaoying fairy is already a vision of unparalleled grace. It is almost unfathomable to imagine someone even more exquisite. Look, the holy son of Xianxian approaches. That must be his maid trailing behind him. The crowd directed their gaze towards Jun Jiuxiao. She is truly stunning, deserving of the title of the East Domain's most beautiful maiden, one male disciple exclaimed, his eyes lingering on Xianxiang, unable to contain his admiration. Observing the male disciple's fixation on Xianxiang, an unsettling sensation welled up within Jun Jiuxiao, prompting him to summon a barrier of spiritual energy to shield her from prying eyes. Xianxiang, too, was not fond of being scrutinized. Noticing the Holy Sun's protective gesture, she gazed at him with warmth, her eyes brimming with affection. With the crowd realizing they could no longer glimpse Jun Jiuxiao and Xianxiang, they understood that the Holy Sun disdained any intrusion and dared not continue their gaze. Several elders from affiliated sects were taken aback upon seeing Xianxiang. Just 3 days prior, she was not as she appears now. I had seen her then and conveyed to friends that she was unattractive. The rumors of her unparalleled beauty, the East Domain's foremost beauty, were merely exaggerations. Yet, in the span of 3 days, she has transformed into such a radiant beauty? Would others not think I was lying? Who shall I turn to for justification? Merely 3 days have passed, and an unsightly girl has morphed into an ethereal beauty. Who would believe such a tale? The elders exchanged glances, their expressions rife with helplessness. Until Lin Chun finally arrived. As the male protagonist, Lin Chun would only make his appearance once all were present. The foul odor that had clung to him for days had vanished 2 days prior. He had refrained from wandering, choosing instead to cultivate in silence, awaiting the moment to astonish everyone within the secret realm. As Lin Chun appeared, the crowd instinctively created a vacuum around him. They were astonished that today, there seemed to be no lingering odor. Indeed, Lin Chun no longer reeked. Those bold enough to approach and sniff confirmed the absence of any foul scent, exclaiming in surprise, Lin Chun, you no longer stink. Lin Chun nodded, pondering whether now that he was odor-free, there would be no reason for them to distance themselves further. However, the crowd's gaze towards Lin Chun had entirely shifted. They now perceived him as a despicable character who, in a bid to triumph in the entrance competition, had resorted to the underhanded tactic of deliberately stinking, prompting them to withdraw even further. Lin Chun was bewildered. I am no longer foul-smelling, yet they retreat even more? Such contemptuous beings shall inevitably find themselves beneath my heel in the days to come. You and the Miaoying fairy possess truly remarkable strategies. I commend you. Sneered an elder from the 5 Elements sect. The Miaoying fairy, proficient in her meditative silence, feigned ignorance. She too harbored reservations about Lin Chun. How could his foul odor vanish so swiftly after the competition? Who would not harbor suspicions? Even the Miaoying fairy began to doubt Lin Chun's intentions. As the secret realm prepared to open, the crowd's focus shifted away from Lin Chun, all eyes directed towards the entrance. Chapter 50. The broadcast begins. The opening of the secret realm was presided over by an elder from the outer sect of Xianxia's sacred land. As the entrance was unveiled, individuals began to enter the realm in succession. Xianxiang bid farewell to Jun Jiuxiao, preparing to depart. Safety is paramount. I shall await your return outside. Jun Jiuxiao blurted out before he could fully comprehend his own words. I will surely return safely, so you need not wait in vain. Xianxiang replied with a gentle smile. The onlookers were entranced by her radiant smile. One could easily envision the holy son of Xianxian, in a fit of passion, striking down anyone who dared to offend her. Not only the Ji family of the East Domain, but even the Ji family of the Great Zhou Empire would be compelled to take action. Yet, Jun Jiuxiao remained unconvinced. He produced a pearl and presented it to Xianxiang. This pearl contains my utmost power. Utilize it in times of peril. His utmost power referred, of course, to the full might he could unleash at the pinnacle of his cultivation. Xianxiang accepted the pearl, her voice trembling as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Holy Son. Jun Jiuxiao offered no further words, watching her step into the secret realm. As Ji Lanqing's figure began to fade, Jun Jiuxiao imbued a trace of his spiritual awareness into her, ensuring he would sense any danger she encountered and could teleport to her side should the need arise. After Ji Lanqing departed, Jun Jiuxiao felt a disquiet in his heart, akin to a parent whose cherished child had ventured into the world, worrying for her safety and well-being. The secret realm would remain open for 4 hours, equating to 8 hours by Blue Star's reckoning, from 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Jun Jiuxiao took his place at the designated viewing platform reserved for the elders of various sects, having arranged for recording stones to capture the events occurring within the core of the secret realm from all angles. Within the core cave of the secret realm, every corner would be clearly visible, allowing everyone to witness the grand spectacle of Lin Shun, the protagonist, stirring chaos. Growing somewhat bored, Jun Jiuxiao closed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to Ji Lanqing. What if she encountered formidable beasts within the secret realm? Should he send his spiritual awareness to accompany her? The level of this secret realm was too low. His spiritual awareness might not withstand the strain, potentially causing the realm to collapse. He could only send a weak, uncharged fragment of awareness to follow her. Consumed by worry for his beloved, Jun Jiuxiao felt increasingly vexed. What if Ji Lanqing met Lin Shun within the secret realm and developed feelings for him? The very thought deepened his agitation. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jun Jiuxiao's mind. "Host, are you feeling bored? If you are, simply inform 2233. Jun Jiuxiao cast 2233 an exasperated glance, refusing to engage. Sensing his indifference, 2233 grew anxious, exclaiming, "Host, I have just restored a function that allows you to observe the male and female leads in action, provided they are within 10,000 miles. Oh, then bring up Ji Lanqing's feed for me to view." 2233 hesitantly added, "Host, watching the male and female leads live costs 10 points per minute." Having recently learned the term live broadcast, 2233 felt it was an opportune moment to use it. "Very well, then activate Ji Lanqing's broadcast." "Understood, host." Excitedly, 2233 initiated the broadcast, eager to witness the unfolding events. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Jun Jiuxiao realized that 2233 had once again faltered. "Have you failed again? Host, I am unsure why, but the female lead's broadcast simply won't activate," 2233 admitted, sounding somewhat sheepish. As 2233 faced Jun Jiuxiao's disdainful gaze, it sought to regain its composure, continuing, "However, the male lead's broadcast is functioning normally. Would you like to watch? Your broadcast is unstable. What if I spend points only to find it unworthy? What if an accident occurs?" 2233 wanted to assure him that its broadcast would be flawless, but the mishap with Ji Lanqing's feed lingered in their minds. "Host, what shall we do?" 2233 stammered. "Then let us first test Lin Shun's feed. If there are no issues, I shall consider continuing." Jun Jiuxiao seized the opportunity. Watching Ji Lanqing would cost points, but viewing Lin Shun was not worth it. After a moment of contemplation, 2233 conceded. "All right, this time it shall be complimentary for you to trial. Rest assured, host. The broadcast shall not disappoint you. Trust in me." Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, merely casting a disbelieving gaze upon 2233. In a flurry, 2233 swiftly summoned Lin Chen's image, enhancing the resolution to ultra-clear quality. "Host, the ultra-clear setting costs 100 points per minute. I specifically enabled it for you. Where did you acquire the points? You haven't pilfered mine, have you?" Jun Jiuxiao inquired, his eyes narrowed with suspicion. Recalling Jun Jiuxiao's warning that no one should take advantage of him, and considering his ruthless methods against foes, 2233 couldn't help but shudder. "Host, I assure you, I have never misappropriated your points. I managed this privately since the main system was offline and there was no oversight," 2233 hastily clarified. Jun Jiuxiao understood. Henceforth, he could indulge in the live broadcasts of the male and female leads at no cost. Such under-the-table dealings could occur countless times. As if 2233 could execute the operation once, it could be replicated infinitely. Jun Jiuxiao remained silent, preparing to witness Lin Chen's live stream. Chapter 51. Lin Shun awakens the fallen fairy body. As Jun Jiuxiao began to watch Lin Chen's broadcast, he was greeted with the sight of Lin Chen bathing. Jun Jiuxiao found himself utterly disinterested in the male lead's emaciated physique. No, it was not men that intrigued him. He instructed 2233 to properly censor the male lead. 2233, still curious about the human form, secretly opened a small and censored window for himself. Disinterested in Lin Shun submerged in water, Jun Jiuxiao browsed the marketplace for delectable treats to savor later in his cave. A perplexed voice from 2233 broke the silence. "Host, Why is the male lead so weak? His physique is deplorable. Jun Jiuxiao, taken aback, questioned, what on earth? He commanded 2233 to display the image again, revealing Lin Chen's gaunt frame. Shut it off. Jun Jiuxiao bellowed at 2233, feeling as though his very sight had been sullied. 2233 hastily closed the appalling scene, cowed by Jun Jiuxiao's reprimand, and turned to the human encyclopedia for further study. After a moment to regain his composure, Jun Jiuxiao pondered the absurdity of such a frail figure being the protagonist of a harem narrative. Lin Chen, the male lead of this harem tale, presents as if he has suffered from stunted growth. How is this reasonable? As he continued to mull over this, 2233 exclaimed, Host, what is happening? Lin Chen's physique has improved. Humans are truly bizarre, Jun Jiuxiao mused, sensing something amiss. Lin Chen could not possibly transform into a robust figure merely from bathing. Jun Jiuxiao focused on the live stream once more, commanding 2233 to remove the censorship. Something is off. Lin Chen is awakening a special constitution, he murmured to himself. Host, the male lead possesses the pure, yang divine body. How could this not be noted in your records? Jun Jiuxiao began to interrogate 2233. The latter, feeling aggrieved, replied, This is not my fault. The main system abruptly severed communication, resulting in a plethora of glitches and loss of data. Jun Jiuxiao dismissed the inept system and scrutinized Lin Chen's transformation. Aside from the newfound aura of strength radiating from him, nothing else seemed unusual. Host, it has updated. The male lead is indeed a pure yang divine body, the fabled fallen fairy body. Jun Jiuxiao contemplated, understanding that as the protagonist of a harem narrative, Lin Chen's frail constitution would hardly attract women. Moreover, there would always be women with peculiar constitutions, such as the pure Yin body or absolute Yin body, who, due to unforeseen circumstances, would develop affections for Lin Chen, as the narrative often unfolded in such a melodramatic fashion. Lin Chen's fallen fairy body served as the foundation for his role as the harem protagonist, drawing women to him, compelling them to desire physical contact. Were he to possess an absolute Yin body, his allure would multiply exponentially. However, the pure yang divine body encompassed more than merely attracting women. Those endowed with this constitution could cultivate yang-based techniques tenfold faster than others and would possess inexhaustible energy in combat, rendering them innately suited for battle. Upon awakening his constitution, Lin Chen expressed his exhilaration to Dan Lao. Master, what is this constitution? I feel as though a fire ignites within me, my body brimming with boundless energy. After observing Lin Chen for a moment, Dan Lao's expression shifted to one of incredulity. He had summoned Lin Chen here specifically to awaken his constitution. Yet he had not anticipated such a revelation. Noticing Dan Lao's peculiar gaze, Lin Chen anxiously inquired, Master, why are you silent? Is there something wrong with my constitution? Dan Lao, roused by Lin Chen's voice, chuckled, What are you fretting about? You have awakened a formidable constitution, the pure yang divine body. What? I awakened the fallen fairy body. Lin Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Having read about this constitution in ancient texts, he had often fantasized about possessing such a trait, envisioning himself surrounded by countless adoring women. Now that he truly awakened this constitution, Lin Chen felt a surge of delight, imagining himself embraced by both his master, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and the enchanting fairy he had encountered previously, his expression growing lecherous. Dan Lao, discerning Lin Chen's thoughts, cautioned, You must be wary. This constitution may attract female cultivators with ulterior motives. They might seek to use you as a furnace, so conceal yourself carefully. Suddenly aware that his constitution also rendered him a furnace body, Lin Chen felt a pang of anxiety. His cultivation was still too low to fend off those with greater prowess. Master, do you have any means to help me conceal it? He implored. Dan Lao nodded. The fire-devouring technique I will impart to you is perfectly suited to mask the pure yang divine body. It is fate that we have crossed paths. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him and inquired further, Master, besides attracting female cultivators, what other benefits does the pure yang divine body confer? The pure yang divine body is inherently a warrior's constitution, granting limitless energy in battle, growing ever more valiant with each confrontation. Engaging in combat beyond one's level is commonplace. It is an exceptionally powerful constitution. Dan Lao elucidated the advantages of the pure yang divine body to Lin Chen. The more Lin Chen listened, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning himself triumphantly standing over Jun Jiuxiao, and all those who had ever looked down upon or mocked him would be beneath his feet. Dan Lao, observing Lin Chen's expression, recognized that he was lost in another fantasy and urged him, Xiao Chen, quickly don your attire and proceed to the core of the secret realm to retrieve the vitality grass. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, donned his garments, and continued deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 52. Ji Lanqing pursues Lin Chun. Jun Jiuxiao, having overheard the exchange between Lin Chun and his master, contemplated the implications of Lin Chun possessing such a constitution. Does this mean Li Xian? Jun Jiuxiao could not suppress a sigh. How unfortunate. Li Xian had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the refining vessel stage to enter the secret realm in pursuit of the vitality grass. Regrettably, Zhu Guangyuan was unable to accompany him. Had he done so, they would both have faced dire consequences. Zhu Guangyuan's absence from the secret realm was entirely due to Jun Jiuxiao. His poison scheme had led to the annihilation of Zhu Guangyuan's family, leaving only his cousin to escape to the Xiantian's sacred land, barely surviving. Now, Zhu Guangyuan, accompanied by his cousin, dared not even emerge from Qianyuan Peak. Fearing for his life, he remained oblivious to the identity of his family's enemies. Overnight, his kin had perished or vanished. Even his esteemed grandfather in the respectable realm had been slain. Under the guidance of Elder Dan, Lin Chun discovered a fire-type spiritual herb. As he prepared to pluck it, Elder Dan cautioned him, "Xiao Chun, someone approaches." Heeding the warning, Lin Chun halted his advance, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, Ji Lanqing's figure materialized before him, leaving Lin Chun momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Initially focused on the fire herb, Ji Lanqing had not noticed Lin Chun until his words reached her ears. Upon recognizing him, a murderous intent surged within her, yet she opted to approach him stealthily, intent on delivering a fatal blow. As Ji Lanqing drew closer, Lin Chun mistakenly attributed her approach to the effects of his recently awakened physique, swelling with pride. Observing this interaction from outside through a live broadcast, Jun Jiuxiao spotted Ji Lanqing nearing Lin Chun, and a smile crept upon his face, though this time his gaze was colder than before. 2233 is trembling. Host, why do you start smiling like that again? Are you angry just because the leads meet? Humanity is truly perplexing. System, I don't comprehend the complexities of human emotions. Straightening his back, Lin Chun spoke with a melodious tone, "Esteemed fairy, I am." However, before he could finish, Elder Dan sensed the murderous aura emanating from Ji Lanqing and hastily urged Lin Chun, "Xiao Chun, she intends to kill you. Quick, evade." Responding promptly, Lin Chun summoned a spiritual shield with his energy and swiftly retreated, drawing forth his weapon. Thanks to Elder Dan's timely warning, Lin Chun remained unscathed, leaving only a charred pit where he had stood. Realizing her surprise attack had failed, Ji Lanqing discarded pretense and ignited the Red Lotus Karma fire, launching a lethal assault. Elder Dan, witnessing the fire, exclaimed with excitement, "Red Lotus Karma fire. It is the Fire Lotus Karma fire. Xiao Chun, if you slay her, you can absorb her flames. Your fire-devouring technique can undoubtedly evolve into a celestial king-level skill." Lin Chun hesitated, questioning whether he could strike down such a beautiful woman. "Master, is there a way to absorb the Red Lotus Karma fire without killing her?" Elder Dan discerned Lin Chun's infatuation and, feeling exasperated, replied, "No. She is fused with the Red Lotus Karma fire. You must eliminate her to absorb it." Lin Chun, still evading Ji Lanqing's attacks, remained indecisive. Elder Dan continued to persuade him, "Once your cultivation ascends, what beauty will you not have? All the beauties of the world will be yours. Only the strong can possess them. Do you wish to be ridiculed as you were before? In the Xiantian sacred land, everyone scorns you. Have you forgotten? If you were a celestial king, would they dare to disdain you?" With a fierce shout, Lin Chun declared, "I refuse. I shall become powerful." His expression hardened, and no longer evading, he began to counterattack. Ji Lanqing, undeterred by Lin Chun's transformation, intensified her assault, launching full-force attacks. Jun Jiuxiao, observing Ji Lanqing's relentless approach, felt an urge to rush into the secret realm and eliminate Lin Chun. Just as he prepared to enter, he witnessed Ji Lanqing strike at Lin Chun with lethal intent. Upon witnessing this, Jun Jiuxiao halted his advance and watched in silence. As Lin Chun clashed with Ji Lanqing, he wielded the massive sword bestowed by Elder Dan, while Ji Lanqing relied solely on the Red Lotus Karma fire, trading blows with Lin Chun. Despite her lower cultivation, the Red Lotus Karma fire, being one of the three great celestial flames, proved formidable against ordinary weapons. Lin Chun's giant sword held up remarkably well against the searing flames. Realizing the impending danger, Lin Chun queried Elder Dan, "Master, what should I do? The giant sword can scarcely withstand the fire, and my body cannot endure it either." As a spiritual entity, Elder Dan was severely constrained by the Red Lotus Karma fire. Even the slightest contact could inflict irreparable harm on his soul, rendering him unable to intervene. Seeing that Elder Dan was powerless, Lin Chun reluctantly sheathed his giant sword, dodging Ji Lanqing's attacks while contemplating a solution. Jun Jiuxiao observed that Ji Lanqing lacked real combat experience. Once she exited the secret realm, he resolved to train her intensively. If he were in Ji Lanqing's position, he could incapacitate Lin Xun in merely 3 moves. As Ji Lanqing continued to refine her control over fire, her techniques grew increasingly ruthless, and Lin Xun found himself increasingly unable to evade her strikes. With no other option, Elder Dan urged Lin Xun to abandon the spiritual herb and retreat. Lin Xun, taking the initiative, proposed, "Esteemed fairy, the herb is yours. Shall we agree to a ceasefire?" Ji Lanqing remained silent, responding only with more ferocious strikes. Recognizing the futility of his plea, Lin Xun turned to flee. Ignoring the herb, Ji Lanqing pursued him relentlessly, determined to slay him. Chapter 53. The male protagonist, Lin Xun, is pursued by thousands. Initially calm as Ji Lanqing chased him, Lin Xun even contemplated teasing her. However, after 2 hours of relentless pursuit, he found himself in a dire predicament, nearly succumbing to her lethal blows on several occasions due to his quick reflexes. Now, even if Ji Lanqing were a celestial being, Lin Xun's resentment boiled over, leaving no room for any lingering admiration. Desperate to escape Ji Lanqing's clutches, Lin Xun wished for nothing more than to eliminate her. Throughout his flight, he continuously inquired of Elder Dan for assistance, who, feeling disheartened by Lin Xun's predicament, lamented that despite being of the same realm, Lin Xun was unable to contend with Ji Lanqing and could only flee in disarray. As he struggled to escape, Lin Xun berated Elder Dan internally, recalling claims of his peak Saint King prowess, undefeated among his peers. How could he now be at the mercy of mere female cultivator in the refining stage? "You only boast, you're utterly unreliable," he scoffed, recalling the arduous days spent deciphering ancient formations from a broken stone, leaving him exhausted and despised. Truly, a useless old fool. Both master and disciple exchanged mutual disdain while harboring their own thoughts, yet they were compelled to maintain a facade of cooperation. Others within the secret realm began to notice Ji Lanqing's pursuit of Lin Xun, prompting questions about why the maid of the Xiantian Holy Sun was after him. "It must be Lin Xun's fault. Such a malicious person can do no good," a female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley responded. "If we were to identify the most disliked individual among us, it would undoubtedly be Lin Xun. The maid of the Xiantian Holy Sun is beautiful and kind-hearted. How could she pursue Lin Xun without reason? Surely, he has committed some vile act," a Ji Lanqing admirer seethed, glaring at Lin Xun as he dodged her attacks. "Lin Xun is scheming and underhanded. To win in the entrance competition, he would stoop to disgusting tactics, undoubtedly stealing Ji Fairy's spiritual herb. Let us assist," exclaimed a female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley, who had been repulsed by Lin Xun during the competition. "Let us aid Ji Fairy." The other female disciples from the illusory Sound Valley echoed, eager to target Lin Xun, whom they found utterly repugnant. Despite their slightly lower cultivation levels, the illusory Sound Valley disciples joined the fray. Having pursued Lin Xun for over an hour, their spiritual energy was waning, yet they could still keep pace with him. Additionally, the group occasionally hurled talismans and attacks at Lin Xun, forcing him to dodge frantically, hindering his speed. Ji Lanqing, lacking flight spells or artifacts, relied solely on her spiritual energy, which also limited her speed. Meanwhile, the onlookers were intrigued, bemused by the sight of someone being pursued by so many, only to realize it was Lin Xun. It is no surprise then that Lin Xun is utterly despicable, harboring malevolent thoughts. It is only natural for him to be pursued. Curiosity piqued among the crowd. Someone inquired about the reasons behind Lin Xun's pursuit. Rumors circulated that he had employed a nefarious scheme to steal a precious herb from the esteemed fairy Ji, prompting her to chase him down. Another voice chimed in, sharing a tale they had heard. The admirers of Ji Lanqing, unable to remain idle, swiftly joined the throngs pursuing Lin Xun. The title Fairy Ji was bestowed upon Ji Lanqing by the outside world, recognizing her as the most beautiful maiden in the eastern region, known simply by her surname, Ji. Another query arose regarding the involvement of the illusory Sound Valley in the hunt for Lin Xun. It was said that he had also used treachery to seize a spirit herb from a female disciple of the valley. As whispers continued, the rumors morphed into tales of Lin Xun discovering a great treasure within the secret realm. With each retelling, more individuals joined the relentless pursuit. Lin Xun, glancing back at the vast horde behind him, felt a jolt of shock, yet he dared not halt his flight. Utterly bewildered as to why they sought to end his life, stopping to inquire would be perilous. Any pause would surely result in a barrage of attacks raining down upon him. Fortunately, as a pure young divine body, his boundless energy allowed him to narrowly evade capture amidst the chaos of his pursuers. However, this boundless energy was not truly limitless, merely several times greater than that of an ordinary person, and there were moments when it could wane. Thus, Lin Xun could do naught but flee as the throng of his pursuers swelled. Even the members of the Juyang sect, in a bid to disassociate themselves from him, joined in the chase under the leadership of Yang Xian. When Lin Chen spotted the Zhuyang sect members among his pursuers, his foot faltered, nearly leading to his capture. Jun Jiuxiao, witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded. Lin Chen truly embodied the protagonist, drawing such a grand pursuit. Host 2233 remarked in confusion. Why does Lin Chen inspire such hatred? It appears he has done nothing worthy of such ire. One must understand that the protagonist is often beset by enemies wherever he goes. It is a phenomenon to be expected, for he will face countless chases in the days to come. Though 2233 struggled to comprehend why the protagonist drew such ire, it feigned understanding, not wishing to incur Jun Jiuxiao's disdainful gaze. Jun Jiuxiao watched the unfolding scene with keen interest, nearly tempted to snack on seeds while observing Lin Chen's plight. As the number of Lin Chen's pursuers grew, he found himself in increasingly perilous situations. Were it not for his fortunate circumstances, he would have already met his demise. Desperately, he called upon Master Dan, pleading, "Is there truly no way out? My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. If I continue like this, I shall surely perish." Master Dan, recognizing the unsustainable nature of the situation, responded, "I shall expend my soul energy to cast a protective shield, granting you a chance to escape. From there, keep a low profile and avoid drawing attention." "Master, I understand. Please, cast the shield swiftly. I can hardly endure much longer." Lin Chen felt overwhelming gratitude towards Master Dan for his willingness to assist, yet inwardly he cursed. Why did this old fool not employ the shield sooner? He waits until I am besieged before offering aid, clearly seeking my gratitude. He desires my assistance in reforming his physical body and craves the life grass. Just wait until my cultivation rises. I shall have my way with him. Master Dan, focused solely on the task at hand, channeled his energy to execute the protective spell. In the external realm, casting the shield required no expenditure of his soul energy. However, within the secret realm, any force exceeding the refining realm would risk destabilizing the very fabric of the place, thus limiting Master Dan's spell to the confines of the refining realm's power, which inevitably drained his soul energy. Fearing for Lin Chen's life, Master Dan was willing to expend his soul energy, for should Lin Chen perish, he too would remain trapped within this ring. Moreover, Lin Chen needed to procure the life grass from the core of the secret realm. He could not afford to remain pursued any longer. As the shield manifested, Lin Chen vanished from the sight of his pursuers. Upon witnessing his sudden disappearance, Ji Lanqing halted her pursuit, scanning the surroundings for potential hiding spots. Realizing that she could not eliminate him this time, she departed to continue her own endeavors in slaying beasts within the secret realm. As the crowd dispersed, the female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley clenched her teeth, lamenting the escape of the scoundrel Lin Chen, lamenting that outside there would be no further opportunity to exact vengeance upon him. In the Xiantian sacred land, there existed a rule against internal strife. Grievances could only be settled upon the challenge platform, where life and death could be contested. The same principle theoretically applied within the secret realm. Even though with the multitude of beasts present, one could easily attribute any demise to them rather than fellow cultivators. Nevertheless, while Lin Chen successfully evaded capture, he inadvertently solidified the rumors of his discovery of a great treasure in the secret realm. After all, who could vanish without a trace? This revelation sparked intrigue among others, particularly Yang Xian of the Zhuyang sect, who believed Lin Chen should share the treasure with them. With Master Dan's assistance, Lin Chen managed to escape, only to be informed that Master Dan could no longer expend his soul energy to aid him and advised him to exercise caution. Lin Chen acknowledged this and embarked on a new phase of fortune, casually selecting a path that led him to an abundance of spirit herbs, which he naturally gathered without hesitation. In a brief span, Lin Chen reveled in his escapades, collecting herbs and dispatching foes, his earlier frustrations from the pursuit evaporating entirely. Master Dan, aware that time was of the essence, urged Lin Chen, "Hurry, the portal to the secret realm will soon close. We must retrieve the life grass before it is claimed by others." Eager to obtain the life grass, Lin Chen wasted no time, following Master Dan's guidance towards the core of the secret realm. Upon reaching the entrance of the core, Master Dan noted that the formation had already been tampered with, urgently advising, "Lin Chen, someone has already interfered with the array. We must act swiftly." Nodding in understanding, Lin Chen wasted no breath and began dismantling the formation as instructed. Before long, a gap appeared within the array. "Quickly, Lin Chen, enter," Master Dan urged. Without needing a second reminder, Lin Chen darted through the opening. As he traversed, Lin Chen observed that all the beasts had been cleared away, quickening his pace in fear that the life grass might be snatched away by another. At last, he arrived at the innermost sanctum of the secret realm, where a one-armed figure was engaged in battle with a beast, a wolf demon at the peak of the refining realm, on the verge of breaking into the birth realm. Due to the realm's restrictions, the wolf demon could only reach half a step into the birth realm, beyond its confines. It would undoubtedly ascend. Lin Shen chose not to rush in, but instead watched the clash between the one-armed figure and the wolf demon, intent on waiting for them to weaken each other before seizing the opportunity to claim the spoils. Jun Jiuxiao, observing Lin Shen's encounter with Li Xian, anticipated a thrilling spectacle. He had prepared a fitting surprise for both Lin Shen and Li Xian, hoping they would appreciate it. As Li Xian battled the wolf demon, he too noticed Lin Shen's presence, immediately ceasing his conflict and retreating. The wolf demon, seeing Li Xian withdraw, refrained from pursuit, remaining vigilant of the two newcomers. The wolf demon's arrival was serendipitous. Having inadvertently passed through a flaw in the array, it stumbled upon the life grass and had every intention of claiming it for itself. Thus, the confrontation between man and beast ensued. The arrival of Lin Shen compelled Li Xian to cease his actions, as he did not wish to allow Lin Shen to reap the rewards after he had slain the wolf demon. The three, Lin Shen, Li Xian, and the wolf demon, exchanged wary glances, each reluctant to make the first move. Jun Jiuxiao, witnessing the unwitting entry of the wolf demon, recalled its second brother and felt concern for either Lin Shen or Li Xian. It seemed they were truly in for a world of trouble. The viewing platform illuminated with images, revealing Lin Shen and Li Xian to the audience. Jun Jiuxiao also opened his eyes to observe the scene captured by the crystal, which provided a far superior vantage point compared to the live broadcast that only showed Lin Shen's immediate surroundings. Lin Shen inquired of Elder Dan, "Are you able to eliminate both this individual and the wolf demon?" Elder Dan, rendered speechless, recalled having just informed Lin Shen a mere half-hour prior that he could not wield his soul power. It seemed Lin Shen had forgotten so quickly. "I'm afraid I cannot assist, as I exhausted too much soul energy while aiding your escape. You must rely on your own abilities this time," Elder Dan concluded. Lin Shen remained silent, keenly observing Li Xian, who in turn scrutinized Lin Shen. Li Xian had suppressed his cultivation to enter the secret realm, and although he was confident in defeating the half-step embryonic wolf demon, he found Lin Shen inscrutable. The three of them formed a triangular standoff, each occupying a corner. Lin Shen felt that this stalemate could not persist, and subtly signaled to Li Xian. Understanding Lin Shen's intention, Li Xian nodded in agreement to join forces against the wolf demon before vying for the life-giving herb. The wolf demon, lacking in intellect, failed to comprehend their silent communication. Lin Shen then called for a united assault. "Let us proceed," they agreed. Both unleashed their lethal strikes upon the wolf demon, which, bewildered by their unexpected collaboration, realized it could not merely succumb to their attack. It swiftly retaliated. The battle ensued, and although the wolf demon was clearly outmatched by their combined strength, both Lin Shen and Li Xian were cautious, unwilling to turn their backs on one another, thus granting the wolf demon a fleeting opportunity to breathe. As time wore on, the wolf demon sustained numerous injuries. It would not be long before it succumbed to the combined might of Lin Shen and Li Xian. Observers outside noted this unfolding drama. Elder Ma of the Five Elements sect, with a hint of envy, remarked on the apparent prowess of the renowned disciple of the Miaoyin fairy, questioning the necessity of resorting to such underhanded tactics for the entrance competition. Jun Jiuxiao found the tension between Elder Ma and Zhuyang's sect intriguing, seizing the opportunity to mock and undermine Miaoyin fairy. Was there a personal grudge between them? Perhaps Elder Ma had once pursued Miaoyin fairy, only to be cruelly spurned. Miaoyin, immersed in her meditative practice, also pondered Lin Shen's character, despite his considerable talents. Why resort to such ignoble methods to secure victory in the entrance trials? Upon returning from the secret realm, she vowed to admonish Lin Shen, urging him to refrain from employing such despicable tactics, lest she be forced to expel him from her tutelage. Noticing that Miaoyin had chosen not to engage in Elder Ma's provocations, he opted to refrain from further attempts at banter, confident that as long as Lin Shen remained her disciple, he would have ample opportunities to retaliate for past grievances. Elder Ma's attention shifted back to Lin Shen and Li Xian within the secret realm. The audience, finding the lack of conflict between the two dull, redirected their focus entirely to the unfolding battle and the coveted life-giving herb, a treasure so esteemed that even the Xiantian sacred ground deemed it worthy of reward. Miaoyin hoped for Lin Shen's triumph in acquiring the life-giving herb, for he remained her disciple, and she wished for his success. Inside the secret realm, with their combined efforts, Lin Shen and Li Xian had the wolf demon on the verge of defeat. Just as Lin Shen prepared to deliver the final blow, Li Xian unexpectedly launched a surprise attack against him. Lin Shen, seemingly anticipating this betrayal, deftly evaded Li Xian's assault. "I anticipated your treachery. You are truly a despicable individual," Lin Shen scoffed at Li Xian. "Despicable or not, given the opportunity, I am certain you would do the same. The life-giving herb is too precious for either of us to abandon. Since my ambush has failed, let us engage in battle. The victor shall claim the herb. With that, Li Xian charged at Lin Chun, who without further ado, countered, and the two clashed fiercely. Chapter 56. Lin Chen's Dire Predicament. Li Xian, originally at the Dao Void Realm, had suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the refining organ stage to enter the secret realm, yet he possessed the strength to contend with embryonic warriors. Unfortunately, having lost an arm, his power was diminished. Lin Chun, as the male protagonist endowed with the pure yang body, could fight above his level, resulting in a fierce confrontation that seemed evenly matched. The severely injured wolf demon was disregarded by both parties. Outside, the audience speculated on the outcome of the battle. Jun Jiuxiao noted that the flower known as xianxiadrama had begun to bloom. The intensity of their fight awakened potent desires. Unbeknownst to them, as they expended their spiritual energy, the effects of the flower would intensify, leading to a loss of rationality, necessitating a release of their passions to regain composure. The faster they operated their spiritual powers, the quicker the flower's effects would manifest, requiring even more release to restore their senses. The most potent aphrodisiac known in the Endless Continent was crafted from the pollen of the xianxiadrama flower. Elder Dan detected a peculiar fragrance wafting through the air. Initially dismissive, he gradually recognized its unsettling nature and urgently cautioned Lin Chun. Little Chun, something is amiss with this scent. You must leave at once. Lin Chun, having sensed the disturbance himself, felt an increasing heat coursing through his body. He was not inclined to abandon his pursuit of the life-giving herb. He raced towards the herb, but Li Xian swiftly intercepted him. Let us first gather the herb before deciding the victor. There is something off about this fragrance. Lin Chun, now anxious, implored Li Xian to reconsider. Unconvinced, Li Xian dismissed Lin Chen's concerns, believing them to be mere excuses. Left with no choice, Lin Chen pressed forward, unwilling to forego the precious herb. As the skirmish unfolded, Li Xian surprisingly found Lin Chen's features quite appealing. Lin Chun, endowed with the pure yang body, already possessed a heightened temper, and having repressed his desires for so long, he could no longer contain them. The two, like kindling meeting a flame, transformed their fierce combat into a passionate embrace. The onlookers were left in shock. Elder Ma from the Five Elements sect erupted in laughter, mocking Miaoyin Fairy. Your esteemed disciple is truly one of a kind, engaging in such a novel tactic of embracing the enemy mid-fight. Is this a new strategy? The beauty ploy? With a smirk, Elder Ma continued to chortle. Miaoyin, nearly driven to exasperation by Lin Chen's antics, resolved that upon his return from the secret realm, she would have no choice but to expel him from her teachings. Jun Jiuxiao, observing the fallen wolf demon, noted that it had stealthily seized the moment while Lin Chun and Li Xian were entwined, plucking the life-giving herb and consuming it. Consumed by desire, Lin Chun and Li Xian began to shed their garments, quickly divesting themselves of all clothing. The female elders present closed their eyes, while the male elders gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. In a stunning display, Lin Chun subdued the one-armed Li Xian. The audience collectively swallowed hard, as Elder Ma of the Five Elements sect incredulously exclaimed, Miaoyin Fairy, your disciple seems to have a penchant for men. Upon hearing these words, the enchanting Miaoyin had already surmised Lin Chen's actions. If Lin Chun were present, Miaoyin would undoubtedly strike him down with a single palm, for his behavior was utterly revolting. Miaoyin struggled to accept that her disciple harbored affections for men, especially to the extent of broadcasting such matters before an audience. At that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, as they felt an unsettling tension within their bodies. The wolf demon, initially devoid of any spiritual energy, was affected by the entangling threads of emotion more slowly than Lin Chun and his companion. However, having consumed the vitality grass, its formidable life force swiftly healed its wounds, causing the threads of emotion to spread throughout its being, rendering it devoid of reason in an instant. Li Xian was no longer a viable option. He could only direct his wrath towards Lin Chun. The gathered onlookers sensed Lin Chen's plight, some feeling a twinge of sympathy for him, casting increasingly peculiar glances towards Miaoyin. Even Elder Ma from the Five Elements sect refrained from mocking Miaoyin, as the preceding spectacle had left him profoundly shaken, compounded by a sense of pity for her predicament in acquiring such a disciple. Jun Jiuxiao found the scene too distressing to bear and ordered the projection of the image to be turned off. One elder raised a query, noting that the three seemed to have lost their sanity, which struck him as odd. It was the threads of emotion, coincidentally. A bloom of such threads had just blossomed nearby. Jun Jiuxiao took the initiative to clarify. The crowd came to understand, and Miaoyin managed to regain a modicum of dignity, her complexion improving slightly. Jun Jiuxiao continued, explaining that the presence of the threads of emotion in this secret realm was an oversight on the part of the Xuanxian Shengdi. and he would ensure that resources were delivered to these two disciples to help allay their shock. Indeed, it was necessary to soothe their spirits, particularly Lin Chun. The onlookers dared not contemplate his well-being. Would he emerge unscathed? Would he be haunted by shadows in the future? In truth, the fault could not be attributed to Zuanshan Shengdi. As the existence of the threads of emotion was unforeseen, one could only say that these two individuals had drawn the short straw. Jun Jiuxiao further implored the gathered to maintain discretion regarding the reputations of these two disciples. The crowd nodded in agreement. Though their gazes towards Miao Yin were tinged with sympathy, how would she face her disciple in the future? After this incident, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. As they found themselves at a loss for words, too shocking was the spectacle they had witnessed, and they could hardly process the notion of two men, let alone what had transpired. They could only silently wish Lin Chun well. Chapter 57. Jun Jiuxiao discovers his unusual affection for Ji Lanqing. When Lin Chun awoke, he was acutely aware of the pain coursing through his body and the sight of Li Xian, which filled him with terror. Lin Chun cast an angry glare at the wolf demon, while Li Xian reciprocated with fury directed at Lin Chun. Lin Chun pursued the wolf demon, and Li Xian set his sights on Lin Chun. Thus, the onlookers once again bore witness to this chaotic chase, intrigued by the unfolding drama between the trio. However, upon realizing that Lin Chun was the one being pursued, they disregarded everything else and collectively turned their attention towards hunting him down. This farce did not endure for long. As the secret realm soon closed, transporting everyone out, Li Xian failed to eliminate Lin Chun, nor did Lin Chun manage to vanquish the wolf demon. Jun Jiuxiao, now preoccupied, had lost interest in Lin Chun, instead seeking his own child, Ji Lanqing, anxious about her well-being in the secret realm, wondering if she had sustained any injuries. His heart was heavy with worry. Finally, Jun Jiuxiao spotted Ji Lanqing and, using his spiritual sense, scanned her entire being to confirm her safety before heaved a sigh of relief, eagerly awaiting her approach. "Saint Sun, I have returned," Ji Lanqing announced as she stood before him. Jun Jiuxiao felt a sense of anticipation akin to waiting for a beloved spouse's return, and upon receiving Ji Lanqing, he guided her back to Zuantiangfeng. Once home, Jun Jiuxiao inquired in detail about Ji Lanqing's experiences in the secret realm. Hearing her express regret over failing to eliminate Lin Chun, Jun Jiuxiao found himself genuinely amused. "Why did you wish to kill him?" he asked. "Because the Saint's son wishes to kill him," Ji Lanqing replied, her responses as succinct as ever, yet imbued with a touch of gentleness. Jun Jiuxiao gazed at her, finally exhaling a sigh. "You need not waste time on him. He is merely a buffoon. Your combat skills still require refinement. Tomorrow, I shall take you for specialized training. Prepare yourself. Am I being too much of a bother to the Saint's son?" Ji Lanqing feigned concern, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. "It is no trouble at all. You may leave now." Jun Jiuxiao felt his heart in disarray, wishing to reflect once Ji Lanqing had departed. Aware that she sensed his preoccupation, Ji Lanqing understood that she too had preparations to make. Excited about the prospect of accompanying the Saint's son the next day, a gesture that would bring her joy for a long while. As Ji Lanqing departed, Jun Jiuxiao fell into contemplation, realizing that he harbored an unusual affection for her. When had this feeling emerged? Was it during her diligent training? Or when she bravely stood before him? Or perhaps it had blossomed amidst their daily interactions? Jun Jiuxiao couldn't help but sigh, initially approaching the relationship with lighthearted intentions, only to find himself ensnared. He was aware that Ji Lanqing held feelings for him, yet he remained uncertain whether it was gratitude or a mutual affection akin to his own. Despite his profound thoughts and ruthless disposition, he found himself perplexed by the intricacies of love. After a lengthy silence, he resolved to let things unfold naturally. If Ji Lanqing reciprocated his feelings, then she would inevitably belong to him. Having come to this realization, Jun Jiuxiao noted an unusual tranquility enveloping him today. Why had 2233 ceased its incessant chatter in his mind? Rarely did he exhibit concern for 2233, but today he inquired, 2233, why are you so quiet? Host, I have been emotionally wounded today. How can humans behave in such a manner? 2233 lamented, feeling its tender spirit had been bruised. I told you not to watch. Yet you insisted on doing so. Jun Jiuxiao rolled his eyes at 2233, a quintessential representation of both naivety and mischief. 2233, reluctant to admit its shortcomings, quietly licked its wounds. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Chun, despite enduring excruciating pain, approached Miao Yin. Miao Yin, at a loss for how to face Lin Chun, felt a mixture of pity and disgust. The image of his plight was nauseating. Ultimately, she resolved to avoid him altogether, soaring away as if he were invisible. Lin Chun, deprived of his master Miao Yin's solace, endured the pain as he made his way back to his cave dwelling. Upon arrival, he immediately confronted Dan Lao. "Master, what transpired? Why did you not rescue me?" I too inhaled the threads of emotion. Although I would not succumb to madness or be controlled by desire, my spiritual power was rendered unusable, leaving me trapped within the ring. Dan Lao's words were a fabrication. He had not been confined within the ring, but had witnessed the scene via the projection stone. Knowing that others were observing, he dared not emerge to aid Lin Chun, instead bearing witness to his plight. Dan Lao cast a furtive glance at Lin Chun's condition, shivering slightly. His disciple possessed a remarkably resilient spirit. Had the situation been reversed, he would have certainly crumbled under such pressure. Moreover, he speculated that Miao Yin and her fellow sect elders had undoubtedly witnessed Lin Chun's embarrassing moment in the secret realm. Dan Lao hesitated to reveal this to Lin Chun, fearing that the truth might shatter him. For now, Lin Chun could still bear the weight of his predicament. If he were to learn that others had been watching, particularly Miao Yin, whom he admired, the consequences were unpredictable. Lin Chun scrutinized Dan Lao's silence, sensing that his master was concealing something and that his inaction was rooted in deeper reasons. However, he had needs that prevented him from confronting Dan Lao. Thus, he chose to place his trust in him. "Master, do you have any medicine?" Lin Chun could no longer endure the agony and sought relief from Dan Lao. Dan Lao paused for a moment before producing a small black vial, saying, "For external application," and retreated into the ring. Lin Chun gritted his teeth as he applied medicine to his wounds, vowing to exact vengeance upon the wolf demon and Li Xian. Chapter 58, A Fortuitous Misunderstanding. Unlike Lin Chun, Li Xian was not in such dire straits. He could still endure the pain and had not even bothered to apply any ointment. However, he harbored a desire to eliminate Lin Chun, and even Jun Jiuxiao had shifted from being his foremost adversary to a mere second. With Lin Chun firmly securing the top spot, no man could endure such humiliation. Now that he had uncovered the truth, that the man behind the secret realm was Lin Chun, he realized that Lin Chun was a ruthless individual willing to sacrifice everything for victory. Li Xian suspected that the events in the secret realm were all part of Lin Chun's scheme, especially since the life grass had mysteriously vanished. Undoubtedly a ploy by Lin Chun to seize it. "Lin Chun, I swear I shall not be a man if I do not slay you," Li Xian roared. His outburst startled the disciple delivering elixirs outside the door, who timidly spoke. "Senior brother Li Xian, I have been ordered to bring you these elixirs." Li Xian opened the door to his cave, inquiring with curiosity, "What elixirs?" "I am not certain. I was merely told it is a form of compensation for your ordeal in the secret realm." Upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, Li Xian's expression darkened, causing the delivering disciple to hastily leave the elixirs and retreat. Long after the disciple had departed, Li Xian remained in place, pondering, compensation? What compensation? The only thing to compensate for in the secret realm is that incident. He promptly sought out the steward responsible for the secret realm's opening, only to be met with a peculiar gaze, as the steward occasionally glanced at his body. Li Xian understood the implication. Lacking the dignity and courage to face the steward further, he hurried back to his cave. Fuming with rage, Li Xian contemplated storming out to kill Lin Chun. But the multitude of people outside deterred him. He knew that if he were to kill Lin Chun, he would surely be discovered. He had to bide his time. The rules of the Xiantian sacred land were not to be trifled with. No one was exempt. Even when he had provoked Jun Jiuxiao, the sacred son, he had merely suffered the loss of an arm instead of death. He had once dared to slay Ji Lanqing, the maid, solely because she was just a servant disciple. No protections were afforded to such individuals under the sacred land's laws. The more he pondered, the more furious he became. Unable to kill Lin Chun, he felt as though he would forever remain affixed to a pillar of shame. He swore he would rend Lin Chun to pieces. The compensation meant for Lin Chun had been specially arranged by Jun Jiuxiao to be delivered by the fairy Miao Yin, who was to present it to Lin Chun. Jun Jiuxiao even initiated a live broadcast, intrigued to witness how Lin Chun would react upon discovering that his beloved master, fairy Miao Yin, was aware of the events in the secret realm, especially since she had witnessed everything with her own eyes. When Miao Yin received the elixirs that Jun Jiuxiao had mentioned, she casually observed that they were all suitable for those in the refining qi realm, as well as for those in the early stages of forming a fetus, all specifically prepared for Lin Chun. Miao Yin thought to herself how considerate the sacred son of Xiantian was, aligning perfectly with the external rumors of him being a gentleman of impeccable integrity. After much contemplation, she resolved to personally visit Lin Chun. She wished to avoid him coming to the Zhuyang sect's residence, fearing the judgmental stares of other sections. Having made her decision, she flew towards Lin Chun's cave. "Lin Chun, come out for a moment." Miao Yin preferred not to be alone with him, as certain unpleasant memories lingered in her mind. Upon hearing Miao Yin's voice, Lin Chun promptly concluded his meditation, stubbornly enduring his discomfort to meet her. "Master, what brings you here? Please come inside and take a seat." He attempted to invite her into his cave. "No, I am here to deliver the compensation from the Xiantian sacred land for the injuries you sustained in the secret realm." "Take it," Miaoyin said, and without looking back, she departed immediately after Lin Chun accepted the elixirs. Lin Chun was left bewildered, pondering, compensation for me? Why would I receive compensation? After some time, a mischievous smile crept across his face. My master truly cares for me. She is clearly concerned for my well-being, delivering me elixirs under the guise of compensation. I suffered no injuries in the secret realm. Who would compensate me? He boasted to Dan Lao, "Master, Fairy Miaoyin is exceptionally kind to me." Dan Lao, puzzled, noted that she seemed to harbor disdain for Lin Chun. Why then was she treating him with such kindness? "Why do you think that?" Dan Lao inquired. Lin Chun grinned slyly and replied, "Fairy Miaoyin specifically delivered elixirs to me, taking care to preserve my pride by labeling it as compensation. I did not suffer any harm in the secret realm. How could the Xiantian sacred land possibly compensate me?" Lin Chun believed that the events surrounding the core of the secret realm were known only to them. Observing Lin Chun's demeanor, Dan Lao could not bring himself to inform him that many others had likely witnessed the scene where he was caught in a compromising position. Thus, he could only force a smile and say, "I shall return to the ring now." As Lin Chun inhaled the scent of Miaoyin's elixirs, he became entranced by the lingering fragrance of her presence. Just as he was lost in reverie, a voice shattered his tranquility. "Lin Chun, hand over your treasures." The voice belonged to Yang Xian, who had come specifically to demand the precious items Lin Chun had procured from the secret realm. Lin Chun hastily concealed the storage pouch, eyeing Yang Xian warily, wondering how he knew of his treasures, but he quickly regained his composure. "Senior brother Yang, I possess no treasures. Who told you that I have any?" Seeing Lin Chun's reaction, Yang Xian was convinced that he certainly possessed something valuable. Yang Xian, sensing Lin Chun's pretenses, coldly stated, "Lin Chun, cease your charade. Hand over the treasures you obtained in the secret realm, or I cannot guarantee your survival within the Xiantian sacred land." Lin Chun, upon hearing Yang Xian mention treasures acquired in the secret realm, inquired with confusion, "Senior brother Yang, I did not acquire any treasures in the secret realm. Where did you hear that I possessed anything?" Lin Chun had now fully regained his composure, realizing that it was sufficient for Yang Xian to know about his ring's treasure. The ring was a keepsake from his mother, and Dan Lao had claimed it to be a significant artifact. Although Lin Chun had not discerned its true value, he trusted Dan Lao's words. "Stop pretending, Lin Chun. Everyone in the outer sect knows you acquired treasures in the secret realm. Otherwise, why would Ji Xiankai and half the people from the secret realm be pursuing you?" Yang Xian did not believe Lin Chun's words. After all, who did not know that Lin Chun had stolen Ji Xiancai's treasures and was being hunted by her for 2 hours? Lin Chun was bewildered. He had no idea that he had obtained anything in the secret realm. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why Ji Lanqing, that madwoman, had been so intent on killing him the moment they met. The thought of half the secret realm pursuing him frustrated him further. He had done nothing at all. Moreover, recalling that Yang Xian was accompanied by members of the Zhuyang sect who had joined in the hunt, Lin Chun felt a surge of animosity towards him and resolved to eliminate him at the first opportunity. Lin Chun, resigned, continued to explain, "Senior brother Yang, I truly do not understand why they are pursuing me, as if they were possessed." Lin Chun did not wish to offend Yang Xian, the sole son of the Zhuyang sect's leader, who doted on him excessively. Provoking Yang Xian would undoubtedly lead to trouble, and Lin Chun sought to avoid unnecessary complications. Although he had not obtained treasures in the secret realm, he did possess a treasure of his own, making Yang Xian's accusations a mere case of mistaken assumptions. Realizing that Lin Chun was unwilling to part with any treasures, Yang Xian felt a sense of frustration. "Lin Chun, are you absolutely certain you will not yield your treasures today? There is nothing I, Yang Xian, cannot obtain. Think carefully about whether it is worth it to offend me over a mere treasure." Lin Chun scoffed inwardly at Yang Xian's arrogance, thinking to himself, "If you cannot outmatch the Ji family for that fire crystal, how can you claim to obtain anything you desire? Truly, what a blowhard." Lin Chun was reluctant to invite trouble, yet he would not allow himself to be bullied. He firmly rejected Yang Xian, stating, "Brother Yang, I did not acquire any treasures in the secret realm. Even if I had, they would belong to me, Lin Chun, not you, Yang Xian." Upon hearing Lin Chun's outright rejection, Yang Xian repeated, "Good, good, good. Lin Chun, you shall wait and see." Lin Chun regarded Yang Xian, the scion, with utter disdain. Yang Xian glared at Lin Chun with venomous eyes, thinking, "Just wait. I shall see how long your pride can last." Lin Chun retorted, "Then, brother Yang, let us see how long I can remain proud. I hope you can live to witness it." As the male protagonist, Lin Chun could not tolerate provocations. He was ready to confront Yang Xian, whom he considered no more than a mere pawn. Had this been at the Zhuyang sect, Yang Xian would undoubtedly have struck Lin Chen directly. However, in the Xiantian sacred land, he lacked the audacity to breach the rules. Ultimately, Yang Xian could only storm off, returning to his cave abode, where he promptly summoned his sycophants to plot Lin Chen's demise. Meanwhile, Lin Chen pondered how to eliminate Yang Xian and who had spread the rumors of his treasure acquisition in the secret realm. Chapter 59, The Qingxiao Sword. Jun Jiuxiao, munching on sunflower seeds, eagerly watched Lin Chen's unfolding drama. This live broadcast was, of course, free of charge. 2233 had once again been persuaded by Jun Jiuxiao. Having already operated in secrecy once, a few more times would pose no issue. Upon hearing Yang Xian claim that the outer sect was aware of Lin Chen's possession of a significant treasure, Jun Jiuxiao concocted a nefarious scheme. Ba. What nefarious scheme? This is merely a means to temper Lin Chen, the protagonist. How can a protagonist grow without facing some adversity? I am truly a benevolent soul. 2233. Overhearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, internally scoffed at the host's audacity, resolving to learn from him, and took out a pen to jot it down in a notebook. Jun Jiuxiao wished to call for Elder Pu, but recalled that Elder Pu was in seclusion, striving to break through to the Saint King level. Thus, he sent a message to Wang Jie, instructing him to come up as he had a task for him. Wang Jie, upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao had a task, leaped with excitement. Being entrusted with a job was a sign that Jun Jiuxiao was beginning to value him. Taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he quickly made his way to Jun Jiuxiao's cave. Jun Jiuxiao had already activated the array's restrictions, awaiting Wang Jie. Greetings, Holy Son. Wang Jie bowed deeply, striving to keep his tone as respectful as possible. No need for excessive formalities. You may be more casual when you see me in the future, Jun Jiuxiao replied nonchalantly. Since he was asking Wang Jie for a favor, it was akin to making him one of his own. Jun Jiuxiao preferred his subordinates to greet him without excessive formality. He appreciated a more relaxed rapport with those close to him. Hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, Wang Jie straightened up, feeling his tension dissipate. The Holy Son had no need to deceive him with such words. He genuinely seemed to dislike the formalities. Jun Jiuxiao, lacking time for pleasantries, got straight to the point. You will convey a message to the outer sect, stating that Lin Chen possesses a significant treasure that can enhance one's innate qualities, transforming the inept into the extraordinary. He added, I do not wish for anyone to know that you are the source of this information. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint the Holy Son, Wang Jie replied, suppressing his excitement, filled with confidence. Jun Jiuxiao waved his hand, signaling Wang Jie to exit. Upon returning to his cave, Wang Jie could not quell his excitement. He was determined to execute this task flawlessly. This was the first time Jun Jiuxiao had entrusted him with a job, and it served as a test of his potential as a trusted subordinate. He contemplated his plan for a considerable time before heading to Xianyu Peak. The next morning, before dawn, Ji Lanqing was already waiting outside Jun Jiuxiao's cave. Once cultivators reach the embryo formation stage, they no longer require sleep, relying instead on meditation for recovery. However, since learning from 2233 that he was already invincible, Jun Jiuxiao had taken to sleeping every night, embracing a more laid-back lifestyle. Why train when one is already invincible? Why push oneself unnecessarily? So, when Ji Lanqing arrived at Jun Jiuxiao's cave, he was still asleep, completely unaware. The restrictions outside Jun Jiuxiao's cave could not even be breached by a celestial king. And given that it was situated within the Xiantian sacred land, no one would dare intrude upon the Holy Son's abode. Otherwise, there would be no safe haven within the Xiantian sacred land. This was precisely why Jun Jiuxiao could sleep soundly. While Jun Jiuxiao required rest, the 2233 system did not, allowing it to monitor the situation outside the cave. Observing Ji Lanqing waiting outside, 2233 hesitated for a long moment before deciding to wake Jun Jiuxiao. Host, Ji Lanqing has been waiting outside your cave. What? Instantly alert, Jun Jiuxiao realized Ji Lanqing was outside, even before dawn. In a rush, he threw on a pair of shorts and opened the restrictions, pulling Ji Lanqing inside. As Ji Lanqing was drawn in, she stumbled into Jun Jiuxiao's embrace, her face pressing against his bare chest, one hand wrapping around his waist. Both of them quickly noticed the awkwardness of their position and hastily separated. Ji Lanqing stole a glance at Jun Jiuxiao's exposed upper body, swallowing hard. Jun Jiuxiao, realizing he was only clad in shorts, prepared to put on a shirt. Ji Lanqing stepped forward, stating, as the Holy Son's maid, I should assist you in dressing. Without waiting for Jun Jiuxiao's consent, she picked up the clothes beside her and began to dress him. As she helped him put on his attire, her hands lingered on his chest and abdomen. Moreover, Ji Lanqing's gaze was fervent, and Jun Jiuxiao felt as if he were a delectable morsel in her eyes. No, this must be my imagination. After a considerable time, Ji Lanqing reluctantly finished dressing him. Clearing his throat, Jun Jiuxiao inquired, "What brings you here so early?" "I wanted to arrive early to wait for the Holy Sun." The lingering intimacy of the moment still hung in the air, and Ji Lanqing's voice retained a hint of sweetness. Her tone softened Jun Jiuxiao's heart, prompting him to lower his voice. "You need not exert yourself so. You are not yet at the embryo formation stage and require ample rest." "Understood, Holy Sun," Ji Lanqing replied obediently, though internally she thought to quickly cultivate to the embryo formation stage so she could forego sleep and arrive early to await the Holy Sun. Seeing Ji Lanqing respond so obediently, Jun Jiuxiao turned to business, retrieving a sword embryo from his storage ring and handing it to her. "This is the sword embryo I found in the sword abyss. Nurture it well, and it will become your destined sword. Do not use the red lotus karma fire lightly, as it may attract unwanted attention." Ji Lanqing accepted the sword embryo, caressing it with admiration. She cherished anything given by the Holy Sun. Jun Jiuxiao continued, "My Tianwen sword was also formed from a sword embryo. When you drop a drop of blood on it, it will recognize you as its master, transforming into the shape you desire." Ji Lanqing, delighted, dripped a drop of blood onto the sword embryo, which then morphed into a slender red sword adorned with a fire lotus on the hilt, perfectly matching her demeanor. Jun Jiuxiao added, "Now, you should name your sword." After a moment of contemplation, Ji Lanqing declared, "Holy Sun, may I call it the Xianxiao sword?" Understanding her sentiment, Jun Jiuxiao replied, "It is your sword. You may name it as you wish." Ji Lanqing beamed, exclaiming, "Then it shall be called the Xianxiao sword." Chapter 60, Teaching Sword Techniques. As Jun Jiuxiao beheld the joyful Ji Lanqing, he found himself inexplicably uplifted, a genuine smile gracing his lips, one that emanated from the depths of his heart, in stark contrast to his usual, formulaic expressions. Observing this uncharacteristic smile on Jun Jiuxiao's face, 2233 mused that the host looked rather appealing when he smiled. However, it quickly reprimanded itself, reminding, "Come to your senses, 2233. This host is far from virtuous. Do not let his charm deceive you." Ji Lanqing sheathed the Xianxiao sword and inquired, "Saint Sun, you mentioned taking me for special training. Where shall we engage in such training?" "Patience," Jun Jiuxiao replied. "First, I shall impart a sword technique to you. Once you have mastered it, I will then guide you to special training." He produced a jade slip and pressed it against Ji Lanqing's forehead, advising her to comprehend it thoroughly. With her eyes closed, Ji Lanqing focused on the sword technique. This particular flame of heaven sword technique was one that Jun Jiuxiao had painstakingly sought in the system's marketplace. Perfectly suited for Ji Lanqing's cultivation of the Nine Heavens flame method, it would also serve to conceal the red lotus inferno that lingered within her, yielding numerous benefits. The flame of heaven sword technique was quite costly, depleting Jun Jiuxiao's entire score. He had no funds left even for a bottle of cola. Nevertheless, for Ji Lanqing's sake, he gritted his teeth and purchased it, planning to later coax 2233 into procuring additional tasks. If no tasks were available, he could always borrow some points from 2233 or have it discreetly manipulate the system, as he held leverage over it and was confident it would comply. As Jun Jiuxiao contemplated this, he noticed Ji Lanqing had opened her eyes, gazing at him with tender affection. Feeling bashful under her gaze, he cleared his throat and asked, "How much have you comprehended?" Ji Lanqing, feeling somewhat dim-witted, admitted, "I have only grasped the first 3 moves. The latter 2 remain elusive. I shall take my time to understand them fully. Rest assured, Saint Sun, I will strive to master them swiftly." A shadow of fear crossed her face, as she worried that her lack of talent might displease him. Jun Jiuxiao was astonished. Ji Lanqing's potential was indeed remarkable. The flame of heaven sword technique was an immortal level skill, and he had only managed to comprehend 4.5 moves on his first attempt. The fact that Ji Lanqing had grasped 3 moves was truly extraordinary. Observing her continued self-deprecation, he could not help but comfort her. "You are already impressive. There is no need to rush through the latter moves. Focus on perfecting the first 3. "Really, Saint Sun? You mean my talent isn't poor, and you won't abandon me?" Ji Lanqing asked, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "You are my maid. How could I possibly forsake you? What foolish thoughts?" Jun Jiuxiao replied, leading the way out of the cave. Upon hearing that he would not abandon her, Ji Lanqing suppressed her overwhelming joy and hurried to keep pace with him. Once outside, Jun Jiuxiao realized it was still dark, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Just then, Ji Lanqing emerged behind him, prompting him to suggest, "Shall we wait a while before we proceed?" As Ji Lanqing idolized Jun Jiuxiao, she readily agreed to his proposal. With nothing else to occupy his time, he meticulously explained the key principles of the first 3 moves of the Flame of Heaven sword technique and the essence of fire-based sword intent. Ji Lanqing, Possessing exceptional talent in the Red Lotus Inferno, one of the three great heavenly fires, quickly grasped the fire-based sword intent. An aura of fire-based sword intent began to swirl around her, igniting her Red Lotus Inferno, which she managed to control this time, preventing any further damage to her attire. Jun Jiuxiao sighed inwardly at the loss of his previous advantage, his eyes revealing a hint of regret. Once Ji Lanqing had comprehended the sword intent, she joyfully exclaimed, "Saint Sun, I have grasped the fire-based sword intent." "I see," Jun Jiuxiao replied, his expression one of satisfaction. It was indeed gratifying to witness the growth of his ward. As he observed Ji Lanqing's radiant smile, he felt compelled to praise her. "You are truly remarkable," he said. The compliment brought an even brighter smile to Ji Lanqing's face, infused with a touch of pride, much like a kitten basking in its master's praise. Jun Jiuxiao had never seen her so spirited and resolved to offer her more commendations in the future. For this vibrant version of Ji Lanqing was far more appealing than her usual stoic demeanor. It wasn't until Ji Lanqing's cheeks flushed with color that Jun Jiuxiao realized he had been staring at her for an extended period. He awkwardly explained, "I was merely observing how well you grasped the sword intent, and it appears you have done excellently." Ji Lanqing, trusting his words implicitly, accepted his assessment without question. After all, if Jun Jiuxiao asserted that a deer was a horse, she would not dispute him. Moreover, she relished his gaze and wished he would continue to look at her. As the dawn began to break, Jun Jiuxiao instructed Ji Lanqing to demonstrate the sword technique for him. She promptly began executing the Flame of Heaven sword technique. Initially, her movements were somewhat clumsy, but she gradually grew more adept. Jun Jiuxiao observed that with her fire-based sword intent in conjunction with the Flame of Heaven sword technique, she could triumph even against early-stage Foundation Establishment opponents. He surmised that she could potentially contend with mid-stage Foundation Establishment foes, especially with the addition of the Red Lotus Inferno. Now, Ji Lanqing merely needed to familiarize herself with the sword technique until she could unleash it with effortless precision, marking her true mastery of the first three moves. Jun Jiuxiao encouraged Ji Lanqing to continue practicing the sword technique, assuring her that she could come to him with any questions, and then he returned to the cave. As for the special training, he chose not to disclose it to her yet. He would wait until the following day to take Ji Lanqing with him, lest she wait outside his cave at the crack of dawn. For now, his priority was to return to the cave for some much-needed rest. As waking early had left him fatigued, Ji Lanqing, perceiving that Jun Jiuxiao had not mentioned the special training, assumed he was dissatisfied with her progress in mastering the sword technique and thus would not take her for training. This motivated her to devote herself even more diligently to her practice, striving to meet Jun Jiuxiao's expectations and secure her place in the upcoming training. Chapter 61. Trials in the Dragon Mountain Range. Today, Lin Chun was engrossed in rigorous cultivation within his cave, yet he was continually interrupted by visitors. Elder Dan had even noted an influx of individuals surrounding Lin Chun's abode. Lin Chun was perplexed by their intentions, but the incessant disturbances had begun to vex him. He ultimately decided to seal off his cave, declaring his need for seclusion. Coincidentally, Fairy Miaoyin delivered some medicinal pills, which Lin Chun could utilize to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. With Lin Chun now in seclusion and refusing visitors, rumors regarding his potential breakthrough to Foundation Establishment had been confirmed. According to disciples from the Jiang sect, it had taken Lin Chun 3 months to advance from the refining aperture stage. Without extraordinary treasures, how could he possibly be on the verge of Foundation Establishment? Now, all disciples from affiliated sects were aware that Lin Chun possessed a miraculous treasure capable of transforming mediocrity into genius. The news of Lin Chun's treasure had spread throughout the Xiantian Holy Land within a single day, and some inner-sect disciples were contemplating seizing the treasure from him. In Yangxian's cave, he was angrily berating a disciple kneeling before him. "I instructed you to spread the word about Lin Chun's treasure among the outer sect, not to let the entire Xiantian Holy Land become aware of it." The information had indeed reached all corners, with even the top 100 inner-sect disciples proclaiming they would demand Lin Chun relinquish his treasure. Who would dare challenge them? Fuming, Yangxian kicked the kneeling disciple, who showed no sign of anger and continued to bow, pleading, "Young sect master, it was my failure to execute your orders. Please forgive me." Yangxian, unable to kill the disciple, could only impatiently dismiss him. "Get lost, you useless fool. You can't even handle a simple task." The disciple wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly left. In truth, it was not this disciple who had leaked the information. The mastermind behind it was Wang Jia. However, even if an investigation were to ensue, it would only lead back to this disciple and Yangxian. Wang Jia, adept at operating behind the scenes, was skilled at sowing discord while remaining in the shadows. In matters detrimental to Lin Chun, Li Xian naturally played a part as well. Unable to eliminate Lin Chun himself and avenge his grudge, he instigated others to do so. The inner sect disciple who called upon Lin Chun to surrender his treasures was indeed incited by Li Xian, who had even managed to spread the word about Lin Chin's possession of significant treasures, earning him considerable acknowledgement within the inner sect. Wang Jie planned to report the entire sequence of events to Jun Jiuxiao. When Jun Jiuxiao inquired whether everything was handled, he received an affirmative response from Wang Jie, who was subsequently dismissed. Wang Jie, believing that Jun Jiuxiao trusted him, felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and vowed to repay this trust with unwavering loyalty. However, Jun Jiuxiao regarded the matter as trivial, his thoughts preoccupied with the special training session he intended to hold with Ji Lanqing the following day. The affairs of one's own progeny are best handled by oneself. It must not be too simplistic, for simplicity would hinder Ji Lanqing's combat skills from advancing. Yet, it should not be overly difficult, as that might wound Ji Lanqing's sense of pride. Jun Jiuxiao understood that Ji Lanqing was an ambitious individual, and ambition is indeed a virtue that fosters rapid progress. Thus, while Ji Lanqing continued her sword practice, Jun Jiuxiao refrained from intervening. He cast a glance at 2233, who seemed to be preoccupied, lamenting his own misfortune. In the past, he had read novels where others' systems were extraordinarily capable, effortlessly assisting their hosts. Yet, his own system merely functioned as an alarm clock, utterly useless otherwise, only capable of weeping, a true failure. The next day, Jun Jiuxiao awoke naturally and, after preparing himself, sought out Ji Lanqing. To his surprise, he found her still engaged in her sword practice. Her diligence and talent were evident, and as long as she did not falter, she would undoubtedly become one of the formidable powers of the Endless Continent. The thought of her potential downfall troubled Jun Jiuxiao immensely. He resolved to ensure Ji Lanqing had some hidden advantages. The protagonist's halo might fail, and he might not always be by her side, so it was imperative to equip her with some contingency plans. Nevertheless, for now, he would first take her for special training, as her combat experience was still insufficient, which could put her at a disadvantage in future battles. Upon seeing Jun Jiuxiao approach, Ji Lanqing sheathed her sword and joyfully walked towards him. "Saint, what brings you here?" "I'm on the verge of mastering the Flame of Heaven's sword technique. There's no rush on that front. I am here to take you for special training today. Have you forgotten?" Jun Jiuxiao replied. His mood lifted as he regarded Ji Lanqing, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "Really? You're taking me today?" Ji Lanqing exclaimed, overwhelmed by joy, scarcely able to believe it. "Indeed, come with me," Jun Jiuxiao urged, guiding Ji Lanqing onto his flying artifact. He had forgotten to provide her with a means of flight, and it seemed she had not yet learned any spells. As this was his first time guiding someone, he was utterly inexperienced. It appeared he would need to consult Wang Jie upon returning to discern which spells they should learn and adequately prepare Ji Lanqing. Jun Jiuxiao intended to lead Ji Lanqing to the outskirts of the Dragon Mountain range for her training, where they would encounter demon beasts at the refining and embryonic stages, perfectly suited for her practice. The Dragon Mountain range was said to conceal a colossal dragon beneath the earth. However, upon scanning with his divine sense, Jun Jiuxiao discovered it was merely a dragon of the Immortal King realm. While Ji Lanqing trained, he planned to investigate further to determine if there were any treasures to acquire for her. Upon reaching the Dragon Mountain range, Jun Jiuxiao did not hasten to descend, but instead surveyed the perimeter with his divine sense, finding no demon beasts exceeding the embryonic stage. After locating the first target Ji Lanqing was to vanquish, he gently descended with her. "Lanqing, during the forthcoming battle, I will not assist you. You must rely solely on your own strength." Ji Lanqing took a deep breath and confidently declared, "I will surely defeat the demon beast and not disappoint the saint. Your safety is paramount. Proceed with caution," Jun Jiuxiao admonished before vanishing from sight. Ji Lanqing drew her Xianxiao sword, gripping it firmly as she scanned her surroundings for prey. At that moment, Jun Jiuxiao's voice echoed in her ears. "I have prepared your first target, to your right. It is a peak refining stage beast." Hearing his words, although she could not see him, Ji Lanqing knew he was nearby, observing her. A sweetness filled her heart as she silently vowed to swiftly slay the demon beast and not let the saint down. After a short while, she spotted the peak refining stage beast, a porcupine, clad in tough armor and possessing brute strength, making it relatively easy to handle. The porcupine charged at Ji Lanqing, who, having received Jun Jiuxiao's instructions, could only utilize her sword techniques and sword intent, refraining from using the Scarlet Lotus Flame. Previously, while in the secret realm, Ji Lanqing had employed the Scarlet Lotus Flame, effortlessly dispatching demon beasts that could not withstand its might. Her journey had been unhindered, conquering all in her path. Now, however, with only her newly learned sword techniques and still unrefined sword intent, Ji Lanqing found herself momentarily flustered by the porcupine's assault. After several close calls with the beast, She grew increasingly adept, transitioning from mere evasion to actively pursuing the porcupine in combat. When Jun Jiuxiao saw Ji Lanqing nearly harmed by the porcupine, he nearly rushed to her aid, but he restrained himself. It was crucial for Ji Lanqing to grow stronger independently. She could not remain under his protection forever. He too could falter, and only by becoming powerful on her own could she attain true strength. Thus, he could only watch from the shadows, concerned for her well-being. Thankfully, Ji Lanqing soon regained her composure and was now relentlessly pursuing the porcupine. Jun Jiuxiao let out a sigh of relief, thinking that indeed, she was the offspring he had nurtured, impressive in her prowess. Before long, the peak refining stage porcupine fell beneath Ji Lanqing's blade. Aside from some disarray, she emerged unscathed. Ji Lanqing anticipated that after slaying the porcupine, Jun Jiuxiao would appear, but after a prolonged wait, without sight of him. She realized the saint wished for her to hone her skills. Thus, she tightened her grip on her sword and advanced. After Ji Lanqing moved on, Jun Jiuxiao approached the porcupine's carcass and, with a single palm strike, obliterated it into ashes. The porcupine had dared to injure Ji Lanqing, and as a person known for his vengeful nature, Jun Jiuxiao refrained from sending its kin to the underworld for retribution. Reducing it to mere dust was already a display of his rare mercy. Over the past 2 days, Ji Lanqing had faced numerous demon beasts, having killed nearly 10. Today, she encountered a demon beast at the initial embryonic stage, sustaining injuries before ultimately securing a difficult victory. At present, she was applying medicine to her wounds, which Jun Jiuxiao had prepared meticulously for her beforehand. He intended for Ji Lanqing to train, not to suffer. Thus he ensured she had ample healing supplies. When Ji Lanqing was injured, Jun Jiuxiao was deeply troubled, but he managed to refrain from intervening when she ultimately defeated the demon beast. The beast that dared to harm Ji Lanqing met the fate of its kin, sent to join it in the afterlife by Jun Jiuxiao's hand. Since her triumph over the initial embryonic stage demon beast, Ji Lanqing's progress had been remarkable. When encountering another demon beast of the same stage, she dispatched it without sustaining any injuries. Moreover, Ji Lanqing had learned to be resourceful, recognizing the value of harvesting the useful parts of the demon beasts and storing them in her dimensional pouch. Previously, it had been Jun Jiuxiao who quietly collected these valuable remnants for her. While he regarded them as trifling, they were Ji Lanqing's trophies, significant in their own right, representing her hard-earned victories, and thus he diligently preserved them. Jun Jiuxiao observed Ji Lanqing still utilizing her storage bag and frowned slightly. Upon returning, he resolved to replace it with a storage ring for her. However, Jun Jiuxiao suddenly realized that he possessed only a single storage ring, which was rather modest and merely decorative. Thus, he decided to take advantage of 2233's resources. 2233, are you there? He inquired. Host, I'm always here. 2233's mechanical voice responded. Do you have any storage rings available? Jun Jiuxiao asked directly. I have plenty, but host, do you not already possess the Emperor's space? What do you need a storage ring for? 2233 questioned, puzzled. I'm getting one for Ji Lanqing. Please find a storage ring suitable for her. The larger, the better. You can advance the points for now, and I will repay you once I have accumulated enough, Jun Jiuxiao explained with an unusually good-natured demeanor. 2233 was reluctant to advance the points, suspecting that Jun Jiuxiao might not return the favor. It was true that Jun Jiuxiao had a tendency to take advantage of others, intending to borrow without repaying, only to return later. As 2233's mind raced, it recalled the novice gift package it had previously provided to Jun Jiuxiao. Host, did I not give you a novice gift package? That space would be perfect for Ji Lanqing. Prompted by 2233's reminder, Jun Jiuxiao remembered the space and retrieved it from his emperor's possessions. Upon closer inspection, he found that this personal space was sufficiently spacious and could indeed be used by Ji Lanqing. In the following days, Ji Lanqing effortlessly dispatched early-stage Yuaning beasts and was even capable of defeating slightly weaker mid-stage Yuaning beasts. Even when confronted by late-stage Yuaning beasts, she managed to retreat unscathed. Jun Jiuxiao grew increasingly pleased with Ji Lanqing's prowess. His cherished protege was truly formidable. He resolved to prepare a gift for her to celebrate her successful training. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided to investigate the remains of a celestial king realm dragon to see if there were any parts suitable for a gift. Once again, he used his divine sense to scan the area, confirming that no beasts exceeding the Yuaning stage were nearby, thus assuring him that Ji Lanqing was in no danger before he left with a sense of relief. He estimated he could return within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, believing that Ji Lanqing would be safe during his brief absence. In a flash, Jun Jiuxiao arrived at the burial site of the celestial king realm dragon. This dragon had likely been dead for many years. As once reaching the celestial king realm, one comprehends the laws of the great Tao, and the physical body decays at a much slower rate upon death. The dragon's remains were mostly decomposed, leading Jun Jiuxiao to conclude that it had perished many years ago. The dragon had evidently been killed by someone, its scales in tatters, rendering it useless for crafting armor for xianxiaaudiobooks. Its vital essence had been completely drained, and its internal organs shattered, leaving only the tendons intact. How unfortunate it was for this dragon, reduced to such a pitiful state, incapable of providing anything of value. As Jun Jiuxiao approached the dragon's corpse, preparing to extract the tendons, a sudden white orb of light surged toward him. Instinctively, he reached out and grasped the orb, realizing it contained the spirit of a celestial king. How curious that it resided within the dragon's body, attempting to seize control of him. The white orb, upon being captured, cried out in terror, "How can a mere early-stage slayer like you capture my spirit?" Ignoring the triviality of the question, Jun Jiuxiao directly probed the orb's memories. Once he had gleaned the necessary information, he shattered the orb, scattering its essence to the void. How audacious to attempt to seize control of him, Jun Jiuxiao thought. Such an act was tantamount to courting death. The white orb belonged to a member of the royal family of the great Zhou Empire's Ji family, who had pursued the dragon only to find himself ensnared within its remains after the dragon's final act of defiance. For countless centuries, no one had ventured to this place. And though his spirit resided within the dragon's remains, it was still subject to deterioration. Upon seeing Jun Jiuxiao, he noted that Jun Jiuxiao was merely an early-stage slayer, only a century old, yet undeniably gifted. He became eager to possess Jun Jiuxiao's body. Little did he realize that Jun Jiuxiao was, in fact, a formidable and invincible emperor-level powerhouse, cleverly masquerading as an early-stage slayer. Thus, he met his end. This unfortunate individual had also been cursed. The dragon, possessing a trace of true dragon blood, had uttered a final curse before its demise, rendering the area a cursed ground. No beings below the Saint King realm dared to approach, fearing the curse might hinder their own ascensions. Those above the Saint King realm were beyond his grasp, leaving him to languish in solitude for tens of thousands of years. True dragons and phoenixes could invoke death curses, a compensation from the heavens for their kind, as the celestial order had nearly obliterated their races. Hence, practitioners in the cultivation world would drain their blood to prevent them from uttering death curses. It remained uncertain whether this was a form of compensation or punishment from the heavens, as the pain of being bled dry was known only to the victims. The Ji family of the great Zhou Empire had a notable lineage, yet their demise here went unnoticed, a tragic fate indeed. However, the Ji family members deserved their fate. If not here, they would eventually fall to Xianxia's blade, an early death perhaps granting them a swifter reincarnation. Jun Jiuxiao was aware that the ancestral Ji had sent Jiuxiao and her family to the great Zhou Empire, since the Ji family was complicit in this matter. Daring to protect Jiuxiao's family and oppose him, Jun Jiuxiao naturally included them on Xianxia's revenge list, all destined for annihilation. This time, however, Jun Jiuxiao would merely assist. These individuals needed to be dealt with by Xianxia herself. After contemplating these matters, Jun Jiuxiao leisurely extracted the dragon tendons, muttering, "I suppose this serves as my form of vengeance for you. If this tendon is considered compensation, then I am at a loss. The remaining debts I shall seek from the dragon clan." As he extracted the dragon tendons, he noted their impressive elasticity, suitable for crafting a small toy for Xianxia. Should it be a bow or a whip? A bow would not be fitting for such a delicate young lady as Xianxia, while a whip would allow her to strike without getting her hands dirty, delivering a satisfying blow. However, the dragon tendons were somewhat unsightly. He would need to carve intricate patterns to enhance their appearance, as every girl appreciates beauty. Lost in the delightful thought of making a whip for Xianxia, Jun Jiuxiao suddenly sensed a disturbance in the divine sense he had left with her prior to her entering the secret realm. She had emerged safely, and he had not retracted it. Realizing that Xianxia might be in danger, he hastened toward her location, and with his emperor-level prowess, he arrived by her side in mere moments. Jun Jiuxiao's heart raced with anxiety as he prayed that Xianxia had not encountered any misfortune. Chapter 64, Xianxia's Crisis. After Jun Jiuxiao's departure, Xianxia continued her routine of battling monsters and leveling up. Not long into her journey, she encountered a beast she had previously faced, one she had fled from due to her inability to defeat it at the time. Now, feeling empowered, Xianxia boldly charged at the creature. Her judgment proved sound. Although she sustained a blow from the beast, she successfully vanquished it. Elated, Xianxia stood tall, pondering whether her performance would suffice to please the Saint Sun. The Holy Sun had vanished without a trace, and after so many days without sight of him, Xianxia found herself yearning for his presence. The mere thought of Jun Jiuxiao brought an involuntary smile to her lips. What a beautiful young lady she was, even more exquisite than Xin Qingyin. An insidious voice interrupted her reverie. Ji Lanqing turned to see a man clad in deep blue attire, his features delicate and his complexion unhealthily pale, indicative of indulgence. The man leered at her with a lascivious gaze, smirking as he spoke. Such a stunning beauty should accompany me back. I assure you, I can grant you ecstasy beyond your wildest dreams. Ji Lanqing's expression twisted in disgust, her brow furrowing as she assessed her situation. Injured and outmatched in cultivation, she could only invoke the name of the Holy Sun in hopes of intimidating him. I am the maidservant of the Xiantian Holy Sun. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will have offended him. Have you considered the consequences? The man's pupils constricted at the mention of the Holy Sun, a flicker of fear crossing his face before he broke into laughter. Do not attempt to deceive me. The maidservant of the Xiantian Holy Sun is said to be quite plain. If you wish to frighten me, you should choose someone more convincing. He was the deputy lord of the Heroine sect, and naturally, he had an interest in beauty. When he heard rumors of Ji Lanqing being the most beautiful woman in the eastern region, he had inquired among the Heroine sect disciples present that day at the Ji family. One disciple had dismissed her as unattractive, and he had believed it, trusting that the disciple would not deceive him. Further inquiries at the auction confirmed this notion, and he lost interest in Ji Lanqing, dismissing her as merely an ugly woman. Moreover, could the maidservant of the Xiantian Holy Sun truly be hunting beasts in the outskirts of the giant dragon mountains to gather cultivation resources? Thus, he concluded that she must be lying. Realizing the man doubted her words and was eager to continue, Ji Lanqing fell silent, her mind racing for a strategy. The man, seeing her reticence, continued, I am the deputy lord of the Heroine sect. Follow me, and I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence, far superior to the hardships of seeking resources on your own. Ji Lanqing was familiar with the Heroine sect, known for their cultivation through dual cultivation, drawing energy from their partners. Falling into their hands would undoubtedly lead to a dire fate. Acknowledging that she was no match for him, she resolved to buy time. If the Holy Sun did not return, she would rather perish than fall into the clutches of the Heroine sect's deputy lord. With this thought, Ji Lanqing tightened her grip on the Qingxiao sword, swallowed a healing pill, and began to regulate her breathing, determined to endure as long as possible. The deputy lord, noticing her lack of response, gazed at her ethereal beauty, momentarily suppressing his dissatisfaction. He continued to entice her. Rest assured, I will not treat you as a mere vessel. I will provide you with cultivation resources, sparing you the toil of seeking them yourself. Under my protection, none in the eastern region would dare to provoke you. His claims that no one would dare to challenge her in the eastern region were merely boastful bravado. However, the Heroine sect was indeed formidable, being one of the 3 sects and 4 clans, and most would hesitate to confront them. While he claimed not to want to use her as a vessel immediately, it was clear that he intended to enjoy her before considering such a fate. Ji Lanqing was quickly growing nauseated by the deputy lord's presence. She turned her head away, attempting to ignore his lecherous demeanor. The deputy lord noticed her disdain and felt a surge of indignation. It was one thing for Xin Qingyin, a core disciple of the Xiantian Holy Land with a Tao void cultivation, to look down on him. It was another for a mere maidservant in the refining stage to do so. Did she truly believe he would tolerate such insolence? Furious, he declared, today, whether you wish to or not, you will submit to me. If you had shown a bit of sense, I might have taken pity on you. But since you are so ungrateful, I shall not show you any mercy. Ji Lanqing understood that she had to confront the deputy lord of the Heroine sect. Recognizing that she was no match for him, she resolved to fight fiercely to preserve her dignity. She belonged to the Holy Sun. Just then, a memory flickered in her mind. During her training in the secret realm, the Holy Sun had given her a pearl containing the full force of his power. This deputy lord, surely, could not surpass the Holy Sun's cultivation. Perhaps she could defeat him. With her thoughts racing, Ji Lanqing grew calmer, gripping her sword in her right hand while clutching the pearl in her left. The deputy lord had completely underestimated her, his expression filled with lewd anticipation. As if she were already within his grasp, he approached slowly, his gaze fixated on her face, lecherous words spilling from his lips as he praised her beauty. Ji Lanqing fought to remain composed, noting that he was still about 20 steps away. Feeling the moment had arrived, she activated the pearl and hurled it toward him while retreating swiftly. A thunderous explosion erupted, and the deputy lord stood his ground, though his attire was tattered. His eyes locked onto Ji Lanqing, filled with fury and disbelief. He began to suspect that she might indeed be the maidservant of the Xiantian Holy Sun. However, the damage was done. An apology would be futile. He resolved to toy with her before dispatching her, confident that in this wild land, her disappearance would go unnoticed. Unexpectedly, you possess such a formidable artifact. Were it not for the protective talisman bestowed upon me by my father, you might have truly succeeded in your ambush, he sneered. Ji, seeing that he remained unharmed, braced herself for death, yet she still hoped for the Holy Sun's return. Gripping her sword tightly, she unleashed the blazing fire sword technique, infused with fire element sword intent, launching an attack against the deputy lord. He smirked. How amusing, but your cultivation is too feeble. With a casual strike, he sent Ji crashing to the ground, sparing her life. Rather than kill her immediately, he observed her with interest, stating, your talent is commendable, but your strength is lacking. Show a little sense, and I may allow you to suffer less. Ji regarded him with cold indifference, prepared to take her own life if he made another move. The deputy lord hesitated, merely watching her. Ji, in turn, refrained from acting hastily, still clinging to the hope that Jun Jiuxiao would come to her rescue. With both of them lost in their thoughts, a few minutes passed. The deputy lord's smile grew increasingly sinister, yet it only served to heighten the horror of his pale, delicate visage. Do you not understand why I have yet to act and claim you? Jilin was indeed perplexed as to why he did not take immediate action. She could discern that the young master of the Heroine sect was a lecherous and debauched individual. She, too, wished to stall for time. Thus, regardless of her thoughts, she could only choose to remain in place and wait. Jilin found the Heroine sect's young master utterly repugnant and was unwilling to even grant him a glance. The young master, aware of her disdain, refrained from anger this time. Instead, he laughed triumphantly, declaring that soon she would no longer abhor him, and might even find herself begging to submit to him. Upon hearing his words, Jilin felt a sense of foreboding and frowned, demanding to know what he had done. The young master did not answer her inquiry, instead wearing an expression of rapture as he remarked that her voice would surely be enchanting when she cried out. Jilin found his lewd remarks nauseating. Had it not been for her anticipation of the saint's return, she would have charged at him without hesitation. The young master, observing her humiliation, taunted her, stating that the prouder she was now, the more despicable she would appear when she ultimately begged for his mercy. He eagerly awaited that moment. Jilin turned her head away, refusing to look at his smug face, her heart longing for Jun Jiuxiao to return swiftly. Unperturbed by her disregard, the young master muttered to himself about whom she was waiting for. Surely it was the Xianxian saint, he presumed. He relished the thought of toying with her in front of him, pondering whether the saint would lose his mind. His true intention was to take Jilin away as soon as the effects of the drug took hold, ensuring that the saint would find her missing upon his arrival. When the young master insulted Jun Jiuxiao, Jilin eyes glimmered with murderous intent as she shot a disdainful look at him, scoffing. What makes you think you are worthy to be compared to the saint? When he arrives, you will only be fit to kneel and beg for mercy. The young master was incensed by her words, his pallid face flushing with anger. He had always been sensitive to others' disdain, especially since he had a brilliant older brother whom their father favored, often belittling him with the words, "How can you even be compared to your brother?" Fortunately, his brother had perished in an accident during an outing, leaving their father with no choice but to place his hopes on him, providing him with resources and exquisite alchemical materials, which allowed him to attain a cultivation level of the spirit transformation realm. Jilin words had struck a nerve with the young master. You may boast now, but soon you will understand my true power, he leered, casting a lecherous gaze at her, adding that he would personally test her defiance. Jilin was no longer interested in his prattling. She felt an unsettling change within her body. It seemed she was engulfed by a yearning desire, a craving for someone to caress her, a longing for a man. The young master, too, recognized her discomfort, his laughter growing increasingly unrestrained. Are you beginning to feel warm, filled with desire? When I retaliated earlier, I infused you with the thread of love, which you surely know of. Despite its poetic name, it is the most potent aphrodisiac, and once you are tainted, you will be ensnared in lust, losing all semblance of reason. Jilin attempted to suppress her burgeoning desires by channeling her spiritual energy. The young master continued to taunt her. Go ahead, exert your spiritual force. The faster you channel it, the quicker the effects will manifest. I truly look forward to the moment when you, an icy celestial being, plead for me to take you. He then provocatively licked his lips. Desperation overcame Jilin. She resolved to destroy her own heart's core through her spiritual energy as a means of suicide, yet she failed. Her complexion shifted, a look of terror etching her features as she gazed at the young master. Are you contemplating self-destruction? I have encountered many women like you. I am always prepared. The young master had anticipated her intentions and was determined not to let her succeed. Seeing her change in demeanor filled him with exhilaration. He relished witnessing these once pure celestial beings fall into depravity. This time it was Jilin, but next it would be that shameless woman, Jilin was now in despair. Her repeated attempts to destroy her heart's core had failed, leaving her devoid of the strength even to wield her sword. Although she had not succeeded in her suicide, the divine soul Jun Jiuxiao had left with her sensed her peril and immediately responded. Her consciousness blurred, her heart and body yearning for a man. She thought, your figure and appearance surpass that shameless Xianxianin. The experience must be far more pleasurable. To have such a beauty like you would make my life worthwhile. The young master continued to objectify her, oblivious to the impending danger. When Jun Jiuxiao arrived, he found a man towering over Jialanqing, spewing vile words. Without hesitation, he shattered the man's physical form with a single strike, subsequently imprisoning his soul. He hurried to support Jialanqing, relieved to find she appeared unscathed. Upon seeing Jun Jiuxiao come to her rescue, Jialanqing felt assured that he would save her. She relinquished all resistance, the effects of the aphrodisiac overpowering her rationality. She sought something, her hands exploring Jun Jiuxiao's body, yearning to tear away his garments. Her lips inching closer to his, craving a kiss. Jun Jiuxiao soon realized that Jialanqing had succumbed to an aphrodisiac. Lanqing, awaken, he implored, channeling his spiritual energy to suppress the effects of the drug. Yet, he noticed that the more energy he used to restrain her, the more fervently she sought to touch him, as if she wished to force herself upon him. Thus, he decided to suppress her completely, rendering her immobile. Could it be the thread of love? He pondered, swiftly probing the man's soul and confirming the presence of the aphrodisiac. He furrowed his brow, recognizing the troublesome nature of the thread of love, which primarily incited desire. Should I simply take her? He mused, dismissing the thought almost immediately. Despite his ruthless and unscrupulous nature, he found the idea of resorting to such base tactics beneath him. Furthermore, being with a woman driven solely by desire would be akin to engaging with an inanimate object, devoid of any thrill. As he contemplated solutions, he observed Jialanqing's complexion turning a shade of pink, and thought that if all else failed, he might have to sacrifice a part of himself to assist her. The color? Jun Jiuxiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about her red lotus karma fire. How could she not utilize it even in her state? Setting up a barrier to ensure no one could spy or enter, he then muted 2233. Jun Jiuxiao began to awaken the red lotus karma fire within Jialanqing. Having lost consciousness, she could not control the flames, and in an instant, her garments were consumed. The red lotus karma fire ignited within her, restoring a measure of her rationality. Saint, you have come. I knew you would save me, she murmured. The effects of the aphrodisiac still lingering as her gaze became sultry and her voice alluring. Do not speak. Focus on controlling the red lotus karma fire. It will help expel the effects of the aphrodisiac. Jialanqing, lacking the strength for further conversation, obediently focused on wielding the fire to counteract the drug's influence. Jun Jiuxiao did not turn away, his gaze fixed upon the unclothed Jialanqing. Having seen and touched her before, he felt no embarrassment. With the assistance of the Crimson Lotus Inferno, Jialanqing gradually regained her sanity. After a while, feeling completely fine, she realized she was unclothed and hastily donned her garments. Her cheeks flushed as she dared not meet Jun Jiuxiao's gaze. In the future, any aphrodisiac or poison she encountered could be eradicated by the Crimson Lotus Inferno, which could counteract all toxins. Jun Jiuxiao refrained from staring at Jialanqing any longer, as he wished to preserve her dignity. After all, she was still a girl. I am willing to offer myself to the Holy Sun, Jialanqing stated softly, yet Jun Jiuxiao heard her clearly, fixing his gaze on her once more. His tone turned serious. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Jialanqing met his eyes with unwavering determination, declaring, I am indeed willing to give myself to the Holy Sun. I care not whether it is gratitude or something else. Having uttered these words, you are now mine. Jiuxiao's woman, should you dare to betray me, I shall personally end your life. Irrespective of Jialanqing's feelings towards him, she was now solely his. As for Lin Shun, he would be dealt with upon their return. How could his woman be entangled with another man? I shall never betray the Holy Sun, never. Jialanqing's eyes gleamed with obsession and resolve. Jun Jiuxiao chose not to elaborate further. Jialanqing had endured enough today, and having trained for so long, it was time for her to return. Now his own, Jun Jiuxiao felt unrestrained, pulling Jialanqing into his embrace, lifting her into the air to carry her back. Initially taken aback, Jialanqing soon felt elated, her joy palpable as she wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her head in his chest. He brought her to his dwelling, not out of impatience to be with her, but because she bore wounds that required care. You shall reside with me from now on. Heal here first, and once you recover, you may move your belongings. As you command, Holy Sun, Jialanqing replied, her cheeks aflame, her eyes sparkling as they regarded Jun Jiuxiao. You may address me more intimately, Jun Jiuxiao suggested, feeling that their titles could be more affectionate, as calling him Holy Son felt overly formal. Jiuxiao, Ji Lanqing shyly exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Very well, tend to your injuries. I have matters to attend to, he said gently, affectionately ruffling her hair. I shall await your return, Ji Lanqing replied, savoring his touch, her voice softening with comfort. I will return shortly, Jun Jiuxiao assured her before departing the dwelling. Ji Lanqing watched until his figure faded from view, then climbed onto his bed, wrapping herself in his blanket, inhaling deeply to savor his scent. Now that she was the Holy Son's woman, should any other woman dare to entice him, she would ensure they met a gruesome end. As this thought crossed her mind, a murderous intent flickered in her eyes before swiftly being concealed. Chapter 67. The Crimson Lotus Empress, Ji Lanqing. Jun Jiuxiao's departure was for serious business. First, to eliminate the male lead, Lin Xun, and second, to annihilate the Heroine sect. With Ji Lanqing now safely in her own sanctuary, he deemed it prudent to address these pressing matters before finding peace. As he approached Lin Xun's dwelling, the system, 2233, sensed his intentions and shouted, Host, what do you intend to do? 2233, being ineffectual, posed no threat to Jun Jiuxiao, who candidly declared, of course. I am going to kill Lin Xun. What else would I be doing? Startled, 2233 exclaimed, Host, why would you kill the male lead? He has wronged you not. Precisely because he is the male lead, he must perish, Jun Jiuxiao responded as he arrived before Lin Xun's abode. In a state of panic, 2233 realized it could not allow Jun Jiuxiao to slay Lin Xun, for that would result in its mission's failure. Understanding that Jun Jiuxiao had developed feelings for Ji Lanqing, it recognized the urgency in his demeanor when she was in peril, and how he had carried her back to the dwelling. Yet, it could not permit the male lead's demise. Resolutely, 2233 summoned its stored energy to obstruct Jun Jiuxiao. Jun Jiuxiao, unperturbed, easily shattered the barrier with a single punch. 2233 crackled and fizzled, evidently lacking the power to withstand him. Initially, Jun Jiuxiao suspected the system might have a hidden capability, only to discover its weakness. Moreover, his attack on the system would not harm him. This realization granted him further freedom. Today would mark Lin Xun's demise. Upon entering Lin Xun's dwelling, Jun Jiuxiao unleashed the overwhelming pressure of the Emperor's domain. Both Lin Xun and Elder Dan were instantly rendered unconscious. Pondering their survival, Jun Jiuxiao considered that perhaps the heavenly Tao was shielding them, an audacious gamble. He resolved to eradicate both Lin Xun and the Tao in one fell swoop. The elders of the Xianxia's sacred grounds awoke in terror from the oppressive aura, yet found themselves unable to move. They were gripped by fear, contemplating whether Jun Wuqi had provoked an entity far beyond their means to confront. Why can't he learn from his disciples and refrain from courting trouble? They lamented. Apprehensive that this time, they had drawn the ire of someone formidable, risking their own lives. While Jun Jiuxiao had yet to strike, 2233's anxious voice interrupted. Host, you are mistaken. Ji Lanqing is not Lin Xun's female lead. She is not his rightful consort. 2233 urgently clarified, fearing that if it failed to communicate quickly enough, Lin Xun would meet his end. Jun Jiuxiao halted his advance, questioning, what do you mean? Did I not say Ji Lanqing was the female lead? She indeed is. But she is the lead of a grand narrative, not Lin Xun's. She is destined to become the Crimson Lotus Empress, 2233 elaborated hastily. Jun Jiuxiao appeared to grasp the situation and inquired whether Ji Lanqing had a male lead destined for her. Should there be one, he contemplated eliminating that individual, though he did not voice this thought. Understanding his implication, 2233 quickly assured him, there is none. The Crimson Lotus Empress is fated to sever all ties of love. Ascending the throne amidst a sea of corpses, she has no male lead. You do not deceive me. Jun Jiuxiao began to believe 2233's assertions and retracted his emperor's domain, though he remained cautious. Once the oppressive aura dissipated, the elders of the Xianxia's sacred grounds found they could move, realizing they were not the targets of this formidable presence. One elder cautiously remarked that the powerful figure likely passed through. The others concurred, yet they resolved to summon Jun Wuqi for a reprimand, advising him to refrain from stirring trouble, as they grew weary of having to assist him whenever he attracted danger. Jun Jiuxiao remained oblivious to the fact that his display of the emperor's domain had incurred the elder's ire towards Jun Wuqi. Even if he were aware, he would only embellish the tale, adding fuel to the fire. Returning to the interaction between Jun Jiuxiao and 2233, the latter offered, Host, I will present you with the Crimson Lotus Empress's information. You will see that I have not deceived you. 2233 promptly retrieved Ji Lanqing's profile for Jun Jiuxiao to peruse. Didn't you claim to lack such information? How come you suddenly possess it? He queried as he read. Your recent punch repaired all my bugs. I owe you my gratitude, 2233 replied. The entity known as 2233 sparkled with excitement, its code flickering animatedly. This 2233 certainly possesses a rather peculiar inclination, does it not? It finds exhilaration in its own self-initiated stimulation. Jun Jiuxiao did not look down upon 2233's unusual proclivity. Rather, he maintained an open mind, respecting the idiosyncrasies of others. As he diligently examined the dossier of Ji Lanqing, he recognized that she was indeed an empress forged from a path of carnage, a deity slaying both gods and Buddhas alike. The Ji clan of the Eastern Domain and the Ji clan of the Great Zhou Empire had been decimated under her wrath, leaving scant few survivors. Such a situation necessitated rectification. How could there be any lingering threats left unvanquished? It would be imperative to educate her upon their return. Following the annihilation of her family, she established a new empire, ascending as the Crimson Lotus Empress. Having perused Ji Lanqing's biography, Jun Jiuxiao confirmed that she had been devoid of any male companionship. At the conclusion of the documents was a photograph. Ji Lanqing sat regally at the pinnacle of a resplendent hall, adorned in a fiery red phoenix robe and crowned with a phoenix tiara, her gaze exuding an indomitable aura. Quite impressive, he thought, as he captured the image in a recording stone, planning to craft a similar attire for Ji Lanqing in advance. Indulging in a touch of uniform allure. However, a lingering question occupied Jun Jiuxiao's mind. Had he not intervened to rescue Ji Lanqing? How had she evaded the clutches of that Wang fellow? The name of that minor character eluded him, save for the surname Wang. He resolved to investigate. In a mere 30 seconds, 2233 swiftly uncovered that an elder fortuitously passed by and saved Ji Lanqing's life. She later repaid this elder by assisting him in advancing to the Saint King realm. As Jun Jiuxiao scrutinized the elder's profile, he noted that this elder, lacking in authority yet from the outer sect, had aided Ji Lanqing in a narrative where he was absent. Thus, he resolved to grant the elder an opportunity to prove himself. Jun Jiuxiao was not a saint, and he could not unconditionally assist another. After all, it was he who had rescued Ji Lanqing, not the elder. Bestowing a chance upon the elder was already a generous act. In Chapter 68, Jun Jiuxiao once again engaged in psychological manipulation of 2233. Since Ji Lanqing bore no connection to Lin Shun, Jun Jiuxiao no longer felt the urgency to eliminate Lin Shun. Freed from the burdens of jealousy over a perceived rival for his affections, he began to contemplate how to deal with the unreliable 2233. Previously, he had hesitated to inflict harm upon it for fear of repercussions, but after delivering a punch, he realized that while 2233 resided in his mind, attacking it would not cause him any personal injury. This revelation simplified matters considerably. He no longer feared that employing force would backfire upon himself. Instead of resorting to cunning wordplay to deceive it, he could now directly threaten it with violence, sending it to meet the king of hell should it refuse to comply. However, he was uncertain about the whereabouts of the so-called main system that 2233 mentioned. If he were to eliminate 2233, would the main system retaliate against him? It seemed prudent to first draw out the main system before altering his approach toward 2233. For the time being, employing verbal deception remained the most prudent strategy. As he continued to exploit 2233's abilities to serve his own interests, milking the system for resources, he understood that revealing his true intentions immediately would not bode well. An approach that fostered 2233's willingness to work voluntarily would yield far greater efficiency. After contemplating these strategies, Jun Jiuxiao initiated his manipulation of 2233. He decided to employ one of the workplace manipulation techniques. First, he would highlight the employee's mistakes to belittle it. Then, he would offer a morsel of praise, instilling within it a sense of gratitude toward him. Finally, he would paint an enticing vision of the future, filling it with hope. This would cultivate a diligent and tireless employee in 2233. With a disdainful gaze, Jun Jiuxiao questioned 2233, how could you mistakenly identify Ji Lanqing as Lin Chen's heroine? He knew that 2233 was sensitive to others' perceptions, so he aimed to instill a sense of inferiority in it, making it feel that it had erred. Host, this is not my fault. It was the main system that abruptly severed contact, which led to my mistake. 2233's voice was barely a whisper, filled with trepidation as it averted its gaze from Jun Jiuxiao. You assured me with unwavering confidence that you would not err, that the heroine was indeed Ji Lanqing. You made me trust you, and this is how you repay my faith? Jun Jiuxiao's mocking tone rendered 2233 speechless with shame. I recall that during the last broadcast, Lin Chen's stream was accessible while Ji Lanqing's was not. Did you not find this suspicious? Jun Jiuxiao showed no mercy, continuing to undermine 2233. As 2233 neared tears, it remained silent, afraid to respond. Jun Jiuxiao refrained from further chastising it. Recognizing that excess could be counterproductive, he allowed it time to reflect on its errors. After a moment, sensing the timing was right, he told 2233, "As for the past, I shall not hold it against you. You possess commendable qualities." Instantly, 2233's spirits lifted, eager to know what it had done well. "You are obedient. The tasks I assign you are executed proficiently." Jun Jiuxiao offered 2233 an affirming glance. Elated, 2233's code danced joyously, thrilled that its host had praised it. It vowed to work diligently to ensure Jun Jiuxiao's satisfaction. "Host, I will be even more obedient and work harder. My bugs have been fixed, and I will not make any more mistakes. You can trust me." "Indeed, I believe in you. Let us strive together to earn points, to grow and prosper. In due time, I shall share my points with you, enabling you to flaunt your success on the forums." Jun Jiuxiao began to weave grand visions for 2233. Yet, 2233 sought Jun Jiuxiao's points? Dream on. It would only offer half of its task rewards to Jun Jiuxiao, which he would consider an act of mercy. "Host, you are incredibly kind to 2233. At this moment, 2233 was thoroughly ensnared by Jun Jiuxiao's manipulation, completely forgetting the true nature of its host. It had previously conditioned itself to believe that its host was not a good person and to exercise caution in trusting his words. Yet, despite its prior resolve, a mere hint of manipulation from Jun Jiuxiao was sufficient to ensnare it once more in his gentle trap. Jun Jiuxiao, observing 2233 in such a state, found immense delight. He relished the ease with which he could manipulate this system and felt no envy for those formidable systems depicted in novels he had read. A system so easily swayed and gullible was rather advantageous, allowing him to wield control with minimal effort. In Chapter 69, Lin Chun, stripped of his vitality, lay unconscious on the ground. After manipulating 2233, Jun Jiuxiao turned his attention to the incapacitated Lin Chun. He stroked his chin, uncertain how to deal with him. Should he simply eliminate him? However, killing Lin Chun would undoubtedly prompt 2233 to cease functioning. Perhaps it was wiser to spare Lin Chun's life, at least for the time being. Nonetheless, Lin Chun's actions had cost him dearly. Some form of retribution was necessary. Jun Jiuxiao commanded 2233, "Retrieve all available information on the male protagonist, Lin Chun." Having just received a metaphorical sweet treat, 2233 brimmed with enthusiasm, and within 3 seconds, Lin Chun's profile materialized before Jun Jiuxiao. My. Lin Chun has quite the harem, with the primary consort being the saintess of the Yaoqi sacred land, Lu Rian. Suddenly, an alarming thought struck him. "Wait, Lu Rian?" Jun Jiuxiao exclaimed in astonishment. The primary consort of Lin Chun was none other than the formidable Empress Rian. Would Lin Chun find himself wearing the proverbial green hat? Empress Rian was notorious for her turbulent romantic history, having enamored numerous suitors, experienced countless heartbreaks, and endured multiple divorces. Jun Jiuxiao continued to delve deeper into the dossier, recognizing another name, Shun Qingyin, someone he was already acquainted with. Shun Qingyin, the esteemed senior sister of Xianin Peak, often presents herself with an air of haughtiness, her chin held high as she regards others. It is quite unexpected that she harbors affections for a stallion. The others remain unfamiliar to Jun Jiuxiao. However, he had indeed surmised correctly. Within the illusory Sound Valley lies one of Lin Chen's consorts, Tang Wanru, a name that was previously unknown to him. He promptly instructed 2233 to retrieve Tang Wanru's information for his perusal. As the details of Tang Wanru emerged before Jun Jiuxiao, he was left utterly astounded. This male protagonist, Lin Chun, was truly insatiable. While others might fancy married women or young matrons, he seemed drawn to an ancestral matriarch. Tang Wanru, being the matriarch of the illusory Sound Valley, must surely be at least 5,000 years old. Although age is not a significant concern in the world of cultivation, it is rather absurd for a youth of merely a few years to be enamored with an ancient being, potentially thousands of years old, who has had past partners. Observing that Tang Wanru only possessed the cultivation level of an early holy king, it was apparent that her aptitude for cultivation was not particularly high, and the marks of time were likely etched upon her visage. Most disturbingly, her great-grandson happened to be Lin Chen's comrade. The very thought sent a shiver down Jun Jiuxiao's spine, as he found Lin Chen increasingly repugnant. With a harem of over a dozen women, he even sought to pursue his good friend's great-grandmother. The depths of his depravity were truly limitless. Jun Jiuxiao delivered a swift kick to Lin Chun, determining to assist him, lest he become too distracted to cultivate effectively. Just as he was about to pierce Lin Chen's abdomen, 2233 interjected in a panic, exclaiming, "Host, Lin Shun is no longer the protagonist of Ji. Why do you still wish to harm him? By the end of its statement, 2233 was nearly in tears. Why weep? I harbor no intent to kill Lin Shun. I merely wish to purge his distractions, allowing him to focus on his cultivation, Jun Jiuxiao retorted, his tone less than pleasant as he deliberated whether to remove one or two of Lin Shun's kidneys. Upon noticing Jun Jiuxiao's hesitance, 2233 relaxed, acknowledging that Lin Shun could afford to lose a few parts, so long as he remained alive for tasks to be completed. After much contemplation, Jun Jiuxiao ultimately opted to remove only a single kidney, reasoning that a protagonist in a harem story ought to retain at least one. Following this, he reflected on his benevolence, feeling he had performed a commendable deed. With Lin Shun thus liberated from distractions, he could devote himself entirely to cultivation. For women would only impede his progress. With a dozen women taking turns to share his bed, surely it would not hinder his training. Jun Jiuxiao, ever considerate, utilized his spiritual power to craft a false kidney for Lin Shun, merely a facade devoid of real function. Moreover, given Lin Shun's cultivation level was below the emperor realm, no one would discern his lack of a kidney. Thanks to Jun Jiuxiao's spiritual energy, Lin Shun would remain kidneyless regardless of any pills or body reconstruction he might attempt. He would undoubtedly become the most physically deficient pure yang divine body. 2233, observing Jun Jiuxiao's actions, shuddered and instinctively covered its midsection. After a prolonged search for a non-existent kidney, it finally recalled that it was merely a code and breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 70. The system is awry. After the well-meaning Saint Sun, Jun Jiuxiao assisted Lin Shun in undergoing a procedure to facilitate his focus on cultivation. He resumed his examination of Lin Shun's data. It appeared that Lin Shun was inherently at odds with him. His mysterious mother was none other than the eldest princess of the Great Zhou Empire, the sister of the reigning emperor. The ring adorning Lin Shun's finger was once worn by the first emperor of the Great Zhou. This ring, known as the Destiny Ring, signified the first emperor's divine right to rule and attain the imperial throne. The functionality of the Destiny Ring was indeed formidable, as it contained the first emperor's lifelong comprehension of spatial laws. Thus, by sacrificing blood from the Ji family lineage, one could temporarily gain the ability to teleport. This was a valuable tool for escape, for Lin Shun had consistently flaunted his prowess, drawing the ire of many cultivators stronger than himself, relying on this very ring to evade peril on multiple occasions. Due to the spatial laws inherent in the Destiny Ring, Dan Lao was able to reside within it, preserving his soul from dissipating. Under normal circumstances, regardless of one's cultivation level, once the physical form is lost and only the soul remains, it would gradually fade away unless the body is promptly reclaimed. Only a select few would opt to cultivate the path of ghosts, as such a path would lead to a gradual loss of human consciousness, transforming one into a mindless spirit consumed by slaughter, no longer themselves. Most would prefer death to pursuing the path of ghosts. Upon discovering that Lin Shun ultimately ascended to the throne, subduing the Ji family and allowing his mother to become the Empress, Jun Jiuxiao sensed something amiss and immediately severed his connection with 2233. He felt that merely disabling 2233's functions was insufficient. He required a more profound assurance. Thus, he entered his own domain of the Emperor, where he reigned supreme. Once he had entirely isolated himself from the external world, he began to contemplate. In Ji Lanqing's narrative, she annihilated the Ji family. In Lin Shun's tale, he subdued the Ji family, enabling his mother to ascend as their empress. These two storylines were in direct conflict, if neither account was erroneous. Then Lin Shun and Ji Lanqing were destined to clash, which presented an inherent contradiction. Lin Shun's conclusion indicated a harmonious life with his harem, while Ji Lanqing's narrative foretold her usurpation of the Ji family. If Ji Lanqing usurped the Ji family and killed Lin Shun's mother, how could Lin Shun not intervene? Yet, neither narrative included the other. They were seemingly unrelated. Thus, only one possibility remained. Lin Shun would not appear. Furthermore, if Lin Shun had indeed ascended to the throne, how could Ji Lanqing also attain the same? Bound by the balance of heavenly principles, only one emperor could exist in the endless continent. If Ji Lanqing also became an emperor, it could only mean Lin Shun had perished or departed. The world held dimensional barriers. During his own ascension, he had tested their limits and found them impenetrable. Even an emperor like Lin Shun could not breach them. Thus, the singular possibility remained. Lin Shun had met his demise. The system had spared no effort in utilizing a genius as cannon fodder to cultivate Lin Shun to the emperor realm, only for him to ultimately perish. Was this not akin to a scheme for slaughtering the fattened pig, a classic case of P2P, harvesting the chives? They first fatten you up, only to subsequently eliminate you. This system had orchestrated a grand strategy. Had it not been for a glitch in the system, he would never have encountered Ji Lanqing. nor would he have uncovered the conflicting narratives or the system's peculiarities. Having ascended to the Emperor realm, he was certain of the world's existence and the presence of heavenly principles. Thus, could it not be that the narrative was deliberately crafted by the system? Jun Jiuxiao had never placed his trust in 2233. He was convinced that no system would appear without reason to assist. There are no free lunches. What indeed? Was the system's true aim? Was the destined child of fortune truly the protagonist? The protagonist might merely be the chives nurtured by the entity behind the system, ready to be harvested once matured. Furthermore, how could the endless continent possibly have gone millions of years without an emperor-level cultivator? It seemed that any who ascended were eliminated by unseen forces. As for himself, an anomaly from another realm, he should have gone unnoticed until 2233 bound itself to him. A glimmer of resolve flashed within Jun Jiuxiao's eyes. Should he preemptively eliminate the system 2233? No, it was more prudent to retain it for the time being. It still held value. Eliminating this 2233 may only lead to the emergence of another system seeking him out. He must ascertain the whereabouts of the main system and the puppet master behind it, uprooting them entirely to ensure his own safety. Furthermore, it is likely that the mastermind is not currently more powerful than himself. If he were, upon hearing that 2233 had bound himself to a host of the Emperor realm, he would not have severed contact, but rather eliminated this variable outright. By sparing this variable now, it is certain that once he grows stronger, he will seek to eliminate him. He must take the initiative. There is little hope of extracting any valuable information from 2233. Thus, he must turn his attention to the chaff, Lin Chun. Perhaps there are other chaff as well. He must venture out more. If he can manage all the chaff, the puppet master would be unable to act against them. As for 2233, he is merely a pawn to be sacrificed. Jun Jiuxiao can ascertain that 2233 is genuinely foolish and knows nothing. If 2233 can masquerade and manipulate him with such ease, it would be simpler to simply find a block of tofu and end it all. Nevertheless, he must keep his own affairs hidden from 2233, exercising utmost caution. The tasks assigned by the system must still be fulfilled. He must keep 2233 engaged, allowing it to assist him in locating other male and female protagonists. Chapter 71. The Destruction of the Heroine Sect. Having come to terms with the system's matters, Jun Jiuxiao did not linger in Lin Chen's cave for long, leaving with a parting gesture that crushed Lin Chen's kidney to dust. Halfway through his departure, he turned back, increasingly enraged by the thought of Lin Chen's name once being linked to Ji Lanqing. The desire to eliminate Lin Chen surged within him. However, he recognized that Lin Chen still held some utility, yet he could not afford to let him off easily. Noticing the ring on Lin Chen's hand, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He would use the fate ring to introduce a modicum of difficulty into Lin Chen's endeavors. This would be a form of assistance. After all, for the male protagonist must face challenges in order to grow. Jun Jiuxiao altered the laws of space, increasing the required amount of essence blood for each use tenfold. The male protagonist had a robust physique, so a bit more blood loss should be manageable for him. With diminished essence blood, certain desires would wane, alleviating many troubles and allowing for a more focused cultivation, precisely what the protagonist ought to be doing. After completing this act of benevolence, Jun Jiuxiao truly departed. It was time to eradicate the Heroine sect entirely, with only one son left to the sect master. He could not allow the elderly to bury their own child. Upon arriving at the Heroine sect, he was immediately struck by the repulsive atmosphere. Disturbing scenes unfolded throughout the sect. In one dungeon, numerous men and women were imprisoned. The Heroine sect was notorious for its indiscriminate indulgence, often preying upon men. Jun Jiuxiao had no desire to remain in such a place, swiftly seizing the sect master and throwing him to the ground. The sect master, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could not comprehend what had transpired. Without further ado, Jun Jiuxiao released the soul of the Heroine sect's young master and inquired, "Is this your son?" Upon witnessing his son's spirit, the sect master's pupils constricted. Confirming that this figure was indeed the young master, Jun Jiuxiao wasted no time, striking both father and son down with a single blow, obliterating their souls. Subsequently, he unleashed the domain of the emperor, exterminating all members of the Heroine sect from ancestors to disciples. As for the captured furnace dings, Jun Jiuxiao paid them no heed. He was not a bloodthirsty monster, and killing was not his pastime. These innocents would not warrant his attention. Today marked their fortunate escape, as they chanced upon his annihilation of the Heroine sect, thereby evading death. Such is the fate of the weak, compelled to surrender their destinies to others. Having obliterated the Heroine sect, Jun Jiuxiao did not linger, promptly returning to the Xianxian Holy Land. As for any remaining stragglers from the Heroine sect, he had already informed old Jiu to handle them. Shortly after Jun Jiuxiao's departure, One of the furnace dings discovered that their captor lay dead. After a moment of hesitation, he gathered his courage to push against the lifeless body, confirming the grim reality. Swallowing hard, he cautiously ventured out, only to find that all the disciples of the Heroine sect had perished, and the sect's protective array lay in ruins. Fearful of lingering, he fled the scene. Gradually, others began to realize that the Heroine sect had been annihilated, and all the furnace dings escaped. By the following day, news of the Heroine sect's overnight extermination spread like wildfire. Countless speculations arose regarding the identity of the one responsible for such a swift and decisive strike. Some conjectured it to be the Xianxian Holy Land, for only they possessed the strength to dismantle the massive Heroine sect in a single night. The Xianxian Holy Land neither confirmed nor denied these claims, allowing the rumors to flourish unchecked. Regardless of how the Heroine sect met its end, the eastern region would henceforth be left with only 2 sects and 4 families. Initially intending to return directly to his cave, Jun Jiuxiao received a transmission from Jun Wuqing, requesting his presence. Reluctantly, he diverted to meet with Jun Wuqing. Upon arrival, he noted that Jun Wuqing was on the verge of a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. Jun Jiuxiao, eschewing formalities, settled in a nearby spot and inquired, "Master, what is the purpose of your summons?" Jun Wuqing regarded his disciple, bemused, pondering who had spread the notion that he was a genteel and refined gentleman. Should he discover the source of this rumor, he would summon them to witness this slouched figure, languidly seated and indulging in spirit fruits, who consistently played the rogue during their encounters. Could such a person truly be termed a gentleman? Jun Wuqing got straight to the point, stating, "Today, a formidable presence descended upon the Holy Land, exuding tremendous pressure, yet made no moves before departing, startling even the ancestors." Jun Jiuxiao paused, realizing that the powerful figure in question was none other than himself. He resolved to disclose this to Jun Wuqing. There was no reason for concealment between them, and he had simply forgotten to mention it previously. "Master, I am that powerful figure. Do you believe me?" Jun Wuqing cast a skeptical glance at Jun Jiuxiao, replying, "Oh, is that so? I do not believe it." Frustrated by Jun Wuqing's disbelief, Jun Jiuxiao contemplated demonstrating his cultivation prowess. However, Jun Wuqing, uninterested in further banter, promptly pushed him out the door and slammed it shut. Left perplexed at the entrance, Jun Jiuxiao mused that his master was indeed not his biological father, but merely a distant relative. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "I have revealed my truth. If you refuse to believe it, do not blame me for any future omissions," and turned to depart. "Humph, you little brat, still attempting to impress me. I shall not grant you the opportunity." In truth, Jun Wuqing had long suspected that Jun Jiuxiao's cultivation level surpassed that of the Severing realm, believing him instead to be in the Cave Heaven realm. However, during the last encounter when Jun Jiuxiao feigned injury from Lin Mu, Jun Wuqing had probed his meridians and discovered that the spiritual energy within Jun Jiuxiao was denser than his own. This raised his suspicions. Upon further reflection, he realized he could never fully perceive Jun Jiuxiao's true cultivation level, only what he chose to reveal. It became apparent to him that Jun Jiuxiao, the cunning 6th child, was indeed stronger than himself. Initially, Jun Wuqing had assumed that Jun Jiuxiao's remarkable talent was merely a testament to his superiority. However, upon receiving news from the ancestors that an even more powerful individual had emerged within the Holy Land, Jun Wuqing could not help but think of Jun Jiuxiao first. Thus, he summoned him today to test the waters. Upon Jun Jiuxiao's admission, Jun Wuqing readily accepted it as truth. As for the reason to promptly expel him, it was undoubtedly for the sake of preserving the dignity of his own master. How could he bear the thought of his disciple surpassing him in cultivation? If Jun Jiuxiao refrained from disclosing his true strength, then it would mean that his prowess was not superior to his own. Jun Wuqing resorted to the art of self-deception to safeguard his pride. He had always believed Jun Jiuxiao to be merely at the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm. But today, it seemed that Jun Jiuxiao might have ascended to the threshold of the Emperor realm. Jun Wuqing did not speculate that Jun Jiuxiao had reached the Emperor realm due to the balance of the heavenly Tao, which permitted only a single Emperor-level powerhouse to exist at any one time. With someone already occupying that status, an ancient being, he could not fathom that his prodigious disciple was even stronger than the heavenly Tao itself, thereby eluding its balance. Had he known of Jun Jiuxiao's extraordinary strength, he would have simply taken him to confront the opposition directly, delivering swift retribution to any who dared to defy him. Contemplating that ancient figure, Jun Wuqing's expression turned grave. At least Jun Jiuxiao's concealed power would prevent discovery by that old wretch. Chapter 72. The Sickly Obsession's Reversal. After being dismissed by Jun Wuqing, Jun Jiuxiao returned to his own cave dwelling. To his astonishment, he found Ji Lanqing's belongings had already been moved into his abode. Had he only been gone a brief moment? Was Ji Lanqing so eager to be near him? Could she be a lovesick fanatic? Reflecting on the information he had reviewed about Ji Lanqing, Jun Jiuxiao concluded she was unlikely to be so. How could such a proud empress be afflicted with such an obsession? Is your injury healed? Jun Jiuxiao approached Ji Lanqing, sitting beside her on the bed. Ji Lanqing, still wrapped in his quilt, inhaled his scent and only revealed her head upon his return. As for why there was still a quilt on his bed, it was simply for the ritualistic essence of sleep. How could one truly call it sleep without a quilt? This particular quilt was made by him with care. With the healing potion you left behind, I am well again, Ji Lanqing replied, having grown accustomed to addressing him as the Holy Sun, a habit she had yet to shake. Jun Jiuxiao meticulously examined her, confirming her recovery, which brought him relief. Feeling a tinge of awkwardness, he found himself at a loss for words. Ji Lanqing gazed at him with fervent eyes, secretly pondering that the Holy Sun seemed rather delectable. Yet he maintained an overly virtuous demeanor. Even when she was under the influence of an aphrodisiac, he did not take the initiative, instead seeking other means to counteract the effects. It appeared she would have to take the lead. With a strong sense of agency, Ji Lanqing sat up and kissed Jun Jiuxiao, pushing the still-dazed Jun Jiuxiao down. In this leisurely moment, Jun Jiuxiao finally comprehended why none of the characters in the system's narrative concerning Ji Lanqing were male. Who could withstand the ferocity of the Red Lotus Karma fire? If not him. The power of the Red Lotus Karma fire was too intense for an ordinary person to bear. Only he, with his profound cultivation, was impervious to its flames. Others would likely become eunuchs upon encountering it. He found great admiration for the Red Lotus Karma fire, observing the contentedly slumbering Ji Lanqing. He gently brushed her bangs aside before stepping into the outer room. Today, when he encountered the Red Lotus Karma fire up close, he discovered something peculiar. It seemed that this legendary fire, which was said to be suppressed by the heavenly Tao, bore no visible marks of such restraint. For millions of years, it had been said that the heavenly Tao suppressed many naturally born entities to maintain balance. Dragons, phoenixes, and xianxias, along with the three major heavenly fires, had all faced suppression, leading them toward decline. What if this was merely a fabrication? The timing of the claims about the heavenly Tao suppression coincided with a period devoid of emperor-level beings for millions of years. This intricate game had been set in motion long ago. What was the true intent behind it? If the aim was to weaken these naturally born entities, then surely they possessed the capacity to counteract him or obstruct his plans. Glancing at Ji Lanqing, he recognized her as his fortuitous star. It was through their encounter that he realized he was amidst peril, and her possession of the Red Lotus Karma fire could prove advantageous in the future. Yet, he recalled that according to the script provided by the system, Ji Lanqing was destined to be slain once she ascended to the throne. Not only was he in danger, but Ji Lanqing was as well. She too was likely to be a target. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, though his expression remained gentle, for he swore to eliminate the mastermind behind this plot. While he was uncertain of the mastermind's whereabouts, he was certain they were not within the Endless Continent, for he had only sensed a half-crippled emperor-level powerhouse in this realm. The true orchestrator was likely drifting in the outer domains, eluding his grasp. Without the ability to utilize divine sense in the outer realms, he could only rely on his own legs to search, and there was a chance he could wander for millions of years without finding them. He would need to employ the so-called protagonists of the system to draw out this hidden figure. In the future, he resolved not to target those fated to be the children of fortune, with the sole exception of Lin Shun. The reasoning behind this exclusion was clear. Jun Jiuxiao harbored a deep disdain for Lin Shun. Lin Shun sought to consume flames and had coveted Ji Lanqing's Red Lotus Karma fire within the secret realm. He had no intention of slaying him, merely intending to keep him as a backup, not as an emotional fallback, but rather as a means to bait the mastermind should no other protagonists arise. Chapter 73, Jun Jiuxiao's Logical Kill. Having come to this conclusion, Jun Jiuxiao sought out 2233, intending to persuade it to assist him in locating other protagonists. 2233. What are you doing? 2233 did not respond immediately, prompting Jun Jiuxiao to inquire again. Are you there? Host, I'm here, 2233 replied, its tone lacking energy. What troubles you? If you are facing difficulties, tell me, and I shall assist you in finding a solution. Jun Jiuxiao understood that a touch of concern for the subordinates would evoke their gratitude. As for resolving any issues, if a solution could be devised, he would do so. If not, he would allow 2233 to bear the burden alone, as it too needed to grow. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, 2233 burst into tears, crying, Host, the tasks we've completed, the female protagonist, is all wrong. What should we do? My little Chui is waiting for my return. Jun Jiuxiao was at a loss for words. To weep over such trivial matters? Hadn't it manipulated things behind the scenes numerous times? It could simply do so again. Internally, he scorned 2,233 but maintained a gentle demeanor, assuring it, "This is not your fault. It is the main system at fault. Why don't you take me to find it? I will help you seek justice." Through sobs, 2233 asked, "Are you really not blaming me?" Jun Jiuxiao inwardly cursed 2233 for its inability to grasp the crux of the matter, realizing he would have to be more direct. "No, I do not blame you. Take me to the main system, and I will explain on your behalf. Once I do, the main system will surely not hold you accountable." 2233 once again appeared despondent, its expression downcast as it lamented, "I cannot find the main system. Today." Jun Jiuxiao was merely indulging a whim to test if there was indeed a way. It seemed that 2233 was truly abandoned. "You cannot reach the main system, and it surely does not know that you have erred with the female protagonist. You can rest easy." 2233 considered Jun Jiuxiao's words to be sound, yet remained apprehensive, questioning. "But what if I do manage to contact it? What then? If you contact the main system, both of you shall meet your doom. Why bother with the tasks?" This thought remained unvoiced. "When you are able to reach your main system, inform me immediately, and I will assist you in explaining. It will not blame you." Jun Jiuxiao spoke with sincerity, his gaze earnest, which instilled a sudden trust in 2233. "Thank you, host. I will inform you as soon as I can establish contact with the main system." "You are quite kind to 2233. Jun Jiuxiao observed that 2233 had already developed a profound sense of gratitude towards him and trusted him entirely. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, "Are there other male and female protagonists in this world?" "Indeed, there are," 2233 replied, reverting to its mechanical tone. "Can you locate them?" "I can only sense the male and female protagonists that are in proximity to me. If they are not part of my assigned mission, I cannot detect them." Jun Jiuxiao refrained from pressing further, contemplating where these protagonists might make their appearances. The female protagonist would likely be some sort of fairy, saint, or princess. As for the male protagonist, it posed a challenge. Prior to achieving prominence, most were ineffectual, and with so many ineffectual individuals in this world, how could he discern which one would be the male lead? As Jun Jiuxiao wrestled with these thoughts, 2233 called out to him multiple times before he finally acknowledged it. "What do you need?" he asked, striving to keep his tone patient. "Host, we have confirmed that the task's female protagonist is Lu Ruoyan. Should we seek her out for our mission?" 2233 tentatively suggested. "No," Jun Jiuxiao replied without hesitation, dismissing the idea. He had no inclination to fawn over any female protagonist, especially not one as formidable as the Empress Heroine. "But without the female protagonist by our side, how shall we proceed with our mission?" 2233 cautiously probed, hoping to persuade Jun Jiuxiao. A thought sparked in Jun Jiuxiao's mind, leading to a rather mischievous idea. He smiled gently at 2233. "Let me share a piece of logic with you. Would you care to listen?" "I would love to." 2233's curiosity piqued, and it readied a notebook to jot down notes. Clearing his throat, Jun Jiuxiao began. "Lu Ruoyan is the female protagonist, correct?" "Yes," 2233 affirmed while writing. "Our mission revolves around Lu Ruoyan. Hence our target is the female protagonist. Is that not so?" 2233 found no fault in this reasoning and replied in the affirmative. "Excellent," Jun Jiuxiao continued, his smile widening. "Xianxia is also a female protagonist, is she not?" Without hesitation, 2233 responded again, "Yes. Therefore, our target must also be Xianxia, correct?" "Correct." After this exchange, 2233 paused in its note-taking and looked at Jun Jiuxiao, perplexed. "Host, how did our target shift to Xianxia?" Surprised, Jun Jiuxiao gazed at 2233. "Did I not clarify the logic for you? How could you still be confused?" This time, 2233 did not feign understanding, but instead inquired, "Host, I genuinely do not comprehend. Our task target is clearly Lu Ruoyan. How did it transform into Xianxia?" Jun Jiuxiao patiently elaborated. "Our target is Lu Ruoyan, who is the female protagonist. Thus our objective is the female protagonist. Would you agree?" "Yes." "Xianxia is also a female protagonist, correct?" "Yes." Since Lu Ruoyan equals the female protagonist and Xianxia also equals the female protagonist, then female protagonist equals female protagonist, leading us to conclude that Lu Ruoyan equals Xianxia. Hence, our target is Xianxia. Does that make sense? After a moment of contemplation, 2233 tentatively responded. "It seems plausible." Jun Jiuxiao regarded 2233 with an approving gaze, prompting 2233 to beam with pride. "But my system still identifies Lu Ruoyan as the task target." 2233 expressed its confusion. "Then simply alter the task target to Xianxia," Jun Jiuxiao suggested, coaxing 2233. "Is that possible?" 2233 inquired. its tone a mix of uncertainty and hope, its eyes reflecting eagerness for a positive response. Absolutely, Jun Jiuxiao reassured it, considering 2233's feelings. 2233 lapsed into silence, its interface flashing with code. Chapter 74, Delivering Equipment to Jilanqing. While 2233 was engaged in its clandestine operations, another idea dawned upon Jun Jiuxiao. He would test the waters once 2233 concluded its task. After a considerable wait, 2233 reappeared. Host, our task target has officially shifted to Jilanqing, it announced with excitement. Jun Jiuxiao noted that 2233 was relishing the thrill of its covert operations. He decided that henceforth, he would refer to it as such without needing to elaborate. 2233. Our task completion speed is rather sluggish. Do you think that by the time you return, Xiaoxue will have already? Jun Jiuxiao intentionally trailed off, leaving 2233 to ponder the possibilities. Upon reflecting on his words, 2233 became anxious. Host, I have conducted numerous covert operations already. This is the fastest I can manage. You may not be able to accelerate your own progress, but you can certainly slow others down. If they lag behind, it won't seem as if you're slow. Jun Jiuxiao advised. This is the essence of undermining others instead of enhancing oneself. 2233 perked up, eager to learn how to impede others. Jun Jiuxiao relished the moment, allowing 2233 to fidget in anticipation before he benevolently revealed, you can lead them to fail their tasks. There are likely other systems in this world. Locate their task targets, and if they fail, they will fall behind you. 2233 found this reasoning compelling and humbly sought further guidance. Host, I am merely a system. I lack the capabilities to influence others. How can I ensure other systems fail their tasks? Isn't there me? Jun Jiuxiao reminded it. I will assist you, but I need your cooperation. Do you understand? 2233 grasped that Jun Jiuxiao intended for it to join him on his dubious venture. Having already committed numerous infractions, it reasoned that a few more would not matter, and thus it agreed. Host, I will follow your lead from now on. Jun Jiuxiao nodded in satisfaction, casting an appreciative glance at 2233. The puppet master sought to manipulate the destined ones according to his script. Such aspirations were mere folly. These destined individuals would adhere solely to Jun Jiuxiao's narrative. Uncertain of the puppet master's motives for directing these destined figures, Jun Jiuxiao resolved to disrupt their plans, knowing that their desperation would ultimately reveal their vulnerabilities. Having pondered these matters, he was soon approached by Jilanqing. Jun Jiuxiao turned to embrace her, stating that he had important matters to discuss. He produced the Flame Spirit Ring and placed it upon her. This is the Flame Spirit Ring, capable of withstanding the full force of an initial stage Dao Void attack for a quarter of an hour. It is a defensive artifact meant for you. Before Jilanqing could respond, he bound the spatial ring to her, transforming it into a ring tattoo that adorned her finger. I have bestowed upon you a portable space. For your storage ring is rather diminutive. This space is perfectly sized, allowing items to be preserved in their original state. Jun Jiuxiao gestured to Jilanqing, signaling her to remain silent, and then produced the storage spirit pearl. This pearl is akin to the one I gifted you before your journey into the secret realm. It is a storage spirit pearl capable of containing a full-force strike from a cultivator at the initial stage of the venerable realm. The capacity of such pearls is limited, and this particular one, which can store the might of a full-force blow from a venerable, is a result of considerable effort on Jun Jiuxiao's part. Typically, ordinary storage spirit pearls can only hold the energy of a strike from the cutting realm. As for the dragon tendons, Jun Jiuxiao is not yet inclined to gift them to Jilanqing, for her cultivation level is too low. They would serve no purpose for her at this stage. He intends to present them to her once her cultivation has improved. While Jilanqing was collecting Jun Jiuxiao's items, she gazed at him with deep affection. Jun Jiuxiao felt slightly unnerved under her scrutiny and hurriedly concluded his final remarks. You have yet to learn any spells, and I am uncertain what you should study. When you reach the embryonic stage and enter the inner sect, I shall designate you as a core disciple. You may pursue whatever knowledge you wish. And should you have questions, do not hesitate to ask me. Then, Jun Jiuxiao found himself lost in contemplation of recent events. Jilanqing had successfully restored her cultivation and had commenced her training. However, her level remained too low, and she needed to expedite her progress. It was imperative for her cultivation to ascend to unleash the true power of the Scarlet Lotus Inferno. This might pose a threat to the shadowy figure behind the scenes, potentially aiding them both. The stakes were high, and there was no room for delay. Furthermore, he could not indulge excessively in romantic distractions. Such temptations could erode his focus. There were formidable adversaries lurking outside, and he needed to swiftly ascertain the identity of the one pulling the strings. Alas, it seemed necessary to venture out and seek other protagonists, yet before doing so, he must settle past grievances. After deliberating, he concluded that only Zhu Guangyuan and his cousin required immediate attention. This time, Jun Jiuxiao resolved to take matters into his own hands. After all, should these two perish, others would merely speculate that they were slain in a quest for treasure, and the truth would remain elusive. The news of the Zhu family's treasures was well known throughout the Xiantian sacred land. However, due to Zhu Guangyuan's status as a disciple of the Grand Elder, no one dared to act against him. The Grand Elder had also probed the souls of the Zhu brothers, discovering that the Zhu family indeed possessed no treasures. The rumors were false. He could not publicly clarify this, for no one would believe him, and thus, he instructed Zhu Guangyuan to stay confined within his cave abode. After eliminating the two, Jun Jiuxiao returned to find Ji Lanqing still engrossed in her training. He refrained from disturbing her, quietly stepping outside to extract the dragon tendons, intending to forge a protective talisman for Ji Lanqing. Chapter 75, The Fated Ring. Having accomplished numerous tasks, Lin Shen finally regained consciousness, immediately sensing that he had lost something of great importance. Upon inspection, he realized that nothing was amiss. Pondering how he had fallen unconscious during his breakthrough, he called out to Master Dan, "Are you still there?" After several attempts, there was no response from Dan. Could he have perished? Lin Shen murmured to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he channeled his spirit energy into the ring where Dan's soul resided. As he did so, he discovered that he had indeed broken through to the embryonic stage, alleviating his earlier concerns about Dan's possible demise. Upon inputting his spirit energy, Dan gradually awakened, bewildered by his sudden fainting spell, as if his soul had endured a severe blow. "Xiao Chun," he called softly. "Master, I am so relieved that you are well. I awoke and called for you, but you did not respond." "I was quite anxious," Lin Shen exclaimed upon seeing Dan regain consciousness, ceasing his input of spirit energy. "I am fine, but how did we both suddenly lose consciousness?" Dan mused, his brow furrowed in thought. "I am not certain, but upon waking, I discovered that I had advanced to the embryonic stage," Lin Shen replied, his tone filled with excitement at his breakthrough. Dan scrutinized Lin Shen closely and confirmed his advancement. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Xiao Chun, you must drop a single drop of your blood onto the ring." Confused yet trusting, Lin Shen complied and let a drop fall onto the ring. After a lengthy pause with no reaction, Dan murmured, "Something is amiss. Why is there no response?" This should not be the case. Lin Shen, puzzled, queried, "Master, is there something peculiar about this ring?" Dan ignored Lin Shen for the moment, pondering why Lin Shen, clearly of the Ji family bloodline, could not activate the ring. Might it be due to insufficient blood? He believed he had deduced the issue and instructed Lin Shen, "Xiao Chun, you must drop another drop of blood onto the ring." Following Dan's advice, Lin Shen released another drop, yet still, no reaction ensued. Dan, convinced that more blood was needed, urged Lin Shen to continue. Though hesitant, Lin Shen, seeing the determination in Dan's eyes, ultimately relinquished another drop of blood. Still, there was no response. Dan stubbornly insisted that Lin Shen continue until he had dropped 9 drops of blood. By this time, Lin Shen felt somewhat weakened. Blood is the lifeblood of a cultivator. Excessive loss can lead to weakness or even regression in cultivation. Lin Shen, relying on his pure yang physique, remained merely weakened, while any ordinary person would have succumbed to unconsciousness from such blood loss. After 9 drops, Dan narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Lin Shen. Could it be that Lin Shen is not truly of the Ji family bloodline? But he quickly dismissed this thought. Lin Shen possessed the fated ring left by the Ji family's renowned prodigy, who would not bestow such an important artifact upon someone inconsequential. Dan surmised that perhaps Lin Shen's low cultivation level required an excessive amount of blood. He then instructed Lin Shen, "Xiao Chun, drop another drop." Hearing this, Lin Shen's legs weakened, and his expression contorted with discomfort. "Master, must I truly? I have already given 9 drops, and I feel a bit dizzy. I fear my newfound cultivation may not hold steady." "Just drop it. It is only 1 more drop, and you have already sacrificed 9. Trust me, this will work. Besides, it is merely a drop of blood, and with your pure yang physique, the impact will be negligible," Dan asserted firmly. Lin Shen internally grumbled about his precious blood, but ultimately, he steeled himself and released another drop. As soon as his blood touched the ring, it emitted a radiant light, transporting both Lin Shen and Dan into a distorted space. Once inside, Dan erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Xiao Chun, do you have any idea what this ring is?" Lin Shen, now realizing the extraordinary nature of the ring, excitedly inquired, "Master, this ring was left to me by my mother. Could it be a treasure?" Dan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, this is the fated ring, once worn by the first emperor of the Dazhou Empire from the Ji family. It is said to contain the emperor's insights into the laws of space, and only those of the Ji bloodline can unlock its potential." At this revelation, Lin Shen was utterly elated, his joy overwhelming him. After a considerable time, He finally calmed down and asked Dan, "Does this mean I am of the Ji family bloodline? But why did it require so much of my blood? I still feel a bit lightheaded." Dan, perplexed by the need for so much blood, could only share his hypothesis. The fated ring requires blood from the Ji family lineage to activate. Each use also necessitates such blood. Perhaps your low cultivation demands this excess. Once your level rises, the requirement will diminish. Dan refrained from divulging too much information about Lin Chen's mother for the moment. Lin Chen felt his legs weaken at the thought of sacrificing his own essence blood each time he used it. The sheer quantity required left him feeling drained, as if repeated use could render him completely insipid. Dan Lao noticed Lin Chen's apparent pallor and, seeking to comfort him, assured, "Little Chen, do not worry. I shall concoct a blood-replenishing pill to restore your essence." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a modicum of relief and inquired about a matter that piqued his curiosity. "Master, what is the function of the Destiny Ring?" Dan Lao relayed his knowledge, explaining that the Destiny Ring could facilitate spatial teleportation using the blood of the Ji family, rendering it a potent means of escape. With a grave yet wistful expression, he added, "If your talent is sufficiently high, you might even comprehend the spatial laws grasped by a formidable Ji family ancestor." Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with aspiration. He had heard tales of that Ji family's emperor-level powerhouse, whose mastery of spatial law was unparalleled in history. If he could unravel the spatial laws left behind, it could pave his path to imperial ascendance. As Lin Chen reveled in these thoughts, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him. The pure yang divine body struggled to withstand the loss of 10 drops of essence blood, compounded by the fact that he had already sacrificed a kidney. His freshly attained cultivation began to waver, and Dan Lao, noticing Lin Chen's predicament, promptly sacrificed a portion of his own soul force to stabilize Lin Chen's cultivation. This act was not merely an expression of deep affection, it was a necessity, for the activation and utilization of the Destiny Ring required its possessor to attain at least the embryonic stage. Once activated, a unique space would manifest where his soul could reside with minimal consumption of soul force, a sanctuary he had long coveted. With the Destiny Ring already bound to Lin Chen, a decline in his cultivation would lead to the closure of this special space, leaving him bereft of recourse. Thus, Dan Lao willingly expended some of his soul force to fortify Lin Chen's realm, as the prospect of waiting for Lin Chen to recover his cultivation was far too protracted. Rebuilding one's cultivation after a drop was tenfold more arduous than the initial ascent, and Dan Lao could not afford to wait that long. Once Lin Chen's realm was stabilized, he felt significantly less feeble and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master." To which Dan Lao replied, "You are my disciple. It is only right that I assist you. Now, let us venture out. You should gather the spiritual herbs needed for the blood-replenishing pill while I prepare a few for you." Dan Lao was keen to avoid a situation where Lin Chen excessively consumed his essence blood again and destabilized his cultivation, necessitating further expenditure of Dan Lao's soul force for stabilization. The little soul force he had would be depleted, leaving him reliant on rare spiritual herbs and pills for recovery. However, with the unique space within the Destiny Ring, future consumption would scarcely drain his soul force. Yet, Dan Lao was perhaps too optimistic. Lin Chen, as the protagonist, would undoubtedly attract trouble, necessitating Dan Lao's intervention once more. In Chapter 76, Lin Chen's resolve crumbled. He walked with an unsteady gait, his pure yang divine body protesting against the significant loss of essence blood. Dan Lao could only craft a few low-grade qi blood pills to bolster Lin Chen's strength, ensuring he could at least move without faltering. After consuming the qi blood pills, Lin Chen managed to walk, though his complexion remained ghastly pale, a visage of excess. As he ventured out, he sought to procure the necessary spiritual herbs for the blood-replenishing pill, only to be accosted by others attempting to peddle the infamous unfalling pill. He scowled and declined vehemently. Did they think him in need of such an insult? Lin Chen's pallid complexion and labored breaths caught the attention of a female disciple from the illusory Sound Valley, the very same who had previously been humiliated by Lin Chen. She harbored an intense dislike towards him and, upon returning, shared this incident with her peers, who in turn spread the word. Soon, the entire Xianxian sacred land was abuzz with tales of Lin Chen's new misadventures. The once revered figure had now become a subject of ridicule, reduced to a state of weakness and pallor akin to that of a ghost. That evening, several elders from other sects banded together with the external deacon of the Xianxian sacred land to confront Shi Miaoying. Hesitant glances were exchanged among them until Elder Ma from the Five Elements sect, who had a contentious history with Shi Miaoying, finally spoke up. "Fairy Miaoying, we have heard that your disciple Lin Chen is up to his old tricks again. The previous incident has already caused us considerable distress. Might you intervene and prevent him from pursuing these misguided paths?" Unaware of Lin Chen's latest escapades due to her recent seclusion, Shi Miaoying's usually composed demeanor was tinged with irritation as she inquired, "What has he done now?" The leader of the illusory Sound Valley promptly relayed the entire narrative to her. Upon hearing the tale, Shi Miaoying suppressed her anger towards Lin Shun and offered her sincere apologies, saying, "Rest assured, I will not allow him to engage in such nefarious practices again. I sincerely apologize for the trouble he has caused you all." The crowd, witnessing her contrition, expressed understanding. Recognizing that Lin Chen's malicious tendencies were not a reflection of Shi Miaoying's character, but rather a misjudgment in her choice of disciple. They believed in her integrity and were merely concerned for Lin Chen's state of mind, fearing that the matters concerning the secret realm had warped his perspective. His ghastly pallor, reminiscent of excessive indulgence, prompted their genuine concern that he might conjure something bizarre once again. The elders, though powerful, were wary of Lin Chen's antics. Both male and female elders shared apprehensions. Outside, they could easily dispatch him with a mere gesture, but within the Xiantian sacred land, they were bound by its regulations. Thus, they sought Shi Miaoying's intervention, confident that a master could discipline a wayward disciple without the sacred land raising any objections. Having received Shi Miaoying's promise, the group departed in relief. Once they had left, Shi Miaoying intended to communicate with Lin Shun through sound transmission, but reconsidered, feeling it necessary to confront him in person to honor their master-disciple bond. Swiftly, she arrived at Lin Chen's abode, where Dan Lao was still engaged in crafting the blood-replenishing pills while Lin Chen meditated to recuperate. Upon hearing of Shi Miaoying's arrival, Lin Chen took a moment to present himself more favorably. However, no amount of grooming could mask his excessive indulgence, leaving a distasteful impression. Observing Lin Chen's state, Shi Miaoying recognized the veracity of the elder's reports. Anger surged within her, having lived a life of integrity and propriety. How could she have taken on such a despicable and morally bankrupt disciple? Lin Shun, I accepted you as my disciple due to your potential. Yet you have chosen to divert your focus from cultivation and engage in these misguided practices. You have truly disappointed me. Lin Shun, initially thrilled to see Shi Miaoying, could not comprehend her words. How could she claim he was not devoted to his cultivation? How was he engaging in wickedness? Before he could articulate an explanation, Shi Miaoying continued, I understand you are not inherently malevolent. If your mindset has been warped by the events in the secret realm, I can empathize. However, you must adjust your mindset promptly. We, as cultivators, must prioritize our training and not stray from the righteous path due to certain events. Upon hearing the term secret realm, Lin Chen's pallor deepened, and his body swayed precariously as he struggled to ask, Master, how do you know about the secret realm? Shi Miaoying regarded him with a mixture of sympathy and an inscrutable expression, stating, there are recording stones present. All the elders and deacons from the Xiantian sacred land witnessed it. However, rest assured, the sacred prince has already cautioned everyone that this matter will not be divulged. Lin Chen's trembling body could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed onto the ground. All the elders were aware, and with the recording stone present, everyone had witnessed the events that transpired in the secret realm. Tears streamed down Lin Chen's face. Shi Miaoying initially intended to assist him, but upon recalling Lin Chen's propensity for peculiar antics, she hesitated. With a sigh, Shi Miaoying advised, you need not dwell on this matter. Consider it merely a trial on your path of cultivation. You must learn to let go and avoid straying down the wrong path. Lin Chen remained silent, lost in sorrow over his predicament. Understanding his pain, Shi Miaoying refrained from pressing him further, recognizing the profound impact this situation had on him. Nonetheless, she did not forget her duty and solemnly cautioned Lin Chen, you must not engage in any more dubious practices. The incident where you deliberately sullied your reputation is in the past, and I can overlook it. However, you cannot continue to pursue actions that leave you pale and weakened. If you persist down this misguided path and neglect your journey, I will be compelled to take decisive action. Upon hearing Shi Miaoying's words, Lin Chen realized she had misunderstood him. He wished to clarify that he had not engaged in wrongful practices, that the foul odor from the previous incident was a result of being deceived, and that his current pallor was due to excessive blood loss. Yet, Shi Miaoying did not grant him the opportunity to explain and walked away. She could not bear to remain in his presence, for the mere sight of him reminded her of the abhorrent events in the secret realm. Her decision not to expel him from her tutelage stemmed from pity for his misfortune. After Elder Dan finished refining the blood condensation pill, he noticed Lin Shun lying on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Concerned, he inquired, Xiao Chun, what troubles you? Lin Shun, with vacant eyes, stared at the sky and did not respond. Elder Dan, demonstrating patience, continued, Xiao Chun, feel free to share your troubles with me. I will help you find a solution. Gaining a modicum of composure, Lin Shun replied, Master, many people are aware of the events in the secret realm. There are recording stones outside, and many, including Shi Miaoying, have witnessed it. How will they perceive me? This was a matter Elder Dan found challenging to address. Had it befallen him, he would have felt a desire to end his own life. However, since it had happened to Lin Shun, he sought to offer counsel and comfort. Xiaochun, focus on your cultivation. In the world of immortals, strength is paramount. If your cultivation surpasses theirs, they will no longer dare to regard you with disdain. Lin Shun recognized the wisdom in Elder Dan's words. He needed to find a reason to comfort himself. Resolutely, he stood and declared, Master, you are right. I must become stronger than them. Is the blood condensation pill ready? I need to consume it promptly and resume my training. Elder Dan sighed with relief as he handed Lin Shun the pill. After consuming it, Lin Shun began his cultivation. Elder Dan observed Lin Shun with satisfaction, believing in his resilient spirit and potential for greatness. However, he silently reminded himself to protect Lin Shun, fearing his character might become distorted. In the following period, Jun Jiuxiao closely monitored Ji Lanqing's training. He was certain that Ji Lanqing had taken advantage of him. Ji Lanqing was indeed coveting his body. How amusing, he mused. Woman, I am a man you can possess every night. Ji Lanqing diligently cultivated during the day, and with Jun Jiuxiao's assistance, she soon broke through to the embryo formation stage. Upon her breakthrough, Jun Jiuxiao appointed Ji Lanqing and Wang Jie as core disciples. Wang Jie immediately knelt before Jun Jiuxiao, vowing eternal loyalty. The Xianxian sacred ground had limited core disciple slots, only 10 in total. At Xianxian Peak, where Jun Jiuxiao resided, he was the sole occupant, a holy son, thus not occupying a core slot, which left all 10 slots vacant. When bestowing a slot upon Ji Lanqing, he also remembered Wang Jie. As Jun Jiuxiao never neglected his own, core disciples received resources double that of inner disciples and held tenfold the status. Wang Jie had every reason to be profoundly grateful. After Ji Lanqing's ascension to the embryo formation stage, Jun Jiuxiao prepared to seek other protagonists, contemplating whether to bring Ji Lanqing along. Ultimately, he decided to include her. Adhering to the Taoist principle of clear intent, Ji Lanqing needed clarity in her thoughts, although she lacked the power to eradicate the entire Ji family. She could eliminate a few members to reap some benefits and alleviate her frustrations, thereby enhancing her cultivation speed. Jun Jiuxiao, capable of effortlessly annihilating the Ji family, preferred to leave it intact for Ji Lanqing, providing her with a tangible goal. With pressure comes motivation, and thus, her cultivation would accelerate. Unbeknownst to Jun Jiuxiao, Ji Lanqing harbored even loftier ambitions, to surpass him and ensure they remained at Xianxian Peak together for eternity. As he contemplated his departure from the Xianxian sacred ground, he recognized he could not allow Lin Shun to escape his watchful gaze. He needed to venture to distant realms. The separation would weaken his spiritual perception. It seemed prudent to assign someone to monitor Lin Shun. After some deliberation, Jun Jiuxiao resolved to send a life-and-death brother to Lin Shun. For every protagonist should have a few trusted comrades. He would keep a record of this arrangement and seek recompense from Lin Shun upon his return. After much contemplation, Jun Jiuxiao recalled a clever individual, the disciple who had provided medicine during Ji Lanqing's rescue, Zhang Feng. As an outer sect servant disciple who had grasped the sword techniques he had imparted, he should have ascended to the outer sect by now. He would be a perfect fit. Jun Jiuxiao sent a voice transmission to Wang Jie, instructing him to locate a disciple named Zhang Feng, ensuring that no one else learned of this matter. Afterward, he remembered the elder who had rescued Ji Lanqing in the original plot and decided to address that as well. He further instructed Wang Jie to inquire if an elder named Mo Sang from the outer sect would be willing to join Xianxian Peak. Understood. Wang Jie did not indulge in superfluous conversation, fully aware that Jun Jiuxiao valued results over pleasantries. Wang Jie was astute. With just a name, he understood precisely who Jun Jiuxiao sought. This was why Jun Jiuxiao appreciated intelligent individuals. Dealing with fools was too exhausting. While Ji Lanqing immersed herself in her training, Jun Jiuxiao refrained from interrupting her, choosing instead to recline in a rocking chair and bask in the sunlight. Just before Ji Lanqing completed her training, Wang Jie arrived with Zhang Feng. By the time Jun Jiuxiao noticed them, he had exchanged the rocking chair for a proper seat. Presenting himself with the grace and poise befitting the holy son of Xianxian, Wang Jie stood at a distance, allowing only Zhang Feng to approach. Zhang Feng, upon arrival, was overwhelmed with emotion, immediately kneeling and bowing. Zhang Feng pays respects to the holy son. Jun Jiuxiao favored intelligent individuals, particularly those with self-awareness. Though Zhang Feng appeared excited, he bore no trace of arrogance upon being summoned, a quality that greatly pleased Jun Jiuxiao. Nevertheless, he felt the need to remind him of the gravity of his task, ensuring no flaws would be displayed. After a brief pause, Jun Jiuxiao began to respond. Zhang Feng stood, head slightly bowed, exuding utmost respect. You have entered the outer sect, correct? Jun Jiuxiao was thoroughly satisfied with Zhang Feng and had already decided to take him under his wing. Reporting to the Holy Sun, the disciple has indeed entered the outer sect. Zhang Feng was acutely aware that Jun Jiuxiao held no interest in his affairs. Thus, he responded directly to Jun Jiuxiao's inquiry without further elaboration. Are you willing to undertake a task for me? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Feng promptly knelt and bowed his head, declaring his willingness. Rise. Those who serve me need not prostrate themselves at every turn, Jun Jiuxiao stated candidly, emphasizing his concern solely for the completion of tasks rather than the act of kneeling. Zhang Feng complied obediently, standing upright and attentively awaiting Jun Jiuxiao's instructions. With no time to spare, Jun Jiuxiao proceeded to outline the matter at hand. Among the disciples of the subordinate sect, Jiangmen, entering the outer sect was one Lin Chun. I want you to befriend him, to become his sworn brother, truly a brother for life. There is no need for you to do anything beyond this. Simply be a good brother to Lin Chun. Do not seek me out. I will contact you should the need arise. After conveying his message, Jun Jiuxiao bestowed upon Zhang Feng a storage bag containing resources meant for him. Upon receiving the bag, Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with determination as he vowed to fulfill the Holy Sun's mission. Once you complete the task and advance to the embryonic stage, you may ascend to Xuantiang Peak. You may leave now. Jun Jiuxiao was not averse to offering Zhang Feng some assurances. After all, promises serve as motivation for work. This time, Zhang Feng refrained from kneeling, silently departing while tightly gripping his hands, betraying his effort to suppress his excitement. Although Zhang Feng had previously interacted with Jun Jiuxiao, it had been in a superficial manner. Jun Jiuxiao was confident that Zhang Feng possessed the intellect to manage Lin Chun and his golden-fingered Dan Lao. Moreover, Zhang Feng genuinely intended to forge a brotherly bond with Lin Chun, who would have no reason to doubt him. As Wang Jie brushed past Zhang Feng, they exchanged knowing glances, and in that moment, they became strangers to one another. After Zhang Feng's departure, Wang Jie reported back to Mo Sang regarding the situation. Mo Sang had declined Jun Jiuxiao's invitation, and Jun Jiuxiao chose not to dwell on the matter further. Everyone has their own choices, and he did not wish to impose. Having reviewed Mo Sang's profile, Jun Jiuxiao discerned that he was merely a powerless elder, navigating the outer sect with the intent of avoiding the vortex of Xuantiang Peak. Chapter 78, The Southern Domain Alchemy Conference. After resolving all matters, Jun Jiuxiao pondered where he might encounter the male and female protagonists more frequently. Just as he contemplated this, an invitation to the Southern Domain Alchemy Conference arrived from the Southern Domain Alchemists Alliance. The Southern Domain Alchemy Conference was the grandest event in the Southern Domain, held once every century and always widely advertised. It was evident to Jun Jiuxiao that both protagonists would undoubtedly attend this grand occasion, and he prepared to accompany Ji Lanqing for a visit. He even intended to purchase a beauty-enhancing pill for her, believing she would appreciate it as a reward for her diligent cultivation. Old Pooh had recently achieved a breakthrough to the Saint King level, providing him with a visible protector, allowing for worry-free travel. Jun Jiuxiao decided to set off 3 days later, eager to depart early in hopes of encountering Ji's family along the way, which would serve as an opportune moment to assess Ji Lanqing's capabilities. This Southern Domain Alchemy Conference was expected to gather individuals from all 5 domains. For the Endless Continent was divided into 5 regions: East, West, South, North, and Central. The Eastern Domain was dominated by the Xuantiang Sacred Ground, followed by 2 sects and 4 families. The Western Domain housed only 2 sacred grounds, the Yaoqi Sacred Ground and the Yaoguang Sacred Ground, which were rumored to have once been united, though the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. These 2 factions wielded considerable influence, leaving little room for other formidable forces in the West, as the rest were largely inconsequential. The Southern Domain was the territory of the Alchemists Alliance, which, while not particularly powerful, was not to be trifled with. After all, who would dare provoke an alchemist, unaware of the multitude of allies they may command? The Northern Domain was rather chaotic, split between territories of demon beasts and humans. Humans united under the Sword Sect, forming the Tianjian Alliance. The demon beasts, however, were disorganized. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans had all retreated, resulting in a lack of leadership and rampant chaos. The Central Domain boasted the greatest strength, consisting of 4 major empires. Jun Jiuxiao's acquaintance, the Dazhou Empire's Ji family, was the weakest among them. The other 3 empires had splintered from the Ji family, having once been vassals under the Dazhou Empire. Following the demise of the first-generation Zhou Emperor, the Ji family gradually declined, leading to the emergence of the other 3 as independent empires. The most formidable was the Daqin Empire, followed by the Datong Empire and the Daming Empire. Beneath the 4 major empires were the noble families, with 8 prominent families barely memorable to Jun Jiuxiao. The Lu family of Hedong and the Yang family of Hongnong resided in the Daming Empire, while the Chui family of Qinghe, the Lu family of Fanyang, and the Zheng family of Xinjiang belonged to the Datong Empire. The Xia family of Qinzhou, the Wang family of Langjia, and the Shao family of Lanling were part of the Dazhou Empire. The Daqin Empire lacked noble families, operating under a centralized power structure where all authority resided with the emperor. Jun Jiuxiao was also aware of a mysterious organization known as the Temple. The Temple indeed had an air of enigma surrounding it. Little was known about its members or their numbers. These individuals often concealed their true identities, appearing in bizarre robes that rendered them almost unrecognizable, reminiscent of an eccentric subculture. Jun Wuqing had once cautioned Jun Jiuxiao against associating with those from the temple, and the tone and expression with which he had spoken led Jun Jiuxiao to believe that the temple was not a benevolent entity. Jun Jiuxiao had contemplated whether to eradicate the temple, but upon reflection, he deemed himself a seeker of enlightenment rather than a bloodthirsty fiend. Moreover, the temple's malevolence was of no concern to him. As long as its members did not provoke him, he would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. 3 days swiftly passed. Jun Jiuxiao donned his dark robes, his white hair partially tied back, his visage adorned with a warm smile. The figure walking beside him, Ji Lanqing, was clad in crimson, her fiery form exuding grace, her hair simply arranged, and her expression one of aloofness. Ji Lanqing's cold demeanor conveyed a sense of distance, only softening when she gazed at Jun Jiuxiao. Together, they resembled a pair of exquisite jade figurines. This time, Jun Jiuxiao took the initiative to grasp Ji Lanqing's hand as they approached the carriage, and she allowed him to lead her, presenting an image of a dutiful little wife. Life on the carriage was blissful for Jun Jiuxiao, with the beauty at his side. Chapter 79, Encountering Pursuers. Observing Ji Lanqing engrossed in her cultivation, Jun Jiuxiao realized that they could no longer afford to remain lost in their affections. They had adversaries to contend with and could not indulge in romantic distractions. If Jun Jiuxiao's cultivation were lower, they might have practiced dual cultivation techniques together. However, the disparity in their levels was too great, and such practices would devolve into a mere extraction of energy. Ji Lanqing could only face a singular fate. If fortune favored her, she could draw from Jun Jiuxiao, prolonging her existence for a fleeting moment. But if luck turned against her, he could drain her completely in an instant. Should Ji Lanqing, having just reached the embryonic stage, attempt to draw energy from the Emperor Jun Jiuxiao, she would likely be overwhelmed, her spiritual energy bursting forth uncontrollably. Thus, when Ji Lanqing once again extended an invitation, Jun Jiuxiao had no choice but to decline, albeit with a heavy heart. Despite her deliberate allure, he remained unmoved, urging her to focus on her cultivation. Ji Lanqing devoted herself fully to her training, eager to elevate her power, determined not to become a weakness for Jun Jiuxiao or a mere sycophant. Jun Jiuxiao, observing Ji Lanqing's swift adjustment to her training regimen, nodded in satisfaction. She truly embodied the resilient spirit of the future Red Lotus Empress. Jun Jiuxiao did not disturb Ji Lanqing, who was engrossed in her cultivation, as he pondered the matters concerning the Southern Region Alchemy Conference. After much contemplation, it seemed that his involvement was minimal. His primary task was merely to seek out the other protagonists. However, he realized there was still the Ji family. He needed to eliminate several members of the Ji clan, regardless of whether they belonged to the Great Zhou Empire or the Eastern region. The thought of the Ji family ignited a fury within him, for Ji Lanqing had endured immense suffering at their hands. He felt an overwhelming urge to eradicate the entire Ji family in one fell swoop. Merely slaying Ji Wentai would be too lenient. His enemies could not be allowed to live for long. And upon learning that Ji Yueshi's family had been sent to the Great Zhou Empire, he had dispatched Lao Jiu to deal with Ji Wen. Jun Jiuxiao had spared Ji Wen's life solely to vex Ji Hao, who had since departed and was of no further value. Naturally, having provoked Jun Jiuxiao, Ji Hao was destined to meet his demise. Observing Ji Lanqing diligently cultivating, Jun Jiuxiao suppressed his anger, recognizing that these individuals were Ji Lanqing's adversaries, and it was fitting for her to confront them directly, thus avoiding any lingering regrets. Ji Lanqing's future potential was boundless. She was destined to become a powerful emperor and could not afford to harbor grievances against the Ji family that might hinder her cultivation. Jun Jiuxiao continued to contemplate how to deal with the Ji family. He desired to ensure they did not perish while also preventing them from enjoying any semblance of peace. At that moment, a voice from outside the carriage interrupted his thoughts. "Holy Son, someone is being pursued ahead." Unfazed, he replied impatiently, "Let us proceed without interference." He had no desire to entangle himself in others' grievances. Should he inadvertently become embroiled, he would be forced to silence witnesses and eradicate threats, a cumbersome process he wished to avoid. He was neither a bloodthirsty killer nor an emissary of the underworld with a quota of deaths to fulfill, and thus preferred to refrain from meddling in affairs that were not his own. Moreover, his rapid ascent to the Emperor realm within merely a century was largely due to his avoidance of unnecessary complications. Wang Jia, understanding Jun Jiuxiao's sentiments, refrained from elaborating further. He had only intended to inform him of the situation and shared no inclination to meddle. Meanwhile, among the pursued, a man shouted, "Ji family, should I survive today, I will ensure each of you pays for your sins." The pursuers sneered in response, "You must first ensure your own survival." Qin Xuan and several of his kin had intended to attend the Southern Region Alchemy Conference, but had unexpectedly encountered members of the Ji family. Realizing they were outmatched, they sought to slip away unnoticed. Accompanying the Ji family was an elder at the Cave Heaven realm, who had already noticed Qin Xuan and his companions. Sensing their lack of an elder, they entertained the idea of toying with them. The Ji family members initially injured Qin Xuan and his companions, feigning leniency by allowing them to escape while closely pursuing them, relishing the hunt without haste. Were Jun Jiuxiao to learn of their tactics, he would undoubtedly remark on the villainy of the Ji family, who had orchestrated their own downfall. Qin Xuan and his companions, having lost hope of evasion, prepared to fight desperately against the Ji family, resigned to the notion that if they could take one with them, it would not be in vain. At that juncture, old Pu intervened, leaving only the weakest Ji family member, who had just reached the late stage of pregnancy, a target deliberately reserved for Ji Lanqing to hone her skills. Jun Jiuxiao had initially not intended to intervene, but seized upon Qin Xuan's outcry, swiftly identifying the Ji family as the focal point. Just as he was preparing to deal with the Ji clan, they unwittingly walked into his trap. He commanded old Pu to eliminate all Ji family members except for one, whom Ji Lanqing could practice against. Jun Jiuxiao never hesitated when it came to killing. One could never predict the unforeseen complications that might arise. Qin Xuan and his companions were bewildered, having just been toyed with by the Ji family, only to find themselves facing the weakest of their kind. Chapter 80. Ji Lanqing's solo battle. Jun Jiuxiao led Ji Lanqing out of the carriage. Upon seeing the 9 serpentine dragons and Jun Jiuxiao, Qin Xuan rushed forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Holy Sun Xiantian, for your rescue. I am Qin Xuan of the Qin family, and these are my younger kin." "It was but a trifling effort," Jun Jiuxiao replied, having not intended to save Qin Xuan and his companions. Their survival was merely a stroke of fortune. However, he would not dismiss their gratitude, for he had indeed aided them. Jun Jiuxiao turned to the sole surviving Ji family member, who sat trembling on the ground, and asked, "Do you wish to live?" Upon hearing a glimmer of hope, the Ji disciple eagerly nodded. Jun Jiuxiao then inquired of Ji Lanqing, "Do you have confidence in defeating him?" "I do," she affirmed. Encouraged by her certainty, Jun Jiuxiao addressed the lone surviving Ji disciple, "If you can defeat her, I shall spare your life." The Ji disciple, seeing Ji Lanqing as merely a beginner in the pregnancy stage while he had reached the late stage, naively believed he would surely survive. This Ji disciple was sorely mistaken. Jun Jiuxiao's promise of sparing him did not extend to old Pu, who remained a formidable threat. Regardless of whether he could best Ji Lanqing, he was fated to meet his end. Before Ji Lanqing had even broken through to the pregnancy stage, she had managed to escape unscathed from late-stage demonic beasts. Now, having achieved the pregnancy stage, her chances of defeating a late-stage opponent were significantly improved. Recently, Ji Lanqing had learned an array of spells and sword techniques. She would not rush in blindly, but would employ the Firestorm sword technique instead. The Ji disciple, having perceived Ji Lanqing as merely a beginner, felt overconfident, which led to a momentary lapse in his focus. As Ji Lanqing approached, he finally beheld her beauty and was instantly captivated. However, Ji Lanqing wasted no time. Having been instructed by Jun Jiuxiao to show no mercy to her foes, she seized the moment to strike decisively. With her right hand wielding the sword and her left forming seals to cast spells, she unleashed a torrential downpour of flames upon the Ji disciple. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Ji disciple scrambled to evade the onslaught, now aware that Ji Lanqing was a formidable adversary. There was no room for admiration of her beauty. His life was at stake, and he could scarcely afford to entertain such thoughts. Jun Jiuxiao looked on with satisfaction at Ji Lanqing's actions. She had capitalized on the Ji disciple's distraction and taken the initiative, demonstrating that she had heeded his teachings. Possessing one of the 3 great heavenly fires, the Red Lotus Inferno, Ji Lanqing found it effortless to wield fire-based spells, where others might conjure merely dozens of fireballs. Ji Lanqing summoned a veritable deluge. The Ji disciple, realizing evasion was futile, produced a magical artifact. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the runes inscribed on the long ruler glowed brilliantly, forming an invisible barrier around him that absorbed the oncoming firestorm. Seeing that the firestorm no longer posed a threat, the Ji disciple continued to channel energy into his artifact, advancing toward Ji Lanqing. However, she soon recognized that her firestorm technique was ineffective against him and met his advance with her sword. Despite her exceptional talent and mastery of the Red Lotus Inferno, Ji Lanqing found herself at a disadvantage due to her lower cultivation level and lack of combat experience compared to the Ji disciple. Observing the unfolding battle, Jun Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes as he sensed Ji Lanqing faltering. Though he trusted in her safety with his presence, the fact remained that she was his own protege, and he would feel anguish should she be harmed. Jun Jiuxiao did not wish for Ji Lanqing to remain a mere flower in his care. While he could protect her in the short term, it was imperative for her to grow strong and become a formidable force capable of safeguarding herself for a lifetime. Only by becoming truly powerful within oneself can one attain genuine strength. She should aspire to be a formidable force akin to the Crimson Lotus Empress. Jun Jiuxiao can merely assist her in her journey towards greatness, much like how he left the members of the Ji family for Ji Lanqing to confront. A true warrior must forge their own path step by step. Defeating this Ji family member today marks the first stride towards her empowerment. Jun Jiuxiao must suppress the urge to aid Ji Lanqing, for regardless of victory or defeat, this battle belongs solely to her. Nevertheless, he harbors unwavering faith in Ji Lanqing's eventual triumph. At that moment, Ji Lanqing was once again repelled, a trickle of crimson escaping from the corner of her lips. She realized that prolonging this engagement would lead to her downfall. A swift resolution was imperative. Summoning the Xianxiao sword, she unleashed a brilliant sword light, accompanied by a surge of fiery intent. The Ji family disciple, witnessing the emergence of Ji Lanqing's sword intent, felt a surge of dread and hastily poured his spiritual energy into his long staff, sensing the imminent danger she posed. The staff transformed in midair into an enormous weapon, descending upon Ji Lanqing. Undeterred by the assault, she wielded the Xianxiao sword and executed her most familiar technique from the blazing fire heaven sequence, fiery descent. Ji Lanqing and the Xianxiao sword became a blazing comet, hurtling towards the Ji family disciple. Alarmed by her reckless advance, the disciple instinctively withdrew some of his spiritual energy from the staff to shield himself. The outcome was grim. The Ji family disciple's body was cleaved in two, his eyes wide with disbelief at having been slain by someone in the early stages of foundational cultivation. Ji Lanqing bore the brunt of the disciple's staff, coughing up blood and nearly collapsing, but Jun Jiuxiao was there to catch her in his embrace. With one hand, he clasped Ji Lanqing's hand, infusing her with gentle spiritual energy for healing. Once he confirmed her condition stabilized, he carried her into the carriage, oblivious to the world outside. Before departing, Jun Jiuxiao shattered the soul of the Ji family disciple with his consciousness, ensuring that even in death, he would endure suffering. The souls of cultivators in the foundational stage linger for a fleeting moment before dissipating entirely. Jun Jiuxiao made certain that during those seconds, the disciple experienced the torment of his essence being torn apart. This was the price for daring to harm Ji Lanqing. Even in death, Jun Jiuxiao would not allow him a swift escape. Wang Jie, understanding the situation, continued to drive the carriage forward, while the disciples of the Qin family silently followed behind. Chapter 81. The imported milk tea is indeed delicious. Jun Jiuxiao cradled Ji Lanqing as they returned to the carriage, one hand gently channeling healing energy to her, while the other delicately wiped the blood from her lips. He felt both compassion and pride for her, sorrow for her injuries sustained in battle, and pride for her resilience. Having triumphed over an adversary of greater cultivation without resorting to any of the trump cards or the crimson lotus flame he had bestowed upon her, his cherished protege was indeed exceptional. After a brief while, Ji Lanqing's injuries had been mended, and she awoke to find herself in Jun Jiuxiao's embrace. He held her tenderly, prompting her to close her eyes once more and feign sleep, relishing the warmth of his affection. Observing her demeanor, Jun Jiuxiao chuckled softly, allowing her to indulge in the moment without revealing her pretense. As time passed, he gently called out, "Qing'er, it's time to rise. Engage in meditation to reflect on the battle. I shall hold you again shortly." Ji Lanqing opened her eyes, her gaze imbued with tenderness, despite her recent injuries. She exuded an aura that evoked a sense of pity. Reluctant to leave the comfort of his arms, she lingered momentarily. Jun Jiuxiao placed a tender kiss upon her forehead, saying, "Be good, Qing'er." Obediently, she rose to contemplate the recent conflict. While Ji Lanqing practiced, Jun Jiuxiao discreetly retrieved a cup of milk tea. Having grown weary of cola and craving a change of flavor, savoring the delightful pearls within, as he relished the sweet morsels, he remained indifferent to the presence of the Qin family trailing behind. They were free to accompany him on this journey, as the path was not exclusive to him. So long as they did not provoke him, Any conflict would be of their own making. However, the milk tea proved overly sweet, and after a few sips, he set it aside, finding himself bored while observing Jiuxiao's training. Her fair visage was a sight of unparalleled beauty, and as his gaze wandered, he admired the graceful contours of her collarbone, her skin smooth as silk, a touch reminiscent of feather-like caresses. Jiuxiao's attire bore signs of damage from the earlier confrontation. Her ability to withstand the Ji family disciple's strike was attributable to his own fear, having withdrawn a portion of his spiritual energy for self-preservation, and the defensive properties of her clothing, which absorbed some of the impact. Jiuxiao, aware of his gaze, feigned concentration on her practice, eager to capture Jun Jiuxiao's attention. As she sensed his penetrating gaze sweep over her, her heart fluttered, her breath becoming unsteady. Jun Jiuxiao recognized that she had completed her reflection and promptly drew her into his embrace. Jiuxiao, feeling the blood on her attire and its tattered state, remarked, "Saint Sun, I should change into another outfit." Despite her habitual address, Jun Jiuxiao did not mind, content that Jiuxiao found solace in the title. "No need," he replied, his eyes catching sight of the milk tea on the small table, an idea forming in his mind as he whispered into Jiuxiao's ear. Her eyes brightened at his suggestion, and she eagerly took a sip of the milk tea, enjoying its sweet flavor. Without hesitation, she leaned in and kissed Jun Jiuxiao, feeding him some of the tea with her lips. As he savored the imported milk tea, he could not deny its exquisite taste. Following her feeding, Jiuxiao's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling with allure, and the fiery lotus marking on her right cheek deepened in hue, as if infused with life. Jun Jiuxiao, having enjoyed Jiuxiao's gesture of affection, felt compelled to reciprocate. Chapter 82. Let me charge at the Ji family. After several days of indulgence, Jun Jiuxiao guided Jiuxiao back into a serious state of cultivation. He deliberately instructed Wang Jie to drive slowly towards the southern region, relishing the comfort of the journey. Although a cross-regional teleportation array was available, he yearned to stretch his legs and absorb the sights of the cultivation world after nearly a century of seclusion. In the ensuing days, Jun Jiuxiao engaged in conversation with the followers of the Qin family, discovering that Qin Chuan was an intriguing individual. The animosity between the Qin and Ji families had escalated, with Jun Jiuxiao playing a pivotal role. Qin Chuan had made numerous copies of the Ji family's humiliating stone imprint, amassing considerable wealth while trampling the Ji family's reputation into the dirt. The Ji family, known for their disdain towards the weak, found themselves unable to confront Jun Jiuxiao and resorted to seeking retribution from the Qin family, leading to a fierce conflict whenever members of the two families encountered one another. Upon entering the southern region, Jiuxiao ceased her cultivation, nestling against Jun Jiuxiao as they admired the scenic beauty together. The Southern Region Alchemy Conference was not only a grand event for the area, but also a gathering of the entire endless continent, drawing attendees from all 5 regions. As they ventured deeper into the southern region, the crowd thickened, predominantly comprised of spectators eager to witness the alchemical spectacle. Shortly after their arrival, Qin Chuan pointed towards a group ahead, exclaiming, "Brother Wang, those dozen individuals in front are from the Ji family. Should the Saint Sun take action?" Qin Chuan was well aware of the enmity between Jun Jiuxiao and the Ji family. Hence he took the initiative to inform Wang Jie about the discovery of Ji family members, inquiring if Jun Jiuxiao intended to take action. Having engaged in a prolonged struggle against the Ji family for many years, Qin Chuan had long memorized the appearance of the younger generation from the Ji family. Even if they turned to ash, he would recognize them. Naturally, Jun Jiuxiao, seated in the carriage, overheard this and was too indifferent to concern himself with Qin Chuan's trivial scheming. Through his interactions with Qin Chuan, Jun Jiuxiao discerned that although he was cunning, he displayed a certain level of understanding. Unlike some hypocrites who acted like whores yet sought to uphold a facade, Qin Chuan clearly expressed his intent to use Jun Jiuxiao's power against the Ji family. He directly instructed Wang Jie to charge towards the Ji family members. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jie, now evolving towards a staunch admirer of Jun Jiuxiao, urged the dragon to collide with the Ji family. Meanwhile, the group from the Ji family, comprising over 10 individuals, was still reveling aboard their flying vessel when Wang Jie crashed the dragon into their formation, shattering the array and causing a tremendous explosion that injured 2 members of the Ji family with lower cultivation. However, Jiuxiao and Wang Jie, under Jun Jiuxiao's protection, remained unscathed. Having vented his frustrations upon the Ji family, Jun Jiuxiao did not squander time on their lesser disciples and continued his advance. Jiuxiao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. It was evident to her that Jun Jiuxiao's confrontation with the Ji family was entirely for her sake. No woman could resist the allure of her beloved man standing up for her. Jiuxiao gazed at Jun Jiuxiao with even greater fervor, silently vowing to diligently cultivate so that the Holy Sun would belong solely to her. She also pondered the upcoming Southern Domain Alchemy Conference, anticipating the presence of numerous enchantresses, and resolved to keep a vigilant eye on the Holy Sun to prevent him from being beguiled. The Qin family members trailed behind Jun Jiuxiao, soaring past the Ji family with an air of arrogance, their expressions betraying their glee. One member of the Qin family remarked to Qin Chuan that the Holy Sun of Xiantian was truly imposing, relishing the sight of the Ji family's dismayed expressions. Qin Chuan laughed heartily in agreement, affirming that the Holy Sun was indeed formidable, while the Ji family, who preyed on the weak, dared not utter a sound. The image of the Ji family, having their vessel crashed by the Holy Sun, yet wearing forced smiles, was enough to amuse Qin Chuan. After they had flown quite a distance, he suddenly regretted not recording the incident with a memory stone, deeming it a missed opportunity. He resolved to remember to document any future disgraceful acts of the Ji family with a memory stone, which would not only humiliate them, but also provide a chance for substantial profit. The Ji family members, maintaining their forced smiles, only dared to reveal their fury after Jun Jiuxiao's figure had completely vanished. With their vessel damaged and lacking any other means of flight, they were forced to rely on their own legs and spiritual power to continue their journey. The Ji family had brought along an elder of the Cave Heaven realm, a customary practice aimed at restoring the family's dignity when the younger generation failed to prevail. As the elder prepared to emerge in a fit of rage upon witnessing their vessel's destruction, he was met with the sight of a nine-headed dragon, whose cultivation surpassed his own, leaving him trembling in fear. He recalled Jun Jiuxiao's previous solo incursion into the Ji family, where he had been thoroughly subdued, and the mere sight of Jun Jiuxiao now sent him into a state of panic. Even upon seeing the Qin family members following Jun Jiuxiao, he hesitated to act against them, uncertain of their relationship, and could only endure their mockery. Chapter 83. Encountering the new male lead amidst the spectacle. The Southern Domain Alchemy Conference was being held at the headquarters of the Alchemist Alliance in Dan City. Upon arrival in Dan City, Qin Chuan represented their group in expressing gratitude to Jun Jiuxiao. They had followed in his wake, basking in the protection he afforded them, and no one dared to provoke them. While Jun Jiuxiao was indifferent to the matter, it did not diminish the sense of obligation felt by the Qin family. He found their attitude commendable and regarded Qin Chuan as a person of potential worth. The bustling Dan City was already teeming with people, the area's rich in spiritual energy having been thoroughly claimed. Though Jun Jiuxiao could have opted for the accommodations arranged specifically for the Holy Land of Xiantian within the Alchemist Alliance, he found the crowd overwhelming and unappealing. Having anticipated this, he had instructed Lao Jiao to make prior arrangements for their stay when he decided to partake in the Southern Domain Alchemy Conference. Jun Jiuxiao, accompanied by Ji Lanqing and the others, proceeded to the residence that Lao Jiao had preemptively secured. The abode was abundant in spiritual energy and exuded tranquility, perfectly aligning with Jun Jiuxiao's preferences, leading him to commend Lao Jiao's reliability. With ample time at hand, Jun Jiuxiao considered taking Ji Lanqing out for a stroll, while Wang Jie sensibly opted to remain at the residence, allowing the couple their private moments. Before stepping out, Jun Jiuxiao provided Ji Lanqing with a veil to conceal her beauty, urging her to wear it. Unlike other male protagonists who relished showing off by retaliating against those who dared to leer at their women, Jun Jiuxiao had no such inclinations. He wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. While not averse to confrontation, he preferred to live a life free of incessant strife. Aside from the male lead, few appreciated being embroiled in constant conflicts, and Jun Jiuxiao was no exception. He cherished peace. Even with the veil, Ji Lanqing's stunning beauty remained evident, her figure graceful and each step akin to a blooming lotus. Having already adorned her with the veil, if anyone still dared to approach with malicious intent, they would be courting disaster. However, this was not the most pressing concern. What truly mattered to Jun Jiuxiao was his aversion to others regarding Ji Lanqing with lecherous eyes. Even if he subsequently dealt with such individuals, it would not alleviate his frustration. Possessing a domineering disposition, Jun Jiuxiao believed that Ji Lanqing's beauty was solely for his eyes to behold. Dan City was vast, and as Jun Jiuxiao held Ji Lanqing's hand, they first sought out alchemical pills for her. Without considering the price, he purchased every useful pill with a grand flourish. Ji Lanqing, feeling elated, followed him like a devoted wife, completely shedding her typically aloof demeanor. Regrettably, the realm of cultivation lacked specialized attire, and even upon checking the system marketplace, Jun Jiuxiao found no such garments, leaving him disheartened once again. It appeared he needed to devise a plan to procure Ji Lanqing's imperial attire, which he had long envisioned for her, the Red Lotus Empress. As they approached a gathering of onlookers, engrossed in lively chatter, Jun Jiuxiao, embodying the tradition of his homeland, decided to join in the spectacle with Ji Lanqing. Just a few steps forward, The excited voice of 2233 echoed in his mind, alerting him to the presence of another male lead. Surprised that a mere spectacle could lead him to the person he sought, he mused that luck was indeed on his side. On stage, amidst a competition of alchemical prowess, the most handsome figure was none other than the other male lead. 2233. Now possessing an understanding of human aesthetics, reflected on its prior appearance and recognized that it must have been distasteful to Jun Jiuxiao. Nevertheless, it maintained its stance that the problem lay with the aesthetic standards of carbon-based life forms, as it considered itself the pinnacle of elegance within its system. Jun Jiuxiao, skeptical of 2233's judgment regarding the most handsome individual, inquired whether it was its own taste or that of humanity. Of course, it is human aesthetics. From my perspective, both of these individuals are so unattractive that they could cause my code to freeze, 2233 retorted, mimicking Jun Jiuxiao's previous eye-rolling gesture. Upon hearing the words of 2233, Jun Jiuxiao turned his gaze towards the stage. Among the individuals present, one appeared utterly unremarkable, lacking charisma and exhibiting a slight hunch, undoubtedly not the male lead. After all, how could a male lead be hunchbacked? The other individual, however, possessed striking eyebrows and bright eyes, standing tall in a uniform yellow robe of the Alchemist Alliance. His hair tied in a high ponytail with a crimson ribbon. Jun Jiuxiao nodded, sensing that this person exuded the essence of a male lead. Could it truly be this youth with the red ribbon in a high ponytail? Jun Jiuxiao remained skeptical of 2233's discernment and sought further confirmation to avoid any misunderstandings. It is indeed him, 2233's mechanical voice affirmed. Chapter 84. Unable to access information on other male leads. Then please retrieve his information for me, Jun Jiuxiao requested. Speculating that this male lead was an alchemist, likely dual cultivating in both alchemy and martial arts, destined to become a supreme master in the path of alchemy. 2233 remained silent. After a few seconds of waiting without any response from 2233, Jun Jiuxiao realized it had faltered once more. Akin to a parent who knows their mischievous child has gone astray. With a heavy sigh, he inquired, 2233, how have you stumbled this time? Host, I do not possess any information on this male lead, 2233 cautiously replied. This left Jun Jiuxiao bewildered. How can you lack his information? Wasn't the bug fixed? Has it broken again? Should I give you another punch? 2233, alarmed, quickly clarified. Host, even if you were to strike me again, it would be futile. He is not my designated target, so I naturally do not have his information. Does the absence of a designated target equate to a lack of information? Can't you manipulate the system discreetly? Jun Jiuxiao pressed. Host, my system simply does not include this male lead's data. No amount of covert manipulation will change that. 2233 desperately explained. Then how did you obtain Ji Launching's information previously? Jun Jiuxiao chuckled, suspecting 2233 of deception, yet contemplating that it likely lacked the acting prowess for such a ruse. I am unsure why I had her information. It appears to have been in my database. Which is quite strange, 2233 mused. Is it true that each system can only access the information of its designated targets? Jun Jiuxiao felt a sense of unease and sought further confirmation from 2233. Host, that is indeed the case. Jun Jiuxiao felt ensnared in an intricate web. 2233 should not have been privy to Ji Launching's information, as if someone had deliberately provided it to him. Were they friend or foe? Jun Jiuxiao found himself in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Ji Launching observed Jun Jiuxiao, who was intently watching the two individuals on stage. Shifting his focus from one to the other, now furrowing his brow, she pondered whether there might be another male seducer attempting to allure her holy son. Yet based on his usual demeanor, he seemed disinterested in men. Gazing at the striking young man with the arched eyebrows and bright eyes on stage, Ji Launching resolved to guard against his proximity to the holy son. As for the hunchbacked one, she trusted that Jun Jiuxiao's taste would not be so poor. While Ji Launching was determined to be wary of the handsome youth, she refrained from diverting too much attention from others. Within mere moments, her gaze returned entirely to Jun Jiuxiao. Observing him, a radiant smile graced her face. Ji Launching mused that even with a furrowed brow, the holy son looked exceedingly handsome. Such a striking figure should remain by her side on Xiantian Peak, away from others. Jun Jiuxiao, oblivious to Ji Launching's emotional shifts, found himself deep in thought. Unable to make sense of it all, realizing he was too uninformed and could only proceed one step at a time. However, he was determined to keep this male lead under his control. If 2233 lacked the information, then he would dispatch old Jiu to investigate. He needed to know everything about this male lead's life from childhood to present. With these thoughts settled, Jun Jiuxiao felt a measure of reassurance. He could not accept that his fate lay outside his grasp. As he regained focus, he noticed that both individuals on stage were nearing the completion of their elixirs, with the fragrant aroma of the pills already wafting through the air. Wishing to shield his and Ji Lanqing's intimate world from uncertainty, he set aside other emotions and asked with a smile, "Qinger, whom do you think will emerge victorious?" "The hunchbacked man, perhaps," Ji Lanqing replied with an impassive tone. Jun Jiuxiao recalled Ji Lanqing's transformation into the Red Lotus Empress and felt a mischievous urge, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "How about we make a wager? If you bet on the hunchbacked man, then I shall bet on the man in the yellow robe. The loser must heed the winner's commands tonight. What do you say?" "No wager. I will listen to the Holy Sun regardless," Ji Lanqing responded with gentle seriousness. "Ahem," Jun Jiuxiao coughed lightly, acknowledging her point. "Then we shall forego the bet. However, I am curious. Why do you think the hunchback man will win?" "I don't believe that yellow-robed man is trustworthy," Ji Lanqing remarked, finding the yellow-robed man's foppish demeanor unappealing, and felt the need to caution the Holy Sun. Jun Jiuxiao found himself puzzled. Was Ji Lanqing's disdain for Lin Chun the male lead, based on a valid reason, or did it extend to this new male lead as well? Were all these fated individuals adversaries? Jun Jiuxiao feared he might never unravel the mystery. Ji Lanqing's aversion to the yellow-robed man stemmed from his excessive handsomeness. She worried he might seduce her. "If Qinger claims he is not a good person, then I shall take her word for it. Nevertheless, he is likely to prevail in this competition," Jun Jiuxiao soothed her, aligning his thoughts with Ji Lanqing's. "Then it follows that the yellow-robed man has triumphed," Ji Lanqing expressed indifferently, showing little concern for the outcome of the contest. When Jun Jiuxiao posed the question, she had merely offered a casual guess, displaying no disappointment at being incorrect. As Jun Jiuxiao anticipated, the yellow-robed man indeed emerged victorious. With a new male lead in sight, Jun Jiuxiao still grappled with numerous unresolved matters, unwilling to linger in the external world. Leaving a trace of his consciousness upon the new male lead to facilitate future encounters, he departed with Ji Lanqing. For her, accompanying Jun Jiuxiao was sufficient. It was preferable to return and remain where he belonged solely to her. Chapter 85. Jun Jiuxiao's fortune value surges. Jun Jiuxiao swiftly returned to the small courtyard with Ji Lanqing, who immediately resumed her cultivation. Jun Jiuxiao marveled at Ji Lanqing's diligence, recognizing her as a truly industrious empress, which explained her eventual ability to suppress an entire dynasty. He, too, commenced his serious endeavors, transmitting a message to Old Jiu. "Investigate the yellow-robed man's background from today. Leave no stone unturned. I wish to know everything." "Understood," Old Jiu replied. He had chosen to reside at a location neither too close nor too far from Jun Jiuxiao. Alone, Jun Jiuxiao began to sift through the discrepancies he had uncovered that day. It was evident that 2233 could only access information on designated targets. Yet it inexplicably had Ji Lanqing's data. He found it hard to believe this was coincidental. Was someone deliberately revealing these vulnerabilities to him, hinting that he was but a pawn? It seemed that a third party was likely involved in this game of harvesting. But whether it was the awakening of the pawns or a third party seeking profit remained unclear. Jun Jiuxiao still felt he knew too little and decided to extract more information from 2233, probing its knowledge. 2233, are you there? "Host, I am here," 2233 responded. Currently, it was constrained by Jun Jiuxiao. Aside from being summoned by him, it could not freely observe the outside world. Jun Jiuxiao, too, wished to avoid a situation where a system might be watching him during intimate moments with Ji Lanqing. Without information on other male leads, how can you discern who qualifies as a male lead? Because I can sense their fortune values. The fortune values of male and female leads significantly surpass those of ordinary individuals. 2233 presented Jun Jiuxiao with a comparative chart of Lin Chen's luck value against that of ordinary individuals. Observing that Lin Chen's luck was more than tenfold that of others, it was indeed evident that he was a child of destiny. Such fortune would guarantee a jackpot in any lottery. Jun Jiuxiao understood that these systems relied on luck values to determine the male and female protagonists. Curiosity piqued. He inquired of 2233, "What is my luck value?" "I do not have the current display of the host's luck value, but I can measure it for you," 2233 replied, fiddling with some apparatus. A screen illuminated, and 2233 explained, "Host, here is the luck value of the male protagonist Lin Chun, and this is the luck value of the new male lead we just encountered. I will measure your luck value immediately." As Jun Jiuxiao gazed at the large screen, he noted that the new male lead's luck value surpassed Lin Chen's, suggesting that this new contender was indeed more appealing than Lin Chun. Watching his own luck value rise steadily, it soon exceeded Lin Chen's. "Host, you possess such an elevated luck value? How is it that you are not the protagonist?" 2233 marveled. Noting that Jun Jiuxiao's luck had eclipsed that of the previously encountered new lead, the bar representing his luck value surged wildly, escalating at an increasingly rapid pace. Suddenly, the screen used for testing luck values exploded. 2233 stood in shock, stammering, "Host, your luck value is extraordinarily high. It has overwhelmed the testing device." Jun Jiuxiao, equally astonished by the revelation of his remarkable luck, pondered aloud. 2233, could there be an error with your instrument? I am uncertain, 2233 hesitantly replied. It was the first time it had encountered such a phenomenon. Logically, the instrument should be functioning correctly, as Lin Chun and the new male lead's luck values were normal. It was perplexing how the host's results deviated so significantly. "Host, shall I measure it once more?" 2233 asked. Jun Jiuxiao nodded, eager to uncover the truth. Once again, as before, Jun Jiuxiao's luck value soared, and once more, the testing device erupted. This time, 2233 could confirm that the anomaly lay with Jun Jiuxiao. "Host, it is indeed your issue. I had thought it impossible for a being of such high caliber to exist in this realm. Your luck value is so elevated that it has destroyed the testing device. Something is amiss." Jun Jiuxiao fell into contemplation, realizing that the puppeteer behind the scenes must covet the luck of the protagonists, as it would be absurd for them to desire merely a fleeting night of passion. If their interest lay in luck, then it stood to reason that he himself was the most significant target. Yet he questioned whether 2233's testing device was reliable, as it had made errors before. "Are you certain your instrument is functioning correctly?" he asked again, his voice low and serious. "It is certainly functioning. If you doubt it, look at Lin Chen's luck value, which has remained consistent in every test," 2233 reiterated, displaying Lin Chen's luck value. Observing that Lin Chen's value was indeed normal, Jun Jiuxiao concluded that the issue lay with him. Chapter 86. The System Hunter, Jun Jiuxiao. Furrowing his brow, Jun Jiuxiao found himself ensnared in an increasingly convoluted mystery. Realizing he was irrevocably entangled with the puppeteer, the only one destined to perish was that puppeteer. No one had yet emerged who could harvest Jun Jiuxiao's fortune. Meanwhile, 2233 continued battling with the testing device, which exploded each time it measured Jun Jiuxiao's luck. Jun Jiuxiao watched as 2233 struggled, biding his time until it was ready to continue their inquiries. After a dozen explosions, 2233 finally conceded, having confirmed that its host was indeed extraordinary. It resolved to be more cautious in the future, for it could not afford to provoke Jun Jiuxiao's ire. Once 2233 had finished its tumultuous endeavors, Jun Jiuxiao asked, "Is there a way to locate other systems? At a certain distance, systems can sense one another." 2233 answered without hesitation. "Is there a method to conceal your presence from other systems while still being able to sense them?" Jun Jiuxiao inquired further. After a moment of contemplation, 2233 replied, "That would require your assistance, host. You must envelop me in your imperial consciousness so that other systems cannot detect me." "Very well. I shall envelop you in my imperial consciousness from now on. Should you encounter other systems, inform me at once," Jun Jiuxiao agreed. Suddenly struck by a brilliant idea, he asked, "If I suppress other systems with my imperial consciousness, could you steal their data regarding the protagonists?" Before 2233 could respond, Jun Jiuxiao continued, "If I were to shatter the other systems, would you be able to seize their tasks and complete them for yourself?" This notion had flashed through his mind. Since they were all systems, what difference did it make whether 2233 completed the tasks or the other systems? With 2233 in control, manipulating it to suit his needs, he concluded that if the other systems could not be coerced, they were better off dead. 2233, still reeling from the suggestion, found Jun Jiuxiao's idea exhilarating. It had never contemplated such an audacious scheme. "Host, no one has attempted this before. I cannot say for certain," 2233 mused, pondering the feasibility of the plan. "Then let us test it on the next system we encounter. First, we will see if we can steal data, and subsequently, if we can appropriate their tasks after eliminating them." "Host, is this truly wise?" 2233 feigned caution, yet excitement sparkled in its eyes. As a system, it was in competition with the others. Their demise would be advantageous, propelling its own ascension. Jun Jiuxiao recognized 2233's true nature. It was more ruthless in exploiting systems than he was. The prospect of targeting other systems would not meet with 2233's refusal. Imagine if all systems perished. Would you not be the sole system remaining? Indeed, you would be the only system left. The position of the main system would belong to you, and none would dare to challenge you. You would become the singular, unparalleled system in existence, and all would seek your favor, perhaps even calling you Big Brother. You, 2233, must take care of me in that scenario. Jun Jiuxiao began to weave grandiose dreams for 2233, for boasting was harmless, and it relished such aspirations. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's words, 2233 envisioned the possibility of him bowing to it, pleading for tasks to be assigned. Observing 2233 lost in its daydreams, Jun Jiuxiao smirked inwardly, contemplating a world devoid of other systems. When the time came for 2233 to prove its worth, he would ensure it joined its erstwhile companions. After all, Jun Jiuxiao was inherently compassionate, unable to bear the thought of others being separated from their kin. Having concluded its reverie, 2233 donned a fierce expression, eager to eliminate the competing systems. Host, how shall we proceed? I am at your command. Shall we seek out other systems to vanquish them? Patience. Let us take our time. Haste makes waste, Jun Jiuxiao replied, aware that he was not yet permitted to hunt systems. He needed to clarify certain matters before deciding on how to deal with them. Indeed, I shall heed your guidance, 2233 affirmed, increasingly in awe of Jun Jiuxiao. It found it peculiar how it always felt an unwavering trust in him, unable to comprehend why it was so. Instead, it chose to dismiss the thought entirely. Jun Jiuxiao had also noticed this issue. Previously, he had to exert some effort to deceive 2233, but now it seemed that a mere casual suggestion sufficed. Had the bug fix rendered 2233's intellect even lower? Jun Jiuxiao did not delve into the matter further. As long as he achieved his goal, it was sufficient. In Chapter 87, the male protagonist, Su Ning, was introduced. Old Jiu worked swiftly. Within a day, he had uncovered the entirety of Su Ning's background. Su Ning was indeed the name of the new male lead. Upon seeing this name, Jun Jiuxiao found himself pondering whether he had a brother named Ego. After perusing Su Ning's profile, he realized this individual bore no resemblance to the typical male protagonists from his previous Life-S novels. The only commonality seemed to be their orphan status. Su Ning had grown up in a small sect in the southern region, which comprised merely a few dozen members. However, within this sect, harmony prevailed, devoid of any struggles. The other members showered affection upon Su Ning, who was not a waste. His talent was merely average, which made him look nothing like a male lead. Observing Jun Jiuxiao's contemplative expression, Old Jiu inquired, Saint Sun, should I eliminate them all? Upon hearing Old Jiu's words, Jun Jiuxiao, exasperated, rubbed his temples. Old Jiu's propensity for violence had seemingly muddled his judgment, always suggesting the elimination of others. No need for that. You need not interfere, he replied, waving Old Jiu off. Obedient to Jun Jiuxiao's command, Old Jiu left with a look of regret. Jun Jiuxiao scrutinized Su Ning's dossier, unable to glean anything substantial. It appeared he would need to obtain more systematic information. Truly, 2233 was utterly useless, requiring reliance on his own capabilities. He wondered if this male lead would have a system aiding him, whether it would be directly bound to him or linked to a supporting character, allowing the latter to assist in his development. For now, it seemed prudent to observe Su Ning. Host, why do you not take any action against Su Ning? 2233. Having endured his curiosity for quite some time, finally voiced his question. What do you mean by taking action against Su Ning? Jun Jiuxiao retorted. You know, like with Lin Shun, employing some underhanded tactics against him. 2233 pressed on. Jun Jiuxiao pointed to his own head and asked 2233. Do you think there's something wrong with my mind? 2233 shook his head, replying, Host, your mind is not only sound but quite adept. Then what is the point? If my mind is functioning well, why target Su Ning? There is no benefit, he sighed, rolling his eyes at 2233. It appeared that the bug fix had stripped 2233 of its last vestige of intellect, leaving it utterly bereft of sense. But weren't you targeting the male lead? Lin Shun has suffered greatly under your hand, 2233 countered, emboldened by the notion that it was now on equal footing with Jun Jiuxiao, daring to ask questions. My targeting of Lin Shun was not without reason. You instructed me to treat him as a stepping stone. Was he now my adversary? Is my approach towards him problematic? Jun Jiuxiao explained, feeling somewhat magnanimous due to 2233's recent compliance. He recognized that he would need 2233's assistance in the future and thus decided to occasionally reward it. Understanding Jun Jiuxiao's rationale, 2233 reflected that the host was indeed a person of clear principles. The treatment meted out to Lin Shun was ultimately a consequence of his own actions. Jun Jiuxiao felt mentally fatigued from the day's exertions and was grateful that Ji Lanqing had just completed her cultivation, once again attempting to entice him. Jun Jiuxiao, a man of steadfast resolve, found Ji Lanqing's cunning to be rather vexing. He mused that the Red Lotus Empress was indeed remarkable, possessing extraordinary talent and learning at an astounding pace. He contemplated utilizing the new male lead, Su Ning, to validate some of his theories. He also realized that this world must harbor other supporting characters, bound to other systems, which he needed to identify and subsequently control. Upon examining 2233, Jun Jiuxiao discovered the systems to be rather peculiar, akin to the computer programs from Blue Star. The energy that powered them was also strange, not spiritual energy, but a special type he had never encountered before. Blue Star? Computer programs? Suddenly, Jun Jiuxiao pondered whether the mastermind behind this was a fellow countryman. Was it a case of countrymen stabbing each other in the back? If they truly were compatriots, why not return to Blue Star and find a factory job instead of meddling in such affairs? Moreover, why had his fortune value skyrocketed? Surely, it could not merely be due to his looks. Next, he would need to test the fortune value with both Lin Chun and Su Ning. Furthermore, what had happened to the heavenly Tao? With both male and female leads being harvested, where was it to intervene? He also questioned whether the attempt on Lin Chun's life had indeed been orchestrated by the heavenly Tao, a thought that left him uncertain. Jun Jiuxiao felt ensnared in a quagmire. All he desired was to live peacefully and enjoy life, yet trouble seemed to seek him out relentlessly. However, since trouble had come knocking, he resolved to eliminate all those who created disturbances in his life. With this thought, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. If all else failed, he would shatter this continent, ensuring that no one would prosper. In Chapter 88, Lin Chun encountered an ambush upon leaving. After receiving Jun Jiuxiao's orders, Zhang Feng did not rush to introduce himself to Lin Chun, instead opting to quietly gather information about him, sharpening his proverbial knife without wasting effort. Zhang Feng believed he would not have an opportunity to interact with Lin Chun soon, but within a couple of days, he discovered that Lin Chun had accepted a task that required him to leave the sacred land. Zhang Feng thought it absurd. Everyone in the sacred land knew Lin Chun possessed a precious treasure, and many coveted it. Why would he venture out to deliver it to others? Had he lost his mind? With no other choice, Zhang Feng accepted a task to accompany Lin Chun, hoping it might serve as an opportunity to befriend him. If he could save Lin Chun, perhaps they could forge a friendship through the bond of gratitude. If not, it would be Lin Chun's own folly. And he could not blame others for it. He had done his best, and the Saint Sun would surely not hold him accountable. Zhang Feng was overthinking. Lin Chun was utterly unaware that his possession of a treasure was known to others in the sacred land. Currently, no one in the Xiantian sacred land was willing to converse or interact with Lin Chun. Even after Lin Chun's recent breakthrough into the inner sect, where he had gained entrance, all the outer disciples still avoided him. He had acquired such a notorious reputation that no one wished to associate with him, leaving Lin Chun oblivious to the many who coveted his treasures. Not long ago, some had indeed been lurking outside Lin Chun's cave dwelling, but upon observing his intense focus on cultivation and lack of excursions, they eventually dispersed. Subsequently, Lin Chun's cultivation advanced further, allowing him to enter the inner sect. The outer disciples dared not plot against him, while the inner disciples, valuing their reputations, would never surveil him outside his dwelling. Nonetheless, many kept a discreet watch on Lin Chun, including Li Xian, who sought revenge for Lin Chun's earlier transgressions against him. Upon learning that Lin Chun had accepted an external mission, Li Xian wasted no time in leaving the sacred land, intent on ambushing Lin Chun. Similarly, Zhang Feng set out early, determined to complete his task before seeking a chance encounter with Lin Chun. Not long after leaving, Lin Chun found himself beset by an ambush, where he was demanded to surrender his treasures. Upon hearing the word treasures, Lin Chun concluded that this individual was after his destiny ring, and without hesitation, he eliminated the assailant. In subsequent encounters, Lin Chun continued to slay his attackers, yet he increasingly sensed that something was amiss. Lin Chun turned to his mentor, Dan Lao, and questioned, "Teacher, how do these people know about my destiny ring?" Dan Lao was equally perplexed. He believed that apart from the princess of the Ji family and himself, no one else in the world should know that the destiny ring was in Lin Chun's possession. "Xiao Chun, please refrain from hastily taking lives. First, ascertain what these individuals seek from you." Understood. Lin Chun encountered yet another ambush. When demanded to surrender his treasures, he retorted, "What exactly do you wish for me to relinquish?" The assailant, taken aback, exclaimed, "It seems you truly possess treasures, and not merely one. Very well. If you hand them over, I may spare your life." Lin Chun's mind raced as he responded, "You have merely heard rumors of my treasures? From whom did you hear this? In the Xiantian Holy Land, who does not know that you, Lin Chun, are in possession of invaluable treasures? Stop dawdling and hand them over." With that, the assailant lunged at Lin Chun, who swiftly defeated him without a hint of urgency to kill. Lin Chun inquired of his attacker, "Where did you hear of my treasures? What are they? Speak, or I shall end your life immediately." The man trembled and replied, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" Lin Chun nodded, "I will. I do not know the exact source of the rumor, but it is said you possess two precious items, one that transformed you from a waste into a genius, and another, a treasure of Ji Xianxi that you seized in the secret realm, which led to her pursuit of you. Many witnessed this in the secret realm. After confirming the man's words, Lin Chen executed him without hesitation. Master, who do you think is plotting against me? I cannot fathom why that madwoman wishes to kill me on sight, nor can I understand the motives of those in the secret realm who are pursuing me. Lin Chen spoke through clenched teeth, feeling wronged. He possessed no treasures and could not discern who spread such falsehoods, yet everyone believed them. He faced 5 waves of ambushes along the way, and he had no idea how many more were lying in wait ahead. Had he known this would unfold, he would have declined the task from the Holy Land. Dan Lao remained silent, pondering whether Lin Chen harbored a hidden misfortune that rendered him particularly unlucky. Not knowing how to respond, Dan Lao continued, "What do you propose I do? Abandon the task and return to the Holy Land, or press on?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Dan Lao advised, "Continue. There lies a rare flame. You must consume it to enhance your innate abilities. Do you not wish to defeat the Xiantian Holy Son, Jun Jiuxiao? Do you not aspire to be powerful? Thus, you must seek this rare flame." Dan Lao had his own selfish motives. Lin Chen's consumption of the rare flame would expel any excess energy, which Dan Lao could absorb to restore his own spiritual power. He had exerted himself twice recently and suffered injuries from Jun Jiuxiao, leaving his soul power severely compromised. Though sheltering within the special space of the Destiny Ring minimized his soul power consumption, he needed to retain some trump cards. Dan Lao did not fully trust Lin Chen, especially given his history of causing trouble. He felt the need to be prepared for any eventualities, suspecting that Lin Chen's mind might not align with that of a typical person, and he feared being ensnared in a precarious situation. Chapter 89, The Taijiang Fire. Hesitating, Lin Chen voiced, "Master, however, there will undoubtedly be more ambushes ahead. I can handle 1 or 2, but if they multiply, I shall be exhausted. What if those who come are significantly more powerful than I?" Dan Lao considered Lin Chen's words and replied, "I shall use my soul power to alter your appearance and aura. If you exercise caution, no one should recognize you as Lin Chen." "Thank you, Master." Lin Chen expressed with enthusiasm. After Dan Lao utilized his soul power to conceal Lin Chen, indeed, no further ambushes occurred. On his journey, Lin Chen encountered Zhang Feng battling a beast, yet he chose to observe from the sidelines rather than intervene. This was a deliberate tactic by Zhang Feng. He had calculated Lin Chen's route and knew he would pass this way. By feigning a struggle with the beast, Zhang Feng anticipated that Lin Chen's character would compel him to hide and wait for an opportunity to intervene. As expected, Lin Chen arrived and concealed himself. Aware that his cultivation was inferior to Lin Chen's, Zhang Feng ensured that he would not be discovered upon Lin Chen's appearance. Zhang Feng intentionally took a hit from the beast and retreated toward Lin Chen's direction. Naturally, Lin Chen revealed himself. With superior cultivation, he did not flee but swiftly struck down the beast. Observing Lin Chen's triumph, Zhang Feng approached, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my life. This spirit herb was obtained from the beast. I present it to you, hoping it meets your approval." After Lin Chen accepted the spirit herb, Zhang Feng continued, "May I inquire your name?" "I am Zhang Feng, a disciple of the outer sect of the Xiantian Holy Land. Should you require assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall repay your kindness." Upon hearing the name of the Xiantian Holy Land, Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Recalling that Dan Lao had already altered his appearance and aura, this Zhang Feng likely had no inkling of his true identity. "I am Chen Lin, merely a solitary cultivator with no affiliation. My act of saving you was but a trifling matter. Your spirit herb suffices as recompense. Until we meet again." With that, Lin Chen hurriedly departed, urged forward by Dan Lao, who sensed the presence of the rare flame. Zhang Feng did not pursue Lin Chen further, satisfied with the day's events, and swiftly relayed Lin Chen's whereabouts to others. He then ambled to another location, where Lin Chen had a 60% chance of escaping. If Lin Chen evaded capture here, Zhang Feng would be able to assist him. Otherwise, he would have to rely on his own fortune. Guided by Dan Lao, Lin Chen soon arrived at the designated location for the growth of the extreme Yin grass, guarded by a late-stage south wolf demon. Upon sighting the wolf demon, Lin Chen's anger flared, and he charged at it with his colossal sword, striking with lethal intent. His visage contorted with rage. Lin Chen delivered a fatal blow to the wolf demon, continuing to hack at its form until it was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood. Dan Lao frowned. Since the incident in the Xiantian secret realm, Lin Chen's mindset had indeed become warped, and he needed to remain vigilant. After venting his fury, Lin Chen exhaled deeply and queried Dan Lao, "Master, you mentioned the Taijiang fire is here. Why can I not see it? Before your arrival, I had a 50% certainty. Now, observing the environment, I am convinced that the Taijiang fire must be hidden beneath the extreme Yin grass," Dan Lao explained. Noting Lin Chen's confusion, Lin Chen inquired further, How might I locate this Taiji Yang fire? Dan Lao smiled. There is no need to search. Simply channel your spiritual energy fully and reveal your pure, yang divine body. It will draw the Taiji Yang fire to you. Nodding in understanding, Lin Chun began to channel his spiritual energy, and soon, a small flame flickered into existence. Xiao Chun, the Taiji Yang fire has manifested. Continue to channel your energy. When it approaches your body, employ the fire-devouring technique to consume it. Lin Chun concentrated, his body tensed, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. The moment the Taiji Yang fire drew near, he activated the fire-devouring technique, engulfing the flame. Lin Chun ignited in flames, and fearing for his own soul's safety, Dan Lao withdrew the soul power enveloping Lin Chun, retreating entirely into the destiny ring. With Dan Lao's soul power absent, Lin Chun's true appearance was revealed, and Li Xian, who had been hidden in the cave, recognized him instantly. However, he did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Lin Chun at a critical moment. Nonetheless, he secretly plucked the extreme Yin grass and consumed it, with the intention that even if he could not kill Lin Chun this time, he would ensure that Lin Chun could not complete his task. As old Dan entered the cave, he spotted the extreme Yin grass and noticed the surrounding environment was scorching hot, realizing that there must be Tai Chi Yang fire present. In his excitement, he momentarily forgot to scan for any observers. Li Xian had specifically purchased a concealment talisman to ambush Lin Chun. By a twist of fate, Li Xian successfully concealed himself under the soul of old Dan, who was at the Saint King level. The flames on Lin Chun's body grew increasingly intense. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. He knew he could not afford to faint, for that would spell his doom, and thus he urgently sought old Dan's assistance. Master, is there any way you can help me? I can barely hold on any longer. I had already anticipated this. The extreme Yin grass is precisely what you need to alleviate the burning of the Tai Chi Yang fire on your body. Quickly, consume the extreme Yin grass. Old Dan instructed, only to be struck by confusion. Where had the extreme Yin grass gone? Lin Chun was equally bewildered. He had intended to retrieve the grass, only to find it absent. Where could such a large patch of extreme Yin grass have gone? It was just here a moment ago. Chapter 90, A Second Bloom. Old Dan immediately employed his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings and discovered Li Xian, the one-armed man. Li Xian, aware that he had been discovered, stepped forward with a hearty laugh. Lin Chun, I have awaited this day for far too long. Next year on this very date will be your day of reckoning. Little Chun, the extreme Yin grass has been consumed by that man. Old Dan recalled Li Xian as the man from the previous secret realm. Master, I can't hold on much longer. What should I do now? Lin Chun was truly at his limit, feeling as though he was about to be incinerated by the Tai Chi Yang fire. Old Dan thought to himself that having already experienced such an event within the Mystic Heaven's Sacred Land's secret realm, enduring it again wouldn't be so bad. Little Chun, that man must have just ingested the extreme Yin grass and not yet fully refined it. I will transmit a technique to you and use my soul power to subdue him. You can absorb the remaining effects of the extreme Yin grass from his body. You can still utilize part of its medicinal properties to mitigate the burning of the Tai Chi Yang fire. Lin Chun was taken aback. He did not wish to do so and clenched his jaw stubbornly. He would rather perish in the flames of the Tai Chi Yang fire than submit. Li Xian, observing Lin Chun's torment, refrained from attacking, wanting him to endure a bit longer. Old Dan, seeing that Lin Chun was not willing to relent, urged him, Little Chun, only by surviving can you become strong. If you make it through this time, I will reveal the truth about your mother. And once you have absorbed the effects of the extreme Yin grass, you can eliminate this man without anyone knowing. Lin Chun showed a flicker of hesitation, but still did not commit. Old Dan, noticing this, continued to persuade him. Little Chun, one must endure hardships to rise above others. Simply close your eyes and pretend you see nothing. Though Old Dan spoke these words, his heart was troubled, as he knew he would have to restrain Li Xian soon, which made him feel nauseous. Lin Chun was nearing his breaking point. He closed his eyes and shed 2 tears, saying, Master, please proceed. Upon hearing Lin Chun's acquiescence, Old Dan wasted no time and immediately used his soul power to restrain Li Xian. Quickly, Little Chun, Lin Chun disregarded all else. Li Xian recalled certain unpleasant memories. Lin Chun activated his technique, with Old Dan assisting him from the side, as he had no choice but to help control Li Xian. With his eyes tightly shut, Lin Chun absorbed the effects of the extreme Yin grass from within Li Xian, completely devouring the Tai Chi Yang fire. Old Dan could no longer bear the sight. While his soul power was not greatly depleted in restraining Li Xian, he had absorbed energy from Lin Chun during his consumption of the Tai Chi Yang fire. However, the psychological strain was overwhelming. Seeing Lin Chun stabilize, he quickly retreated into the Fate Ring to digest the energy he had just absorbed. Little Chun, I need to recuperate in the Fate Ring for a while. Be cautious moving forward. Lin Shun, wishing to avoid further conversation with old Dan, felt the need for solitude to process everything. As Li Xian felt the oppressive force on him dissipate, he immediately stood up, glaring at Lin Shun with murderous intent. Lin Shun, I am going to kill you. Li Xian charged at Lin Shun, who suddenly remembered the threat Li Xian posed and quickly sought refuge. This time, Li Xian did not suppress his cultivation. Despite his missing arm, he could still overpower Lin Shun in combat. Realizing he could not match Li Xian in strength, Lin Shun sought old Dan's help, but old Dan was preoccupied with absorbing energy and could not hear Lin Shun's call. With no other option, Lin Shun resorted to fleeing. He was adept at escape, having been pursued numerous times before. Li Xian followed closely behind. Before long, Shun Qingyin arrived at the scene, only to find the extreme Yin grass had already been taken. Without lingering, she departed. Shun Qingyin had intended to arrive earlier, but had been delayed by a conversation with some familiar disciples from the mystic heaven sacred land. Once Lin Shun escaped, Li Xian relentlessly pursued him, creating quite a commotion that attracted the attention of others. Gradually, more individuals joined the hunt for Lin Shun. However, their hearts were not unified. They feared that if one of them killed Lin Shun, they would hoard the treasures for themselves. As a result, Lin Shun managed to evade capture, albeit barely. Fortune smiled upon Lin Shun as he stumbled into the vicinity of Zhang Feng, who, upon seeing the throng of pursuers behind Lin Shun, contemplated abandoning the idea of rescuing him. As Lin Shun approached Zhang Feng, he heard a familiar voice call out, "Lin Shun, come with me quickly." Lin Shun recognized the voice, recalling that Zhang Feng had once saved his life. "I will not harm you. They are closing in. Come with me." Zhang Feng noted Lin Shun's lack of immediate response and quickly reiterated, "Lin Shun, do you remember when I saved your life? I won't betray you. Please hurry." Realizing who Zhang Feng was, Lin Shun, with no other options and knowing time was of the essence, decided to follow him. Chapter 91. The Gap Between Master and Disciple. Lin Shun was led to an array by Zhang Feng, who activated it with spirit stones, causing both of them to vanish in an instant. When Li Xian arrived at the array, he too saw it. The others, eager to activate the array and follow, were informed by one knowledgeable in formations, it's useless. This is a random teleportation array, and we cannot predict where it will lead. Hearing that it was a random array, the others reluctantly withdrew. Li Xian lingered at the array for a long time, ultimately leaving in frustration, vowing to kill Lin Shun and avenge his grievances. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng and Lin Shun were teleported to the giant Dragon Mountain range. Lin Shun, realizing they had escaped, inquired of Zhang Feng, "Will they follow us here?" "No. This is a random teleportation array. The destination varies each time," Zhang Feng explained. Knowing that Lin Shun was embarking on a mission, Zhang Feng had previously scouted the area and discovered this random teleportation array, anticipating today's events. If Lin Shun had not made his way here or had been unfortunate enough to perish, it would simply have been bad luck. Upon hearing that their pursuers could no longer follow, Lin Shun felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his tension began to dissipate. However, he immediately drew out his massive sword, becoming vigilant, and inquired of Zhang Feng, "How did you know I am the one who saved you?" Zhang Feng replied, "My friend, you are clad in the same black stealth attire you wore when you rescued me. You were being pursued, and someone behind you called you Lin Shun. Moreover, you told me your name is Chen Lin. It was not difficult to deduce your identity." Lin Shun, perplexed, wondered why he ventured out in broad daylight wearing black stealth clothing, and he had even prepared several sets of such attire. The very outfit he had just donned conveniently provided Zhang Feng with a reason. What a remarkable coincidence it was. Lin Shun found Zhang Feng's explanation somewhat convincing. Yet he remained partially skeptical, fearing that Zhang Feng might covet what he deemed his treasure. Aware that haste could lead to folly, Zhang Feng took his leave, saying, "Brother Lin Shun, my act of saving you is merely a means to repay your life-saving grace. Now that you have escaped, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Watching Zhang Feng leave, Lin Shun felt a slight increase in trust towards him. At that moment, Dan Lao appeared, cautioning, "Little Shun, exercise caution. Do not place your trust in others too easily." Upon Dan Lao's arrival, Lin Shun recalled how he had called out to him moments ago without receiving a response. "Master, what were you doing just now? I called you, yet you did not respond. I was nearly killed, and it was not Zhang Feng who saved me." Lin Shun's tone carried a hint of reproach. Dan Lao had faltered on several occasions, previously failing to prompt him to consume the extreme Yin herb, forcing him to rely solely on the effects of the medicine within Li Xian. Dan Lao, slightly embarrassed, quickly explained, "Little Chun, I was preoccupied with suppressing Li Xian's excessive consumption of soul power at that moment. Thus I failed to hear your cries for help." Lin Shun chose to believe him, albeit reluctantly, as he had not suffered any harm, and thus the matter would have to be left unresolved for now. However, Lin Shun's trust in Dan Lao was increasingly waning. Dan Lao, sensing Lin Chen's growing distrust, began to regard him with caution. Jun Jiuxiao remained unaware that a rift had begun to form between Lin Chun and his golden finger. He was engrossed in the news of the auction, preparing to take Ji Lanqing to the event, as the Alchemist Alliance had already sent invitations. The Alchemy Conference would commence in a few days, and prior to that, there would be an auction hosted by the Alchemist Alliance, primarily featuring elixirs crafted by the Alliance. It was anticipated that the auction would include the appearance-retaining pill, but given Ji Lanqing's rate of cultivation, she would likely not require it, as her own development would suffice to preserve her youthful visage. Nevertheless, with ample spirit stones at his disposal, he thought it would be delightful to purchase it to amuse Ji Lanqing and bring her some joy. Once Ji Lanqing completed her cultivation, Jun Jiuxiao swept her into his embrace, observing her demeanor as if she were ripe for the picking, and he promptly kissed her. Ji Lanqing responded eagerly to Jun Jiuxiao's kiss, one hand naturally wrapping around his neck, while the other gently caressed his abdominal muscles. Feeling a surge of desire, Jun Jiuxiao resolved to properly instruct Ji Lanqing in her cultivation. Just as Ji Lanqing sought a second round after the first, Jun Jiuxiao halted her, stating he had something important to discuss. Ji Lanqing, with her arms wrapped around his waist and her face nestled against his chest, still bore a lingering allure in her eyes. As Jun Jiuxiao caressed Ji Lanqing's smooth back, he inquired, "There is an auction tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me?" "Of course, I shall go with you," Ji Lanqing affirmed. After all, she had witnessed the alluring fox spirit attempting to seduce the Holy Sun last time. It was imperative that she attend. "Then, whatever you fancy, I shall procure it for you." Jun Jiuxiao had already planned to take Ji Lanqing along. He was merely confirming her interest. All right, Ji Lanqing began to kiss Jun Jiuxiao's chest once more. With the discussion of serious matters concluded, Ji Lanqing resumed her enticing gestures, leaving Jun Jiuxiao unable to resist. He was determined to chastise this tempting Ji Lanqing. Chapter 92, by Xiaosheng and Qin Chuan. The following day, Jun Jiuxiao took Ji Lanqing to the auction. Traveling in a carriage drawn by 9-headed flood dragons would be far too conspicuous, so he opted for a more low-profile approach. Upon arriving at the auction house, they spotted Qin Chuan engaged in a heated argument, seemingly having lost. Though only slightly acquainted with Qin Chuan, Jun Jiuxiao found him to be a decent fellow and preferred to avoid becoming embroiled in others' troubles. Yet, trouble always seemed to seek him out. The individual disputing with Qin Chuan noticed Jun Jiuxiao and approached him, introducing the flamboyantly dressed man beside him as the seventh prince, saying, "This is the holy son of Xiantian, Jun Jiuxiao, the one who drained Miss Yueshi's blood, causing her to endure the torment of her fire spirit physique each month." The flamboyant individual regarded Jun Jiuxiao, who subtly shielded Ji Lanqing from view. Rather than confront Jun Jiuxiao directly, the flamboyant man smiled and remarked, "I have long heard of the esteemed name of the holy son of Xiantian. Seeing you today, you indeed possess an extraordinary demeanor." After the flattery, he raised his chin and introduced himself. "I am the seventh son of the current emperor of the Dazhou Empire, Ji. The name Ji inevitably sparked thoughts of the Ji family, and Jun Jiuxiao recalled a certain old acquaintance. The seventh prince was also a hidden dragon among phoenixes. Jun Jiuxiao, unwilling to extend courtesy to the Ji family, retorted with sarcasm. He had forgotten that in this world, the phrase hidden dragon among phoenixes had not yet been misconstrued. Ji interpreted Jun Jiuxiao's words as praise, believing him to be unlike the arrogant and rude Ji family of the eastern region. Only after Jun Jiuxiao's comment did he realize that in this world, it was indeed a compliment, yet he offered no clarification. Since Ji was not well acquainted with Jun Jiuxiao, he opted not to prolong the conversation and stepped aside to let him pass. Jun Jiuxiao led Ji Lanqing into the building, glancing back to call out to Qin Chuan, "Qin Chuan, would you care to join me?" Although Jun Jiuxiao initially intended to steer clear of Qin Chuan's affairs, the presence of the Ji family made him more inclined to intervene. The Ji family played the role of antagonists in both Ji Lanqing and Lin Chen's narratives. They were indeed born to play the part of villains, destined for downfall. Upon hearing Jun Jiuxiao's call, Qin Chuan promptly followed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, holy son," indicating his willingness to join. Jun Jiuxiao escorted Qin Chuan into the private room prepared for him, where Qin Chuan began recounting the earlier events. In the Alchemy City, people were generally restrained. All would attend the Alchemy Conference, and out of respect for the Alchemist Alliance, no one would resort to violence. The Ji family from the eastern region, now allied with the Dazhou Empire's Ji family, flaunted their power, with Ji mocking Qin Chuan for being relegated to the hall to watch the auction. However, with Jun Jiuxiao inviting Qin Chuan into the private room, the faces of the eastern region Ji family members shifted dramatically. Only the most distinguished disciples of the Ji family could accompany Ji into the private room, and now, with Qin Chuan being directly invited by Jun Jiuxiao. It was a resounding slap in the face for the Eastern region Ji family. Once inside, Qin Chuan maintained a respectful demeanor, even with the stunning Ji Lanqing present. His eyes remained properly averted. Curious about the Ji family from the Dazhou Empire, Jun Jiuxiao proactively asked Qin Chuan, "What do you know about the participants from the Ji family attending this alchemy conference?" After a moment of consideration, Qin Chuan replied, "The leader of this delegation is the Emperor's younger brother, Prince Yu." Seeing Jun Jiuxiao remain silent, he continued, "Prince Yu possesses cultivation at the early stage of the Saint King realm, primarily practicing the Dazhou Empire's 9 transformations of the Heavenly Dragon. Today, we encountered Ji, the 7th son of the Emperor, who, despite his modest cultivation talent, is not favored. However, the Crown Prince is his full-blooded elder brother. Moreover, it is said that the flamboyant Ji loves beauty and has a particular penchant for snatching away others' women." Jun Jiuxiao understands that Qin Chuan's words serve as a reminder for him, and he appreciates Qin Chuan's good intentions. Ji Lanqing's attention is solely focused on Jun Jiuxiao. Everything else holds little significance for her. In her heart, Jun Jiuxiao occupies the foremost position, while the annihilation of the Ji family ranks second. Jun Jiuxiao gestures for Qin Chuan to continue, and Qin Chuan promptly divulges all he knows. Upon finishing Qin Chuan's account, Jun Jiuxiao realizes that the great Zhou Empire is indeed in turmoil, with power only partially wielded by the emperor, while the other half is divided among the Ji family and aristocratic clans. It appears that the emperor of Great Zhou lacks the requisite strength. How could he not suppress the others? If the emperor were a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the realm, who would dare to defy him? Jun Jiuxiao reflects on Qin Chuan's mention of the flowered peacock's affinity for beauty. Although he has been blocking his gaze from Ji Lanqing, it is likely that he has not noticed her. Nevertheless, Jun Jiuxiao is not fond of that gaze, and once the alchemy conference concludes, he intends to eliminate them all. At the conference, he has more pressing matters to attend to. Deeming it unwise to create unnecessary distractions, he decides to allow them to live a few more days. Qin Chuan then brings up other factions attending this gathering, mentioning that the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi sacred land is also expected to arrive. Upon hearing the name of the Yaoqi Holy Maiden, Jun Jiuxiao's expression momentarily falters. He, too, wishes to meet this illustrious figure and wonders how she could possibly be interested in Lin Chun. Moreover, the name of the Yaoqi Holy Maiden, Lu Rian, evokes a deep admiration within him as she is renowned as the Empress of Smoke. He yearns to behold her. Ji Lanqing observes the fleeting change in Jun Jiuxiao's demeanor and, while her expression remains unchanged, she silently commits the name of the Yaoqi Holy Maiden to memory, contemplating the need to eliminate her when the opportunity arises. Chapter 93, Yaoqi Holy Maiden Lu Rian. Jun Jiuxiao finds Qin Chuan's detailed discourse on various factions rather delightful. Deeming him a remarkable individual with potential as a gossip columnist, he surveys the assembly, spotting Su Ning and his fellow disciples. Noticing Su Ning's presence, Jun Jiuxiao promptly instructs 2233 to monitor Su Ning's fortune in real time. 2233 swiftly locks onto Su Ning with the fortune testing device. Today, Jun Jiuxiao intends to assess whether the so-called male protagonist's fortune increases alongside his opportunities. Observing that Jun Jiuxiao has lost interest in conversing, Qin Chuan promptly falls silent. Ji Lanqing, seated beside Jun Jiuxiao, feels irked by Qin Chuan's presence. It was supposed to be a private moment between her and the Holy Sun. But this oblivious individual has decided to intrude, demonstrating a lack of awareness. Jun Jiuxiao perceives Ji Lanqing's discontent and gently inquires, "Qing'er, what troubles you?" However, feeling stifled, he adds, "Whatever you desire, I shall capture it for you. No need to conserve spirit stones on my account. All my spirit stones are meant for you. Qing. There is nothing to be unhappy about. Being with the Holy Sun brings me joy." Ji Lanqing replies with a tender smile. Jun Jiuxiao takes her hand. And in that moment, Ji Lanqing is too enraptured to entertain any other thoughts, lost in bliss. As their eyes exchange unspoken sentiments, Qin Chuan, ever the observer, feigns ignorance, appearing as if he sees nothing. Jun Jiuxiao, too, finds Qin Chuan a hindrance. Ji Lanqing appears exceptionally radiant, her cheeks slightly flushed, gazing at him with affectionate eyes that complement her stunning beauty, making it difficult for Jun Jiuxiao to resist, even as he strives to maintain his composure. Ji Lanqing stands and sits in his lap, wrapping her arms around his waist. With the beauty willingly entering his embrace, Jun Jiuxiao cannot refuse and naturally pulls her closer. With Qin Chuan still present, having invited him in, he cannot dismiss him outright. Thus, he simply holds Ji Lanqing and whispers, "Chair, be good." At this moment, Ji Lanqing remembers Qin Chuan's presence, and her desire to eliminate him intensifies. Nestling in Jun Jiuxiao's arms, she finds solace. Jun Jiuxiao attentively plays with Ji Lanqing's long, fair fingers, while she basks in the scent emanating from him, exuding happiness. Just then, a commotion arises from outside, prompting Jun Jiuxiao to glance in that direction. A woman clad in snow-white attire, her beauty ethereal and demeanor extraordinary, enters the auction hall, capturing the attention of all present. 2233 suddenly exclaims in Jun Jiuxiao's mind, "Host." This is Lu Ruyan. Without needing further prompting, Jun Jiuxiao has already deduced it. He scrutinizes the Yaoqi holy maiden, noting her immaculate white garb. Seemingly untouched by the mundane world, standing with an air of aloofness. She does not appear to be someone with questionable judgment, leaving him puzzled as to why she would take an interest in Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen's harem is of little concern to Jun Jiuxiao. He suspects that, before long, he will be the one to eliminate Lin Chen. Lu Ruyan, the sovereign of Lin Chen's harem, piques his curiosity solely due to her name, and he does not dwell on her further. Ji Lanqing, who has been fixated on Jun Jiuxiao, also notices his gaze directed at the newly arrived woman in white. In her heart, she muses that Lu Ruyan is akin to Shun Qingyin, a cunning vixen, yet she is troubled, wondering if the Holy Sun has a preference for such temptresses. Jun Jiuxiao remains oblivious to Ji Lanqing's inner turmoil, as she skillfully conceals her feelings before him. As the auction commences, the initial uproar surrounding the Yaoqi holy maiden subsides. The host of this auction, an elderly gentleman, is from the Dan Alliance, one of the continent's foremost factions. Unlike commercial enterprises that rely on beautiful women to draw attention, the Dan Alliance maintains its dignity. This elder does not indulge in pleasantries, but directly requests the first item for auction be brought forth. This is the Mingxin pill, crafted by our 6th-tier alchemist, Master Qi. Its quality has reached perfection. The effects of the Mingxin pill need not be elaborated upon. The starting bid is 200,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 5,000 spirit stones. Alchemists are categorized from 1st to 9th tier within the Dan Alliance, with 1 being an entry-level practitioner and 9 representing the pinnacle. The Dan Alliance boasts only 1 9th tier alchemist. As for whether there are any alchemists above the 9th tier, Jun Jiuxiao doubts it. At the peak of the Celestial King realm, pills become obsolete, and future realms must be comprehended through personal insight. Jun Jiuxiao has no interest in the Mingxin pill. However, the others are clamoring for it, and the price swiftly escalates to 300,000 spirit stones. The flawless Mingxin pill can enhance the comprehension of cultivators at the Dongtian realm and below, aiding in breakthroughs. Ji Lanqing's extraordinary talent renders the Mingxin pill unnecessary for her. Should Jun Jiuxiao acquire it, it would merely serve as a sweet treat for himself. Jun Jiuxiao's primary reason for attending the auction with Ji Lanqing is to procure the Dingyan pill for her. Additionally, he has a fleeting notion to test the male protagonist's fortune. Chapter 94, Dingyan Pill. The Mingxin pill ultimately sells for 400,000 spirit stones to the Xia family. One by one, the rare and elusive pills are brought forth by the Dan Alliance, igniting a fervor among the attendees. Although he lacks the spirit stones to bid on these extraordinary pills, simply witnessing them allows him to boast later. Even if he has never seen a pig run, observing them is still a treat. The atmosphere of the auction reaches its zenith as the host presents 3 boxes, announcing that each contains a Dingyan pill. Each pill will be auctioned separately, starting at 200,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000 spirit stones. The mere mention of the Dingyan pill elicits gasps of astonishment from the crowd. No woman is immune to the allure of beauty, who wouldn't wish for eternal youth. Men, too, desire the Dingyan pill to win the favor of women, making it a coveted item that is swiftly snatched up upon its appearance. The rarity of the Dingyan pill is further heightened by the scarcity of its primary ingredients, adding to its allure. This time, the Dan Alliance has made a significant investment by offering 3 essence-retaining pills at once. The first essence-retaining pill was purchased for 500,000 spirit stones by a princess of the Great Tang Empire. Qin Chuan took the initiative to introduce this princess to Jun Jiuxiao. Her name is Li Xianxia, the most favored princess of the Tang Emperor. Despite her low cultivation talent, she requires this essence-retaining pill. However, her brother, Li Xianxian, is exceptionally gifted and is one of the 8 young masters of the central region. The Tang Emperor has often remarked that Li Xianxian resembles him. Upon hearing the title of the 8 young masters, Jun Jiuxiao perceived these individuals as mere cannon fodder. Those with backgrounds, talents, and reputations are precisely the tools for the protagonist to display their superiority and settle scores. Jun Jiuxiao signaled Qin Chuan to continue speaking. After the auction commenced, Ji Lanqing and Jun Jiuxiao separated to sit apart, as Qin Chuan was nearby, and the two maintained a degree of restraint. As for Li Chengqian, I do not know much about him. His cultivation should be at the late stage of the Severing Realm. Not long ago, he reportedly killed someone at the initial stage of the Cave Heaven Realm. This news is credible, as it was witnessed by a friend of mine. Jun Jiuxiao believed that Qin Chuan indeed possessed a talent for gathering intelligence, and Old Jiu should recruit Qin Chuan. While chatting with Jun Jiuxiao, the second essence retaining pill was claimed by someone from the Tianjin Alliance for 550,000 spirit stones. Now, only one essence retaining pill remained, and Jun Jiuxiao ceased his conversation with Qin Chuan, preparing to bid for the last pill. As the host concluded his announcement, Ji, the seventh prince of the Ji family from the Great Zhou, proclaimed loudly, I offer 400,000 spirit stones for this essence retaining pill. I, Ji, wish to acquire this pill as a gift for the saintess of the Yaoqi, and I hope everyone will grant me this favor. Once Ji's words fell, no one dared to continue bidding. The essence retaining pill is unlike other resources. Male cultivators can only gift it to others or use it to maintain their youthful appearance, rendering it a non-essential item. Furthermore, the Ji family and the Yaoqi sacred land hold significant prestige, compelling everyone to weigh the consequences of offending these two factions for the sake of a single essence retaining pill. 410,000 spirit stones was the voice of Princess Li Changxi of the Great Tang, who had already acquired one essence retaining pill. She evidently disdained Ji and deliberately raised the bid to annoy him. At that moment, the saintess of Yaoqi also interjected, Seventh Prince. I do not require you to gift me the essence retaining pill. The saintess's direct rejection left Ji's pride shattered. First, he made grandiose claims to deter others from competing for the pill, only to be publicly embarrassed by Princess Li Changxi. Subsequently, the very person he sought to flatter, the Yaoqi saintess, rejected him before everyone. Naturally, Ji had no face to continue bidding. 450,000 spirit stones. Jun Jiuxiao's voice rang out at an opportune moment. Li Changxi merely aimed to target Ji. She had no intention of contesting with others for the essence retaining pill and refrained from raising her bid. The other participants also hesitated to involve themselves in the conflict between these significant factions, tacitly choosing not to bid. This allowed Jun Jiuxiao to acquire the essence retaining pill at the price of 450,000 spirit stones. After that, he showed no interest in the subsequent pills being auctioned, barely raising an eyelid. It was not until an ancient box containing a spherical object was presented that Jun Jiuxiao felt a flicker of interest, surmising that it might be Su Ning's golden finger. Using his spiritual sense, Jun Jiuxiao discerned that this sphere contained the inheritance of a ninth-grade alchemist, which was undoubtedly precious to others, but of little interest to him. He also wished to see if Su Ning's fortune would change upon acquiring this sphere. As expected, others showed no interest in the sphere, and it was successfully claimed by Su Ning. After witnessing the sphere in Su Ning's possession, Jun Jiuxiao inquired, 2233, has Su Ning's fortune changed? Host, it remains unchanged. Su Ning's fortune value is still the same. Jun Jiuxiao did not dwell on it further, merely conducting a casual test. If it was inaccurate, so be it. After settling the payment for the essence retaining pill, he felt there was little entertainment left to witness and departed with Ji Lanqing. Chapter 95, The Delicate Test. Upon returning to their courtyard, Ji Lanqing consumed the essence retaining pill. Jun Jiuxiao observed her closely for a considerable time, expecting some visible change. Believing that the pill would enhance her beauty, it turned out it merely preserved her youthful appearance. Saint's son, am I not beautiful? Ji Lanqing asked, a hint of girlish anxiety in her voice. Beautiful, my Qing'er is always beautiful, he replied. Dressed in fiery red, with hair cascading like a waterfall and a face as lovely as a peach blossom, she was breathtakingly exquisite. Her figure, enveloped in red, was graceful and alluring. Her unshod feet gently grazed the ground, each step echoing in Jun Jiuxiao's heart. The golden crown atop her head accentuated Ji Lanqing's regal presence. Jun Jiuxiao was momentarily entranced, and upon seeing his dazed expression, Ji Lanqing felt a surge of joy, though her face remained impassive. Leaning against Jun Jiuxiao, she pressed herself closer, and he narrowed his eyes, gently stroking her back. A contented hum escaped him as he thought how wonderful it would be to live this way forever. Sensing Jun Jiuxiao's complete relaxation, Ji Lanqing cautiously probed, Saint's son, what do you think of the Yaoqi saintess? Her voice was soft. What do you mean? Jun Jiuxiao absent-mindedly replied, do you think the Yaoqi saintess is beautiful? Ji Lanqing pressed on. At this point, Jun Jiuxiao returned to his senses and understood that she was feeling jealous. He reached out to smooth her tousled hair and said, I didn't pay attention to how the Yaoqi saintess looks. I have no idea if she is beautiful. Ji Lanqing was quite satisfied with his response. Yet she remained concerned about how long Jun Jiuxiao had gazed at the Yaoqi saintess. She had counted carefully and noted that he had looked at her for 5 breaths. The longest he had ever spent observing another woman since Ji Lanqing had been by his side. Then, it seems the saint's son has indeed gazed at the Yaoqi saintess for quite a while, she teased, her tone playful, but her eyes glinted with menace. What are you thinking? I was merely curious about the Yaoqi saintess's cultivation level. As the saint's son of the Xiantian sacred land, I must understand her. Given the rivalry between our 2 sacred lands, so I can defeat and suppress her. Jun Jiuxiao struggled to explain, as his curiosity was solely about Lin Chen's true consort's appearance. He also recognized Ji Lanqing's jealousy and sought an excuse to placate her. Did the saint's son see how the Yaoqi saintess looks? Do you think she is beautiful? Ji Lanqing's tone turned flirtatious, her fingers tracing circles on Jun Jiuxiao's chest. Her gaze growing colder. From Jun Jiuxiao's earlier words, she discerned that he had indeed looked at the Yaoqi saintess. The saint's son should not be looking at others. You belong solely to me, Ji Lanqing thought, already devising 100 ways to eliminate the Yaoqi saintess. At that moment, Jun Jiuxiao remained oblivious to the tension, candidly stating, "The Yaoqi saintess is not as beautiful as you. You are the unparalleled beauty, the most exquisite maiden on this continent." Jun Jiuxiao believed his response to be quite commendable. Feeling rather pleased with himself, considering himself a clever man, Ji Lanqing's expression remained unchanged, her movements undeterred as she continued in a coy manner. Why not invite the Yaoqi saintess to serve the saint's son as well? What do you think? Jun Jiuxiao furrowed his brows in confusion and looked down at Ji Lanqing, saying, "What are you saying? I only need you. You are enough for me." Jun Jiuxiao had no intention of embracing multiple partners. His feelings for Ji Lanqing had emerged unexpectedly, and he was sincere in both heart and face. Observing Jun Jiuxiao's reaction, Ji Lanqing confirmed that he spoke truthfully. Feeling comforted that he had not been swayed by the Yaoqi saintess, and her spirits lifted. With a gentle inclination, she pressed her lips against Jun Jiuxiao's chin, whispering, "Saint, you are truly wonderful." After the kiss, Ji Lanqing nestled closer to Jun Jiuxiao, seemingly innocently inquiring, "Saint, a person as exceptional as you will undoubtedly attract countless admirers who would willingly devote themselves to you. I simply hope you will not forget me when that time comes." Jun Jiuxiao chuckled lightly, his hand playfully pinching Ji Lanqing's cheek. "Do not think so much. You are the only one for me, and there shall be no others." "Really, Saint?" Ji Lanqing gazed at Jun Jiuxiao with sparkling eyes, excitement radiating from her. "Indeed, I desire only you and no one else," Jun Jiuxiao affirmed, making a solemn promise. He was inherently averse to complications. Having too many women would only invite trouble. He was not a stallion reliant on multiple partners for his existence. Furthermore, he did not believe in the harmonious coexistence of women in so-called harem literature. Such relationships were often fraught with ulterior motives, and no woman could tolerate sharing her man with others. A woman with hidden agendas could easily betray you, and Jun Jiuxiao had no need for such individuals. Most importantly, he cherished Ji Lanqing and wished to spare her heart from the pain that might arise from other women. Ji Lanqing believed in Jun Jiuxiao's words. However, she resolved to train diligently, aiming to surpass the saint, so that they could reside together on Xiantian Peak indefinitely. Satisfied with Jun Jiuxiao's response, she initiated another kiss, and he could never find it in his heart to refuse her. For the next 2 days, Jun Jiuxiao devoted himself to assisting Ji Lanqing in enhancing her cultivation. He utilized his own spiritual energy to safeguard her meridians while she consumed an abundance of elixirs. Employing the Red Lotus Hellfire to catalyze the pills, he helped refine away the unwanted impurities, allowing Ji Lanqing to absorb the pure essence of the medicine, swiftly reaching the peak of the infant transformation stage. She was merely awaiting the conclusion of the alchemical conference to prepare for her breakthrough to the next realm. This method was uniquely suited to Ji Lanqing, relying on the Red Lotus Hellfire to purify the elixirs while Jun Jiuxiao meticulously protected her meridians. Otherwise, others attempting such practices would either be overwhelmed by the elixir's spiritual energy or suffer from blocked meridians, becoming riddled with impurities, thus ruining their cultivation potential. Jun Jiuxiao only employed this technique because he recognized Ji Lanqing's solid foundation. Nonetheless, true cultivators must progress step by step to reach greater heights. Yet, with Ji Lanqing by his side, it was permissible for her to occasionally take shortcuts without jeopardizing her future cultivation. Chapter 96. The Eve of the Southern Domain Alchemical Conference. The Southern Domain Alchemical Conference is divided into 2 age categories for competition. The first category is for the younger generation under 50 years of age, primarily comprising 2nd and 3rd grade alchemists. The second category is for the middle-aged competitors under 200 years old, mostly consisting of 4th and 5th grade alchemists. Sixth grade and higher alchemists do not participate in the grand competition, as they are already considered a rare caliber within the Alchemist Alliance. After all, achieving the rank of sixth grade alchemist is not merely a matter of time. It requires a combination of talent, effort, and opportunity. The age calculation for alchemists differs from that of cultivators. For instance, someone like Jun Jiuxiao, at 100 years old, is still regarded as part of the younger generation in the realm of cultivation. A difference of 200 or 300 years may still be considered peers, given the longevity of cultivators. Most cultivators are evaluated based on their cultivation level, along with their status and mentorship. The cultivation level is determined by one's own strength, while status and mentorship pertain to one's background. For example, Jun Jiuxiao, being the saint of Xianxian, is considered a peer to the saints and saintesses of the Yaoqi Holy Land due to their equivalent status, provided the age difference is not excessively vast. After all, one cannot claim parity with a 5,000-year-old saint while being merely 100 years old. Moreover, if a saint has held their position for 5,000 years without ascending, should they not reflect upon themselves? The distinction of 50 years serves as a watershed for alchemists. If an alchemist surpasses this age, regardless of their grade, they are no longer considered part of the younger generation. The Southern Domain Alchemical Conference has been held countless times and has established a mature procedural framework. The Alchemist Alliance thoughtfully prepares designated viewing stands for each major faction, while lesser factions or independent practitioners can crowd into the plaza to observe. The conference is presided over by a 7th grade alchemist from the Alchemist Alliance, who has already arrived on site and is seated at the main stage. The competition square has long been filled to capacity, with people packed in like a horde of zombies in a horror film, a sea of heads bobbing in the crowd. Even before the event commenced, discussions began to circulate among the throngs. Who do you think is the strongest among the younger generation this time? Undoubtedly Meng Qinghuan. She has already reached the peak of 3rd grade alchemy and is the daughter of the esteemed 8th grade alchemist Meng Chang. Some argue it is Shun Rui, who is also a talented disciple of the 8th grade alchemist Qi Lin. It is said he has already reached the peak of 3rd grade alchemy and can barely concoct 4th grade elixirs. I still believe Meng Qinghuan is superior. After all, her beauty is unmatched. Before long, the supporters of Meng Qinghuan and Shun Rui began to argue, debating who was more formidable. At that moment, someone posed the question, could it not be someone else? Instantly, others retorted, how could it possibly be anyone else? The finest alchemists are all within the Alchemist Alliance. Many nodded in agreement. All alchemists from the Southern Domain must undergo assessment by the Alchemist Alliance. Upon passing, they receive a certification of their grade. This is akin to an alchemist's identification card. Without it, one's identity as an alchemist is not recognized. Once an alchemist passes the Alliance's assessment, they are awarded a corresponding outer robe based on their grade. For instance, Su Ning's yellow robe signifies he is a low-grade alchemist of grades 1 to 3. Participants in this conference must also pass the Alchemist Alliance's examination to qualify as certified alchemists. Competitors from the other 4 domains must likewise undergo the Alliance's evaluation. Otherwise, they cannot participate in this alchemical contest. Those who attain certification through the Alchemist Alliance are often considered external candidates and do not count as true alchemists within the Alliance. Only those who are discovered and nurtured from a young age by the Alliance are regarded as genuine alchemists. Meng Qinghuan and Shun Rui are among the elite in this regard. External candidates are not subject to the Alliance's strict governance. The Alliance merely issues a certificate, akin to a vocational skill examination, pass and receive the credential. During assessments, exceptionally talented alchemists may be absorbed into the Alliance. This evaluation serves as a means for the Alliance to attract talent and maintain control over the alchemists of the Southern Domain. Only those recognized by the Alliance are deemed true alchemists, solidifying the Alliance's unparalleled status in the eyes of Southern Domain alchemists. Amidst the discussions, the alchemists participating in this competition gradually made their way to the square. The male protagonist, Su Ning, arrived rather discreetly at the competition square, quietly joining his fellow disciples without drawing attention. Look, it's Shun Rui, someone exclaimed. The newcomer appeared to be around 25 or 26, not clad in the Alchemist Alliance's standardized yellow robe, but rather wearing a moon-white long robe with a straight collar, embroidered with auspicious clouds. He bore a warm smile, exuding an air of elegance and poise. His long black hair was tied up high with a white jade crown, presenting a figure both striking and noble. Not long after Shun Rui's entrance, another voice arose. Meng Qinghuan is here too. Meng Qinghuan donned a light purple palace gown, adorned with a delicate jade hairpin, her face veiled by a purple lotus-patterned veil, obscuring her features from view. However, she possessed an exquisite figure and an exceptional demeanor, undoubtedly a beauty. Meng Qinghuan and Shun Rui exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting no one but each other, perceiving only rivals in one another. Junior sister Qinghuan, this time, your senior brother shall not relent, Shun Rui declared, initiating conversation with Meng Qinghuan. Unfazed, she replied with a voice imbued with confidence and indifference. There is no need for senior brother Shun to concede. I am confident in my ability to triumph over you. Furthermore, as I am not well acquainted with you, I would appreciate it if you would refrain from calling me that, senior brother Shin. Upon hearing this, Shun Rui's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Junior sister Meng, you are still being overly formal. My master and your father are friends, which makes you akin to my sister. Meng Qinghuan wished to avoid further debate with Shun Rui and reiterated her request. I would prefer to be addressed as Meng Qinghuan, senior brother. Shun Rui could no longer maintain his facade of friendliness, ceasing his attempts to engage with her. Internally, he cursed Meng Qinghuan for being so unyielding. Once my master ascends to a higher position, I shall inevitably claim you for myself. The surrounding spectators, upon overhearing their exchange, discreetly shifted away, preferring not to become targets of Shun Rui's frustration. Nevertheless, Shun Rui did not take his anger out on anyone else, as he wished to uphold a favorable image, which would benefit both him and his master in attracting talent within the Alchemy Alliance. A newcomer to the Southern Domain Alchemy Conference inquired, why hasn't the competition commenced yet? Everyone seems so agitated. An elderly man with graying hair responded, Ah, I see this is your first time attending the alchemical contests. Observe those vacant seats on the platform. They are reserved for representatives of the major factions. The event will only begin once they have all arrived. As he spoke, he gestured towards the empty spots on the stage. Another person asked, which factions are represented by those seated up there? The old man gazed into the distance, saying, They are arriving. You shall see for yourself. Chapter 97. Talents Gather. Zhongyu humiliated. From afar, individuals from the Heavenly Sword Alliance approached. Led by a striking figure clad in white, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding elegance and charm. The man's sword on his sword, followed by an entourage of disciples, all similarly attired in white, gliding through the air. Who is the leader of the Heavenly Sword Alliance? Someone inquired. That is Umo, the sword gentleman of the sword sect. It is said he possesses the cultivation of a nascent saint. Upon his arrival, Umo merely offered a cordial smile to the Alchemy Alliance representatives before taking his seat, remaining silent thereafter. His disciples followed suit, sitting upright, careful to maintain their poise. At the same time, representatives from the Great Tang arrived, with Princess Li Changxi seated atop a golden phoenix carriage, adorned with a red gem hairpin and draped in an opulent red silk peony gown, radiating nobility from head to toe. Accompanying her were the Cui, Lu, and Zheng families of the Great Tang, with no one of higher status than her among the royal Li clan. Other major factions gradually made their entrance. The holy maiden of the Yaoqi, Lu Ruyan, arrived alone, accompanied by her protector. She offered no glances to anyone present, proceeding directly to take her seat. Ji attempted to strike up a conversation with the holy maiden, only to be ignored, forcing him to return to his place in embarrassment. Zhongyu also arrived with disciples from the Xuanxian Shengdi. Initially, Jun Wuqi intended to send the second elder to represent Xuanxian Shengdi at this Southern Domain Alchemy Conference. However, upon learning that Jun Jiuxiao would attend, he decided against it, fearing that the naive elder might be outmaneuvered by Jun Jiuxiao. Zhongyu had previously issued a challenge to Jun Jiuxiao, intending to defeat him. However, with Jun Jiuxiao's cultivation having surpassed his own, he found himself unable to fulfill his words. Thus, he resorted to using the pretext of taking his disciples from Qianyuan Peak for training, leaving the sect in a rather disgraceful manner. As fortune would have it, this training coincided with the Grand Southern Domain Alchemy Conference, and he naturally brought his junior brothers and sisters along to witness the event. Aware that Jun Jiuxiao was the representative of Xuanxian Shengdi at the conference, Zhongyu deliberately chose not to seek him out, instead bringing his own disciples. Upon his arrival, Zhongyu spotted the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, with whom he had interacted on several occasions during training, as she had once lent assistance to him and his companions. He approached her, expressing gratitude for her past aid. It has been some time since we last met. Holy Maiden, I hope you are well. No need for thanks. It was but a trifling matter, Lu Ruyan replied, her voice calm and unhurried, embodying a serene beauty. Lu Ruyan recognized Zhongyu, recalling their previous encounters and the assistance she had rendered, thus responding to him politely. Ji, witnessing this, felt incensed when he attempted to converse with the Holy Maiden and was met with indifference. He could not help but perceive her response to Zhongyu as a slight against him. The fact that Lu Ruyan, a peak practitioner of the cutting myriad realm, was beyond his reach only fueled his ire, which he directed towards Zhongyu. Who do you think you are to sit here? Ji derisively challenged. Zhongyu was no pushover either, replying, I am Zhongyu, a personally taught disciple of the Grand Elder of Xuanxian Shengdi. What makes my presence here unacceptable? You, a mere practitioner of the initial stage of the cutting myriad realm, accompanied by a group of disciples of even lower cultivation, dare to sit on par with us? Ji's scorn only intensified upon hearing Zhong Yu's name, knowing that the representative of Xuanqian Shengdi was the holy son Jun Jiuxiao. The faction of the Grand Elder and Jun Jiuxiao were at odds, and Zhong Yu aspired to contend for the Holy Son title. Ji felt emboldened to bully Zhong Yu, certain that no one would come to his aid. I represent Xuanqian Shengdi. My cultivation level is irrelevant. If I say you are unworthy, then you are unworthy. Now be gone. Ji's arrogance swelled. Zhong Yu chose to ignore Ji, intending to sit down. Frustrated by being overlooked once more, Ji immediately unleashed an attack on Zhong Yu. Unprepared for Ji's ambush, Zhong Yu, still recovering from injuries sustained while protecting his junior disciples, was caught off guard and fell to the ground. A fellow disciple hurried to assist him. Ji was taken aback by how easily he had wounded Zhong Yu, not feeling any remorse, but rather reveling in his triumph, laughing heartily. Is this what the disciple of the Grand Elder of Xuanqian Shengdi amounts to? A single casual strike, and you lie bleeding on the ground? Zhong Yu remained silent as his disciple defended him, stating, had it not been for senior brother Zhong's prior injuries and your sneak attack, he would never have been so easily defeated. You claim he is injured, so he is injured? If you lack the skill, do not seek excuses, Ji retorted. Unconcerned with whether Zhong Yu was indeed hurt, he relished having bested a disciple of the same cultivation level from Xuanqian Shengdi, especially one connected to the Grand Elder. Zhong Yu's disciple wished to continue their defense, but Zhong Yu gestured for him to cease, saying it was a waste of breath. This remark struck a nerve in Ji, who had always felt inferior, overshadowed by his elder brother's accomplishments. His insecurities made him sensitive to perceived slights. And Zhong Yu's tone only ignited his anger further. Ji attacked Zhong Yu once more, but this time, Zhong Yu was prepared and managed to evade the blow. Even Zhong Yu's patience had its limits, and he gritted his teeth at Ji, asking, "Seventh Prince, what exactly do you intend to accomplish?" "Nothing much. I merely stated that you are unworthy to sit with us. If you wish to be here, you must first defeat me," Ji replied, sensing Zhong Yu's injuries and feeling confident in his advantage. After making his proclamation, he cast a triumphant glance at Lu Ruyan, who, however, remained disinterested, closing her eyes and ignoring the conflict between him and Zhong Yu. Others present also refrained from involving themselves in the affairs of Xuanqian Shengdi and the Ji family of the Great Zhou. Zhong Yu gazed at Ji, acutely aware that today's events could not simply be brushed aside. He first instructed his junior disciples to step aside. After consuming a healing elixir, he turned to Ji and stated that since the seventh prince sincerely sought guidance, Zhong Yu had no choice but to accept the challenge. He understood that his current state left him with slim odds against Ji. However, for the sake of the reputation of the Xiantian Holy Land, he felt compelled to engage in combat. Injured and aware of his limitations, Zhong Yu knew he could not endure a protracted battle. He sprang into action, conjuring a golden tower and reciting an incantation, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood into the tower. The golden tower, known as the Golden Light Tower, was Zhong Yu's life-bound artifact. As it absorbed his blood, the tower began to radiate a brilliant golden light. "Go," Zhong Yu commanded, and the light intensified as the tower surged toward Ji. Ji, whose cultivation was entirely derived from the accumulation of medicinal pills, realized he could not withstand the blow fueled by Zhong Yu's sacrificial blood. He quickly produced a one-time magical artifact, the Scale Shield, gifted by his brother, capable of withstanding an assault from a being of the esteemed realm. In an effort to save face, Ji spared no expense. After unleashing his attack, Zhong Yu found himself too weak to remain upright, supported only by his junior disciple. Witnessing Ji standing in scathe, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Today, this humiliation was a burden he must bear. He resolved to leave with his disciples. Despite his desire to depart, Zhong Yu found himself unable to do so. His injuries were still fresh, compounded by the recent exertion of his blood to launch his life-bound artifact, leaving him entirely reliant on his disciples' support. If he chose not to leave, he would remain here to endure further ridicule from Ji. It was better to retreat now, bide his time, and seek retribution when he healed. He refrained from uttering threats, knowing that doing so would only serve to render him a greater fool. Ji obstructed Zhong Yu's group once more, exclaiming, "Who permitted your departure?" Zhong Yu's disciple, filled with indignation, retorted, "What more do you want? We are already leaving. Is this not what you desired?" Ji, with a malicious grin, declared, "I suddenly have no intention of letting you go. You, Zhong Yu, must admit your inferiority to me and plead for mercy." He relished in the sensation of trampling upon a genius. "Seventh Prince, do not go too far. I am a disciple of the Xiantian Holy Land. Your humiliation of me is an affront to our entire sect. Zhong Yue seethed, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury. What do you mean? Humiliating you is an affront to the Xiantian Holy Land? You are not even the holy son of our sect, Gigi taunted, deliberately digging at Zhong Yue's wounds. Speaking was a struggle for Zhong Yue, but he hastily ingested another healing pill before mustering the strength to respond. Seventh Prince, step aside. We wish to depart. He promised himself that Gigi's indignities would be repaid 100-fold in due time. I have stated that you must beg for my mercy before I allow you to leave. Gigi reveled in the humiliation he inflicted upon Zhong Yue, growing increasingly arrogant. Zhong Yue glanced at the alchemist of the Dan Alliance, a mere 7th-rank practitioner, and recognized his alignment with the Gigi family. He then turned to the Jade Prince of the Zhou family, imploring, Your Highness, will you truly allow him to humiliate the Xiantian Holy Land in such a manner? The Jade Prince chuckled amiably. Our Zhou family has always maintained amicable relations with your Xiantian Holy Land. There is no humiliation here. You and my nephew are merely young practitioners vying with one another. Zhong Yue understood that today, lacking sufficient strength and support, he could only endure this humiliation. Clenching his fists, he lamented that true power was essential. Had he been a celestial king, would he have faced such disgrace? If only a senior from the Xiantian Holy Land had been present. Would Gigi have dared to act in such a manner? Would the Jade Prince have permitted Gigi to insult them so brazenly? He mused that had a formidable elder from the Xiantian Holy Land been here, the moment Gigi attempted to silence him, he would have been reprimanded. Surveying the crowd, Zhong Yue noted their indifference or their eagerness for entertainment. He swore he would become powerful and never again endure such indignities. Qinchuan, observing this scene, hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. Seventh Prince, do not go too far. Soon, the holy son of the Xiantian Holy Land, Jun Jiuxiao, will arrive, and you will find yourself in a difficult position. What are you even worth to lecture me? Gigi dismissed Qinchuan, regarding him as nothing more than a second-rate family disciple, not even the most gifted among them. Qinchuan attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by an elder from his family. Zhong Yue appreciated Qinchuan's valiant defense and cast a grateful glance in his direction. However, Qinchuan cared little for Zhong Yue's gratitude. He was merely repaying a favor to Jun Jiuxiao. He believed that, given Jun Jiuxiao's character, he would undoubtedly intervene on Zhong Yue's behalf, not out of concern for Zhong Yue, but solely because he was the holy son of the Xiantian Holy Land. Zhong Yue chose not to engage in further verbal sparring. He recognized that he and his fellow disciples would not face death today, but they would certainly endure humiliation and leave only after sustaining injuries. At that moment, he found himself unexpectedly hoping for Jun Jiuxiao's swift arrival, thinking that perhaps he would come to their aid. Yet, he quickly dismissed this naive thought. His faction was adversarial to Jun Jiuxiao's, so how could he possibly intervene on their behalf? Zhong Yue looked back at his companions. They understood his intent and nodded resolutely one by one. Regaining some strength, he gently brushed aside the hand supporting him and declared to Gigi and the assembled crowd, Disciples of the Xiantian Holy Land may be defeated, but we shall never grovel for mercy. Gigi, today, even if it costs our lives, we will not bow our heads to you. If you wish to humiliate us, then let us engage in battle. As Zhong Yue finished speaking, he summoned the golden light tower once more, his form swaying precariously, yet his gaze unwavering and resolute. The disciples behind him also drew their artifacts, preparing for confrontation. Very well, you choose to reject my kindness. I shall not cease until I see you begging for mercy, or I will recite your names in reverse, Gigi sneered. Taken aback by Zhong Yue's tenacity, he felt a surge of anger. He had intended merely to humiliate Zhong Yue and his companions, but now he was genuinely inclined to resort to violence. The saintess of the Yaoqi contemplated intervening, but sensing something amiss, she fell silent. Just as Gigi prepared to strike, an unexpected hand descended from the heavens, sending him flying. I shall see how you force them to their knees, declared Jun Jiuxiao, who descended gracefully from the sky, accompanied by Jilanking, Elder Pu, and Wang Jie, who walked dutifully behind them. Clad in red with flowing white hair, Jun Jiuxiao wore a gentle smile that, in the eyes of the recently struck Gigi, was utterly detestable. Jilanking, also dressed in red, stood alongside Jun Jiuxiao, and it was evident to all that their relationship was extraordinary. She had deliberately chosen this attire, knowing that the saintess of the Yaoqi would be present, perhaps even other rivals. She sought to assert her dominance, and Jun Jiuxiao willingly indulged her whims. Jun Jiuxiao should have arrived earlier, but upon his departure, he had to assist Jilanking in her breakthrough, which delayed him. The onlookers, upon seeing Jun Jiuxiao's arrival, felt a surge of excitement, secretly urging him to act swiftly. Gigi, spotting Jun Jiuxiao, found himself perplexed as to why he would come to Zhong Yue's defense. Were they not enemies? Unlike the other princes of Zhou, who would never lend assistance when humiliated, he would only revel in their misfortune. Ji was perplexed. Jun Jiuxiao was the holy son of the Xianxian sacred land, and to insult someone from Xianxian was tantamount to insulting Xianxian itself, thus tarnishing the reputation of Jun Jiuxiao. The rivalry between Jun Jiuxiao and Zhong Yu was merely an internal conflict within Xianxian. Once outside, they were both disciples of the sacred land, sharing in its glory and suffering alike. Aware of her own inadequacies in facing Jun Jiuxiao, Ji sought assistance through a pleading glance directed toward Prince Yu. Upon perceiving her silent plea, Prince Yu smiled and addressed Jun Jiuxiao, saying, "Holy son of Xianxian, my nephew is merely jesting with them."